Chapter 1. The Titan Form of the Human Fruit. The ocean stretched out in a vibrant blue, its horizons seemingly infinite. Ron awoke from his tumultuous slumber. Where am I? Am I still alive? 3 years prior, Ron had traversed into this world, soon realizing it was the realm of One Piece. For the past 3 years, he had resided in a quaint village, leading a tranquil and harmonious life. He had discovered that this world harbored such beautiful villages, charming villagers, and countless kind-hearted companions. Ron felt that this world differed somewhat from his initial imaginings. He was acutely aware of the nature of the pirate world, a brutal domain where the strong preyed upon the weak, a terrifying reality where ordinary individuals existed like mere ants. At times, one could unwittingly lose their life. Yet, upon arriving in this world, Ron found it was not as arduous as he had envisioned. The village was a serene haven where life revolved around the sun's rise and Seaton idyllic pastoral existence that many would envy. However, ultimately, reality eclipsed fantasy. He had believed this idyllic life could endure indefinitely, but who could have foreseen the fragility of the village when faced with pirates? It was as if a great watermelon collided with a sharp bullet, shattering into pieces. I'm still alive. Ron touched his head and surveyed the unfamiliar surroundings. What on earth has happened? His head throbbed, struggling to recall the recent events, though he was more reluctant to confront the painful memories. For some individuals, evading suffering is often the best course of action, for confronting the grimness of life can be exceedingly harsh. But one must always remember that pain does not simply vanish, it can only be redirected. If someone appears to live a carefree life, it is essential to remember that there are often others bearing the burdens for them. Yet now, Ron found himself devoid of friends. The pain had nowhere to be transferred, and no one was willing to share the weight. Thus, he was left to face it alone. Indeed, when the pirates arrived, most villagers sought to flee at once. However, when confronted by pirates, opportunities for escape were scarce, resulting in many being killed or subjected to indignities. Ron, alongside many friends, gazed in terror at the unfolding chaos, yearning for the powers of a savior to turn the tide and rescue his friends and family. Alas, reality was harsh. He possessed nothing. He could only remember the flames and the desperate eyes of many. As for what transpired afterward, he could hardly recall. He only knew that many urged him to flee, and he ran frantically, tears streaming down his face, lost and directionless. In the face of adversity, many may believe they possess the courage to confront malevolent forces. Yet often, it is a different story, legs trembling like leaves, feeble and powerless. Ron was no different. Then he lacked the courage to engage in battle. And as a young lad, what strength did he possess to alter the course of events? That feeling of helplessness was the most agonizing, watching friends and loved ones suffer while he could do nothing but flee. Who could truly understand such heartache? In light of his current predicament, Ron was filled with regret. However, regret alone could not resolve anything. Vengeance was paramount, and only through the relentless pursuit of strength could he hope to avenge his friends. As he departed from that place, he could only remember one name along. I will surely avenge you all for the sake of my friends. I hope fate grants me some great fortune. At times, people find themselves wishing for assistance only when faced with adversity. Had life been easier, such thoughts might never cross their minds. Much like those who seek divine intervention before an exam, neglecting diligent study until the last moment, only to find last-minute efforts often yield little success. Ron was perhaps one such individual. When life was pleasant, he overlooked the harsh realities of this brutal world, believing that this secluded village, nestled deep within the ocean, would remain untouched by external threats. In the 3 years since his arrival, Ron initially yearned for a golden opportunity to navigate this world with ease and reach the pinnacle of power. Yet, as time passed and fortune failed to arrive, he relinquished such dreams and settled into a contented, mundane existence, believing that a simple life could also bring happiness. This naivety stemmed from shallow understanding of the world. It had always been a cruel place, a realm where the law of the jungle prevailed. Without strength, survival was a daunting challenge, and the notion of a paradise was utterly unattainable. Thus, Ron drifted aimlessly, his mind clouded with memories of sorrowful past events. One should not romanticize this world too greatly, for beneath its surface lies an array of hidden troubles. Unless these issues are addressed, harmony will remain fleeting, much like a castle in the air, ultimately destined for destruction. And so he drifted, unaware of how many days had passed in the calm sea. Free from the threat of sea kings perhaps, Ron's luck was holding. While he pondered these thoughts, dark clouds suddenly obscured the sky. A colossal bird soared overhead. Then, something resembling a bird's egg struck Ron on the head. Ouch! Just when I thought I was lucky. What a massive bird droppings! Ron, of course, did not think further, assuming it was merely a large bird's excrement. However, upon closer inspection, he realized it was not just any droppings, it was a devil fruit. Could this possibly be my compensation? The celestial bird descends to bestow me with fortune. Am I perhaps fated to be a child of destiny? Legend has it that a concubine of the Emperor Ku, one of the 5 emperors, named Jiangdi, while bathing, was graced by a bird that dropped an egg, which she consumed. This led to the birth of Qi, the progenitor of merchants, ultimately giving rise to the 600-year reign of the Yin and Shang dynasties. Had Ron encountered a similar fate today? Of course, consuming this would not lead to pregnancy or childbirth, but indeed, he had found a devil fruit. I shall eat it. Ron had some knowledge of devil fruits, yet he remained uncertain of its type or powers. He had never encountered any devil fruit compendium. Some devil fruits were immensely powerful, while others were utterly useless. However, since it was delivered by a bird, he deemed it a twist of fate, and thus Ron consumed the devil fruit. Could it possibly be the bird fruit? If only it were a mythical beast type. As it turned out, Ron was partially correct. The fruit was not the bird fruit, but indeed a mythical beast type. It's the human fruit, mythical beast type, Titan form. It seems my quest for vengeance may finally bear fruit. Ron felt elated. This fruit was formidable, and he was confident in his ability to master its powers. Chapter 2. I will handle this. The Moby Dick. At this moment, a grand banquet was underway aboard the ship, with numerous squad leaders and Whitebeard indulging in merriment. Such festivities were commonplace on this pirate vessel, where all reveled in joyous days. Everyone was a son of the sea, and all were sons of the old man. Under the old man's protection, everyone thrived in happiness. Suddenly, a flustered individual rushed in and whispered urgently into Marco's ear. Marco's previously cheerful demeanor shifted dramatically. Continue enjoying your drinks. I have matters to attend to. Whitebeard intended to inquire further, but as Marco departed, he trusted that he would manage the situation effectively. After years of experience, Marco had risen from being an intern to the captain of the 1st Division, possessing formidable strength and adeptly handling affairs, earning the unwavering trust of his crew. Are you saying that a small village near Old Man's hometown was attacked by a pirate crew? This is Whitebeard's territory. Who dares to inflict harm? This matter is still under investigation. The men below will report back as soon as they have news. Given the village's proximity to the Old Man's hometown and your oversight, we are treating this with utmost seriousness. The messenger was named Macrez, a crew member under Marco's command, with a bounty of 300 million berries. He was indeed a notable pirate. I have always protected the Old Man's hometown, and its location is elusive. How could a pirate crew have breached its defenses? Marco felt a surge of anger for him. Certain matters were untouchable, and the Old Man's hometown was a crucial line he would not allow to be crossed. The homeland of Edward Newgate, Whitebeard, had always been under Marco's vigilant watch. Moreover, this place was exceedingly secretive, rarely discovered by outsiders. The village that recently suffered a calamity is not the hometown of the old man, yet lies in close proximity to it, serving as a gateway to his ancestral home. Should this place be ravaged, the old man's homeland would inevitably be laid bare to the gaze of outsiders, Marquez stated with grave seriousness. In the event of the destruction of an ordinary village, Marquez would have been able to handle the matter himself. However, given its connection to the old man's homeland, he felt compelled to report it to Malgao for consultation. We must undoubtedly bolster our security measures. What is the current situation in the village? Malgao harbored a glimmer of hope, for this was the territory of the Whitebeard, and who would dare to indiscriminately slaughter innocent civilians. The present condition is that nearly all the residents of the village have been slaughtered. Only one individual named Ron has managed to escape, Marquez reported. Due to its vicinity to the Whitebeard's homeland, the Whitebeard pirates had always been particularly attentive to the population of these small villages, knowing each resident's name with utmost clarity. Newcomer Ron had naturally been recorded, yet the Whitebeard pirates had never interfered with the normal functioning of this village, which seemed to exist in a state of idyllic tranquility. Ron could be considered the last ember of this village. I implore you to locate him. I wish to personally mentor him, Malgao declared with utmost seriousness. He held the old man's homeland in high regard, ensuring it was well cared for. Though this small village was not technically part of the old man's homeland, it was nevertheless in close proximity. We must conduct thorough investigations of the villages near the old man's homeland. All gateways to his homeland must be safeguarded. I sincerely hope that such incidents do not occur again, Malgao expressed with great indignation. After delegating a few more tasks, he returned to his libations, leaving such trivial matters to his subordinates. For as captain of the First Division, he could not afford to intervene personally. Indeed, I shall conduct a thorough investigation, Marquez replied earnestly to Malgao before departing to pursue the matter at hand. Little did Ron anticipate that the small village he called home was situated near the homeland of Whitebeard, serving as its gateway. He was oblivious to the fact that the tranquility of his village was a result of Whitebeard's protection. Moreover, he had no inkling that his name had been recorded, now known even to Malgao. Upon returning, Marquez immediately instructed his subordinates to seek out Ron, directing them based on the information at hand. Loenma, take a contingent of men and head in that direction. I suspect he may have drifted out to sea, and it is quite possible he has met with misfortune. However, we must see him alive, or at the very least, recover his remains. If he is still alive, Captain Malgao intends to personally mentor him, Marquez said with unwavering seriousness, recognizing Ron's potential to become Malgao's apprentice, thus ensuring his safety. Loenma was a dedicated and responsible officer under Marquez, with a bounty of 80 million berries. He was also one of the more formidable members of Marquez's crew, tasked with the search over the open sea. Thus, the Whitebeard pirates commenced their search for Ron. Meanwhile, Ron had washed ashore on a small island, embarking on his own training regimen. His ability to transform was limited, as he had recently consumed a devil fruit, and his comprehension of its powers was still in its infancy. Only 3 minutes? And these 3 minutes feel akin to Ultraman's transformation. Once the time is up, my strength dissipates, Ron lamented. While he recognized the fruit's immense potential, its current limitations frustrated him. Perhaps Ultraman is superior. He can unleash dynamic light waves, whereas my transformation only grants me a slight enhancement in power without significant augmentation. He mused, demonstrating his strength by uprooting a large tree with a single punch. This power appears formidable, yet it requires charging. And in this form, my body feels somewhat cumbersome and unyielding. During combat, who will afford me the luxury of time to gather strength. Thus, he resolved to enhance his agility training. Ron was no longer the individual he once was after experiencing such events. He had undergone a transformation, realizing the world was far from peaceful. To thrive, he must diligently strive to grow stronger. Only by becoming more powerful could he hope to navigate this world. Otherwise, he would not dare to venture deep into this island, for the threat of ferocious beasts loomed ominously. I suspect this form is not my ultimate manifestation. In this state, my body remains somewhat heavy and unwieldy. I must continue to practice my jumps and evasive maneuvers, he resolved. Thus, Ron commenced a life of rigorous training in the mountains, oblivious to the passage of time. Chapter 3. The Pirate Poacher. In this secluded wilderness, Ron dedicated each day to earnest self-improvement. Initially, he confined his movements to the periphery of the small island, hesitant to delve deeper, even when foraging for wild fruits. He was acutely aware of his ordinary nature. Despite having recently acquired the formidable powers of a devil fruit, he understood that this alone did not guarantee strength. Thus, he persisted in training at the outskirts, enhancing his physical prowess while subsisting on wild fruits to stave off hunger. As time passed, He eventually depleted the wild fruits available at the island's edge, signaling that it was time to venture further into the depths of the forest. Such a densely wooded island was bound to harbor numerous ferocious beasts, and it was high time to engage in combat with these creatures. It would serve to invigorate his body, for after days of consuming only fruits, it was undoubtedly impacting his ability to harness the powers of the fruit. After all, it seemed rather unreasonable for a being of his stature to sustain himself solely on fruits. Of course, many large animals are herbivorous, elephants, for instance, and even the ancient triceratops were massive plant eaters. Their immense bodies thrived on vegetation. However, Ron was human, and despite possessing an extraordinarily powerful fruit, he was not an animal. As he ventured deeper into the woods, he finally encountered some wild beasts. A vibrant tiger, adorned with a few distinctive markings, emerged, its gaze fixed intently on Ron. It did not attack, merely emitting a low, menacing growl as a warning, indicating its agitation and urging Ron to vacate its territory. Having never crossed paths before, "Let me offer you the honor of becoming my first meal." Ron unexpectedly bowed to the tiger, leaving the creature somewhat bewildered. What was this gesture? Was it an indication of an impending attack? In truth, the tiger sensed the authenticity of the moment. Ron's action stemmed from gratitude for the sustenance the tiger provided. In the next instant, he sprang into action. He dashed forward, swiftly transforming his movement into a powerful punch aimed directly at the tiger's head. But what is a tiger? It is the sovereign of this realm, having witnessed countless spectacles. After deftly evading the blow, the tiger launched its own counterattack. However, just as it was halfway through its assault, it suddenly bolted to the side, as if startled by something. Could it be that I have awakened an aura of dominance, striking fear into the heart of this formidable beast? Ron found it somewhat astonishing. The cause was not merely his imposing aura, but rather the fact that his rigorous training had rendered him significantly more immense. The sudden emergence of such a colossal figure naturally instilled a profound sense of intimidation. A towering presence inherently possesses an air of dominance. Legend has it that the illustrious Xiongyu, known as the hegemon king of Chu, was once a reluctant learner in his youth, showing little inclination towards any form of study, including military strategy. Yet, when it came to warfare, he exhibited remarkable valor and seldom faced defeat. The underlying reason for his prowess lay in his extraordinary height and robust physique, standing like a towering pillar. He instilled fear in those who beheld him, causing them to hesitate in his presence. In a similar vein, Ron now found himself in a comparable predicament. His stature had soared to approximately 6 meters, a height that could indeed be quite daunting. Consequently, the tiger began to flee in trepidation. "Do not think of escaping. I have already expressed my gratitude to you, and you must not depart." At this moment, Ron was no longer the novice who had first acquired this fruit. After a period of rigorous training, his speed had significantly improved, and he had gained a substantial degree of control over his current physique. He sprinted swiftly, his towering height contributing to his remarkable velocity. The tiger, in a desperate bid for survival, fled with all its might. What had once been a mere human, easily crushed in the tiger's jaws, had now transformed into this formidable giant. Alas, it was futile. The tiger could not escape. Ron seized its tail and yanked it back with ease. Thus, Ron indulged in a feast of tiger meat. Had I unknowingly become this powerful? Ron felt a flicker of joy, but he soon cast that thought aside. The world is replete with formidable individuals, and one must never succumb to arrogance, lest they meet a grim fate. After consuming the tiger's flesh, Ron ventured deeper into the island, eager to discover the wild creatures that awaited him for combat. Perhaps this tiger was not the mightiest of them all. Time passed, and many large beasts of the forest found their way into his belly. Ron is not a cruel individual. He bows in gratitude to the animals before consuming them, acknowledging their sacrifice. He realizes he can no longer partake in this practice, for continued consumption may transform this island into an ordinary place, devoid of its diverse fauna. Disrupting the ecological balance here would be detrimental. Perhaps it is time to depart. In recent days, Ron has resumed his fasting, subsisting on wild fruits, and is preparing to leave in a couple of days. He has honed every conceivable exercise he could envision. However, to swiftly attain strength, mere self-discipline is insufficient for true enhancement. Even with formidable prowess, a single individual cannot contend against many. In this world, one person struggles to stir significant change. Joining the Navy is imperative, as it offers scientifically sound training methods and the means to effectively combat those despicable pirates. In Ron S. heart, pirates have never embodied a commendable image. He harbors little fondness for the many rogues that plague this world. Following his recent experiences, his disdain for pirates has deepened. Thus, he has resolved to align himself with the Navy, determined to eradicate piracy to the fullest extent. If such events can transpire in a peaceful village, how many others are suffering under the tyranny of pirates? It was on this very island that he encountered a peculiar creature, an enormous beast unlike anything he had ever seen. Far larger than the usual fauna, rendering many creatures here defenseless against it. How intriguing! He is compelled to discover the nature of this strange animal. Laughter escapes him as he senses an approach. Clearly, the unusual creature must be Ron. Could it be a devil fruit user? Regardless of whether it possesses such powers, capturing such a rare specimen would surely fetch a handsome price. One can only imagine the whims of the celestial dragons nowadays. Indeed, if it were a devil fruit user, it might even attract considerable interest. As the voices draw nearer, Ron feels a twinge of anxiety. He is well acquainted with the significance of rare animals. Among the four emperors, Charlotte Linlin has a particular penchant for collecting them. Initially, he speculates that these individuals may be affiliated with her, but it soon becomes apparent that they are not. These individuals likely intend to capture Ron and sell him to the celestial dragons. Chapter 4. The Vile Brothers. At present, he must conceal himself within the dense foliage. Are you certain he hasn't left? Rest assured, our team has conducted thorough surveillance. He should still be here. Very well, this time we shall bring him back. It will undoubtedly be a significant achievement. The two continue their conversation, gradually closing in on Ron. Ron felt a tinge of anxiety as he stood on the small island, having escaped from his humble village. Though he had consumed the devil fruit, he had yet to engage in a formal skirmish with any pirates. Just as he was contemplating his next course of action, he was already discovered. This seems rather ordinary, remarked a burly man with a scruffy beard and a scarred arm. You do not grasp his potential. Once he transforms, you will realize he is undoubtedly one of the strangest creatures in existence. A slender figure, tall and similarly adorned with a scruffy beard and a scarred visage, interjected, "In that case, let us proceed." They had no intention of negotiating with Ron, and upon spotting him, they immediately drew their weapons. It appeared that pirates had a penchant for drawing their guns at the first sign of conflict. Ron instinctively launched his assault. He swiftly charged forward, directly aiming to confront the burly man. Could he possibly be quicker than a bullet? The burly man's eyes were filled with disdain as he aimed his gun at Ron and pulled the trigger. Indeed, it was rather foolish. There was no need to kill him. Merely incapacitating him for capture would suffice. The lean man echoed this sentiment, aiming his handgun at Ron's legs. To them, Ron appeared merely as a slightly stronger beast, utterly outmatched by their firearms. As Ron commenced his sprint, he began to undergo a transformation, his stature soaring and his physique becoming colossal. The two men, one stout and the other slender, gazed upon him with gleaming eyes, akin to those who have stumbled upon a priceless treasure approaching them. Without hesitation, they swiftly began to pull the triggers of their weapons. Such a substantial target should be an easy mark. It would be absurd if they failed to hit him. However, their aspirations were thwarted. Ron had been rigorously training for a considerable time. Although he had never engaged in combat with another human, he had consistently competed against formidable beasts, honing his speed to capture those large creatures. Consequently, he swiftly approached the two men, seizing their arms and swinging them with ease. In an instant, their bodies lost balance, rendering them unable to fire their weapons. Ron whirled them around and slammed them down, reminiscent of the Hulk's capture of Loki. However, unlike the Hulk, Ron employed both hands in his assault. Occasionally, the two formidable men would collide midair. Typically, in the world of pirates, one would merely need to incapacitate their foes. Yet Ron held a different perspective. His values diverged from Luffy's. Upon arriving in this world, he witnessed countless villagers being pillaged. And it was evident that those pirates did not merely subdue the villagers, but engaged in relentless thievery and brutality, leaving a path of destruction in their wake. The more Ron pondered, the more his fury intensified, and his movements remained relentless. Due to the overwhelming speed and force, the two men became disoriented. Stripped of their will to resist, they began to plead for mercy, crying out for their lives, yet Ron showed no signs of relenting. After all, they intended to sell Ron to the celestial dragons. Sparing them now would be akin to a lapse in his intelligence. Their desperate cries echoed as he continued his frenzied assault, eventually drawing the attention of others. This time, it was not just two men who sought to apprehend Ron, but an entire gang. The two men were among the stronger members of their group. If they failed to subdue Ron and allowed him to escape, the outside forces were poised to encircle him. The urgency was palpable. What is going on? Go check it out. Have the Vale brothers faltered? inquired a figure clad in a scarlet cloak, wielding a pistol in one hand and a sword at his waist, crowned with a pirate hat and sporting a red beard. If any Navy personnel were present, they would undoubtedly recognize him as one of the more notorious pirates in the region, Kolo Crass, with a bounty of 30 million berries. This bounty, while formidable, was insufficient to ensure survival in the New World, yet at present, it had not reached inflationary heights, and he was merely engaged in trade with Sabaody Archipelago. Having traversed the seas, Ron was now perilously close to Sabaody. Captain Kolo, it appears the Vale brothers have perished, reported a scout upon returning. Is that so? I shall investigate. Surround the area. If anyone emerges, shoot to apprehend, Kolo commanded. The Vale brothers were among Kolo Crass's most capable subordinates, and if they could not subdue Ron, he would have to intervene personally. As he ventured deeper into the thicket, Kolo beheld Ron still mercilessly hurling the two men. Their bodies were battered and bloodied, and it seemed they would not survive. Witnessing such a sight tugged at Kolo's heart. It took considerable effort to cultivate such subordinates, and losing them would necessitate him undertaking such captures himself in the future. However, the sight of Ron's imposing figure swiftly eclipsed his sorrow. Capturing a person of Ron's caliber would fetch a handsome price. The loss of two subordinates paled in comparison. At that moment, it appeared Ron had lost all semblance of reason. Kolo swiftly drew his pistol, aiming for Ron's knee and pulling the trigger. Yet, in the next heartbeat, an astonishing event unfolded. Ron had inexplicably vanished from sight, leaving no trace of his whereabouts. However, he had been acutely aware that someone would come, and from the very outset, he understood that such a capture would typically involve multiple assailants. Thus, he had to prepare for the possibility of a coordinated effort against him. He chose to wait for others to enter rather than expose himself to an encirclement. More crucially, at that moment, Ron lacked the perceptive abilities to discern the number of individuals present, making it prudent to remain deep within the forest. This proved advantageous, as he had become intimately familiar with the terrain over time. Upon noticing an intruder, he was poised to launch his counterattack, continuing to grapple with the two adversaries to instill a sense of disorientation in them. Having transformed, Ron now towered in stature, his field of vision greatly expanded, allowing him to spot the man clad in pirate attire with a crimson beard the moment he entered. As the red-bearded assailant readied himself for an attack, Ron leapt into action. His extensive training had augmented his jumping ability to approximately 3 meters, creating the illusion of his sudden disappearance. In that instant, he descended with force, landing a decisive blow upon the pirate's abdomen. Ron possessed limited offensive capabilities, relying solely on his own strength. With a single strike, the red-bearded foe lost all ability to move, his life extinguished. Chapter 5. The Annihilation of 4. Had Ron been aware that the bounty on Kalakras was 30 million, he would have been utterly astonished. He had managed to eliminate a pirate with such a substantial bounty in a mere instant. This outcome was, in part, due to Kalakras' overconfidence. For many years, he had engaged in trade with the first island of Sabaody. With his established connections and unique methods, he seldom encountered failure. Thus, he approached this mission with his customary nonchalance, preparing to effortlessly conclude his work and collect the bounty. His demeanor was far from serious, compounded by his lack of understanding of Ron's true capabilities. Before he could fully unleash the potential of his 30 million bounty, he was swiftly vanquished by Ron. At this moment, Ron gazed at the lifeless body beneath his feet. It appeared to belong to an individual resembling a captain, adorned in garb akin to that of Roger, crimson attire complemented by a flowing cape, topped with a quintessential pirate hat. Should he don this ensemble to carve a path through the chaos? After a moment's contemplation, Ron resolved that this course of action was indeed prudent. Although the dense forest provided a strategic advantage against the impending assault, his familiarity with the surroundings would serve him well. Yet, with the opposing captain now defeated by his hand, it was evident that formidable foes were scarce outside. Thus, this represented an opportune moment. Remaining concealed in the depths of the woodland would render him excessively passive. After the downfall of this pirate crew, it was inevitable that others would soon arrive. Ron believes in his own allure. Perhaps, aside from the mermaids, he is also exceptionally captivating. Having dealt with this pirate crew, it is certain that other bands of pirates will emerge, leading to an endless barrage of assaults from numerous adversaries. Even with Ron's immense strength, it would be an insurmountable challenge. Given this situation, since several formidable opponents aboard the enemy ship are likely deceased, now might present an opportune moment to venture forth. Ron merely made a rough judgment, which could be considered a gamble. By donning this attire, he aimed to provide an air of familiarity to those outside. If he could prevail, he would engage. If not, he would flee. As long as he stepped outside clad in this garb, others would undoubtedly call out to him, and the name they uttered would reveal his identity. Thus, Ron removed the corpse from the clothing and adorned himself with the garment. When Ron is not transformed, his height is quite average, making the fit of the clothing he wears nearly perfect. After donning the outfit, Ron strode out with an air of confidence. Although he still felt a hint of nervousness, he was determined to walk with an unaffected demeanor. "Captain, where are you headed?" After Ron stepped outside, he lowered his head and pressed his hand against the brim of his hat, stealing glances from the corners of his eyes to ascertain the number of individuals present. He then contemplated turning his back on them and departing, curious to hear how they referred to him. To his surprise, he heard them proclaim themselves as captains. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that there were indeed 10 of them. However, these 10 were armed with firearms, making a swift resolution rather challenging. Ron had never been shot. Yet he understood that he could not endure this pressure any longer. What if he faltered? Lowering the weapon had ensured safety. The 2 of them had already dealt with that individual. There was no longer any need for such tension among everyone. Ron attempted to issue commands to them, curious to see if they would comply. After all, he had never heard the captain's voice and was unable to imitate it. "Let us prepare for the banquet, for we are on the brink of prosperity. My throat feels a bit uncomfortable. I shall go adjust it." Ron, fearing that they might detect the peculiarity in his voice, concocted a falsehood while simultaneously testing their obedience to his commands. To his surprise, they complied, and everyone set about preparing for the banquet. It seemed these individuals had often succeeded in their endeavors before. Their vigilance had waned. Alternatively, it could be that they had previously collaborated with others, and upon securing their prey, there was no one left to contest their claim. Ron walked aside, surveying the current situation. 10 individuals were arranging a banquet, while the pirate ship lay anchored a short distance away. Naturally, among these 10, some must harbor suspicions towards him, though none have yet betrayed their thoughts. As he observed the unfolding scene, he pondered how he might extricate himself. What ails the captain? Why has he not come forth? The tone of his voice has shifted, possibly indicating some discomfort, perhaps a cold. Yet, I am truly eager to witness this extraordinary creature. Once the weird brothers emerge, we must take a good look. Indeed. Let us first attend to our tasks and prepare a celebratory feast. It seems fortune is set to smile upon us. Or else why would the captain be so eager for a banquet? The group bantered and laughed, though some remained wary, occasionally glancing at Ron's condition. After much contemplation, Ron could devise no better plan and decided to hasten towards the ship to see if he could board. However, another concern loomed. If he managed to board but could not set sail swiftly, it might provoke a backlash from these individuals. It would be perilous indeed if so many were caught in the crossfire. What kind of feast would it be without meat? Aside from that remarkable creature, there were various large animals here. How many could they hunt and bring back? The remaining individuals could then prepare the provisions. After a day of toil, these people were undoubtedly famished. Upon hearing Ron's suggestion, some realized there were indeed animals here, and the prospect of a hearty meal was appealing. They could transport the extraordinary creature the following day and secure a substantial profit. Thus, 4 individuals ventured into the depths of the forest. As they disappeared into the thicket, Ron followed suit. The others noted the captain's apparent absence but dismissed it, for what need was there for the captain to explain his actions to them? Ron dashed inside, biding his time for the opportune moment. As the 4 individuals dispersed slightly, he swiftly launched his assault. With a decisive blow, he shattered one man's skull and deftly seized the firearm from his grasp. The entire sequence unfolded with remarkable rapidity. Just as the victim collapsed, his companion, caught off guard, began to react, but Ron was already firing at him with the stolen gun. Positioned closely, this individual was the first to register the attack on his comrade. Although Ron's shot did not strike a fatal target, it wounded the man in the leg. Without hesitation, Ron advanced and delivered a fatal punch, reclaiming the firearm once more. Meanwhile, the 2 others in the distance sensed something amiss and turned around, yet found nothing out of the ordinary. In a sudden descent, Ron seized both of their heads and forcefully collided them together, extinguishing their lives. After dispatching 4 adversaries, Ron still felt no sense of relief, for 6 more remained outside. How would he proceed with the remaining 6? Chapter 6. The Annihilation of the Chloroclus Pirates. Why have they not returned yet? You lot, go and check. Indeed. The current situation is highly suspicious. Those who entered the forest have yet to re-emerge. With so many individuals present, they should not be unable to handle a single large beast. Truly, it is a disgrace. Although Ron has become quite suspicious, his crew remains oblivious. Perhaps due to a long-standing fear of their captain. Consequently, they may have never dared to look him in the eye, nor have they perceived any oddities in his behavior. Even if they did, they would not express their concerns. Upon hearing the captain's orders, for more individuals, armed with their firearms, ventured into the forest, determined to uncover what had transpired. Now, only 2 individuals remain outside. Ron gradually approached them as they continued to prepare for the banquet. You two are quite impressive indeed. Taken aback by Ron's unexpected praise, the 2 young pirates felt a sense of bewilderment. There existed a certain distance between them and their captain. A common phenomenon in hierarchical relationships where subordinates often harbor a hint of trepidation towards their superiors. In this particular pirate crew, the dynamic was notably unique. While some crews foster camaraderie among their members, this one seemed more characterized by a clear distinction between ranks, with significant distance between the junior and senior members. This disparity rendered Ron's compliment somewhat startling for the 2. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. We shall certainly strive to do our best. In the future, we will work diligently for you, just like everyone else. Upon hearing this, Ron discerned that these 2 were likely newcomers to the crew, colloquially referred to as interns in this world. Ah, so you 2 are the interns aboard this ship, is that correct? Indeed, Captain. My name is Kuchi, and I have been here for 6 months. A rather splendid name, Ron remarked. Ron nodded in agreement. Captain, my name is Pace, and I've been here for half a year. Upon witnessing his good companion Kuchi receiving praise, Pace naturally felt compelled to introduce himself as well. Do you know what kind of business our pirate crew engages in? A newcomer who has been with the crew for 6 months would naturally be well aware of our operations. However, Ron still felt the urge to inquire. He was curious about their motivations for joining this place. A pirate crew engaged in trade with Sabaody Archipelago No. 1 was destined to partake in rather unsavory dealings. The fact that so many individuals, even interns, were drawn to such distasteful business was perplexing. Of course, we aim to trade with Sabaody Archipelago No. 1. Each time we do, we acquire substantial wealth, Kuchi explained. It seems you are quite familiar with our operations, Kuchi. You truly are an excellent crew member. And I suspect a promotion may be in your near future. Thank you, Captain. Kuchi felt elated by the captain's sudden warmth. It was a rare occurrence, as the captain had never regarded him in such a light, not even knowing his name. This was the first time in 6 months that the captain had engaged with him in such a manner. What are your aspirations? Upon joining our pirate crew, what plans do you envision for the future? This was a perfectly reasonable question. Typically, a captain would pose such inquiries. Within a pirate crew, it often falls upon the captain to lead everyone towards prosperity, with the methods of entrepreneurship reflecting each captain's individual philosophy. Nevertheless, many captains resort to the most straightforward approach of outright theft, subsequently distributing the spoils among the crew, to inspire loyalty among their subordinates. The most tangible means is through the equitable distribution of wealth. Of course, there are also crews in this world that foster genuine bonds, navigating the seas together through shared tribulations and fortunes. However, such camaraderie can be described as that of adventurers in this world, rather than pirates. Many pirates operate under the command of their captain, raiding and competing for treasures. In such a crew, the primary bond between superiors and subordinates is often the allocation of riches. Ron, having experience traversing different realms, understood the significance of envisioning possibilities. As a captain of a pirate crew, akin to a proprietor, he recognized the necessity of painting dreams for his crew, to inspire his subordinates to labor diligently. Occasionally indulging in the art of aspiration could foster camaraderie. It was paramount to discuss ideals rather than mere material wealth. After all, wealth was rightfully the privilege of the owner, while the employees strived for the sake of their aspirations, embodying the true essence of values. It may sound amusing, but our aspiration is to become the aristocracy of the world. Pace, too, resolutely affirmed this ambition. Oh, such a noble aspiration. What drives the desire to attain world aristocracy? Upon hearing Ron's inquiry, Pace felt a tinge of embarrassment. Nevertheless, he elaborated. In the first island of Sabaody, all nobles must heed the whims of the world aristocrats. Where even seating arrangements reflect disparities, ordinary nobles are relegated to the lower tiers, whereas world aristocrats possess their own exclusive seats. The treasures they covet are beyond the competition of others, and the common populace must kneel in reverence as they pass by. Truly, it is an awe-inspiring sight. Indeed. How commendable to possess such dreams and ambitions. Ron patted Pace on the shoulder while casting a glance at Kiki. What are your aspirations? Are they akin to his? My ambition is to become a king, to possess all the riches of this realm, to plunder the populace at will. and to summon the wealth and women of their households to my palace, Kiki replied, his cheeks flushing slightly with embarrassment at his candidness. Yet, since Ron had inquired, he spoke freely. Excellent, excellent, Ron remarked, your dream shall soon come to fruition. Ron burst into laughter. Once he finished, he immediately sprang into action, forcefully slamming the heads of the two individuals together with all his might. Caught off guard, they succumbed instantly. After eliminating them, Ron realized that the four others had been deep in the forest for quite some time and decided it was time to confront them as well. Armed with a gun, he ventured into the heart of the woods. Meanwhile, the four individuals had discovered the lifeless bodies of their companions, filling them with dread. How could they have perished? Were they not here to hunt? Who could have committed such a brutal act? It felt perilous. Perhaps it would be wiser to retreat. How would they explain this to the captain upon their return? They could only speak the truth, for the current predicament was beyond their control. Furthermore, where were the Weir brothers? Did anyone else find the captain peculiar? The captain? His voice seemed somewhat strange, perhaps due to a cold. Yet, why did it feel as though the captain had been replaced? Why else would he act so oddly and not return with the Weir brothers? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, a figure descended from above, delivering a crushing blow to his skull, resulting in immediate death. The others had yet to comprehend the situation when Ron reappeared, swiftly twisting the neck of the next individual before making his escape. What on earth was happening? Was there a ghost haunting them? At that moment, only two remained, paralyzed with terror. Chapter 7. The next course of action. There are no ghosts. It was I who dispatched them. Ron emerged from the shadows, revealing his imposing stature. Now, only the two of you remain in the pirate crew. If you wish to preserve your lives, lay down your weapons and surrender. Ron now towers at a formidable height of 6 meters, exuding an overwhelming presence to the ordinary onlooker. Furthermore, having witnessed the lifeless bodies of so many companions, these two individuals undeniably exhibit signs of tension. Yet, they remain steadfast with their weapons drawn, perhaps under the delusion that they stand as my adversaries. Ron fixed his gaze upon them. Feeling the intensity of Ron's eyes and sensing his formidable presence, the two were filled with trepidation and subsequently lowered their pistols. Now that I have dispatched every member of your pirate crew, if you wish to preserve your lives, you must heed my commands. The two nodded fervently in agreement. Ron stepped forward and crushed their firearms beneath his feet. Then, as if lifting a couple of chicks, he hoisted the two individuals into his grasp. Thus, he carried them out of the forest. Ron has successfully acquired most of the firearms and ammunition, securing them for himself. The remaining two individuals are entirely unarmed. At this moment, this vessel belongs solely to the three of us. I shall claim 90% of the riches, while the two of you will share the remaining 10%. Do you have any objections? Naturally, the two men shook their heads vigorously. Even if Ron were to demand the entirety of the spoils, they would not dare voice any dissent. Very well. May I ask for your names? Ron inquired. I am. The slender one began. Enough. You shall henceforth be known as Slender, Ron interrupted, then pointed at the other individual. And you will be called Plump. The two, naturally, dared not voice their objections. Now, the task is assigned. You two shall navigate the vessel to the nearest inhabited isle. For Ron, survival in this world was indeed arduous. He often reflected on the sheer fortune he had when he first traversed to that quaint village, where there were people to care for him, friends to share companionship, and meals to savor. Now, adrift in the sea, he could scarcely discern the direction of the ocean. Living alone was profoundly isolating. Many tasks fell solely upon him, and he had to confront numerous perils. The thought that such a once beautiful existence had been shattered filled Ron with fury. He harbored a deep-seated animosity towards the pirate known as Hu Lang, along with countless others of his ilk. It was certain that many, like him, had seen their homes obliterated and were left to wander aimlessly. To avoid being victimized, one must grow stronger, to ensure a better life for more individuals. One must wield greater power and alter the rules of this world. Otherwise, tragedies akin to Ron's would unfold daily within this realm. He glanced at the compass. Yet, life must persist. The events that had transpired were immutable. Even in the face of profound sorrow and anguish, one could only forge ahead. Upon hearing Ron's words, Plump promptly presented a compass for Ron's inspection. It was merely an ordinary compass, indicating that Ron was not in the New World. Had he been? The compass would bear a distinct style, as depicted in the anime with Nami's compass, which features 3 needles pointing in different directions. Navigating the Grand Line necessitated one's judgment to select the optimal route. Conversely, if one was not in the New World, a single compass sufficed. Observing this singular compass, Ron felt a modicum of relief. The New World was fraught with danger. I ask you, who is the current Admiral of the Navy? These individuals frequently operated around Sabaody Archipelago Number 1, and they should have the opportunity to be privy to such information. The current Admiral is Sengoku. Indeed, they possess this knowledge. Hearing the Slender One's reply, Ron felt another wave of relief. Had the current Admiral been Kong, it would signal a perilous era. Back in his tranquil village, life was steady, and the outside world remained a mystery. Ron often pondered if he could simply live out his days in peace there. He had hoped that perhaps this era was not one dominated by Admiral Kong or Sengoku, but rather a postmodern age for the Navy. A time when the world had been pacified. It now appeared that they were indeed in the age of exploration. Although this era was characterized by exploration, Ron believed it to be less perilous than the Rocks era. Not being well-versed in the maritime calendar, Ron could only glean insights from the current appointments of officials. Now I ask you, have you heard of a pirate named Monkey D. Luffy? Has there been any ruckus caused by someone named Monkey D. Luffy in Sabaody Archipelago? Monkey D. Luffy? I haven't heard of him, Plump replied. From the response, Ron deduced that they were likely before the Marineford War. Luffy may have set sail or perhaps had not yet embarked. If he had already taken to the seas, he would likely still be engaged in skirmishes in lesser locales. Having yet to reach Sabaody Archipelago, should he have arrived there and instigated chaos akin to the celestial dragons, the entire island would have been aware. Now, who are the current warlords of the sea? I'm not very clear on that either. The two, Plump and Slender, were unaware of these matters. Nevertheless, Ron had gathered a general understanding. He could now peruse some newspapers to ascertain the current era. From a broader perspective, it was likely prior to the Marineford War. You two need to be diligent. Once you locate a small island, dock the vessel. If you obey, I shall spare you. Ron believed that neither of them would dare navigate the ship into treacherous waters, as both valued their lives and understood the necessity of sailing with caution. However, Ron misjudged the malevolence of the ruthless pirates and underestimated their intentions. Crucially, he was unfamiliar with the maritime routes and the sea's treacherous paths. Although the larger man and the slender one appeared obedient, they secretly exchanged glances filled with unspoken intentions. The entire crew of the Chloroclus pirate group had perished, leaving only these two survivors, and the identity of their companion's murderer was unmistakable. It was the monster. They had thoroughly scouted the island beforehand, confirming that no one else remained alive. Only that creature could have vanquished their crew. The monster's formidable strength spoke volumes of its immense value, yet Ron was oblivious to where the ship should head. If they could steer the vessel to the Sabaody Archipelago and seize the opportunity to escape, they could later gather allies to ambush the creature, reaping substantial rewards. It was rumored that a celestial dragon had a particular fondness for powerful pirates as their mounts. The larger and slender man exchanged silent glances, often communicating through subtle expressions, their faces betraying sinister smiles. Chapter 8. Arrival at the Sabaody Archipelago. While the larger man and the slender one plotted against Ron, he contemplated surveying their surroundings. Indeed, the three of them might coexist peacefully aboard the ship, yet once they set foot on land, everything would change. Thus, Ron believed that while they remained on the vessel, the two would be diligent in their navigation, for any mishap could spell doom for all three. However, once they reached the shore, he suspected these two might not adhere to his guidance. Having spent considerable time aboard a pirate ship, it was rare for anyone not to harbor a ruthless disposition. Consequently, Ron remained vigilant, wary of potential treachery, for in this world, vigilance was prudent. Pirates were notorious for their cunning and treachery. Therefore, Ron frequently peered through his telescope, observing the distant scenery. Below, the larger man and the slender one exchanged thoughts regarding Ron's demeanor. Do you think he has caught on to our scheme? The larger man inquired. I doubt it, replied the slender one, casting a glance at Ron before continuing. He appears to be quite the savage. Although he asks us many questions, I believe he has not traversed many places and is utterly unaware that the island before us is the Sabaody Archipelago. The larger man pondered this, noting that Ron's inquiries were perplexing. Wasn't the current marshal well known? Everyone was aware that it was Sengoku. And then he asks if a pirate named Monkey D. Luffy has caused a ruckus at the Sabaody Archipelago. Is there truly such a figure? Thus, they concluded that Ron, resembling a naive savage, likely had no comprehension of the present circumstances and would not recognize the significance of the Sabaody Archipelago. Furthermore, even if he did recognize it, would he grasp the island's true purpose? The slender man chuckled, sharing the jest with the larger one. Indeed, the savage would remain oblivious to the fact that this island was their stronghold. At that moment, Ron also leaped down. Could you both describe what island lies ahead? So wondrous, adorned with enormous bubbles? Ron certainly beheld the immense bubble, a distinctive cultural phenomenon of the Bubble Islands, among which the most renowned is undoubtedly the Shambodi archipelago. Thus, Ron had already discerned that these two individuals harbored ulterior motives in bringing him to Shambodi. This island is home to Silba's really, albeit not the most illustrious figure here, as he lives in seclusion. The island's fame primarily stems from its unique bubble culture, and its breathtaking scenery has rendered it a veritable paradise for numerous pirate poachers. Many of these marauders thrive here, adept at hunting mermaids and other rare species. They often collaborate with the Doflamingo family and occasionally capture the captains of rival pirate crews. Given the current circumstances, the intentions of these two individuals have become manifest. They evidently seek to eliminate Ron on the island. This island, a truly magical place known as the Shambodi archipelago, boasts exquisite landscapes. Seeing that you have journeyed from such a distance, it is likely you have never encountered such beauty. Thus they wish to show it to you. The lean man enthusiastically introduced it to Ron. Casting a glance at the fat man that conveyed a message, look at this savage who knows nothing of the Shambodi archipelago. How could he possibly comprehend their intentions? Ah, it truly is a magnificent island, and I am filled with anticipation. How much farther do we have to travel to reach this island? Ron continued to inquire. Isn't it almost here? It's merely a 10-minute journey. The portly fellow chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed, the scenery is splendid, though I prefer to relish it in solitude. At that moment, Ron seized both the rotund man and the slender one, leaping high into the air. With a forceful clash, he brought their heads together, resulting in their untimely demise, after which he cast their lifeless bodies into the sea. The archipelago of Sabaody served as the stronghold for these human traffickers, where many survived by collaborating with the Don Quixote family, engaging in transactions understood only by the upper echelons of society. Gazing at the distant island, Ron contemplated that he ultimately needed to make landfall here. The proximity to the Navy headquarters raised the question, could he enlist directly? Of course. The primary concern remained how to survive on this island and seek an opportunity to reach the naval dock. The vessel numbered 6069 was under naval jurisdiction upon landing. He would seek it out. Throughout the voyage, Ron had been observing how the two men navigated the ship, absorbing some knowledge of seamanship. Nautical skills were paramount on these vast waters. Without proficiency, navigating the sea would be exceedingly challenging. Beyond that, numerous skills awaited his mastery, such as marksmanship. Confronting this pirate crew had demanded considerable effort and cunning strategies from him. Lacking the mastery of hockey, he found himself unable to withstand the onslaught of bullets. Moreover, having never handled a firearm before, his shooting skills were abysmal. In his attempts to engage the pirates, he struggled to hit his targets. Thus, there remained much for Ron to learn. Both navigation and shooting were critical. With just a few minutes left of the journey, he was left to steer the ship alone. What seemed straightforward in observation proved challenging in practice, extending the journey from a mere 10 minutes to over 20. However, as he gradually gained confidence, Ron felt that steering the vessel was not as daunting as it initially appeared. Finally, he arrived at the Sabaody archipelago, expecting to catch his breath. Yet, before he could even disembark, he was greeted. Kurokurasu. Ha ha ha. What treasures have you brought back this time? Ron was also unfortunate. The pirate ship bore a massive pirate logo on its sails, serving as the emblem of this pirate crew. Consequently, it was only natural for some individuals to assume that the Kurokura's pirate crew had returned. The current situation is that mermaids have become increasingly elusive, and the coveted auction items are harder to acquire. Moreover, personally hunting them has become quite cumbersome. As a result, certain pirate crews have begun to focus on the foreign pirate ships arriving at the Sabaody archipelago or those venturing out to hunt. It is rumored that the Kurokura's pirate crew has recently secured a lucrative deal. Thus, the notorious Scarface is filled with curiosity, waiting on the seas each day for Kurokura's to return. Today, his anticipation was indeed fulfilled. Ron gazed at the imposing scar on the leader's face, which was rather disconcerting. Surrounding him was a menacing group of henchmen, causing an involuntary shiver to run down his spine. His luck seemed exceedingly unfortunate. Just as he had escaped the jaws of a tiger, he had unwittingly stumbled into the den of wolves. Sighing, he pondered how others who traversed realms enjoyed a life of luxury and indulgence, while he found himself in a perpetual state of flight after only a brief moment of tranquility. Ron sighed. Chapter 9. A Great Crisis. Observing the scene before him, Ron realized he was once again confronted with a significant predicament. He gradually maneuvered the ship closer to the shore. By the time the vessel docked, a multitude of individuals had rushed toward him, encircling the ship. This time, it appeared they might return triumphantly. Rumors suggested they were in pursuit of an extraordinary creature. Ha ha. exclaimed a man with a prominent scar bisecting his face. He was the captain of the scarred pirate crew, having lain in wait here for many days. During this period, several pirate ships had arrived, and he had reaped considerable benefits from them. Now, upon seeing the familiar insignia, his excitement surged. He had long heard of the Kalokra's pirate crew's anticipated windfall. He was elated, and his subordinates shared in his exuberance. The operations of such a formidable pirate crew naturally eclipsed those of smaller factions, and their primary endeavors had evolved from direct poaching to the plunder of others. It could be said that they were the largest marauding organization in the Sabaody archipelago. Any solitary vessels that ventured into these waters were required to share a portion of their spoils. Failure to comply would surely lead to dire consequences. As the ship gently approached the shore, they awaited eagerly to see what surprises the Kalokra's pirate crew would bestow upon them this time. Ron, upon seeing the individuals before him, felt a twinge of alarm. Therefore, he lowered his hat's brim tightly and cautiously stepped off the vessel. Still adorned in the garments of Kalokras, your gait suggests a certain trepidation. Are you perhaps unwilling to share in the spoils with us this time? Inquired the imposing figure known as Scar. Ron shook his head repeatedly. Everything is on the ship. If you want it, go look on board. Upon hearing this, the scarred man immediately gestured for a few of his subordinates to swiftly board the vessel, commencing their search of the pirate ship, which was already devoid of valuable possessions. All eyes were fixed upon the ship, for they believed that this return must yield some measure of bounty. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. The Kroklora's pirate crew had recently engaged in a significant venture, a fact well known to each of them. Seizing the moment, Ron promptly set his plan into motion. Initially, he surveyed the surroundings, intending to flee into the depths of the jungle as soon as he disembarked. However, upon further contemplation, he realized that such a strategy was fraught with peril. Navigating through this unfamiliar terrain haphazardly could lead him into greater danger. Ron was able to defeat the Kalokla's pirates on the previous island because he had resided there for many days, becoming intimately familiar with the island's environment, climate, and terrain. Although he had encountered the Sabaody archipelago in the manga and was aware of its general layout and the unique attributes of its various numbered islands, such as the renowned Island Number 1, which is dedicated to their trade, he was not well versed in the topography and conditions of this particular island. Thus, if he were to recklessly flee upon arrival, he might encounter peril. Considering the multitude of adversaries present, fleeing seemed unwise. Instead, he resolved to employ a strategy of capturing the leader first, taking advantage of their unguarded moments while their attention was diverted to the ship. Ron stealthily approached the scarred face of the pirate and, seizing a moment when he could strike decisively, he grasped the formidable figure of the scarred captain. Despite the imposing scars that adorned his face, which lent him an air of authority and suggested considerable strength, he lacked the ability to sense Ron's movements. Having not awakened the observation hockey, a powerful pirate possessing such an ability would hardly engage in business on Sabaody. Consequently, Ron swiftly seized the scarred captain. Do not move. Your leader is now in my grasp, he commanded. Even without transforming, Ron's strength was formidable. He held the scarred captain firmly, constricting his throat. You dare to covet my treasures? Truly, you are courting death. After Ron apprehended the scar-faced man, all of his subordinates aimed their handguns at Ron. Exhibiting an unmistakable air of tension, Ron firmly grasped the throat of the scarred-faced man. If you dare to fire your weapons, he will surely perish before I do. So I advise you to relinquish your firearms post-haste. The scarred-faced man pressed his hands down, signaling his subordinates to lower their guns. Some of his men obediently complied, placing their weapons on the ground, while others still aimed their firearms at Ron. What are you doing? Do you intend to rebel? The scarred man glared at them. In truth, they were all acutely aware of the vast treasures they had recently amassed. If one less person shared in the spoils, each could potentially gain more. Moreover, in their pirate crew, it had always been the captain who claimed the lion's share. If the captain were to fall, wouldn't his riches be up for grabs by the rest of them? In that fleeting moment, Ron was taken aback by the apparent lack of loyalty among the pirates. When faced with the captain's peril, their thoughts were not of rescue, but rather of the potential bounty that could be theirs should he perish. One particularly slender man with a handlebar mustache spoke up. Scarred Blade, you can rest easy. After your demise, these followers will avenge you. With a flick of his wrist, the mustached man gestured for his subordinates to open fire. This turn of events was utterly unforeseen by Ron. Initially, he had considered that, given his unfamiliarity with the surroundings, a hasty escape might be fraught with danger. Thus, he opted to capture the leader first, only to discover that betrayal was afoot. Ron had grossly underestimated the treachery lurking within these pirates. Each one was a ruthless individual, hardened by the merciless nature of their trade. Scarred Blade had long held tyrannical dominion over the crew, his strength unchallenged. No one had ever dared to oppose him. The mustached man had harbored resentment towards him for some time and had quietly plotted against him, having already bribed several of his fellow crew members. Now presented with an opportune moment, especially after their recent successful plunders, the entire crew was thriving. Rumors circulated that Kalakras might soon capture a rare creature, which would fetch a handsome price. Given the underlying discontent with Scarred Blade and the mustached man's recent recruitment of supporters, the stage was perfectly set for an insurrection. Ron not only lamented his unfortunate predicament, but also pondered what course of action to take next. Was he truly destined to meet his end here? Chapter 10. The arrival of Love and Ma. At this moment, the situation was exceedingly dire. Surrounded by a multitude, Ron was perilously close to being riddled with bullets. Initially, he believed that holding the scar-faced man hostage would provide him with a chance to escape. But it now appeared that simply fleeing to the shore would have been a more prudent choice, just as Ron found himself at a loss for what to do. The others had already devised their plan. What were they waiting for? They should open fire and eliminate these two individuals, thus allowing each of them to claim a greater share of the spoils. The mustachioed man continued to incite his subordinates. What he was engaging in was a treasonous act, one that could cost him his life. If they did not decisively eliminate the scarred figure, the repercussions could be dire. Wait, do not shoot just yet. Do you not wish to know why I am the only one from the pirate crew to emerge? Ron's mind raced with activity. Surely, each of you must have heard that the pirate crew has a significant venture to undertake. However, as you can see, I am the only one disembarking from the ship. And I am not even the captain. Ron raised his head, allowing them to scrutinize his face. The crowd recognized Claroclas, yet upon closer inspection, it was evident that he was not Claroclas, casting a shadow of doubt among them. No need to waste words with him. Just shoot. If we eliminate him, all treasures shall belong to us, including the share of the former captain, which we can distribute among ourselves. The man with the handlebar mustache was naturally averse to prolonging the night with unnecessary dreams. This was indeed a prime opportunity. Hold on. Are you not curious as to why I am the sole survivor aboard the ship? He continued. It is because the captain anticipated that you would be waiting here for me to return and inform you. This venture is beyond the captain's capacity to handle alone. On that island, we stumbled upon a colossal creature, and astonishingly, that creature is not even the most valuable aspect of our discovery. Do you know what holds the greatest worth? It is, of course, the mermaid. This creature serves as a guardian to the mermaid princess. Consider the magnitude of wealth we are speaking of. It surpasses all the riches you currently possess. Should you choose to take my life, you will forfeit your chance to partake in this fortune. Once I am gone, the captain will undoubtedly opt for an alternative route back to the archipelago of Shambadi or establish direct contact with Doflamingo. Ron spoke rapidly, his mind racing with thoughts on how to compel these brutal marauders to cease their actions. Ron's words caused them to pause momentarily. If it were indeed the mermaid princess, she would be worth her weight in gold. I comprehend your desires. You simply wish for Scarface to perish. I am capable of ending his life, yet should I fall, how would you ever seize the chance to locate the mermaid princess and acquire even greater riches? This opportunity is singular. The mermaid princess is rarely alone and is not easily captured. Should the Fishman Island become aware, this treasure would vanish. Ron, upon uttering these words, had already stirred the hearts of many. The allure of a mermaid is undeniably captivating, and if it were the mermaid princess, her value would be beyond compare. Consider. The mermaid princess is renowned as one of the world's most exquisite beauties. Should we not contemplate the implications of such a statement? Upon hearing these words, many were instantly enchanted, relinquishing their weapons. Even the mustachioed man found himself swayed. Known for his predilection for beauty, the prospect of such an enchanting maiden was irresistible to him. He revealed a knowing smile, gesturing for his subordinates to lower their arms. As for the supporters of the scar-faced man, the majority had been reassigned today, leaving him a mere pawn on the board. At the very moment he was taken hostage, there were those who raised their weapons, poised to shoot Ron, while others aimed at the mustachioed man as he contemplated a coup. Yet, in that instant, even the supporters of the scar-faced man lowered their weapons. Within this pirate crew, greed and lust were abundant, and the scar-faced man was particularly depraved. Many of the spoils he acquired were rendered useless by the time they reached his subordinates. If the mustachioed man were to ascend to leadership, the promise of greater treasures awaited them. Should he orchestrate a grand venture and secure the mermaid princess, he would undoubtedly share the bounty with them. The very thought of the mermaid princess, one of the most stunning women in existence, set many of the underlings ablaze with ambition. They had always harbored a desire for wealth, and the prospect of beauty only intensified their allegiance to the mustachioed man, at least in their hearts. As the mustachioed man observed the few remaining supporters of the scar-faced leader also lowering their arms, a surge of joy coursed through him. Now, all eyes turned to those aboard the ship, searching for treasure. Alas, there was little to be found, merely a scant collection of riches, aligning with the earlier assertion. The scar-faced man seethed at the sight of his subordinates, who had ascended the ship to report respectfully to the mustachioed man. Could it be that they had betrayed him as well? The scar-faced man struggled to accept this reality. Believing that most of his followers had been swayed by the mustachioed man, yet those boarding should have been his most trusted allies. Following him leads to ruin. Aligning with the mustachioed man guarantees a brighter future, one of them remarked. It appears your words hold merit. Now is the time for you to prove yourself. If you wish to escape with your life, you know what must be done, the mustachioed man said, casting a glance at Ron. Ron nodded and swiftly snapped the neck of the scar-faced man, thus concluding a life steeped in wickedness. I then proposed to accompany the esteemed leaders in search of the mermaid princess. The leaders, exuding an air of gallantry that was truly admirable, inspired a sense of longing within me, and I humbly offered to lead the way. Pleased by Ron's praise, the mustachioed man felt gratified. He was astute enough to declare, "As long as you guide us earnestly, we shall spare you. I warn you, do not attempt any tricks, for the consequences could be dire." Understanding completely, I assured him of my compliance. The mustachioed man, brimming with satisfaction, commanded several of his subordinates to keep a watchful eye on Ron. He maintained a certain distance from Ron, for he could not afford to allow any incidents of abduction to recur. Moreover, the mustachioed man had never intended to spare Ron. Once the mermaid princess was located, he would promptly order Ron's demise. Thus, Ron led them aboard the pirate ship. Upon returning to the vessel, Ron's mindset was entirely transformed. Previously, he had been the captor, but now he found himself in the role of the captive. Though his life was temporarily preserved, he remained ensnared in immense peril. What was to be done? At that moment, a golden-winged eagle soaring in the sky spotted Ron boarding the ship and followed suit. Unbeknownst to the others, the eagle's presence went unnoticed. This little rascal certainly knew how to stir things up, always coming close to being caught, surely. This time there would be no escape from danger. Lavinma circled in the air, seeking an opportune moment for rescue. Previously, she had been observing the boy's talents and survival instincts, preparing to intervene at the most critical juncture. It must be said, this little imp had brought her many surprises. Chapter 11. Arrival at the naval base. At this moment, the entire Scarface pirate crew was engulfed in an atmosphere of immense jubilation. While some individuals retained a semblance of rationality, reluctant to believe that such fortuitous events could transpire in their lives, a greater number were already enveloped in dreams of the future. These individuals had seldom encountered highborn merfolk and were entirely unaware of the concept of a mermaid princess, only knowing that she was renowned as one of the most beautiful women in the world. Thus, upon witnessing such developments, they readily chose to believe. Another reason for their credulity was the assumption that Ron, in such circumstances, would not dare to deceive them. Even if Ron were to con them, the outcome would surely not bode well for him. Once aboard the ship, Ron found himself surrounded by a throng of people as he undertook the task of leading them. Shortly after the vessel had drifted away from the shore, an eerie sensation enveloped the air. The sky above seemed to be shrouded, and a monstrous roar echoed ominously. The weather had shifted abruptly. Was it the wind or some other sound? It was disturbing enough to disrupt one's sleep. The mustachioed man exclaimed in fury, dispatching his subordinates to investigate the source of the disturbance. However, after a prolonged wait, no one returned with reports. Only an array of strange cries filled the air. Damn it, why is no one reporting back? What on earth is happening? He bellowed, his frustration mounting. In that moment, he too emerged on deck, only to be met with a shocking sight. The entire deck was strewn with corpses. Apart from Ron, not a single soul remained alive. The scene was utterly staggering. Before the mustachioed man could even utter a word of astonishment, a sword pierced his throat. His eyes widened in disbelief, and even as he crumpled to the ground, he could not comprehend the events that had unfolded. Ron was equally astonished, rendered speechless. He could not fathom the situation. Could it be that this crew of mustachioed pirates had offended a formidable figure? Consequently, this powerful individual was exceedingly enraged, erasing them all from existence. Yet, why had he spared Ron? Ron was equally uncertain. Are you afraid? A gentle girl asked him. At this moment, Ron finally beheld the visage of the young woman before him. She was undoubtedly the most exquisite beauty he had encountered in the past 3 years. Her appearance resembled that of an ethereal sprite, adorned with delicately elongated ears, a regal profile, a slender waist, and elegantly elongated legs, truly a vision of splendor. Naturally, one could not help but feel trepidation, for she had approached with the swiftness of the wind, effortlessly dispatching all in her path. How could fear not take hold? Yet, it seemed he was not overwhelmingly frightened. His speech remained composed and steady, devoid of any tremor. Indeed, he had transcended his fear. Ron calmly gazed at the enchanting woman before him, stealing a few more glances. In this world, most young women possess a certain beauty and commendable figures. Particularly those adept in combat exhibit remarkably striking physiques. Even Charlotte Linlin was a beauty in her youth. Are you not afraid that I might kill you? Lawinma scrutinized the man who was unabashedly fixated on her chest. If you intended to kill me, you would have done so by now. The fact that you haven tea leads me to believe you have no intention of doing so in the future. I am merely curious about your motives and what value I hold for you. The realization dawned on her that his reluctance to take her life suggested she must possess some worth, and it was quite possible that he recognized her. Otherwise, why would he refrain from ending her existence? Yet, Ron did not know her. You are quite astute and remarkably composed. If I had not arrived, how would you extricate yourself from this pirate crew? Lawinma paid no heed to Ron's gaze. She was aware that her physique was rather exceptional, and this young man, likely brimming with youthful vigor, might simply be unaccustomed to such sights. Ron was aware that gazing directly at another's chest was indeed rather inappropriate, an act lacking in courtesy. Yet, he found himself irresistibly drawn to steal a glance. Rather than surreptitiously sneaking a look, he preferred to gaze openly and unabashedly. That said, I am truly grateful for your assistance in navigating my current predicament. Had you not come, I would have lured them to the small island where I once resided. There, I would have ample time to engage with them, and my familiarity with the island's environment would significantly increase my chances of victory. I trust you are well acquainted with that island from my past, are you not? Ron retorted to Lawinma, pondering the implications of her familiarity with him and her decision to spare his life. It was evident that she had been aware of him on that small island. You are indeed quite astute. It was Mr. Marquis who sent me to rescue you. You may not be acquainted with Mr. Marquis. He is the officer responsible for overseeing your village's vicinity. Upon learning of the calamity that befell your community, he promptly reported the matter and conducted a thorough investigation, discovering that you were the sole survivor. Thus, he instructed me to bring you back. Back to where? That village no longer exists, Ron replied, a twinge of sorrow surfacing as he recalled painful memories. However, he had not anticipated that the village was under any jurisdiction. The thought of returning now left him wondering where he could possibly go. To Ron, he had become akin to a homeless child. Fear not. For as the last beacon of hope for your village, Captain Malgo has resolved to take you as his apprentice. He will ensure that you have your vengeance. This is a fortuitous opportunity for you. After hearing these words, Ron finally grasped the origins of the individual before him. She must be a member of the Whitebeard Pirates. And what if I choose not to return? Will you kill me? Ron inquired. This question had crossed Lawinma's mind before. In her perspective, it was an irresistible proposition. How fortunate it would be for the captain of the first squad, Captain Malgo, to receive his guidance. Are you familiar with Captain Malgo? Lawinma pondered that Ron might not be well acquainted with Malgo, for had he known, he certainly would not have declined so readily. I am aware of his identity. And I appreciate your kindness. However, I do not wish to return. If you intend to kill me, then do so. If not, I implore you to assist me with one matter. Lawinma was somewhat taken aback. It was rare indeed for anyone to refuse after learning of Malgo's identity. I would never harm you. What are your intentions moving forward? Lawinma asked. I aspire to join the Navy, to become an esteemed naval officer, to uphold justice, and to eradicate piracy. At this moment, Ron found himself under the command of a pirate. And yet he uttered these words in a situation where he was akin to a fish at the mercy of a butcher. Nevertheless, Ron remained remarkably composed. Facing such a formidable adversary, he was utterly incapable of employing any stratagems, for all cunning schemes seemed mere farce in the presence of such might. Naturally, Ron held a firm belief that this individual would not take his life, as he was under the protection of Margao, who would not disregard his reputation. It was simply surprising to realize that he had once lived for 3 years in a village under Margao's influence. However, even in the face of an enticing invitation to become Margao's disciple, Ron still yearned to join the Navy. Eradicating pirates through the means of the Navy seemed a far superior approach, simultaneously preventing others from experiencing the anguish of losing their homes and loved ones, as he had. Do you realize you are uttering such words before a pirate? Lawinma remarked with a smile. Indeed, I am aware, and I trust you will assist me in this endeavor. It is merely a matter of escorting you to the Navy's office in the Sabaody archipelago, is it not? I shall assist you. Lovenma gazed into Ron's eyes, recognizing that the point of no return had been reached. Helping him this once would suffice. Thank you. I assure you, I will not stand against you in the future. Ron declared resolutely. Ha. To oppose me, one must possess the requisite strength. Lovenma chuckled, then took Ron and soared into the sky, heading towards the Navy's office in the Shambadi archipelago. Chapter 12. Enlisting in the military. At this moment, Ron was in close proximity to Lovenma, nearly pressed against her bosom. Lovenma secured Ron with her legs and soared towards the naval base. At this juncture, Ron's gaze was fixated precisely upon Lovenma's chest. This, in essence, encapsulates the content of 404. Ron sighed, reflecting that the time was indeed brief. He was soon placed at location 63. I can only accompany you this far. I cannot venture deeper. Everything now rests upon your fortune. The pirate Lovenma's choice of entry point into the naval territory was less than ideal. Thus, she set Ron down and decided not to proceed further. Thank you for bringing me here. I wish you luck. Farewell. After delivering Ron, Lovenma did not linger and promptly departed. Ron had arrived at the naval entry point, preparing to seek enlistment in the Navy. He quickly located the naval facility, a prominent target that was relatively easy to find. However, he was uncertain about how to initiate communication. He couldn't simply barge in or knew the necessary procedures. Thus, Ron wandered about the naval base in the Shambadi archipelago, eventually catching someone's attention. I wish to inquire if there is an opportunity to join the Navy, he expressed. The mention of his intent to enlist was significant enough for the officer to immediately report to the commander. The Navy's recruitment efforts were at their peak, coinciding with the global conscription phase, though this particular moment had not yet reached that scale. The backdrop of the global conscription stemmed from the aftermath of the Summit War, which had resulted in substantial losses among mid-level naval officers. Following the war, the former fleet admiral had stepped down and recommended Admiral Akiji as his successor. However, the world government favored Admiral Akainu, leading to an intense 10-day battle between the two, culminating in Akiji's defeat and subsequent departure from the Navy, while Akainu emerged victorious and assumed the role of fleet admiral. As a result, a significant vacancy arose within the Navy, leaving only Admiral Kizaru among the top ranks, necessitating the recruitment of new admirals due to a lack of qualified candidates. The considerable losses among mid- and high-ranking officers prompted the need for global conscription to infuse fresh talent into the Navy. Even in times devoid of a global conscription, Ron believed the Navy must continually strive to enhance its strength, thus conducting annual recruitment activities, albeit on a smaller scale than a worldwide draft. Before long, a sailor returned, accompanied by a chief petty officer. Do you wish to join the Navy? The chief officer inquired directly, bypassing any formalities. Indeed, Ron affirmed. Ron nodded. Xiao Zhang inquired about Ron and then took him to register and sign. Ron was uncertain about the circumstances, yet he had arrived at the naval station, which should pose no issues. He ought to be able to successfully enlist in the Navy. In fact, naval recruitment stations are established worldwide, allowing anyone to apply. With the advent of the age of exploration, the demand for naval personnel surged significantly, leading to annual recruitment efforts. However, these recruitment drives are not prominently showcased, rendering them seemingly unremarkable. Many people only recall the Navy's grand recruitment campaigns, unaware that there are ongoing initiatives to expand the military each year. Ron followed Chief Chow to a location for registration. You may wait here. In a few days, we will dispatch a vessel to return to the naval headquarters for evaluation. In the meantime, familiarize yourself with some fundamental naval technical knowledge, Chief Chow instructed Ron, his tone neither warm nor cold. This demeanor was understandable, as the two were still relatively unfamiliar with each other, and a sense of awkwardness was inevitable at their initial meeting. Thus, Ron complied with his directives and temporarily settled in, undertaking some menial tasks. The recruitment office in Xiangbedi had a considerable number of applicants, approximately 300 individuals. Over the course of these few days, Ron gradually grasped the motives that had brought them here. All were undoubtedly preparing to serve as sailors. Among them were a few ambitious souls, seeking immediate advancement to the rank of naval officer, while some even aspired to ascend directly to the rank of senior officer. Ron, of course, did not articulate his thoughts. The specific arrangements ultimately depend on the internal organization of the Navy. However, he has grasped the general procedure. Typically, those aspiring to join the Navy undergo assessments at nearby bases, and the base near the Shambadi Islands serves as the Navy's headquarters. Thus, they must travel to the Navy headquarters for their evaluations. This presents both a fortunate and an unfortunate circumstance for them. The fortunate aspect lies in the possibility of encountering high-ranking Navy officials during their initial assessment, which could lead to recognition and substantial support from these esteemed individuals. Conversely, the unfortunate side is that the rigorous conditions at the Navy headquarters may result in the elimination of many candidates. Ron harbored a reasonable speculation. Even if one possessed considerable strength, direct appointments were unlikely, as thorough background investigations would likely ensue to prevent the infiltration of spies from rival factions within the Navy. Having grasped this, Ron diligently engaged in his responsibilities over the past few days while earnestly studying the foundational theories of naval warfare. Being a member of the Navy demanded more than mere martial prowess. Often, military theory and various competencies required enhancement as well. Have you observed how many among these sailors could potentially emerge as distinguished leaders? Soniel, the captain in charge of recruitment, served as the principal authority of the Navy in the Shambadi archipelago. He had been stationed here for an extended period, and naturally, certain critical decisions required consultation with the naval headquarters. Most of the new recruits were reluctant to undertake the arduous and menial tasks. Many completed their duties with complaints or displayed a lack of diligence while working. Chief Petty Officer Davian reported to him with great seriousness. Were there any among them with genuine skills and knowledge? There must be some with true talent. However, many were overly ambitious, seeking to attain the rank of ensign immediately upon facing assessments. Soniel furrowed his brow, but refrained from voicing any objections. For the proximity of the Shambadi Islands to the New World made it quite plausible to encounter formidable individuals. Have you come across any particularly remarkable individuals? Or do you believe someone might shine brightly in this upcoming assessment? I think that young man named Ron shows great promise, although he is quite young. He possesses a solid foundation. Even if his strength is not extraordinary, he is bound to flourish. Chapter 13, Naval Assessment in the Shambadi Archipelago. Approximately half a month had elapsed. Captain Soniel convened everyone for a briefing. Now, you have all registered with me. But this does not guarantee your future as members of the Navy. My purpose in having you intern here is to refine your characters. During this time, some have already departed, unable to withstand this lifestyle. However, those of you remaining must prepare to endure further trials. Of course, I will grant you time for contemplation. If you wish to remain and continue participating in the naval assessment, then stay. If not, you may leave at any moment. For you are not yet formal members of the Navy and may choose your own path in life. However, I must clearly convey to you that once you embark on this journey, it is fraught with danger, yet it is also a path of honor. I hope each of you will approach this profession with earnestness, embrace humility in learning, and strive for improvement. Engage in rigorous training to strengthen yourselves, thereby increasing your chances of survival on the battlefield and minimizing the risk of sacrifice, ultimately creating your own legacy of glory. Moreover, in another half-month, we will depart for the naval headquarters. Owing to our geographical proximity to the headquarters, our Shambadi Archipelago office occupies a unique position. Thus, we lack the authority to directly appoint sailors, and all assessments must occur at the naval headquarters. This presents an opportunity for each of us, albeit one imbued with peril. Had you enrolled at other bases, you might have swiftly undergone assessments and easily joined our ranks as colleagues. However, here in the Shambadi Archipelago, the nearest location to the naval headquarters, the difficulty of the assessments will certainly be elevated compared to other bases. Nevertheless, this also signifies an opportunity for you. If you can showcase your full potential and capabilities, you will undoubtedly receive focused cultivation. Therefore, I hope that during the next half-month in the Shambadi Archipelago, each of you will train diligently. If you can capture a few pirates before embarking on the assessments, it will significantly enhance your standing in the naval evaluations. I must caution you. You may be elite individuals from various regions, and simply reaching this place signifies a stroke of fortune. Please cherish your lives and do not underestimate the might of pirates. Thus, before becoming Navy members, capturing pirates is merely a suggestion. Do not overreach. And act within your means. That concludes my remarks. You may engage in free activities for the remaining half-month, or continue training here. After that, we will officially depart for the naval base. Captain Soniel's words, though lengthy, were imbued with truth. To aspire to be part of the Navy necessitates a profound awareness. It is a profession both perilous and honorable. Moreover, those wishing to advance their ranks must prioritize military merit, avoiding the pitfalls of overambition, as recklessness will undoubtedly incur consequences. Ron attentively listened to Captain Sonier's address, yet many others regarded it with indifference. What does he have to teach me? I can solve my own problems, they scoffed. Despite his age, he remained a mere captain, clearly lacking prowess. Watch me effortlessly capture a pirate with a bounty of 10 million. Indeed, what is a pirate, after all? How difficult could it be? I could easily apprehend a few to broaden his horizons. The Sabaody archipelago, due to its unique geographical position, has long been a haven for pirates, most of whom possess only mediocre strength, engaging in sordid dealings. Of course, there are formidable pirates who occasionally pass through, but they seldom linger or cause disturbances. They prefer to traverse the area quietly, swiftly departing thereafter. This is a location in close proximity to the Navy headquarters. Any misstep could provoke the mobilization of an admiral. Which notorious pirate would dare to stir trouble here? Thus, the officer stationed here is merely of the rank of captain. Such a rank suffices to manage minor affairs, while any significant upheaval would warrant immediate reinforcements from the Navy headquarters. Moreover, this peculiar location influences recruitment. It may attract both skilled individuals and novices, as it serves as a crossroads where anyone can arrive. The presence of powerful figures here is commonplace, while the arrival of the less competent poses no issue either. However, one certainty remains: every pirate frequenting this area is far from insignificant. Even those with relatively low bounties require utmost caution. Complacency would be perilous. After all, many pirates engage in despicable trades. Ron has no intention of pursuing pirates any longer. The unfamiliar terrain and environment of this island present considerable challenges for him in that regard. This island is unique, as it primarily attracts elite strongholds entering the New World. For instance, it is possible that the 11 supernovas may emerge here in the future, with figures like Shirahoshi residing on this island. Moreover, after their training, Luffy and his companions set sail for the New World from this very place. Of course, there are also some lesser pirates here, such as the impostors encountered by Luffy and his crew upon their reunion at Sabaody Archipelago, who astonishingly managed to organize a vast crew, despite the low bounties of many of their subordinates. Nevertheless, even among these lower-tier pirates, there are those like Caribou, whose bounty exceeds 100 million. Although he may seem incompetent compared to the trained Luffy and his allies, Ron perceives such individuals as formidable foes, far beyond his current capabilities. Hence, during his time at Sabaody Archipelago, Ron diligently immersed himself in theoretical knowledge, understanding that even the most diminutive sparrow possesses all vital organs. Here, he discovered an abundance of exceptional naval literature, particularly regarding navigation and marksmanship, subjects he has long yearned to master. He resolved to focus on his training, setting aside thoughts of capturing pirates, and instead awaited the opportunity to undergo assessment at the naval base, hoping to successfully qualify as a sailor. Ron firmly believes that through his dedication, he will carve out a promising future. With a potent devil fruit at his disposal, he understood the importance of exerting effort. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the fruit's potential. Thus, for the remaining half-month, Ron diligently undertook the ordinary tasks assigned to naval personnel at Sabaody. Akin to how Kobe began his naval journey, he recognized that such qualities are fundamental for a Navy member. Without resilience, it is challenging to excel. Following Chief Davian's reminder, Lieutenant Sonier recently took notice of Ron, recognizing his earnestness and grounded nature. He sensed that Ron was a promising candidate and thus decided to mentor him. Chapter 14. The Marksman Lieutenant Sonier. Ron, do you harbor no ambitions here? One day, Ron was diligently engaged in cleaning. Lieutenant, what do you mean? This is Sabaody Archipelago, the closest point to the New World. Many pirates inhabit this place, albeit their strength is relatively modest. Have you ever thought about capturing some? Sonier inquired. Lieutenant, I am not very familiar with the environment here. Merely finding my way here feels like a stroke of luck. Therefore, I intend to focus on my duties, and I am not in a rush for advancement. My current concern is how to successfully pass the assessment. Haha. It is indeed rare to encounter a young man as grounded as you, Lieutenant Sonier chuckled. Many sailors enter the Navy with grand aspirations, envisioning themselves as the world's supreme combatants, shining stars of the Navy, or even admirals, Sonier remarked. However, to be honest, this path is arduous. While having such lofty goals from the outset is commendable, failing to recognize one's shortcomings will likely lead to unsatisfactory results. Ron wholeheartedly agreed with Sonier's words. While it is possible to harbor grand ambitions without diligent effort, such aspirations will ultimately dissolve into mere fantasies. In his past life, Ron had once written a novel on a site called Chidian Chinese Network. When he first registered his pen name, he fantasized about becoming a platinum author. Yet reality was harsh, and he faced numerous failures. After multiple setbacks, Ron learned to temper his expectations, understanding that with sincere effort, his work would eventually be recognized. Those who aim too high, believing themselves to be unparalleled, while dismissing the efforts of others, are destined for failure. Through his experiences, Ron came to realize that ideals are not mere daydreams. One may have grand aspirations, yet it is crucial to recognize one's own capabilities and to labor diligently. For a towering edifice cannot be erected without a solid foundation. Lieutenant, I comprehend everything you have shared. Ron humbly remarked, may I inquire whether you willingly undertake this work? I observe your diligence in your daily tasks. Yet, to be candid, you are soon to be assessed at the naval headquarters. And there is no guarantee you will be assigned to the Chabadi Islands. Your earnest efforts may not yield significant rewards. Furthermore, I trust you can comprehend that working here offers little advantage. So, what compels you to labor so assiduously? Captain Sonier, too, found Ron's dedication perplexing. The Chabadi Islands, despite their conscription function, are a peculiar locale where many Marines do not linger. Consequently, numerous recruits from this place tend to approach their duties with a lackadaisical attitude, performing their tasks superficially, merely going through the motions. Sonier could only turn a blind eye to such behavior, as the annual recruitment targets must be met. I simply hold myself to the standards expected of a Marine. A true Marine should execute orders with seriousness and strive to fulfill their responsibilities. Upon hearing Ron's earnest words, Sonier felt a surge of joy. It had been quite some time since he encountered such a young individual. Many of today's youth are rather impetuous, harboring grandiose aspirations of soaring to great heights. Numerous individuals, endowed with the powers of devil fruits, become conceited, oblivious to the profound complexities of this world, mistakenly believing that possessing a single fruit renders them invincible. Little do they realize that harnessing such powers requires immense dedication and effort to achieve optimal results. Individuals like Ron, who are both humble and grounded, are indeed rare. I have faith that you will achieve great things in the future. If you wish, you may join me in study. Captain Sonier proposed. Indeed, I would be most eager to learn. I implore you, Captain, to impart your wisdom without hesitation, despite my perceived shortcomings. Very well, commencing this afternoon. You shall train with me in marksmanship. Thank you, Captain. Having arrived in this world for some time, it was Ron's first encounter with a devil fruit and his inaugural experience as a Marine. He understood that his abilities were still underdeveloped. To enhance his strength, he must engage in rigorous training while remaining humble and respectful towards everyone around him. He was acutely aware of his own limitations, recognizing the vast chasm between himself and true powerhouses. To reach the heights of figures like Akainu, he would need to exert considerable effort. After garnering Sonier's admiration, Ron earnestly followed him into training. It was only upon commencing their practice that he realized Sonier's formidable prowess. Sonier's marksmanship was remarkably precise, practically never missing the target. Through their partnership, Ron acquired a wealth of foundational knowledge regarding firearms and learned several fundamental shooting principles. From Ron's perspective, Sonier seemed to be an exceptional expert. Though he found himself puzzled as to why, at such an age, Sonier remained merely a captain when he appeared to be in his 40s or 50s. Do you also harbor doubts regarding why I hold the rank of captain at this age? Sonier inquired of Ron. Ron nodded, not denying the truth of the matter. In my youth, I sustained injuries that have since confined me to distant shooting, rendering me incapable of stepping onto the battlefield. How can one like me, who cannot command a fight and can only shoot from afar, ever achieve significant merit? Sonier chuckled self-deprecatingly. It was my lofty ambitions that led me to overlook my own capabilities, compelling me to engage in futile struggles, resulting in severe injuries that now prevent me from participating in high-intensity combat. Therefore, I hope that you, Ron, can adopt a more grounded approach. We may aspire to grand objectives, yet we must also have a clear understanding of our own strengths. If we face an enemy we cannot defeat, we should not engage recklessly nor pretend to be stronger than we are. We can strive to enhance our abilities before launching a counterattack. Your wisdom is appreciated, Mr. Sonier. Indeed, you are a promising talent. Dedicate yourself to your training. Although this world is filled with individuals who are utterly unfazed by bullets, you must believe that if you master the art of shooting and combine it with the power of armed hockey, the results will be truly astounding. With that, Sonier demonstrated to Ron. He summoned all his strength and fired a shot at a distant tree. The impact was thunderous, as a small section of the tree was entirely severed, sending dust and wood splinters flying. Gasping for breath, Sonier collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat, appearing utterly exhausted. It was but a fleeting moment, as if that single action had drained him of all his energy. Ron was taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, assisting Sonier to his feet. Alas, age had finally caught up with him. A single move had rendered his body incapable of further exertion. Sonier managed a bitter smile, his eyes reflecting a profound sense of desolation. As Ron gazed into Sonier's eyes, he sensed that this might be the lament of many a Marine. At the same time, it imparted a valuable lesson to Ron. Within the Navy, there undoubtedly lay hidden talents, with numerous veterans perhaps possessing unique and secret techniques. Chapter 15. Arrival at Naval Headquarters. In the blink of an eye, a fortnight had elapsed. For Ron, this period had been remarkably fulfilling, yet tinged with a hint of reluctance to part ways. A deep revolutionary camaraderie had blossomed between him and Captain Sonier. He had not anticipated that a captain could possess such extensive theoretical knowledge, exceptional marksmanship, and even mastery of hockey. Although Sonier could no longer deploy hockey extensively, he still shared theoretical insights with Ron. Though Ron struggled to fully grasp the concepts, he diligently sought to understand and took copious notes. Today marked the commencement of Ron's naval career as he prepared to head to Naval Headquarters. No feast lasts forever. Farewells are an inevitable part of life. Ron, your progress has been remarkable. I am delighted to see you, and hope to hear good news from you in the future, Captain Sonier remarked as he bid farewell, presenting Ron with a book containing the wisdom he had gathered over his lifetime, along with various techniques for marksmanship. Captain, I will strive to do my best. Ron responded earnestly. Very well. Keep up the good work. I look forward to hearing your successes. Ron boarded the ship and bid farewell to Sonier, who still needed to remain stationed at the Chagos archipelago. The preparations for the naval recruits were entrusted to others who would escort them to the naval headquarters for evaluation. Those who passed the assessment would officially become Marines. The scrutiny at the naval headquarters was notably more rigorous compared to other bases, and most of the Marines who succeeded in this evaluation would remain at the headquarters, while a portion would be assigned to different bases. Thus, Ron set sail towards his dreams. He believed that there he would acquire a wealth of knowledge and enhance his abilities, which would greatly aid him in his quest for vengeance. Hulang, await my return. I shall undoubtedly pass the evaluation and encounter you upon the vast sea. Ron clenched his fists, and the scene of his departure from that small village resurfaced in his mind. The anguish cries seemed to linger in his ears, while the brutal images appeared vividly before his eyes. After leaving his small village, Ron harbored the determination to avenge himself through relentless effort, aspiring to join the Navy and deliver a significant blow to his adversaries upon the vast seas. However, the path to enlistment in the Navy proved to be fraught with challenges and obstacles. Having encountered numerous perils along the way, he now finds himself on the brink of reaching the naval headquarters. Ron was equally exhilarated. Due to the proximity of their journey, the voyage was rather smooth, and before long, Ron arrived at the Grand Marin Vondo. Subsequently, he and his companions followed the directions to a temporary lodging, preparing for the upcoming assessment. This time, those who had traveled from the Shambadi archipelago were predominantly housed together, as they hailed from the same origin, hence the arrangement. Consequently, Ron began his studies in his quarters. What did that rascal Soniel give you today? Show me, someone remarked, striking up a conversation with Ron. This individual was familiar to Ron, having joined the Navy alongside him, and it seemed he had indeed captured a pirate during their time at the Shambadi archipelago. Rumor had it that he possessed some kind of devil fruit ability. What Soniel bestowed upon me has nothing to do with you, Ron retorted. Ron spoke with a hint of irritation, questioning the nature of the relationship between Humode and himself, suggesting that perhaps Humode had bestowed upon him some treasure map or a hidden cache from the naval headquarters. The speaker, known as Humode, appeared to possess the powers of a devil fruit, though Ron was unaware of the specifics, having never witnessed his transformation or heard others mention the exact nature of his abilities. Nevertheless, it was commonly acknowledged that he was a devil fruit user, earning a measure of respect and fear from those around him. Why should I show you anything? Regardless of what it is, it belongs solely to us, and it is of no concern to you. I advise you to temper your demeanor, Ron retorted. Humode and his associates had never quite meshed with Ron during their time in the Sabaody archipelago, as many regarded Humode as their elder brother, a title Ron refused to acknowledge, maintaining a consistently indifferent attitude toward him. Long before, in the Sabaody archipelago, Humode had sought to confront Ron but had been thwarted by Ron's constant presence at the Navy's office. Moreover, Humode dared not act against Ron in the Navy's domain, especially considering Sonier's formidable reputation. Although Humode considered himself powerful, he was still a newcomer, and battling a seasoned veteran like Sonier would likely not end in his favor. Furthermore, Sonier was a commanding officer in the Navy at the Sabaody archipelago, and provoking him would yield no benefit. What if I insist on seeing it? While aboard the ship, I was exceedingly curious about what Sonar had given you. But it was not the right time to act, Humode pressed on. Now that they were residing in a dormitory, he believed that in a setting filled with familiar faces, Ron would be more amenable to compromise. And what if I refuse? Are you suggesting you might transform? Observing Ron's demeanor, Humode's anger escalated. The thought of transforming and unleashing his wrath upon Ron was tantalizing. This insolent youth had repeatedly disrespected him. You have provoked me. And if I do not deal with you today, I am not my father's son, Humode declared angrily, preparing to transform. Humode, please restrain yourself. This is the naval headquarters. It is not a place for reckless behavior. Do you wish to forfeit your status as a seaman? If you stir trouble here, all your previous efforts will be in vain, cautioned Humode's subordinate, Kahlers. Though Humode was seething with rage, he quickly regained his composure. It was true that this was the naval headquarters, and failing to confront Ron in the Sabati archipelago made it seem irrational to do so now. At that moment, Ron interjected, You are not your father's son, nor am I your son. You continuously utter such futile words. If your father were to hear them, he might consider having another child, for you, as a son, show little promise. Naturally, it is improbable that you would expect me to take on the role of your father. I have no desire to have a son as ungrateful as you. You seek death. Humode was infuriated, feeling as if his very insides were about to explode. He had never anticipated that Ron could wield such biting words. Brother, please, do not act impulsively. We have come too far. Any misstep now could jeopardize our qualifications for the Navy assessment, rendering all our efforts futile. Kahlers continued to dissuade him. But I am genuinely furious. What should I do, Kahlers? Humode inquired, seeking guidance. Brother Humode, is it not simple? During the assessment, you might just encounter him. Once you do, you can deal with him as you please, Kahlers suggested. Upon hearing this, Humode's mood brightened, and he quickly altered his demeanor. Ron, prepare yourself for tomorrow, for I shall deal with you then. Ron frowned at Humode's declaration. Should their paths cross during the assessment, he would not hold back. I hope you do not regret this tomorrow. Ron spoke softly. Chapter 16. The Strongest Newcomer. The naval assessment had finally commenced, yet the absence of the legendary top commanders rendered the evaluations of these mere soldiers rather inconsequential. The atmosphere felt quite desolate. Proceeding in a systematic manner, the combat situations were meticulously recorded, compiled into reports, and submitted to higher authorities, who would then provide directives based on the battle conditions, subsequently assigning the new naval recruits accordingly. Should a particularly gifted newcomer emerge during the skirmishes, it would certainly draw the attention of the higher-ups. If their potential proved exceptional, esteemed instructors would be appointed to guide them. In cases of extraordinary talent, the Navy might even assign them to Zephyr for mentorship. Generally speaking, any student of Zephyr would ultimately achieve remarkable success. In such circumstances, Ron participated in the Navy's assessment. The evaluation was divided into two subjects: physical prowess and military theory, with an emphasis on physicality complemented by theoretical knowledge. The first assessment was to be physical training, commencing with the daunting task of running 20 laps around the training field. This unexpected initiation into the assessment running caught everyone off guard. As the participants began their run, it became evident that even the simplest of exercises could reveal much about one's stamina. Over the course of the laps, many fell behind. 20 laps equated to approximately 20,000 meters. Indeed, considering the length of the training ground, each lap measured close to 1 kilometer. 20,000 meters was no trivial distance. For those newly inducted into the Navy, who had yet to undergo formal training, this was a formidable challenge. However, for Ron, it posed little difficulty. Since his departure from that island, he had diligently honed his physical endurance, and running had become second nature to him. In a world where defeating an enemy may necessitate retreat, the ability to escape was paramount. Moreover, in this realm, pirates were cunning as foxes, adept at seizing opportunities to launch ambushes on villages, plunder treasures, and evade capture when the Navy approached. Thus, many pirates were exceptionally shrewd. Once they sensed danger, their keen instincts enabled them to flee swiftly. For the Navy tasked with apprehending pirates, the ability to pursue was equally critical. If their own speed was insufficient, how could they hope to catch the elusive scoundrels? Consequently, the first assessment focused on running, gauging who possessed superior stamina and could endure longer and run faster. It was evident that Ron, having faced numerous life-and-death situations and engaged in rigorous training, placed among the front-runners. Many struggled to maintain their pace over such a distance, having never anticipated that the naval assessment would include running. As fatigue set in, some began to transform. for those possessing the powers of devil fruits. The consumption of such fruits significantly enhanced their physical capabilities. When their innate stamina fell short, transformation would often amplify their strength. Consequently, several participants in the field underwent transformations. Observers responsible for documentation diligently noted these occurrences. The Navy had always favored those endowed with devil fruit abilities. Possessing such powers marked an individual as distinctly different from others, as these fruits typically commanded immense value, often exceeding 100 million berries. Those capable of consuming a devil fruit would acquire unique abilities. However, it must be noted that merely obtaining a devil fruit does not guarantee strength. It merely facilitates easier cultivation and rapid enhancement of power. Conversely, for those lacking such abilities, achieving notable accomplishments necessitated significantly greater effort. Yet, even with transformations, none could surpass Ron. Ron continued to maintain a commanding lead, steadfastly occupying the first position. This remarkable phenomenon did not escape the attention of the observing Navy personnel. The emergence of this newcomer was intriguing. How could he, amidst so many wielding the powers of devil fruits, sustain his supremacy? It seemed imperative to report this unusual occurrence to the higher-ups. Consequently, the recorded Marine reported the participation of individuals utilizing devil fruit abilities in the race, alongside Ron's unwavering first-place finish even after they had employed their powers. Ultimately, Ron effortlessly claimed the top spot, securing the highest score in the first assessment of running. Among the Marines participating in this evaluation were several exceptionally talented individuals. Many believed they could seize the first place, yet the unassuming Ron, who had previously gone unnoticed, emerged victorious. Next came the second assessment, which aimed to evaluate the combat capabilities of our Navy personnel. They would be grouped among various recruits, engaging in duels while adhering to the stipulation of not inflicting lethal harm or severe injury on their opponents. Following the announcement of the rules for the second round, the duels commenced. This round would showcase which Marine possessed superior individual combat skills, revealing the true essence of a Marine's talent. Now, this was a worthy challenge. Running was trivial in comparison. Watch me dazzle everyone in this round and demonstrate my strength. Indeed, running does not signify much. It merely indicates one's training regimen. The true test lies in this round, where we assess combat techniques. I hold little regard for running as a measure of capability. Thus, many who had underperformed in the first round boldly proclaimed their confidence in excelling in the second round, igniting anticipation among the spectators. However, the results of the first round had already indicated that many lacked the necessary stamina. Without adequate endurance, how could they possibly excel in combat? Nevertheless, excitement for the second round surged, with Humad eagerly preparing to confront Ron. He intended to deliver a lesson to Ron, making it clear who the true leader was and that there were individuals in this world who were not to be trifled with. Chapter 17, The Mightiest Newcomer 2. The second round of assessments involved duels among the newcomers, focusing on their ability to respond under pressure. The matchups were determined by a draw, but since the participants were largely unfamiliar with one another, any pairing would suffice. This arrangement facilitated the exchange of combat numbers. Humad had long yearned for an opportunity to spar with Ron. For quite some time, he had grown weary of Ron's aloof demeanor during their time at Sabaody Archipelago. Ron had consistently acted as though he were above them, never mingling with their group. From that moment, Humad had harbored a grudge against Ron, eager to find a chance to confront him. However, Ron's position at the Navy's office on Sabaody Archipelago made that challenging, and the open sea presented little opportunity for confrontation. When they were assigned to the same dormitory, Humad had anticipated a chance to engage Ron, and he was genuinely curious about what Lieutenant Sonier had bestowed upon him. Yet, being at the Navy headquarters, he knew that any display of aggression in the dormitory might jeopardize their assessment qualifications. After all his efforts, it would be a tremendous loss if he ended up empty-handed. But now his opportunity had arrived. Despite not securing first place in the first round, Humad had nonetheless garnered attention and recognition. His transformed state exuded a unique charisma, making him well known among the recruits. Thus, he easily arranged to swap numbers with another participant, making it appear effortless. For that individual, any bout was inevitable, so exchanging numbers was inconsequential. Ron, unprepared for this encounter, could not evade or escape this transparent confrontation. Had he known this day would come, he might have acted differently. Surely, he must feel a pang of fear now. But fear would avail him nothing. Humad was determined to show no mercy. Humad sneered. Even if you had not sought me out, I would have pursued you. Your lack of respect for Lieutenant Sonier is glaring, and I detest your bullying attitude towards the weak. Ron's gaze was somewhat intimidating. Hamad found himself unable to meet Ron's eyes. He snapped back to reality and continued, I do bully the weak. So what? Ron's current predicament is entirely of his own making. I have offered you opportunities before. Hamad believed that what he had just perceived was undoubtedly a mere illusion. How could Ron possess such a ferocious stare? If he truly wished to engage in a confrontation, then let him come forth. Ron scoffed, however. Remember that it was I who provided you with this opportunity. You simply failed to seize it. Humid fell silent, immediately commencing his transformation. He intended to deliver a decisive blow, showcasing his impressive prowess before the multitude of new students, simultaneously making it clear that he was indeed the most striking figure present. He aimed to demonstrate to Ron that mere verbal sparring would yield no fruitful outcome. As Humid's physique began to swell, his muscles gradually expanded, and crimson first started to emerge from his limbs, enveloping his face in a shroud of red. A tail sprouted from behind him, and his height continued to ascend, ultimately reaching around 3 meters. Facing such stature, do you feel any pressure, Ron? Humid proclaimed with an air of arrogance. Now, prepare to witness the prowess of a devil fruit user, blade piercing. With his hands outstretched, elongated nails glimmering with a chilling radiance emerged. They indeed bore a striking resemblance to blades as they lunged towards Ron in a direct assault. For an ordinary individual like Ron, this single maneuver would suffice to inflict severe injury. Yet, he had never anticipated that he would firmly grasp the attack. After Hu mode underwent his transformation, Ron began to transform as well. The capabilities of the devil fruit user post-transformation were strikingly different from their previous state. Following his metamorphosis, Hu mode experienced significant enhancements in height, weight, explosive power, and speed, elevating him to an entirely new level. Had Ron chosen not to transform, he would undoubtedly face considerable disadvantages. Consequently, Ron too embraced his transformation. At this juncture, Ron's physique appeared even more imposing. Compared to his stature when confronting the Colocra's pirate crew on the Nameless Isle, he had grown an impressive 4 meters, now standing at approximately 10 meters tall. Ron had never ceased his relentless pursuit of the devil fruit's development, nor had he ever faltered in his physical training. Today, he had experienced remarkable growth. Able to maintain this state for approximately 10 minutes, he was unwilling to squander his energy on Humid, nor did he wish for Humid to continue to vex him. Thus, he resolved to subdue Humid in one decisive move. Grasping Humid's wrist, he executed a swift maneuver, sending Humid soaring into the air, his body swinging chaotically as he crashed onto the arena floor, disoriented. The stark contrast in height between Ron, standing at 10 meters, and Humid, at a mere 3, was undeniably evident. Moreover, Ron's strength was vastly superior to that of Humid. This astonishing spectacle, accompanied by the resounding thuds of the arena, naturally captured the attention of Lieutenant Carroll, the primary overseer of this assessment. Who was this individual exhibiting such transformation? Lieutenant Carroll inquired of his subordinates. In response, they reported, Lieutenant, this is Ron, who just claimed first place in the first round of assessments. Ron's prowess was indeed formidable. Lieutenant Carroll, acting as the chief examiner for this evaluation, meticulously recorded the performances of numerous participants, many of whom were of sergeant rank. These sergeants were diligent in their detailed documentation of each individual's performance throughout the examination. With keen interest, Carroll focused on Ron, eager to observe any further displays of exceptional ability. What was his time for the 20,000 meter run? Lieutenant Carroll asked. Approximately 10 minutes, came the reply. That is quite an impressive achievement. Such a speed is characteristic of wild animals in short bursts. The fact that he could sustain such explosive speed for 10 minutes, coupled with his outstanding performance in the second round of assessments, truly marks him as a prodigy. Lieutenant Carroll mused, feeling eclipsed by Ron's talents. He was already preparing to report Ron's status to his superiors. Yet he wished to witness Ron's subsequent performances to ascertain just how formidable he truly was. Ron was blissfully unaware of these matters. However, a multitude of individuals observing him had begun to report on his situation. Once it became known that he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user capable of transforming into a colossal giant, Ron's dossier had already found its way onto Admiral Sengoku's desk. This year had seen the emergence of exceptional newcomers, and the allure of the human fruit was indeed captivating. One might wonder if it could surpass the might of the Buddha form. With a chuckle, Garp, while savoring a rice cracker, glanced at Sengoku. I have official duties to attend to. If you're interested, you should witness it in person, Sengoku replied with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 18. The Strongest Newcomer. 3. At times, height can indeed be quite telling. The inherent combat prowess of the giant race is indisputable. Luffy's rubber fruit, in its third stage, was inspired by the formidable strength of giants. In this world, although height does not invariably correlate with power, it does, to some extent, represent strength. Typically, the esteemed officers of the Navy stand between 2.7 to 3 meters tall. This includes Garp, Sengoku, Aokiji, Kizuru, and Akainu, all of whom fall within this range. The mightiest figures in the Navy share this stature. The Yonko Big Mom towers at 8.88 meters, Kaido measures approximately 7.77 meters, and Whitebeard stands around 6.66 meters. Thus, height, in a certain regard, does dictate strength. Presently, Ron has the ability to elevate himself to a towering height of 10 meters. This elevation is indeed remarkable. However, he is still in the nascent stages of developing his devil fruit powers and can only maintain this height for about 10 minutes. Yet, this is sufficient to instill a sense of intimidation in his opponents. The mere sight of Ron's imposing figure causes hesitation in some to engage in battle. This young man is rather intriguing. He appears to be a mythical Zoan. Perhaps he can grow even taller, commented an elderly woman with graying hair and a kind visage. Lieutenant Carroll was taken aback. Who would have thought that Vice Admiral Tsuru would come? Such an occurrence is rare, given her busy schedule. It is unlikely she would find time to attend a rookie's duel. You've arrived. I wanted to observe this fascinating newcomer, Tsuru stated, acknowledging her own recent concerns. Zifa had been lamenting that the current generation of students was lacking in talent. In truth, how many geniuses could there be? Additionally, recent military tensions had been quite severe. Upon hearing of a remarkable newcomer who could transform into a 10-meter giant, Tsuru decided to personally investigate the matter. The Navy has always placed great importance on talent. When news of an astonishing prodigy arises, especially one like Tsuru, she will attend the matches to assess their potential. It was she who discovered that silent boy with unparalleled swordsmanship and subsequently recommended him to Zifa. Under Zifa's guidance, he forsook his swordsmanship to develop the powers of the magma fruit, ultimately becoming the formidable Akainu. Tsuru has a penchant for nurturing newcomers. Despite her demanding duties, she always carves out time each day to observe the recruits, searching for those who might display extraordinary talent. Over the years, she has identified and promoted numerous gems. However, this was her first time attending a rookie match in many years. It had been quite a while since a newcomer piqued her interest. Little Tsuru, I didn't expect to see you here, Garp remarked, wearing his dog-headed hat and holding a rice cracker. Compared to others, it was Ron's devil fruit abilities that captivated them the most. Ron's devil fruit is the human fruit, akin to the one possessed by Sengoku. Sengoku ascended to the rank of Fleet Admiral by harnessing the formidable Buddha form of the human fruit. Now, a newcomer has emerged, also wielding such a human fruit. Although his development may not evoke the same awe as Sengoku's Buddha, he nonetheless appears remarkably powerful. Kapu, what brings you here to observe? He inquired. To which Karp responded with a smile. Well, it is indeed the allure of the human fruit. The presence of these two individuals instilled a sense of unease among the soldiers responsible for the evaluations. They had never anticipated that Karp and Tsuru would grace this place to witness the assessments of the new recruits. Ron was engaged in combat, having just hurled the individual who had transformed into a brown bear form. In the distance, he spotted Karp and Crane in the stands. He never anticipated that a nascent confrontation would captivate the attention of both of them. Ron could not help but become cautious. Could it be that there were even more formidable adversaries lurking within? Although Ron was aware of his own prowess, he refrained from succumbing to arrogance. The reason lay in the fact that this world was teeming with hidden talents. Therefore, when Karp and Crane approached, Ron did not perceive their attention as directed towards him. Rather, he believed there existed even more formidable individuals among this cohort of newcomers, along with exceptionally gifted peers. Ron never anticipated that they were actually observing him. He had little time for contemplation, focusing solely on vanquishing his immediate adversaries. Unbeknownst to him, he had already defeated numerous opponents. Since his transformation, he had accumulated the highest score. By the time Ron reverted to his original stature, only a handful remained capable of continuing the battle. That individual was undeniably terrifying. How could he have morphed into such a colossal monster, exhibiting both remarkable strength and heightened agility? Indeed, he should have had an exceedingly heavy physique. Why, then, did such a situation arise? Ron's combat prowess defies conventional understanding. To many, a figure of such enormous stature would surely encounter significant hindrances in movement and a notable reduction in attack speed. Yet, In reality, Ron exhibits remarkable swiftness. This disparity evokes a sense of unfairness. Despite his colossal size, he remains astonishingly agile. The young man has adeptly harnessed the potential of his devil fruit ability, showcasing an innate talent. Achieving fluidity of movement within such a massive frame is no trivial feat. Karp recognizes Ron's potential, a sentiment I share. Furthermore, he has engaged in combat for 10 minutes since his transformation. Although his fighting techniques lack polish, he possesses a foundation of skills. Many of his maneuvers appear to reflect the basic tactics of the Navy, suggesting prior practice. Indeed, while his training duration may have been brief, his performance is commendable, displaying sufficient capability for the rank of lieutenant. Karp, typically indifferent to many matters, adopts a serious demeanor when it comes to mentoring the Navy's subordinates. I never expected you to take a newcomer's duel so earnestly, Saru remarks, equally surprised. Now, Ron can no longer utilize his devil fruit abilities. The forthcoming battle will reveal how he adapts. In truth, the upcoming skirmish is unlikely to pose significant difficulty for Ron. The rationale is straightforward. Most formidable adversaries, particularly those endowed with devil fruit powers, have already succumbed to him. The remaining challengers will merely test whose marksmanship prevails. Of course, Ron maintains a humble and cautious disposition, uncertain if his sharpshooting skills will suffice against these opponents, as hidden experts may lurk among them. Thus, Ron draws his tranquilizer gun, preparing to continue the fray. In the Navy's assessment duels, weaponry is permitted, with firearms included, albeit utilizing tranquilizer rounds instead of live ammunition. Now that he has relinquished his devil fruit abilities, it falls to me to handle him, a Marine remarks with a grin as he lunges toward Ron. Bang! With a single shot, Ron felled him to the ground. Chapter 19, Zephyr's Recruitment. It was unexpected that his marksmanship was quite impressive, Crane remarked, seemingly indicating that he must have done considerable preparation prior to his arrival. Karp nodded in agreement. The remaining individuals were swiftly overpowered by Ron's tranquilizer gun. No one anticipated that Ron's shooting skills were so formidable. This, of course, was also attributed to the fact that Ron had already defeated numerous powerful adversaries using his devil fruit abilities. While the last few opponents had exhausted a significant amount of their stamina, had these individuals maintained their vigor, Ron might not have been able to dispatch them so swiftly. Nevertheless, Ron's shooting technique possessed its own distinctive attributes: steady, precise, and ruthless. Karp and Crane departed, having conducted a brief assessment of Ron. Ron has achieved the remarkable distinction of securing the first place in this Naval Headquarters recruitment examination. Given his performance, he possesses the potential to be accepted as a student by Zephyr. Indeed, the abilities of the human fruit in the Titan giant form are quite impressive. Hand him over to me, and I assure you that he will rise to the rank of Rear Admiral, or perhaps even Admiral, in the future. Zephyr was exceedingly pleased and had already made a promise to Crane over the phone. I have faith in your teaching capabilities, so let him learn alongside you. That sounds wonderful. I eagerly anticipate his arrival here. After concluding the call with Zephyr, Crane proceeded to Sengoku's office. The detailed information regarding this examination had already been placed on Sengoku's desk. Little Crane, you've arrived. What brings you here? Sengoku inquired. I wanted to discuss your thoughts on the results of the examination. What is your perspective? Crane responded. I have reviewed Ron's information as well, and his strength is indeed formidable, showcasing immense potential. The endorsements from both of you affirm his capabilities. As for his assignment, his skills are sufficient for the rank of Major, but he still requires further training. He has many shortcomings. We cannot hastily appoint him to such a position purely based on talent, Sengoku articulated with caution. You are absolutely correct. However, is there a possibility to facilitate his development and enhance his fruit abilities? Crane inquired. Are you suggesting entrusting him to Zephyr? Sengoku replied. Both Sengoku and Zephyr had once been formidable contenders for the rank of Marshal, leading to a slight rift between them. Many viewed their relationship as less than amicable. Then let us assign him to Zephyr. He can better nurture his talents and ultimately serve the Navy more effectively. Little Crane, do you suspect that there is some discord between Zephyr and me? While I do harbor some dissatisfaction with the prevalence of Zephyr's students within the Navy, I am not without a sense of magnanimity. Look at Akainu, Borsellino, and Kazan. They are now all admirals. As long as one can unlock their potential and uphold justice, that is what truly matters. Very well, I shall send him to Zephyr for his tutelage, Sengoku concluded. Despite the underlying tension between Sengoku and Zephyr, Sengoku possessed sufficient composure not to let it cloud his judgment. Numerous outstanding commanders in the Navy were cultivated by Zephyr, who was undeniably a masterful mentor for nurturing new talent. However, while Zephyr excelled in developing the abilities of newcomers, he exerted little influence over their personalities, resulting in a cadre of peculiar individuals. For instance, Akainu is too rigid, Borsellino too lethargic, and Kazan adopts a nonchalant attitude towards everything. Zephyr, Sengoku has agreed. This newcomer will soon be entrusted to you. Ensure you nurture him well, striving to develop someone of Rear Admiral caliber or higher. Crane communicated with Zephyr over the phone. That is agreeable. Once he arrives, I will dedicate myself to his training, Zephyr affirmed. Years ago, Sengoku and Zephyr had encountered disagreements regarding the martial position, which had led to lingering tensions. Crane had consistently aligned herself with Sengoku, feeling a sense of indebtedness towards Zephyr. Thus, she had spent years attempting to mend the rift between them. Many exceptional commanders within the Navy were trained by Zephyr before Sengoku assumed the role of marshal. However, after Sengoku took command, Zephyr had seldom produced outstanding naval officers of high rank. This was partly due to the rarity of geniuses and partly because Sengoku had imposed certain restrictions on Zephyr. Imagine if all the senior officers under Sengoku were Zephyr's students. How would that appear? Thus, Crane sought out Sengoku to resolve this matter, believing that Ron, being an exceptionally talented individual, could thrive under Zephyr's guidance. In reality, Sengoku had controlled the Navy for many years and was no longer concerned about Zephyr stirring up trouble. Therefore, he permitted this arrangement, hoping to ease the tension between them. Meanwhile, Zephyr was elated at the prospect of mentoring a new user of the human fruit. Master, I heard you have acquired a new student. A young female student with wavy azure hair, draped in a blue cloak and clad in shorts, inquired. Indeed, AI, he may very well become your junior in the future. So do take good care of him, Zephyr replied. Master, the Navy headquarters has never provided you with exceptional talent over the years. Perhaps this one will be no different? AI questioned, somewhat perplexed. He should be a promising candidate. After all, he comes highly recommended by Vice Admiral Crane, who has a keen eye for talent. If she deems him good, he must be quite remarkable. Akainu was also referred to me by her. Oh, is that so? AI exclaimed in surprise. Does that mean this newcomer has the potential to become an admiral someday? Not necessarily, Zephyr chuckled. Individuals like Akainu, Borsellino, and Kazan are exceedingly rare. Perhaps in my lifetime. I have only encountered those three. While this young man named Ron is indeed talented, it does not guarantee he will reach such heights. Ultimately, it depends on his own efforts. AI, you must understand that while diligence is paramount, talent holds greater significance. Many of my students have attained the rank of Rear Admiral, yet only those three ascended to Admiral. Is it because the others lacked effort? Not at all. Many have diligently honed their abilities to reach their current standing. However, without innate talent, one must train rigorously and consistently to become formidable. I understand, Master. I shall strive to be more diligent, AI responded earnestly. Her curiosity piqued about the new junior. At that moment, Ron found himself in a quandary. He had received 2 letters of appointment. Where should he go? Chapter 20. 2 letters of appointment. Before Ron lay 2 letters of appointment. The scripts differed significantly. One was written in a bold, robust style, while the other was more delicate and elegant. It was evident that one letter was penned by a man and the other by a woman. Ron contemplated for a moment and decided to begin with the letter penned by the woman. Women in the naval headquarters are a rarity, which piqued Ron's curiosity regarding the matter. Hello, Ron. Congratulations on securing first place in this naval selection. Your talent is exceptional. Our esteemed Vice Admiral holds you in high regard and has recommended an outstanding mentor for you. This distinguished instructor is none other than the former Admiral Zephyr. Please keep this credential safe, as you will soon be able to reach Admiral Zephyr's location via the ships of the naval headquarters. This appointment letter serves as both your acceptance notification and your proof of credentials. Please safeguard it diligently. I hope you will study diligently, strive earnestly, and contribute to the noble cause of the Navy. We look forward to witnessing your remarkable performance in your future career. This appointment letter appears to be written by a female sailor under Vice Admiral Crane. While the Navy predominantly comprises men, there are indeed female sailors, most of whom are led by Crane. The naval headquarters consists of over a dozen vice admirals. Aside from Crane and Peach Rabbit, all others are male. This further attests to Crane's capabilities and strength. Ron was taken aback by the unexpected recognition bestowed upon him by Crane, particularly the fact that one of her subordinates had penned an appointment letter on his behalf. This was an occurrence he had never anticipated. Receiving such acknowledgement from a figure of her stature, for a fleeting moment, he found himself in a state of bewilderment, overwhelmed by the honor. However, he quickly regained his composure. There was still another appointment letter to peruse, after all. He proceeded to open the second letter, which began with an unexpected inquiry. "Hello, Ron. Do you enjoy eating rice crackers?" This initial question left Ron momentarily stunned. "Admiral Garp has asked me to inquire if you would like to share some with him." The significance of this statement was profound. Who was Garp, after all? He was a hero of the Navy, a figure of veneration for many within its ranks. Thus, Garp's standing within the Navy was indisputable. The mere suggestion of him wanting to share rice crackers with Ron raised questions about his true intentions. Ron is merely an ordinary individual, a newly enlisted soldier who has recently undergone evaluation. I must responsibly advise you not to take this lightly. Excessive consumption of senbei is detrimental to one's health. Throughout my extensive career, I have witnessed Mr. Garp succumb to slumber due to senbei on numerous occasions. At times, he would even doze off while merely walking. Thus, I have concluded that overindulgence in senbei is harmful to the body. Therefore, I strongly recommend that you refrain from harboring any intentions regarding Mr. Garp's senbei. However, all of the above is jest. I must still carry out Mr. Garp's orders. Since he inquired about your fondness for senbei, I too must pose the question. Now, let us proceed to the matter at hand. Mr. Garp is exceedingly impressed with your performance and expresses a keen interest in you. He hopes you will join his ranks as a subordinate. Hence, this letter of appointment has been issued. If you are inclined to accept, please bring the letter to report to me at the Navy headquarters, room 302, 3rd floor, building 17, where I shall await your arrival. Ron felt a bit disoriented. He had never envisioned that one day he would earn the admiration of two legendary figures. Remarkably, both had simultaneously dispatched their subordinates to present him with letters of appointment. How can one describe this? It is akin to receiving acceptance letters from two prestigious universities. Imagine if you were to achieve a score of 700 on your college entrance examination, subsequently receiving notifications from two top-tier institutions. What an immense honor that would be. Before Ron now lay two paths, one leading to the renowned Naval Master Zephyr, where he could embark on a journey of learning under his tutelage. The other, an invitation to join the ranks of Admiral Garp and learn alongside him. This presented a truly daunting dilemma. Had he received an offer from only one of them, Ron would have accepted without a moment's hesitation. What is the purpose of joining the Navy? It is not merely for vengeance. Beyond that, it is also to secure a more peaceful and stable life for others like himself. Therefore, once he joins the Navy, it is imperative to enhance his own strength and continuously elevate his rank. Only with increasing influence can he hope to realize his aspirations. Yet now, with two eminent figures extending their invitations, the decision has become increasingly complex. Thus, Ron finds himself pondering deeply where his path should lead. After a moment of reflection, Ron suddenly pondered a crucial question. It seemed that Monkey D. Luffy had yet to set sail. But Ron was still uncertain about the specific year. Indeed, he had inquired of numerous individuals regarding the current year, with some responding with the year of the Sea Circle calendar. However, Ron was unfamiliar with the Sea Circle calendar. It was precisely this lack of understanding that left Ron bewildered about the current temporal context, the state of the Navy, and the overall condition of the world. He was utterly in the dark. Ron's heart leaned toward training under Zephyr. However, a pressing question loomed before him. Where was Edward Weevil now? Had he launched an attack on Zephyr, or was he en route to do so? This was of utmost importance, a matter of life and death. Zephyr, a compassionate general, had never taken the life of a pirate in his lifetime, earning him the title of the Merciful Admiral. Yet, his fate was tragically intertwined with loss. His family had been shattered by pirates, and despite sparing many, he himself was not spared. The most devastating blow to Zephyr came when a cohort of his students fell victim to Edward Weevil's assault, resulting in catastrophic losses, leaving only Ein and Benz alive. Zephyr himself had lost an arm. Furthermore, Edward Weevil's subsequent nomination as a warlord of the sea left Zephyr disillusioned with the Navy, prompting him to establish the Neo Navy. Thus, the current moment was critical. If Ron could not ascertain the timeline and arrived at Zephyr's location in the wake of an attack by Edward Weevil, he might very well lose his life there. Ron understood that, despite possessing some talent and a seemingly formidable fruit, he lacked the capability to survive against a powerhouse like Edward Weevil. Therefore, his next course of action hinged on determining the current situation. Would Edward Weevil soon assault Zephyr? Or had he already done so? Edward Weevil was appointed as one of the 7 warlords after the Marineford War, by which time Zephyr was already 73 years old. However, Zephyr had been attacked by Weevil at the age of 65. When Luffy encountered Zephyr in the New World, Zephyr was 74. Thus, it could be deduced that Zephyr was attacked approximately 7 years prior to the Marineford War, with Zephyr being 74 2 years after the war and Carp being 78. It was evident that Carp was 4 years older than Zephyr. Therefore, it sufficed to determine Carp's age. Consequently, Ron carried an official appointment letter penned by a male hand to the Marine Headquarters, Building 17, 3rd floor, Office 302. Chapter 21. Journey to Zephyr's base. Arriving at the 302 office on the 3rd floor of Building 17, Ron felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Here, he encountered Carp's aide, Bogart. This was Ron's first direct interaction with Bogart, who was notably discreet, making only rare appearances in the world of One Piece. People knew him merely as a swordsman, yet his strength was undoubtedly formidable. A strong general never surrounds himself with weak subordinates. And considering the long-standing rivalry between Roger and Carp, if Carp was primarily focused on Roger, then who dealt with Roger's companions? It could very well have been Carp's unassuming subordinate, Bogart. Thus, meeting such a prominent figure for the first time, and at such proximity, indeed made Ron somewhat apprehensive. There's no need to be nervous. It seems you wish to remain here and serve as a subordinate to Mr. Carp, Bogart remarked. Ron glanced at Bogart and noted that he still appeared quite youthful. He was curious about Mr. Carp's age. May I inquire how old Mr. Carp is this year? You young lad dared to ask about Mr. Carp's age upon your arrival. Do you perceive him as old? Bogart responded. Mr. Carp is currently 64 years old, in the prime of his life. He was taken aback that Ron's first question upon meeting was about Mr. Carp's age. Perhaps this newcomer was unaware of Mr. Carp's current age, possibly believing that he had diminished in strength. Thus, Bogart decided to enlighten him. Given Ron's status as a new recruit, Bogart held no resentment. After hearing Bogart's words, Ron began to analyze the information he possessed. By piecing together the known data, he could approximately deduce the current year. Mr. Carp was 76 years old before the Marineford War, while at that time, Luffy had just set sail at 17. Consequently, with Mr. Carp now being 64, it indicates that the timeline stretches back 12 years to the Marineford War. At this point, Zephyr would be around 60 years old, and Luffy would be merely 5 years old, still a mere child. Red-haired Shanks was 37 years old before the Marineford War, making him 20 years older than Luffy. Therefore, with Luffy being 5 years of age, Shanks would be 25. Ron was diligently attempting to recall the ages of these characters to deduce the trajectory of the current events. Shanks encountered 7-year-old Luffy at the age of 27, and through a series of unexpected circumstances, the 7-year-old Luffy consumed the gum-gum fruit. This implies that from the present moment, 2 years hence, Luffy will meet the red-haired Shanks. At this juncture, one of the 2 most enchanting women of the Straw Hat Pirates, Nami, is merely 6 years old. Thus, at this moment, Nami should be a relatively unassuming young girl. It is indeed somewhat regrettable to ponder. However, Robin should be 16 at this time, which is quite a splendid age. Yet, upon further contemplation, Ron found his mind aching. He could not clearly recall Robin's whereabouts at this time. What are you pondering, kid? Bogart inquired. I am contemplating how to politely decline Mr. Carp's invitation. I have previously received a letter of appointment. And while it is indeed a tremendous honor to receive Mr. Carp's invitation, I find myself at a loss regarding my choice, hence the predicament I am in. What do you mean? Please elucidate your thoughts. Is there something that has led to your current indecision? Bogart, a master swordsman, asked. The truth is, had I only received Mr. Carp's invitation, I would undoubtedly have joined his ranks to learn diligently under him. However, prior to that, I had already received an invitation from Mr. Zephyr, which has rendered my decision-making rather challenging. As a mere novice, I feel unworthy of their esteem, and thus I am quite anxious. My intent is to proceed in the order of invitations, which is why I find myself at a loss for words. I believe I understand your sentiment. Young man, fret not. As long as you strive to become a formidable force in the future, maintaining the justice within your heart is paramount. Mr. Carp's interest in nurturing you stems from his recognition of your talent, enabling you to better develop your abilities and showcase your strength in this world, ultimately achieving your aspirations and upholding the justice that lies behind you. Ron was taken aback by Bogart's eloquence. Therefore, do not worry about inciting the displeasure of the commander. Ultimately, it is all for your beneficial development. If you have chosen Mr. Zephyr, That is indeed a commendable decision. With Mr. Zephyr's guidance, you will undoubtedly achieve greater success. Mr. Karp seldom places significance on the youth, which is why Bogart regards this young man with a discerning eye, offering him considerable counsel. Over the years, Bogart has remained remarkably low-key, often overlooked by many. Yet, in reality, he is an exceptionally powerful master. After all, Karp could not have faced Roger's crew alone for so many years without the substantial support of his lieutenant. Bogart has been with Karp the longest and is a swordsman, likely the very individual who assisted Karp in contending with Rayleigh during their encounters. Thank you, sir. I shall take my leave. Ron ultimately decided to follow Zephyr. The enhancement of one's abilities is not an overnight endeavor. Having an exceptional mentor to guide him would yield remarkably beneficial results. At this moment, Zephyr is 60 years old, with 5 years remaining until Edward Weeble's assault. Ron firmly believes that, given 5 years, he will undoubtedly grow and potentially defeat Edward Weeble, thereby rescuing all those he has harmed. Additionally, he hopes to alleviate the sorrow of the tragic Admiral Zephyr, enhancing the quality of his later years. Ron harbors a deep sympathy for Zephyr and recognizes this as an opportunity to acquire skills from him, which he can later repay. Why not seize such a chance? Thus, 2 days later, Ron boarded the naval vessel bound for Zephyr's base, clutching the recommendation letter penned by Crane, which served as his official appointment. The duration of his studies remains uncertain, yet he anticipates an unforgettable and exhilarating experience. As he gazed at the seagull flag being raised and the naval ship setting sail, Ron felt a surge of emotions. From this moment on, he would be an exemplary sailor, and his life was about to undergo a significant transformation. With the guidance of the finest mentor in the world and his own diligence, Ron is confident he will soon exact his vengeance and better protect those who, like him, are vulnerable. However, amidst his excitement, Ron experiences a tinge of melancholy. Nami is only 6 years old. Yet, at 16, he reassures himself that a 10-year age difference is not insurmountable. Furthermore, he is of an appropriate age for Robin, and he suspects he is similar in age to Ein as well. What am I pondering? The paramount focus must be on enhancing one's own strength. Ron shook his head and began to focus intently on the book gifted to him by Captain Sonier. This tome was predominantly filled with accounts of marksmanship, encompassing decades of the captain's life experiences. It proved to be immensely beneficial for Ron. Chapter 22. Recommendations for Fruit Development Aboard a Naval Vessel. Ron swiftly arrived at Zephyr's location. Upon disembarking, he was greeted by Zephyr, who had come to welcome him alongside all of his students. For Ron, this was an extraordinarily high level of hospitality. He had not anticipated that Professor Zephyr would personally come to greet him. Are you Ron? We have been eagerly awaiting your arrival to welcome you into our midst, a woman with azure curls. Draped in a blue cloak and clad in shorts that revealed her long, fair legs, remarked. Ron cast a few glances at her and soon recognized him as Ein, one of Zephyr's distinguished students and a future key officer in the Neo-Navy. At that moment, Ein's legs were smooth and unblemished, devoid of any scars. Typically, when Luffy encountered Ein, she bore a cross-shaped scar on her leg. While a scar might not detract significantly from Ein's beauty, it nonetheless had a subtle impact. Seeing Ein now, with such flawless and even legs, evoked a peculiar sensation. Observing Ron's unwavering gaze upon Ein, Binzi, another of Zephyr's esteemed students, felt a twinge of discontent. It was rather impolite to stare so intently at a senior, especially after everyone had been waiting for such an extended period. Binzi's voice was not loud, yet both Zephyr and Ein caught wind of it, as did Ron. Ron felt it was indeed somewhat impolite. He immediately turned to Zephyr and expressed, "Teacher Zephyr, I am grateful for your warm welcome. Here is the letter of recommendation from Admiral Crane." The significance of the recommendation letter was trivial. What truly mattered was the demonstration of one's capabilities. Since he was already present, it was time to showcase his prowess. Zephyr's words resonated with wisdom. Regardless of the contents of the letter, it ultimately amounted to mere words on paper, and true merit could only be ascertained through tangible demonstration. Encouraged by Zephyr's remarks, Ron cast aside his hesitation and began his transformation. Gradually, he elevated in stature, growing from an ordinary height to that of a general. He continued to ascend, reaching heights of 3, 6, and eventually 10 meters. The sheer magnitude of his presence exuded an overwhelming sense of authority. "Now, please demonstrate your strength," Zephyr instructed. "Engage in a sparring match with Binzi." It was unexpected for Zephyr to initiate an assessment of Ron so promptly. Perhaps he had contemplated this evaluation since welcoming Ron. The edge of the island provided an ideal setting for combat. Binzi, step forward and exchange a few moves with him, Zephyr commanded. Binzi was among Zephyr's most distinguished students. One of the few survivors alongside Ein after the ambush by Edward Weevil. This undoubtedly attested to his formidable abilities. While Binzi's fruit powers were somewhat inferior to Ein's, his martial prowess was notably superior. Initially harboring some discontent towards the newcomer Ron, Binzi, a spirited youth, felt a pang of injustice, as he had not received such high-caliber treatment upon his own arrival at the academy. The fact that Ein was assigned to assist Ron further irked the impetuous Binzi. Among the students, only a handful of girls were present, with Ein being the most striking. Thus, Binzi wasted no time and launched a direct punch to Ron's chest. Ron observed Binzi's movements and instinctively began to block. However, to be frank, Binzi's speed was exceedingly swift for Ron. Ultimately, he failed to evade and was struck squarely in the chest by Binzi's punch, causing him to stagger back a step. He had believed his training had honed his speed sufficiently, rendering him remarkably swift compared to many pirates. During the naval recruit assessments, his agility had garnered much admiration, as his imposing physique was coupled with surprising nimbleness, evoking envy among many. Yet, facing Binzi, Ron came to realize the vast chasm that separated him from these seasoned Marines. Nevertheless, Ron possessed a commendable physical resilience, and this blow did not inflict significant harm. You can withstand my strike without injury. Indeed, you possess considerable potential, Binzi remarked. However, I shall increase my force progressively, so be prepared. This moment was to ascertain the extent of Ron's innate talent, and thus, Binzi intended to gradually escalate the pressure. He resumed his assault, opting not to employ the abilities of his Moku no Mi, but instead utilizing the Marine's 6 styles, launching a direct attack towards Ron's body with a precise thrust. In combat, one must always be cognizant of one's own capabilities. However, when ensnared in dire circumstances, retreat is not an option, one must commit fully. Confronted with adversity, retreat guarantees demise. One must bravely engage the enemy while maintaining a composed and analytical mindset, seeking weaknesses in their combat tactics. Regardless of whether one can exploit these weaknesses, it is imperative to strike at these vulnerable points with full force. This principle was gleaned from the writings of Captain Sonier, who, though a marksman, possessed an extensive understanding of various theoretical concepts and recorded combat techniques. Based on his years of experience, he advocated for a realistic assessment of one's abilities when confronting adversaries, emphasizing the necessity of recognizing the disparity in strength between oneself and the foe. If one cannot prevail, it is unwise to engage recklessly, for it is oneself who will suffer the consequences. He also documented strategies for handling perilous situations. While it is essential to gauge one's capabilities and understand the opponent's strength, in moments of desperation, one must not succumb to fear or hesitation. In such instances, prudence yields only a path to ruin. Thus, one must exert every effort. The text clearly stated that in times of dire straits, it is the courageous who emerge victorious. Ron comprehended the wisdom of the words spoken. He found himself ensnared in a predicament akin to a deadlock. He was acutely aware that Bings would not take his life, yet he would relentlessly pursue him, driving him into a corner. Although Ron contemplated ways to resist, he consistently found himself unable to evade Bing's assaults. This predicament was exceedingly awkward. At times, he could envision the solution in his mind, yet his body failed to respond in harmony. Nevertheless, Ron did not surrender. He continued to seek opportunities to evade. Ron, consider the potential of your fruit. Is it merely restricted to offensive and defensive capabilities, or might there be other powers yet undiscovered? Zephyr interjected, emphasizing that all Zoan-type fruits possess unique traits, and his mythical beast fruit must indeed harbor extraordinary abilities. For instance, Admiral Sengoku wielded the power to generate shockwaves. Could you possess a similar ability? Ron's fruit should be classified as a mythical beast type. However, what it currently manifests are merely the abilities typical of a common Zoan-type fruit, devoid of any extraordinary functions. Upon hearing Zephyr's words, Ron began to ponder whether his Titan fruit could potentially undergo further development. Chapter 23. The terrifying gift of talent. Listening to Zephyr, Ron delved into contemplation. The Titans represent an immense lineage, endowed with remarkably potent and enigmatic powers. Legends speak of the Titans as progeny of the sky god Uranus and the earth goddess Gaia. There are 12 Titans in total, divided evenly between 6 males and 6 females. Their formidable strength grants them dominion over the sky, the earth, and the oceans. Should Ron manage to inherit their legacy or elevate his Titan fruit to a level akin to theirs, gaining mastery over the sky, earth, and seas, he would become invincible in this world. The 6 male Titans are Oceanus, the god of oceanic rivers; Ceus, the god of intellect and inquiry; Hyperion, the god of light and the sun; Crius, the god of growth and vitality; Iapetus, the god of the soul and death; Cronus, the god of time and space. The 6 female Titans are Thea, the goddess of treasure, sunlight, and sight; Rhea, the goddess of fertility, time, and storms; Themis, the water goddess, embodying order and justice; Mnemosyne, the goddess of memory, one of the 3 muses of poetry; Phoebe, the moon goddess, representing prophecy; Tethys, the goddess of the vast ocean. Their capabilities are sufficient to upend the very fabric of this world. Naturally, Ron understands that acquiring such powers is beyond his reach, yet he wonders to what extent his fruit can be developed. Is there a possibility for resonance with these abilities? This remains to be explored. However, he contemplates the potential awakening of these talents through various developmental avenues. Thus, while engaged in battle with Benzi, Ron began to reflect on these matters, recognizing that the mastery over the sky, earth, and seas presents a formidable challenge. Therefore, he resolved to start with the instincts inherent to animals. Ron closed his eyes, seeking to harness the power of his hearing. How could closing his eyes help him? Even with his eyes wide open, he could not evade the speed of Benz. Would shutting his eyes truly make a difference? The others questioned in unison. Ron began to listen with his ears and to perceive with his heart. Unfortunately, his efforts yielded little result. Could it be that he was attempting to comprehend the observation Haki? Many were left questioning. Typically, the training of Haki requires one to close their eyes, relying on alternative senses for understanding, as keeping one's eyes open could cloud judgment. Generally, when training in observation Haki, practitioners close their eyes to better sense the attacks of others. Alas, it still proved ineffective. Ron, with his eyes shut tight, found himself suffering an even more severe beating. If one continues to passively endure blows, the outcome is inevitably dire. Perhaps I should not shy away from the confrontation. Ron finally opened his eyes. Closing them had proven futile. The notion of truly feeling had yielded nothing. He resolved henceforth to confront challenges head-on. For evasion was a fruitless endeavor. Bingzi's speed was simply too formidable. Poof! Ron collided directly with Bingzi's spear, causing him to bleed profusely. Undeterred, Ron launched an assault against Bingzi. Throwing a punch aimed at his opponent's body, Bingzi effortlessly evaded the attack. The large brute seems more concerned with avoiding my strikes than mounting an offense. It is utterly futile, Bingzi remarked with a smirk, despite Ron's imposing height of 10 meters instilling a sense of dread in many. Witnessing him being dominated by Bingzi brought relief and eased the tension among the onlookers. Bingzi's teasing elicited knowing smiles from everyone. Size alone merely accentuated clumsiness. Ein observed Ron with a hint of pity. After all, he was merely a recent recruit, having been part of the Navy for less than a month. And how could he possibly contend with seasoned students who had trained extensively under some of the world's most esteemed instructors? Let us give Zifa-sensei some credit. Ron has just arrived and has yet to undergo systematic training. That he has persevered thus far is quite commendable, I mused. There is no need to rush. Let us see how this unfolds. For now, Ron has only sustained minor injuries, and it appears his latent potential is beginning to surface. Have you noticed his remarkable physical resilience? If you examine the initial wounds closely, they seem to be healing rapidly. Such is the power of a formidable devil fruit. Upon hearing Zifa's words, Ein began to scrutinize Ron's earlier injuries, which, indeed, had formed scabs and were slowly mending. How astonishing, Ein thought. This healing phenomenon seems to have only just commenced. It could very well be the unique ability of this fruit, Zifa continued to comment. Ron remained oblivious to the extraordinary vitality of his fruit. He was only aware that in order to vanquish Benz, he must earnestly launch an offensive. Since evading his assaults was futile, it would be more prudent to confront him directly. Weakness. Ron endeavored to uncover the vulnerabilities of Bingzi, meticulously observing his every move. At last, he conceived a strategy. To his surprise, Bingzi proved to be remarkably resilient. It appeared that he would require a period of recuperation. This time, Bingzi launched an assault towards Ron's chest with both hands, employing armed Haki. With a swift thrust, his fingers pierced through Ron's flesh. Just as Bingzi resolved to withdraw his hand, Ron embraced him tightly, subsequently seizing Bin's wrist. Then, Ron commenced his swift maneuvers. Although this assessment was intended to gauge Ron's innate talent, Binz did not hold back in his response. Moreover, Ron sensed a hint of animosity emanating from Binz. Thus, Ron deemed it unnecessary to show restraint. At the moment Ron grasped his wrist, Binz promptly prepared to retaliate, aiming a kick towards Ron's chest in an attempt to free himself from Ron's grasp. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Ron firmly grasped Binz's wrist and swiftly began to spin. With a forceful motion, he hurled Binz to the ground, only to rapidly lift him again and slam him onto the opposite side. This back-and-forth assault continued for 20 to 30 iterations. This maneuver was a staple in Ron's repertoire. Yet it must be acknowledged that engaging in such combat was exceedingly exhilarating. As Ron swung Binz around, the wounds on his body gradually healed, and his stature began to increase steadily. At this moment, Ron also became aware of the changes within his own physique. He felt as though he had grown taller, and his strength had significantly increased. Could this be a manifestation of Kry's abilities? Kry's, the god of growth and vitality among the Titans, might indeed imbue the Titan fruit with extraordinary regenerative properties and vitality. Teacher, do you think he has awakened the devil fruit? Ayan inquired. She possessed considerable knowledge regarding the awakening of devil fruits. For instance, the beasts in the deep-sea prison could engage in endless battles, a direct result of such an awakening. No, this may be a form of innate talent, Zephyr remarked. The awakening of the fruit is still a distant prospect, yet this is certainly an extraordinary gift. However, one cannot ascertain the limitations of such a talent. Chapter 24. Training for the Titan fruit. At this juncture, Binz had lapsed into a state of unconsciousness. Logically, given his capabilities, it seemed implausible that he would succumb to someone of Ron's caliber. Ron was merely a novice who had recently enlisted in the Navy, yet he had already undergone training here at Zephyr for several years. Ultimately, it all boils down to underestimating one's adversary. It is precisely this hubris that causes many individuals on the battlefield to experience significant shifts in their fortunes, ultimately leading them to reap the bitter fruits of defeat, and in some cases, to pay the ultimate price of death. Ron had long understood this principle, which is why he approached every confrontation with utmost seriousness. The rise of the Chu state, led by Chen Sheng, who boldly proclaimed, "Are there not noblemen among the commoners? How can the sparrows fathom the aspirations of the swan?" ignited the first wave of anti-Qin sentiment in history. Ultimately, his downfall was precipitated by his underestimation of the Qin army, as he declared himself king of Chu without any significant strategic victories, leading to his demise. Following Chen Sheng's death, the most formidable force among the anti-Qin factions was undoubtedly Xiang Liang. At that time, the Chu army was exceptionally powerful, displaying remarkable combat prowess, and Xiang Liang achieved multiple victories against the Qin forces. However, this success fostered a sense of complacency, ultimately resulting in his death at the hands of the Qin general Zhang Han. After Xiang Liang's demise, Zhang Han erroneously believed that neither Xiang Yu nor Liu Bang posed a substantial threat, and thus he marched northward across the Yellow River to confront the forces of Zhao. This too was a grave error born of underestimation. Had he regarded Xiang Yu and Liu Bang with greater seriousness, history might have unfolded differently. At that time, both Xiang Yu and Liu Bang were still relatively weak and hardly a match for Zhang Han. Later, one of Xiang Yu's notable generals, Long Jie, in a battle against Han Xin, dismissed him as a coward, merely slipping beneath the legs of others. His lack of regard for Han Xin ultimately led to his demise. Therefore, to underestimate one's adversaries on the battlefield is tantamount to inviting one's own destruction through their hands. Ron firmly embraced these principles, understanding from historical events that one must possess a clear self-awareness and an acute comprehension of one's adversaries when undertaking any endeavor. Consequently, he approached every confrontation with utmost seriousness, ultimately leading him to victory. In contrast, Binz suffered a devastating defeat at Ron's hands. A few of them were instructed to carry Binz away for treatment. Zephyr directed several students to assist in this, then turned his gaze to Ron. "Your potential is immense. Now, strike at me. Let me observe the extent of your abilities and uncover the catalyst behind your extraordinary talent." It was evident that Ron's devil fruit was exceptionally unique. To accurately assess his innate capabilities, Zephyr realized that he must engage personally. Others would find it challenging to discern the characteristics of Ron's fruit, and the risk of injury was significant, making it difficult to maintain a precise control over the intensity of their encounters. Should he exhibit excessive strength, Ron could be gravely harmed. Conversely, If he displayed insufficient power, he too might sustain serious injuries. Thus, Zephyr chose to enter the fray himself. Come, attack me. Allow me to gauge the nature of your talent. Zephyr was genuinely intrigued. It had been a long time since he had encountered a student of such caliber. Therefore, he stepped forward to engage Ron in battle. Ron was certainly no match for Zephyr. However, since the instructor wished to assess him, he was determined to display the full extent of his capabilities. Thus, Ron engaged in the duel with Zephyr without holding back, entirely committed to the confrontation. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ron was thoroughly defeated. Zephyr, having observed Ron keenly, instructed, Ein, please take Ron to rest and arrange his accommodations. Familiarize him with our surroundings and closely monitor his injuries to aid his recovery. Understood, teacher. After the 10-minute bout, Zephyr had gleaned insights into Ron's current fruit development abilities, his innate talents, and the potential pathways for future advancements. Yet, Zephyr required additional time to reflect and consult relevant materials before arriving at a definitive conclusion. Thus, Ron was escorted down by Ian. Can you walk on your own? After the recent confrontation with Zephyr, Ron had sustained considerable injuries, and at this moment, he was being supported by Ian as he moved. Ron is slightly taller than Ian, possessing a well-proportioned physique. However, his weight is considerable, making it somewhat burdensome for Ian to support him. Moreover, Ron's hand inadvertently brushes against Ian's headlights, which causes Ian a degree of embarrassment. Having witnessed Ron's remarkable recuperative abilities, Ian assumed that Ron need not exert all his weight upon him while walking. All right, I'll give it a try. To be honest, being this close for the first time, Ian finds it difficult to part from Ron's presence. Ron struggled to support his own body, yearning to distance himself from Ian. Oh dear, my legs can hardly bear my weight. Yet, as he attempted to lift himself, Ron abruptly collapsed once more. His right hand inadvertently pressed against Ian's car light, which made Ian feel slightly embarrassed. However, gazing at Ron's innocent and somewhat pained expression, Ian felt compelled to refrain from commenting. Very well. Let us hasten back to your dormitory. Given your severe injuries, it is imperative that you rest adequately. After all, it was Zephyr who had personally intervened, leaving Ian no room to doubt that Ron was merely feigning distress. In truth, Zephyr's strike had not been excessively harsh. Ron genuinely believed he was still capable of walking, albeit with some discomfort. Yet this pain was bearable. Had Ian not taken the initiative to support him, Ron likely would have managed to walk unaided. With such an opportunity before him, how could Ron possibly let it slip away? Such moments are rare indeed. The proximity, coupled with the sweet fragrance of a young lady, made him reluctant to return alone. In truth, he wished to linger a while longer. Yet, every path one wishes to traverse ultimately leads to an end. It is akin to a youthful infatuation. One might cherish those serendipitous encounters with a beloved on a familiar street, walking side by side in silent companionship or engaging in casual banter, envisioning an eternity of shared journeys. Yet, every road must eventually conclude. Ron was ultimately returned to the dormitory, due to his injuries requiring care. His accommodation has been temporarily arranged next to mine. Originally, Ian intended for Ron to be placed in the boys' dormitory. However, considering Ron's severe injuries and Professor Zifa's request to monitor his recovery, it was decided that Ron would stay nearby. Please wait here. I shall bring you some food shortly. I am uncertain about the quantity you might be able to eat. Ron spoke a bit shyly. As his abilities from the devil fruit grew, his appetite expanded significantly, leading to an increasing consumption of food. Consequently, he was uncertain about the extent of his capacity. All right, I shall endeavor to bring you more. Only when you are well fed can you recover more effectively. Chapter 25. Diligent Training and Preparation for the New Recruit Assessment. Ron was thus settled in, and then Ein went to prepare some food for him. She initially made twice the amount she usually consumed. Naturally, it was insufficient. Consequently, she prepared a great deal more. After consuming roughly 10 times the amount of food as Ein, Ron finally ceased. I wonder if I have overindulged. To be honest, Ron felt a tad embarrassed. No worries. This merely indicates that you are recovering splendidly. Allow me to examine your wounds. Thus, Ein commenced the inspection of Ron's injuries. Upon closer examination, it was evident that numerous superficial wounds had begun to heal, while the deeper ones were gradually mending. Such an astonishing ability to recover. Typically, a wound that would take an ordinary person 10 days to heal appears to be resolving for Ron in merely the span of a single meal. Is that so? Indeed. Under normal circumstances, your wounds would take a typical Marine about 10 days to reach this state. Yet for you, it seems to have taken only the time required for a meal. I believe that by evening, many of your wounds will be fully healed. As for the deeper lacerations, they may well be healed by tomorrow. I did not anticipate your abilities to be so extraordinary. It is simply a matter of enhanced recovery. Ron actually wanted to express that your ability is quite extraordinary, isn't it? Merely by coming into contact with others, you can reverse their age by several years. However, upon further reflection, Ron refrained from articulating this thought. After all, as a newcomer just arriving here, how could he possibly know that Ian's devil fruit is the fruit of regression? If Ron were to voice this observation, it would evoke a peculiar impression. How could he possess such knowledge? In truth, this is something he owes to your meticulous care. Had it not been for your attentive support, I might not have recovered so well. For me, the opportunity to engage in such close proximity with my senior has indeed aided in my healing process. Oh, my presence has been beneficial to your recovery. It was the first time Ian heard that he could have any impact on another's wounds, sparking his curiosity. Indeed, upon first encountering my senior, I was utterly captivated, feeling my blood course through my veins at an accelerated pace, and my heartbeat quicken. Perhaps it is this very reason that has facilitated my swift recovery. Ironically, an increase in blood flow and heart rate typically results in greater bleeding. Nonetheless, it is evident that Ian remains oblivious to this nuance. Does it truly possess such efficacy? An increase in blood flow can expedite the healing of wounds. Then why, upon seeing me, should that flow be heightened? As for Ian's age, Ron is not entirely certain. However, it stands to reason that they are likely close in age, even if Ian is slightly older. Thus, at this moment, Ian remains a rather innocent young girl. Perhaps it is due to my senior's striking beauty that I find my blood racing and heart pounding in the presence of attractive girls. I cannot quite fathom why. Upon hearing Ron's candid remarks, Ian felt a flush of embarrassment. She had never encountered such words before. For a girl of Ian's age, it is a time of youth, pursued by many, and a yearning for love. However, due to her status as a senior, no one dares to speak to her in such a manner. Ron was indeed the first. Do you not understand why? Is it to say that whenever you encounter a beautiful girl, such feelings arise? Ian's response was swift, instantly seizing upon Ron's flaw. Ron mentioned that he experiences such feelings when he encounters particularly attractive girls. This implies that Ron has had such sentiments towards many individuals. At that moment, Ron realized that his previous words may have been somewhat indiscreet. I suppose that is indeed the case. However, the senior sister is the first girl I have ever met. The very first. Upon hearing this, I felt a tinge of disbelief. I initially thought of him as a rather earnest and straightforward person, yet he turned out to be quite the smooth talker. Seeing Ian appear somewhat annoyed, Ron earnestly remarked, "Sister, indeed you are the first girl I have ever encountered." This statement, while not entirely inaccurate, requires some clarification. In Ron's experience within this world, he has encountered only two exquisite women, one being Lovenma and the other, Ian. Lovenma, being a mature woman, does not quite fit the description of a girl. In contrast, Ian undeniably embodies the essence of youth. However, given Ron's age, it seems implausible that he has never encountered a girl before. It appears you are not being entirely truthful. Ian, at that moment, found herself at a loss for words to articulate her discontent. Ron continued, "I have encountered many girls, yet they have all been rather mischievous and unruly. Thus, in my perception, they do not resemble girls at all. Rather, they seem akin to boys. However, someone as gentle and beautiful as you, senior sister, is a first for me. That is why I declare you to be the first true girl I have ever met." Is that true? Do you truly find me beautiful? Absolutely. I have never laid eyes on a girl as exquisite as you, senior sister. Ron spoke truthfully. In this world, he had encountered only two women, Lovenma and Ian. Lovenma was no longer young enough to be considered a girl. Thus, at present, Ian was indeed the most beautiful girl Ron had ever seen. Upon hearing Ron's compliments, Ian's irritation dissipated, and she felt immense joy. "All right, your injuries have nearly healed. I must report to the teacher, so please continue to rest. Thank you for your care, senior sister." Ian cheerfully waved goodbye to Ron and went to find Zephyr. Meanwhile, Ron lingered on the delightful sensation of touching the car lights. It was truly a wonderful feeling. Ian was the first girl Ron had met in this world, and being able to interact with her so closely stirred a wave of emotions within him. In the world of One Piece, beyond the survival of the fittest, there existed many beautiful aspects, such as the splendid scenery and lovely girls. Moreover, the scale of the girls' car lights was truly magnificent. According to the official statements by Oda, Nami and Robin's car light models were J, A, B, C, D, F, G, H, I, J, which was rather exhilarating to contemplate. If it weren't for the pirates plunging the seas into chaos, many villages would exist in a state of tranquil serenity, a lifestyle that many would find appealing, free from excessive pressure, living a pastoral existence. However, it was precisely the presence of pirates that rendered these waters restless. Any event could ignite the flames of war, and the pastoral ideal was merely an illusion. Beauty, too, could lead to peril in many places. If only the world could be transformed into a harmonious and beautiful realm, where he could reside with a few cherished girls in a favored location, enjoying delicious food daily. The mere thought filled him with pride. Wake up, wake up. Ron gently tapped his head. All unrealistic thoughts are mere fantasies. To achieve such goals, one must engage in diligent and grounded efforts. At present, my abilities are still quite limited. The foremost priority now is to enhance myself further. Practicality and earnestness are of utmost importance. Thus, Ron ceased to entertain other thoughts and devoted himself to reading. Chapter 26. The Naval Newcomer Assessment under Zephyr's guidance. Ron trained for an entire year. Throughout this period, he endured numerous trials. However, his progress was remarkably swift. First and foremost was his fruit's innate ability, a remarkable speed of recovery. Even when gravely injured and subjected to continuous assaults, he could heal most wounds within half a day and regain full mobility by the second day. By the third day, he would be completely restored. This recovery capability was truly formidable. An opponent of similar strength might find themselves outlasted by Ron, while those significantly stronger could pose a threat to his life, as sustained injuries would outpace his ability to recover, ultimately leading to his demise. I believe your fruit's potential extends far beyond what you've displayed. Beyond the recovery ability, consider exploring other avenues of development, Zephyr stated earnestly. I have consulted numerous texts regarding this fruit, yet there is scant documentation. Thus, my guidance is largely derived from conclusions about the Buddha form from the Warring States period. Ultimately, you must explore this on your own. Yes, Master, I will strive to improve, Ron replied. Over the course of the year, Ron trained daily with Zephyr, and under such intense regimen, his strength surged rapidly. He had become one of the finest students under Zephyr's tutelage, far surpassing Binzi. Additionally, throughout this year, Ron awakened both observation hockey and armament hockey. He also mastered several forms of the Marine Six styles, including the soar, moonwalk, and iron body. The remaining techniques proved challenging due to Ron's immense size, which had now reached 12 meters. Learning moonwalk was particularly difficult, and mastering techniques such as gale foot and shave was even more troublesome. The paper drawing technique, in particular, seemed nearly impossible for Ron. How could such a massive frame become as thin as paper? Such flexibility was arduous to cultivate. In addition to his physical training, Ron also honed his marksmanship. His shooting skills had become quite precise, yet he had yet to master the technique that allowed bullets to be imbued with armament hockey, as described by Lieutenant Sonier. Your progress is astounding. Upon returning to the naval headquarters for the assessment, I hope you will achieve an impressive score, Zephyr encouraged. The Navy frequently conducted assessments every year. 3 years, 5 years, and 10 years. These evaluations were intended to gauge individual growth and strength and, based on performance over the years, determine promotion in rank. The annual assessment was particularly focused on how much growth a newcomer had experienced within their first year, as well as their innate abilities. This assessment also influenced future personnel arrangements for the newcomers and their career paths. Typically, Ron would not be required to participate in this assessment since he was already Zephyr's student. He could choose to take part or continue his studies with Zephyr without obligation. However, he was determined to achieve an outstanding result in this assessment to demonstrate to the naval headquarters the caliber of Zephyr's latest apprentice. Ron initially contemplated continuing his studies with Zephyr, aspiring to enhance his abilities diligently, understanding that merely a year of learning does not equate to exceptional prowess. He was mindful of the cautionary tales of others. Although many events had not transpired in this world, they served as valuable lessons for him. For instance, after 2 years of training under Rayleigh, Luffy ascended to the status of the 5th Emperor. Despite a significant boost in strength, he still found himself humbled by formidable adversaries, succumbing to a single strike. A case in point was his confrontation with Kaido, where he activated his 4th gear and unleashed a myriad of advanced techniques. Yet they proved ineffective against Kaido's might, ultimately leading to his defeat by a single, crushing blow. The crux of this predicament lay in the brevity of his training. Despite possessing innate talent, he had yet to attain the pinnacle of his potential. Although Ron was aware that his talent was considerable and his teacher was exceptional, The brief span of merely 1 year of training left him with a significant gap in strength compared to the more formidable contenders. Hence, he initially had no intention of participating in the Navy's newcomer assessment. It was Zephyr who insisted that he attend. Since Sengoku's promotion to Admiral, Zephyr had not had the opportunity to mentor any outstanding students for quite some time, and Ron was the first in many years. Therefore, Zephyr wished for Ron to make an appearance, while also hoping he could foster good relations with several senior classmates. This time, let us see if you can secure the top position in the newcomer assessment. I eagerly anticipate your remarkable performance. Very well, teacher. Ron earnestly adhered to Zephyr's directives and attentively absorbed his teachings, meticulously reorganizing the knowledge he had recently acquired. Ultimately, he, along with Ein and Binzi, journeyed to the naval headquarters. Over the span of a year, it was astonishing to witness such remarkable growth. I find myself no longer a match for you. Ein, having aged a year, appeared even more enchanting and formidable, though she had not engaged in a duel with Ron. It was evident from the confrontation between Binzi and Ron that she would likely not stand a chance against him either. It is the care of my esteemed seniors that has enabled me to unlock a modicum of my potential. In comparison to all of you, I am but a mere fledgling. It is your graciousness that leads you to perceive me as somewhat stronger. Ron humbly expressed his thoughts. Upon hearing Ron's words, Ein felt a surge of happiness. Ron consistently exhibited a modest demeanor, which endeared him to her immensely. It is often observed that as one's strength escalates, their character may undergo transformation. Yet, more frequently, as hidden facets emerge alongside newfound power, some individuals who were once respectful when weak may grow dismissive when they gain strength. Such occurrences are not uncommon, but Ron remained untainted, embodying humility and courtesy. In contrast to Binz, who reveled in his own progress, Ein found Ron's character to be a rare gem, further enhancing her admiration for him. Thus, the group set sail towards the Navy headquarters, where a grand event awaited. Most of the newcomers who had joined the Navy the previous year would return from across the globe to undergo a performance evaluation at the headquarters, assessing their accomplishments and growth over the past year. Naturally, not all newcomers had the opportunity to return for assessment. One must receive a recommendation from relevant authorities to qualify. This meant that only those who had exhibited remarkable achievements over the year would earn such a chance. Thus, Ron arrived once more at the Navy headquarters. Chapter 27. Virgo. In the year Ron joined the Navy, a formidable powerhouse also enlisted. Rest assured, young master, I shall undoubtedly showcase sufficient strength this time. The distinctive laughter of Don Quixote Doflamingo echoed from the other end of the Den Den Mushi. That year, Doflamingo had introduced Virgo into the Navy, hoping he would serve as an undercover agent. Now, a year had passed, and it was time to evaluate the performance of these outstanding newcomers. A crucial step for their future allocation. I am confident you will achieve commendable results. They need not be extraordinary, but certainly not subpar, as this will expedite our advancement. Doflamingo advised through the Den Den Mushi. Who could have imagined that an undercover agent from the Don Quixote family had infiltrated the Navy? Do not worry, with my presence, all will be well. Virgo also set forth towards the Navy headquarters. Throughout the year, he had garnered notable achievements, particularly in his adept use of haki. To many, he was regarded as an individual of exceptional talent. Consequently, many held high expectations for Virgo in this evaluation. Were there any other remarkable newcomers participating in this assessment? One standout was indeed Virgo, renowned for his formidable combat capabilities and high aptitude. Oh, what makes this Virgo so special? Sengoku, rarely focused on newcomers, occasionally inquired. Yet it was uncommon for him to encounter a talent that truly impressed him. This Virgo possesses immense combat strength and wields armament haki exceptionally well, capable of enveloping his entire body with it. He appears to be a remarkable newcomer. Aside from Virgo, are there any other more outstanding newcomers? Furthermore, based on data analysis, the most exceptional newcomer appears to be Ron, a pupil of teacher Zifa, an underling reported. The name Ron sounds somewhat familiar, Sengoku mused, though he momentarily struggled to recall where he had heard it before. Ah, Ron. To be honest, I am somewhat eager to see his performance, Karp remarked, munching on rice crackers. I am keen to observe how much he has grown in a year and whether Zifa can help him realize his full potential. Upon hearing Karp's response, Sengoku finally understood who Ron was, the one who shared the same mythical Zoan devil fruit ability as himself. Sengoku was also intrigued about the potential manifestations of the mythical Zoan devil fruit. Besides these exceptional newcomers, are there others? The subordinate reported several more names. After hearing these names, Sengoku nodded and waved his hand, signaling the reporting subordinates to depart. Soon, only Sengoku and Carp remained in the office. "Are you interested?" Carp inquired. "I must admit, I have a certain fascination with those possessing the mythical Zoan devil fruit ability. What about you?" Carp smiled. "If you are interested, then you should go watch. I will attend if I find the time," Sengoku replied, gesturing for Carp to leave the office. Thus, Carp donned his hat and exited, eager to witness Ron's performance, curious about the effects of the mythical Zoan fruit and whether, after Zifa's training, Ron would deliver a truly outstanding display, a prospect indeed worth anticipating. Ron was oblivious to the fact that he had once again caught the attention of Carp. He had now arrived at the Navy headquarters, where he followed the arrangements and found a place to stay. However, Ron was restless and, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, he resolved to visit the library of the Navy headquarters to acquire some technical knowledge. During his time with Zephyr, Ron had diligently engaged in rigorous training and, in his leisure moments, devoted himself to reading. In addition to the gunfighting manual given to him by Lieutenant Soniel, he had perused numerous theoretical texts, encompassing military formations, strategies for swiftly assessing battlefield conditions, and navigational techniques. Notably, he had immersed himself in the study of the 6 styles of the Navy and hockey. In Zephyr's vicinity, the knowledge pertaining to battlefield tactics was relatively scant, with a greater emphasis on physical training, such as insights into the 6 styles of the Navy and hockey. Indeed, the variety of knowledge available at the Navy headquarters far surpassed that of Zephyr's domain. Ron, upon his arrival at the naval headquarters, could not let such an opportunity slip by. He was eager to delve into the realms of navigation and scientific knowledge. In this world, science holds immense significance. Although many prioritize combat prowess, science is undeniably a crucial element. Dr. Vegapunk, the greatest scientist, has developed numerous advanced weapons for the Navy, and he is currently engaged in research to harness the powers of devil fruits within machinery, achieving promising initial results. His scientific theories have greatly aided the Navy in navigating this world more effectively. For pirates, traversing the Sargasso Sea poses a formidable challenge. The absence of wind renders sailing exceedingly difficult, and the presence of numerous sea kings adds an element of danger. At this moment, the Navy is investigating a technology that allows them to evade the attacks of sea kings while crossing the Sargasso Sea, thus circumventing unnecessary troubles. All of these advancements can be attributed to Vegapunk's ingenuity. Moreover, in the North Sea, there exists a kingdom known as Germa 66, which also thrives on technological advancements. Sanji, the Straw Hat Pirate's cook, hails from this lineage, with his full name being Vinsmoke Sanji. Consequently, Ron's curiosity about science was piqued. Acquiring more knowledge could only serve to benefit him. Thus, Ron made his way to the library of the naval headquarters, where he began to study the relevant mechanical theories of the Navy. Although the material proved to be somewhat challenging for him, he managed to grasp the fundamentals with some effort. Throughout the past year, Ron has diligently honed his marksmanship, striving to imbue his bullets with the formidable power of hockey. He contemplates whether the challenges he faces may be linked to the firearms themselves. Could it be possible to forge weapons of immense potency? Or perhaps, utilizing certain materials in the construction of these firearms would enhance his ability to channel hockey into his ammunition? Thus, Ron immerses himself in study, seemingly oblivious to the passage of time, ultimately finding himself confined within the library's walls. Chapter 28. Where has Ron disappeared to? The Navy Library houses the most extensive repository of knowledge in the world, much of which is meticulously documented and accessible to all. However, entry to certain sections requires special permission, and as a mere ordinary sailor, Ron is limited to the foundational knowledge available to him, unable to access classified documents. Nevertheless, he encounters several historical texts, which evoke a sense of astonishment within him. As he peruses these volumes, he discovers they extol the virtues and valiant deeds of the celestial dragons. No wonder such works have endured through time. Although Ron's access to information is somewhat restricted, the knowledge he does glean proves invaluable, particularly the fundamental principles of mechanical theory. While this information may not be deemed classified by the Navy, it is placed here perhaps under the assumption that few possess the aptitude to fully comprehend it. Indeed, the study of engineering requires a certain level of innate talent, especially when delving into the intricate nuances of mechanical theory, which demands a specialized aptitude. Though Ron is not a specialist in mechanics, he has indeed attended university for a period, granting him a certain breadth of understanding across various disciplines. Consequently, delving into these subjects does not prove overly strenuous for him. However, despite the ease with which he engages with the material, He dedicates a considerable amount of time to comprehension, unwittingly losing track of time within the library. Meanwhile, the evaluation for the Navy's new recruits has commenced. This assessment features a significant number of participants, representing the Navy's most outstanding newcomers of the year. Among them, the most remarkable is undoubtedly Virgo. Virgo may not possess a towering physique, yet his relatively diminutive stature allows him to envelop himself entirely in armament hockey. A truly formidable ability. Ha ha ha, who dares to challenge me? I am determined to claim the title of the top newcomer. In the Navy, promotions primarily hinge on military merit. However, at times, innate talent and strength also play a crucial role. Should a recruit demonstrate exceptional capability and performance, their ascent within the ranks will be swift. This parallels the NBA, where certain players exhibit remarkable prowess in their rookie seasons, leading to lucrative contracts in the future. Thus, some individuals who display extraordinary talent during the draft year can swiftly ascend to stardom within a couple of years. The principles governing advancement in the Navy mirror those of selecting players in the NBA. Formidable recruits are more likely to be promoted. These recruits have only recently enlisted, and many have yet to even grasp the fundamentals of hockey. How could they possibly contend with Virgo? Among the newcomers, there are indeed strong contenders, including some with devil fruit abilities. Nevertheless, those who have not mastered hockey cannot possibly compare to Virgo, who possesses hockey. As a key member of the Don Quixote family, Virgo exhibited remarkable combat prowess from a young age, capable of enveloping himself in armament hockey even when small in stature. Assigned as an undercover agent in the Navy by Don Quixote, he need not completely conceal his abilities. After a year of performance, he has already proven his exceptional capabilities and accrued significant achievements. This assessment presents an opportunity for him to fully demonstrate his skills, greatly aiding his future promotions. At this moment, many Navy personnel, witnessing Virgo's astonishing prowess, feel a sense of inadequacy and refrain from stepping forward. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Virgo is poised to secure the title of top newcomer in this evaluation, which will significantly bolster his prospects for promotion, garnering him increased attention from the Navy. It seems no one dares to challenge me, Virgo remarked with a smile. This young man indeed possesses remarkable strength, agreed Sengoku with a nod. If no one challenges him further, he shall undoubtedly be the top newcomer in this evaluation. I intend to promote him to the rank of lieutenant. It is noteworthy that Virgo, a mere newcomer, has achieved the level of lieutenant after just a year of effort. One cannot help but acknowledge the rapidity of his advancement. I do not believe he will secure the top spot. My expectations lie with a young man named Ron, Garp interjected, eagerly anticipating Ron's appearance. Yet, at this juncture, Garp realized that Ron had yet to arrive. What is going on? Where is that rascal? Garp's anticipation stemmed from his desire to witness the effects of Ron's devil fruit ability, particularly in light of his talent and Zephyr's training. Given his long-standing collaboration with Sengoku, Garp was also quite curious about the potential emergence of a newcomer whose prowess might rival Sengoku's. I suspect he is afraid of this assessment and has fled at the last moment. Faced with such formidable opponents, he might feel that failing to secure first place would bring shame upon Zephyr, Sengoku chuckled. Sengoku's words held truth, as Zephyr's student. Failing to attain the top position in the newcomer evaluation would indeed reflect poorly on Zephyr, as his students were expected to be exceptionally capable. Having undergone rigorous training under such a formidable mentor, the absence of a first-place finish would raise questions about either the instructor's judgment in selecting a less capable student or the inadequacy of the instruction itself, resulting in the student's failure to showcase their full potential. Therefore, if Ron lacked confidence in securing the top position, the best course of action would be to withdraw from the competition, leaving the comparison of strength between him and Virgo unresolved. Please inquire about Ron's whereabouts. Why has he not arrived? Today marks the Navy's newcomer evaluation. Garp instructed a sailor to investigate. The sailor promptly set out on his mission and soon encountered Ein, who was also searching for Ron. It was reported that Ron had not returned home the previous day, a significant matter. Consequently, he began to investigate the Navy headquarters snail phone images, only to discover that Ron had entered the library and had not emerged since. He had gone to the library yesterday and had likely become so engrossed in reading that he forgot about the assessment. He quickly reported this information to Garp, who then personally went to the library to retrieve Ron. Well done. Hurry and bring him here. I eagerly await his performance. At that moment, Ron was near Garp's sailor, able to hear Garp's voice through the snail phone. You heard him. Let us go quickly. To be honest, Ron felt a bit overwhelmed. His purpose for coming here was to secure the top position, carrying Zephyr's expectations along with him. Now, with Mr. Garp also expressing keen interest in Ron, he found himself at a loss regarding how to proceed. Chapter 29. A fierce confrontation with Virgo. Ron's objective in attending the Navy headquarters for the newcomer evaluation was to claim the top position. I sincerely apologize. I did not anticipate that the assessment would commence so soon. Ron was taken aback by the remarkable efficiency of the naval headquarters. Typically, significant events necessitate a series of speeches and meetings before any substantial action can be undertaken, often requiring a considerable amount of time. To illustrate, albeit imperfectly, it is akin to a live broadcast of a sporting event. Take, for instance, a League of Legends tournament. Prior to the commencement of the match, an abundance of trivial chatter ensues. Many viewers eagerly enter the stream to witness the exhilarating and intense confrontations, yet they find themselves waiting interminably for the action to commence. As half an hour passes before the champion selection phase even begins, Ron believed it was rather improbable for the naval headquarters to expedite a competition among the Marines, given the substantial workload and necessary preparations involved. Moreover, he surmised that before the commencement of the preparatory work, representatives from various ranks ought to deliver their addresses prior to the naval confrontation. Little did he anticipate that the contest would unfold so swiftly, and now they were nearing the final showdown. Consequently, Ron hastened to the scene, arriving as the competition approached its conclusion, with only Virgo remaining on the stage. Undoubtedly, the strongest contender of the year belonged to Virgo. Among the new recruits of the Navy, none could withstand Virgo's formidable mastery of hockey, rendering him a challenging adversary for anyone. You dare to put on airs? I've been waiting here for so long, and you only just show up. Kapu remarked upon seeing Ron, patting him on the shoulder, indicating a sense of familiarity between them. Kapu, a vice admiral, is one of the most formidable experts within the Navy, leaving Ron feeling somewhat apprehensive. Given the force of Kapu's pat, if Ron had not possessed a robust physique, he might have been knocked to the ground. My sincerest apologies. I did not foresee the rapid commencement of our duel, as I was engrossed in reading at the library. Ron replied, It is commendable that you, so youthful, are diligent and eager to learn, yet do not lose track of time. Hasten to enter the arena for the competition. Having often heard mention of Ron, this marked the first encounter for Sengoku with him, instilling a sense of curiosity. Ron had previously secured the top position in the entrance examination for new recruits, and subsequently, Crane had approached the marshal's office to request an opportunity for him to study under Zifa. Additionally, Kapu occasionally referenced his name as a user of a Zoan-type devil fruit. Sengoku was intrigued to discover what form and power Ron possessed. Very well, sir. Ron acquiesced to their request and ascended the stage. He had not anticipated that. As merely a Marine recruit of 1 year, he would find himself under the gaze of so many spectators. In truth, since being recommended by Admiral Crane and becoming a student of Zephyr, he had garnered a certain level of notoriety. Many were intrigued by the extent of his abilities. As Zephyr's reputation within the Navy was exceedingly high, with numerous distinguished officers having been nurtured under his guidance. Are you truly my opponent? It is said that you are a student of Zephyr. If that is the case, allow me to witness your prowess, Virgil proclaimed, his spirit ignited with fervor. He had been on the cusp of claiming the top position, but now a contender like Ron had emerged unexpectedly. Let us dispose of Ron then. Furthermore, being a student of Zephyr, if I can best him, it would significantly bolster my own strength and rank. The reasoning is simple. Defeating a student would serve as a testament to my talent, thereby attracting greater resources from the Navy for my development. This would grant me access to more confidential matters and opportunities to accomplish much. Indeed, I never anticipated you would make it this far, he mused. Ron never anticipated encountering Virgo in this place. He was astonished to discover that, despite his relatively short stature, Virgo had already enlisted in the Navy. Moreover, it was unexpected that they had joined the Marine Corps in the same year, both having enlisted last year and returning this year for assessments. The coincidence was remarkable. It was Virgo's second year as an undercover agent in the Navy, and he happened to cross paths with Ron. If it were anyone else, Ron would simply defeat them. However, with Virgo, Ron would employ greater force. The damage caused by such a spy could be immense, leading many within the naval headquarters to lose their lives due to his presence, as he would pilfer numerous confidential documents for Don Quixote da Flamingo. At this moment, Doflamingo was not yet one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and the relationship with the Navy was still adversarial. As the referee's command echoed, the two combatants sprang into action. Virgo began to transform, enveloping himself in a formidable layer of armament haki. Though Virgo was relatively small in stature, the power he wielded under the armor of haki was astonishing. For many novice Marines, mastering such advanced techniques was a formidable challenge. Observing this individual named Virgo closely, it was evident that his mastery of armament haki was quite formidable. If Ron's proficiency in utilizing his devil fruit powers was insufficient, he could very well be felled by a single blow. Sengoku remarked, having attentively watched various duels among the new recruits and being particularly impressed by Virgo. To grasp armament haki within just 1 year during his rookie phase marked him as a genius, and the ability to envelop his entire body with it further attested to his extraordinary talent. Those who had never learned haki would quickly succumb to such a powerful manifestation, and even those with devil fruit abilities would not be exempt. As Virgo charged towards Ron too began to transform. His body gradually increased in size, towering over Virgo by several meters as the latter approached. With a resounding thud, Virgo's fist collided with Ron's foot. Ron did not retreat, nor did Virgo. How immense! I never anticipated it could become this colossal, Karp remarked with a hint of astonishment. One must admit that Zephyr's teaching prowess is remarkably exceptional. Given the intensity of Virgo's combat, many newcomers would find it exceedingly challenging to withstand even a single blow from him. I told you, Ron possesses extraordinary talent, Karp added, nonchalantly digging into his nostrils. Yet, despite such prodigious talent, he may not necessarily be a match for the haki of armament, Sengoku interjected, asserting that today he would compare his discernment with Karp's. Chapter 30. A Fierce Clash with Virgo, Part 2. At this moment, Ron was engaged in a contest of strength with Virgo, striving to ascertain who was the mightier. Even if Ron was not Virgo's equal, he was determined to secure victory in this battle. Compared to those who once sought to capture Ron for sale, Virgo was hardly any better. Subsequently, Virgo ascended to the rank of Rear Admiral in the Navy's G5 division, under whose command numerous children were subjected to Caesar Clown's grotesque experiments in human gigantification. This indicates that even if Virgo did not directly partake in the abduction of those children, he nonetheless served as a protective shield for such nefarious activities. Such a person is nothing short of a scoundrel. I never expected you, a fruit user, to be quite formidable, Virgo sneered. But this is where it ends. Finger pistol. With that, Virgo accelerated, his body enveloped in the haki of armament, preparing to unleash a devastatingly powerful attack. Ron has indeed witnessed Virgo's prowess in combat, which is truly astonishing. Although Ron's physique is agile and he has been practicing his flexibility throughout the year, it still pales in comparison to Virgo's speed. Ron's muscles were lacerated, blood oozing from the wounds caused by the sharpness of the gun. Ron gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain. His fists clenched as he sought the opportune moment to strike Virgo. For Ron, his primary focus in honing his haki lay in the mastery of observation haki. It is common for many Zoan-type devil fruit users, upon awakening their haki, to prioritize the development of armament haki. This is quite natural, as Zoan users possess extraordinary strength and an inherent advantage in speed and power. By cultivating armament haki, they can further enhance these attributes. However, Ron was different. He sought to elevate his observation haki to its pinnacle. This does not imply that he would entirely neglect armament haki. Rather, he chose to concentrate on observation while maintaining a standard level of proficiency in armament. The rationale behind this choice was straightforward. Ron's physical resilience was exceptional, with his recovery abilities rivaling those of awakened Zoan-type users. In other words, many weaker Zoan users only acquire a similar level of physical strength and recuperative power after awakening their abilities. Thus, Ron resolved to primarily enhance his observation haki, aiming for a breakthrough while ensuring that his training in armament haki did not falter. Ron recalled Zephyr's words. Even if one were to master observation haki to its fullest extent, foreseeing future events may not guarantee the ability to match an opponent's movements. During combat, it is advisable to feign vulnerabilities, creating an opportunity to strike decisively and turn the tide of battle. Consequently, Ron remained acutely attuned to Virgo's movements, analyzing which weaknesses could be exploited, even as he endured numerous attacks from Virgo. Truth be told, Ron's approach was somewhat reckless. Zephyr had cautioned him that while his recovery was rapid, it was not limitless. Sustained injuries could indeed jeopardize his life. Therefore, it was imperative to be adequately prepared during confrontations, ideally with a companion who could assist him in retreat and provide medical aid at critical moments. Cap, I believe your judgment pales in comparison to mine. Observe how this lad named Ron is currently passively enduring attacks, lacking any capacity for counterattack. This illustrates that his devil fruit abilities are utterly ineffective against armament haki. He chuckled, drawing laughter from the others. Are you conceding that I am superior to you, Sengoku? Your devil fruit poses no threat against my armament haki, Cap jested, seizing the rare opportunity to catch Sengoku off guard. Sengoku, momentarily at a loss for words, stammered, You. Cap, you. Cap smiled. Yet I must admit, I do not believe armament haki can surpass this individual, a user of the human fruit. I trust my instincts. Not long after Cap's remarks, Ron finally discerned an opening amidst Virgo's relentless assault. Anyone who repetitively executes an action will inevitably succumb to fatigue, and that moment had arrived. Ron sustained severe injuries. However, the moment was worth the sacrifice. Virgo seemed to be experiencing some discomfort, possibly due to muscle soreness, and his speed had gradually begun to decline. Ron suddenly lunged forward, seizing Virgo. His hands firmly clasped Virgo's 2 fingers. At least, that was Ron's intention. By the reasoning of a rational individual, if someone were to jab their fingers at you with such force, one would instinctively desire to grasp their fingers and bend them back. However, in reality, Ron's hands were far too large. He had tightly grasped Virgo's wrist instead. With a forceful twist, Ron finally broke Virgo's hand. In excruciating pain, Virgo attempted to retaliate with a kick aimed at Ron. However, at that moment, Ron had already delivered a kick of his own. Bound by Ron's grip and the impact of the blow, Virgo was struck squarely. Had Ron not released him, he could have faced the dire consequence of a shattered arm, or worse, the complete severance of his limb from his body. Yet, even as Ron loosened his hold, Virgo was sent flying, his fate perhaps no better than that of a fractured arm. For Ron pursued him relentlessly, leaping into the air and landing a powerful punch to Virgo's lower body. Whether Virgo's leg was broken, Ron could not ascertain, but one of his legs would surely be rendered useless. A child who deceives others and subjects them to cruel experiments deserves no future offspring of their own. The sudden turn of events left the onlookers in utter shock. While the specifics of Virgo's attacks against Ron were hazy in everyone's memory, it was clear that Ron had only executed 3 moves against Virgo. Yet, those 3 strikes had cost Virgo dearly, nearly claiming his life. Some naval officers yearned to voice their thoughts, but found themselves at a loss for words, unsure how to express their sentiments. Indeed, Virgo had launched numerous attacks at Ron. While Ron had merely retaliated with 3, how could they find fault with him at this juncture? I had misjudged him. Sengoku was equally astonished by Ron's explosive power. His previous underestimation stemmed from the belief that Ron, possessing a mythical Zoan fruit, lacked any extraordinary abilities. Thus, he presumed Ron's strength to be limited, or his potential insufficient to manifest the unique powers associated with mythical Zoans. Even now, while he acknowledged Ron's prowess, he regarded him merely as a formidable Zoan fruit user, failing to recognize the latent mythical potential within him. To be candid, even Karp's abilities had eluded my understanding. What were the distinctive traits of his mythical Zoan fruit? He exhibited traits typical of ordinary Zoans, albeit with a somewhat larger physique. Look closely at his current wounds, Sengoku, and you will comprehend, someone urged. Sengoku was left speechless in astonishment. Most of Ron's injuries had already begun to heal, with lighter wounds fully mended. His regenerative capabilities, though not as advanced as Marco's, were remarkable considering he had only recently begun utilizing this fruit. Moreover, Marco possessed the unique regenerative flames. Could one discern any special elements in Ron's healing process? This revelation left Sengoku somewhat embarrassed. As a seasoned admiral, he prided himself on his extensive knowledge, yet he found himself outmatched by the seemingly brutish Karp. The recent demands of his duties, coupled with his lack of regard for this newcomer, had prevented him from noticing so much. I declare Ron the first-place winner of this year's rookie assessment, the judge announced, prompting a thunderous round of applause throughout the venue. Chapter 31, A Rising Star. The chief judge proclaimed Ron the ultimate victor of the rookie assessment. The applause he received was easily understood. Virgo's notorious arrogance had long irked many, yet none could confront him directly. Ron, however, had no personal conflicts with the crowd, and more importantly, he had triumphed over Virgo in a fierce contest. Akainu nodded in acknowledgement of Ron's performance before departing. Meanwhile, Kizaru, having just awoken from a nap in the loft, stretched lazily and cast a glance at Ron, mentally noting his appearance. On the other hand, Zifa's students were left in awe, marveling at the fearsome prowess of their new peer. Ron was unaware that he had garnered the attention of 3 prominent generals. Besides these 3, several vice admirals had also taken note of him, along with others. At that moment, a woman with long pink hair and sunglasses approached. She was youthful and striking, and for a moment, Ron did not recognize her. Junior brother, I didn't expect your combat prowess to be quite formidable. Your wounds seem to be healing swiftly, Tina exclaimed with delight. Upon hearing her signature phrase, Ron immediately recognized her presence. Thank you for the compliment, senior sister. I, too, did not anticipate achieving first place. Tina and Smoker had joined the Navy around the same time, and by normal reckoning, they should have been in the same cohort as Ein and Binzi. They had only recently begun their official duties within the Navy, thus their ranks were not particularly high. You truly know how to flatter, Tina replied, her spirits high. Did you come alone for this assessment? Come, senior sister will treat you to some delicious food. Tina, brimming with enthusiasm, was eager to take Ron out for a meal. If that is the case, senior sister, then let us go together, Ein interjected. Sounds good. Let's all go, Tina agreed. Thus, Tina, Smoker, Ein, and Ron gathered together to share a meal, strengthening their bonds of camaraderie. Having achieved first place, it was believed that the junior brother would undoubtedly receive a commendable appointment. With such a remarkable performance against formidable opponents in the new recruit assessment, the final appointment will surely be significant, Smoker remarked, puffing on his cigarette. Ron was meeting Tina and Smoker for the first time and was pleasantly surprised by their amiable conversation. The group engaged in discussions about friendship among classmates and shared a meal together, a delightful experience in life. Just as they were preparing to celebrate the recent personnel appointments, news reached Doflamingo. With a loud crash, he shattered a cup. Virgo was of immense significance to him, a companion who had weathered storms alongside him, a crucial member of the Don Quixote family. As a celestial dragon, Doflamingo had suffered greatly after his father abandoned the celestial dragon tribe, facing retaliation from those oppressed by them. His childhood was marked by trauma, culminating in the murder of his father, leading to the establishment of the Don Quixote family. Despite his brutal treatment of his father, Doflamingo displayed a softer side towards the family he had built, fiercely protective of them. Within the family hierarchy, Doflamingo held the position of king, hence the moniker Joker. His subordinates included 4 elders, currently occupying 4 positions. This was analogous to a deck of cards, with Doflamingo as the highest-ranking king, while the 4 elders, Virgo, Pica, Treble, and Diamante, represented the number 2. Virgo had been an undercover agent within the Navy for Doflamingo last year, excelling in his role and receiving numerous leads from Doflamingo, which allowed him to perform commendably and achieve military accolades. The upcoming assessment for the first anniversary of the new recruits presented Virgo with a prime opportunity for promotion. However, unexpectedly, he was defeated, and not merely defeated. He sustained severe injuries that might prevent him from ever regaining his former strength, surviving with only his life as a consolation. What has happened, young master? Doflamingo seethed, enveloped in a state of fury, leaving the room in silence. Virgo's grievous wounds potentially meant he might never recover. And even if he did, his previous capabilities would be irretrievable. Doflamingo expressed his ire. With Virgo's departure to the Navy, the position of heart had become vacant, now filled by Doflamingo's brother, Don Quixote Rosanani, also known as Corazon. He had been feigning muteness, communicating with Doflamingo solely through writing. Virgo, that formidable warrior, defeated? How could this be? Could there have been a mistake? Corazon asked incredulously. Indeed, Virgo was bested by a newcomer named Ron, which infuriates me, Doflamingo replied. Not only did he defeat Virgo, but he also left him crippled, ensuring that even if recovery were possible, his strength would never return. My anger compels me to eliminate this newcomer. If left unchecked, he will undoubtedly become a significant threat to us in the future. But he is at Navy headquarters. How do we intend to deal with him? Certainly, we shall not confront him at Navy headquarters. I refuse to believe he will remain there indefinitely. I have already gathered information. He is a recent recruit of Zifa, named Ron, a devil fruit user. He will soon be appointed as a Navy lieutenant. I will swiftly ascertain the details of his appointment and subsequent movements. Prepare yourselves. We must ensure he never returns, Doflamingo commanded. And the Don Quixote family members mobilized at once to exact revenge for Virgo. Corazon nodded seriously in agreement with Doflamingo's plan, fully committed to the scheming. The group awaited Ron's appointment, knowing that once the results were announced, they would have the opportunity to strike. After orchestrating the plan, Corazon also found a moment to report the developments to Sengoku, who had been a general when Corazon first served as his informant and was now the fleet admiral. He continued to relay information about the movements of the Don Quixote family, often thwarting their actions and raising suspicions of a mole within their ranks. Chapter 32. Carp's Invitation. Carp. It seems you have not returned to the East Blue in quite some time, Sengoku remarked from his office, where the walls bore the inscription of Justice reigning supreme. Carp was munching on rice crackers, perplexed by Sengoku's sudden inquiry. Ha ha ha, Sengoku, are you trying to avoid me because you recently lost a bet? Are you attempting to grant me a vacation? Carp chuckled. It's just that you have not been back to the East Blue for a while. And I sense your interest in Ron. Why not take him back to your hometown? It might aid in his training, considering your expertise as a top-tier warrior. Carp was not lacking in intelligence. Rather, he was simply disinclined to think deeply. Since Sengoku proposed it, Carp decided to bring Ron back home, curious about Sengoku's underlying intentions. However, he found it difficult to refuse, especially as he had been missing his grandson. Well then, if that's the case, I shall return to my hometown. It appears you believe it will benefit Ron's training. I didn't expect you, the fleet admiral, to show such concern for a newcomer, Carp replied with a laugh. Indeed. Go ahead. This newcomer is intriguing. Like me, he possesses a devil fruit ability, and I cannot fully discern which element has healed his injuries. He merits close attention. Thus, Carp prepared to return home with Ron, pondering whether this devil fruit user might provide Luffy with a richer experience. Surely, encountering such a Navy warrior would delight Luffy and solidify his resolve to join the Navy. Carp understood his grandson well, knowing his curiosity for novel experiences. If Ron could enlarge himself to entertain Luffy, it might inspire a deeper desire in Luffy to pursue a career in the Navy. Consequently, Ron received the notification, Mr. Carp had invited him to his hometown, Windmill Village. Ron inquired of Ein beside him. They had already dined with Smoker and Tina, who, due to their ongoing missions, had not continued to entertain Ron. Instead, Ron and Ein awaited the appointments following this assessment. Unexpectedly, they received an invitation from Carp. Why would Mr. Carp invite you to Windmill Village? However, since he extended the invitation, it would be impolite to decline. Let us go together. Carp had no objections to an additional companion, so the group boarded his ship. As for Carp's intentions, they chose not to speculate. After all, being in the company of such a legendary figure of the Navy could yield unexpected rewards. That brat Ron has already boarded the ship, Doflamingo seethed. Let us seize his vessel and eliminate him. Virgo, a crucial leader within Doflamingo's family and a significant asset, had been incapacitated by Ron before he could fulfill his purpose. Moreover, Virgo was deemed exceedingly important to Doflamingo, even more so than Corazon. Thus, vengeance was imperative, and it had to be executed by Doflamingo himself. Others might not be able to defeat this Ron character. Virgo's combat prowess was among the finest in the family, with his mastery of armament hockey instilling fear in many and garnering a multitude of admirers. Yet, he was no match for Ron, necessitating Doflamingo to take the lead in resolving this matter. Doflamingo's intelligence network was indeed well developed, capable of uncovering substantial information, yet it lacked intricate details. He was aware that Ron was about to set sail, but remained oblivious to the presence of Carp aboard Ron's ship. Thus, they planned to intercept Ron along his inevitable route. Upon learning of Virgo's injury and deciding to avenge him, Doflamingo had already departed from Dressrosa. He now prepared to ambush this rising star of the Navy. Carp, feeling somewhat exasperated, remarked, Warring States truly is something. He sends me home for a vacation yet expects me to chart the course. Moreover, I must travel on a different ship. Nonetheless, it was merely a detour, of no significant consequence. At that moment, their vessel was following the course back to Zifa, as Carp pondered the underlying meaning behind Warring States' actions, sensing a deeper significance and refraining from arguing. Although the route was longer and he was not aboard his original ship, the prospect of returning home to see his grandson brought him joy. Then, suddenly, an alarm rang out. Enemy attack. As they sailed through a certain maritime area, they came under assault. Boom, boom. As the attack commenced, Carp emerged from the cabin, realizing Warring States' intent. It appeared that someone sought to eliminate Ron. However, Ron had only recently joined the Navy headquarters and had not offended anyone. This was precisely the quandary that Warring States had contemplated. If Ron had angered Doflamingo, he could have acted before Ron's arrival at the Navy headquarters. Why, then, did Doflamingo choose to strike now, during Ron's return? Did this imply that Ron had done something at the headquarters that incited Doflamingo's wrath? Indeed, Ron had engaged in little more than 2 activities at the headquarters, reading in the library. Surely, visiting the library could not have provoked Doflamingo. Thus, the answer became apparent. The issue stemmed from Ron injuring Virgo. Although Karp could not immediately connect the dots between Ron and Virgo, he understood that Warring State's directive for him to take a roundabout route was intended to protect Ron. Consequently, he ascended to the bow of the ship. "Prepare the cannonballs," he commanded, readying for a counterattack. The soldiers quickly produced the cannonballs, accustomed to Karp's meticulous preparations for every outing. Karp then began firing the cannons. This was not his grandson Monkey D. Luffy he was targeting, so Karp's aim was true, and the impact was substantial. The opposing ship suffered considerable damage from Karp's barrage. Damn it, why is that old man Karp here? After launching the cannon attack, Doflamingo intended to leap aboard Ron's ship and personally eliminate him. However, he was taken aback to discover Karp's presence on Ron's vessel. What is the meaning of this? Retreat. Doflamingo was no fool. Unlike Jack the Drought, he recognized the danger posed by 3 Admiral-level adversaries and promptly ordered a withdrawal upon seeing Karp. Yet, his rage intensified, for he could not fathom how the Navy had become aware of his plan to ambush Ron, nor why Karp was aboard Ron's ship. The inability to comprehend these matters left Doflamingo restless and agitated. Chapter 33, Windmill Village. Upon Karp's arrival, Doflamingo immediately retreated, foregoing any further combat. Doflamingo was a cunning and astute individual. He would flee even when confronted by Vice Admiral Tsuru. What chance did he have against Karp? Though he spoke with bravado and swagger, the disparity between him and the admirals was vast. Nevertheless, it irked him that he had gathered numerous elite family members only to retreat before even approaching Ron. Not only had he failed to avenge Virgo, but it also left him humiliated. Who leaked the information? If I discover who it was, I shall kill them. Doflamingo seethed. Yet he could not discern which of his family's subordinates was the traitor. This situation is peculiar, the more chaotic it becomes. The more we should remain calm and contemplate who betrayed us, Corazon wrote. In truth, Corazon was mute within the Don Quixote Doflamingo family, communicating solely through writing. No one suspected he could speak, and his means of expressing opinions made it exceedingly difficult to trace messages back to him. One could hardly imagine how a mute could convey information. Doflamingo, seething with rage, nevertheless composed himself, preparing to deal with the menace lurking among him. As long as the traitor remained, he would forever be in danger. Today, he was fortunate not to act impulsively. Otherwise, had he charged aboard that ship, he would not have returned. While Doflamingo contemplated the traitor, Karp began to question Ron about Doflamingo. Do you harbor any grievances against Doflamingo? He seems intent on killing you. Mr. Karp, I have no acquaintance with Doflamingo, nor do I understand why he would choose this moment to strike. If he held a grudge, why not eliminate me before I arrived at the Navy headquarters for my assessment? Indeed, let us cease discussing this matter. Karp is reluctant to contemplate any further. This time, upon returning to my hometown, I shall introduce you to my delightful little grandson. I hope that when the moment arrives, you can spend some quality time playing with him, and perhaps even transform to join in the fun. As a vice admiral, Karp certainly possesses the authority to command Ron and Luffy to engage in play. Yet he opts for a more collaborative approach, choosing instead to discuss it with Ron. Very well. Ron nodded in agreement. Mr. Karp has returned. The villagers were exceedingly warm and welcoming towards Mr. Karp's arrival. They graciously entertained him. Haha, I shall seek out my grandson, Luffy. That mischievous lad is quite spirited. Indeed. He is lively and adorable, Karp remarked. Yes, this little rascal has grown. He might very well become an exceptional marine. The villagers cherished Luffy and took great care of him. At this moment, Luffy had yet to consume the gum-gum fruit. In the natural course of time, he had not yet encountered Ace. It is possible that Karp, being less occupied than in the future, could provide adequate care for Luffy, implying that Luffy had yet to meet the mountain bandit Daden and, consequently, Ace. Karp, Bogart, Ron, and Nine found themselves in the presence of the youthful Luffy. Throughout the journey, Ron diligently observed the surroundings, which were indeed picturesque, and the local customs were delightful, likely a testament to Karp's frequent returns to the East Blue, resulting in the near extinction of pirates in the vicinity. The refreshing and natural environment left Ron astounded. However, what astonished Ron the most was Bogart. As Karp said, Bogart possessed formidable strength. Ron had speculated that he might have clashed with Rayleigh. Even if they had not fought, he was undeniably a powerful individual, likely a master swordsman. Yet, if one did not pay close attention, Bogart's presence was easily overlooked. Among this group, he exuded an almost imperceptible aura. His understated demeanor was somewhat alarming. Those who are often the most easily disregarded tend to unleash astonishing combat prowess. Does Luffy miss his grandfather? Carp laughed heartily as Luffy approached and embraced him. Iron fist of love, he exclaimed, delivering 2 playful punches to Luffy's head. Ron was genuinely taken aback. Is this how Mr. Carp usually instructs Luffy? A mere greeting accompanied by 2 punches. Instantly, 2 large bumps appeared on Luffy's head. However, Luffy did not weep. It was evident that he had grown accustomed to such treatment. Grandpa, why do you hit me as soon as you return? Ron pondered that if it weren't for your grandfather's relentless training over the years, you might not have developed such a resilient physique. Moreover, your grandfather would ensure you return the favor. Who in this world could possibly defeat Carp with a single punch? Perhaps only 3 individuals could achieve such a feat. One of them is Luffy, who managed to knock Carp down with a single blow while preparing to rescue his brother Ace. The second is Sengoku, who might be credited with a punch of sorts, halting Carp's advance. Otherwise, Carp might have killed Sakazuki. The third individual is the mountain bandit Daiden, who, in his fury over Ace's death, delivered a severe beating to Carp upon his return to the village. Therefore, having the opportunity to strike down Carp is a feat Luffy could boast about for a lifetime. Ha ha ha, this is the iron fist of love, Carp chuckled. Only through the education of love can one become an exceptional Marine. Is being a Marine really that enjoyable, Grandpa? 6-year-old Luffy was still unaware of the allure of piracy. It would take him another year to comprehend the true nature of pirates. Of course, being a Marine is incredibly fun, Luffy. You must also strive to become an exemplary Marine to uphold justice, Carp declared, lifting Luffy with a loving expression. In truth, for the Straw Hat crew, Luffy was a child who experienced a remarkably joyful and happy childhood. However, this was relative. Luffy had grown up without knowing his parents. If not for Carp's affection, he might not have survived. The world is such that even the grandson of Vice Admiral Carp has grown up in a single-parent household. Regardless of the reasons, his parents were unable to be by his side as he grew up, which seems somewhat unfair for a child. Yet, there is little that can be done. Most children in this world share similar circumstances, with few fortunate enough to enjoy a blissful childhood. Oh dear, stop chatting. The meal is ready. Let us head to my place. We are preparing for a banquet, exclaimed a kind-hearted girl with deep green hair, adorned with a headscarf, whose smile radiated warmth. This was Makino, the owner of the bar in Windmill Village, likely the wife of red-haired Shanks. A banquet. Meat. My favorite, Luffy exclaimed, breaking free from Carp's embrace and rushing toward Makino's tavern. Chapter 34. The Great Feast. Luffy devoured his meal with great enthusiasm, laughing heartily. Upon arriving at Makino's small tavern, Carp remarked to Luffy that in his philosophy of education, being well-fed is of utmost importance. Consequently, Carp, Ace, and Luffy's eating habits were quite astonishing, disregarding any semblance of decorum. Vice Admiral Carp was a sight to behold as he voraciously stuffed food into his mouth with both hands. Little Luffy, mirroring Carp's actions, exhibited the same fervor. Why aren't you all eating? Come, let us eat together, Luffy urged, noticing that the others had yet to partake in the feast. Seeing this, Ron and the others prepared to join in as well. With the food ample and ready, Makino, thinking the guests might feel hesitant, encouraged everyone, let us dig in. Before Ron lay a grand platter of food. At that moment, Ron stood up and bowed to the food, expressing his gratitude. Ron's behavior has puzzled many people. What exactly is going on? Grandfather, what is he doing? Little Luffy also failed to grasp Ron's intentions. This is Ron's dining habit. He bows to the food before every meal to express his gratitude, Ayn remarked from the side. Initially, Ayn found Ron's actions somewhat strange, but she has since grown accustomed to them. Now, whenever Ron is faced with a substantial amount of meat, he performs the bowing ritual. Thank you, Luffy mimicked Ron, standing up to bow to his own meal. His antics evoked hearty laughter from everyone, who found little Luffy utterly adorable. The scene then transitioned into a food showdown. Aside from a few who dined quietly, most of Captain Carp's men devoured their meals with the same gusto as Carp himself, 2 hands filled with food, shoving it into their mouths with abandon. Soon, Luffy's belly swelled with satisfaction. I'm full, Luffy exclaimed, patting his round stomach and taking a seat. At this stage, Luffy had yet to acquire the powers of the gum-gum fruit, and his appetite was not as immense as it would become. Nevertheless, he managed to fill his small belly to the brim. Remarkably, despite his voracious appetite, Luffy never seemed to gain weight, which was quite extraordinary. After finishing his meal, Luffy felt a bit bored and sought a place to rest. It was then that he noticed Ron devouring his food with great enthusiasm, the contents of a massive plate disappearing in a single bite. Ron appeared to have an insatiable appetite. This is incredible, Luffy exclaimed in awe. Carp, Noticing Luffy's admiration for Ron, chimed in, Ron, shall we have a contest? Sure, Mr. Carp, Ron replied. And thus began their eating competition to see who could consume more and faster. It must be noted that Carp had an enormous appetite. In his normal form, Ron could not keep pace with Carp. Coupled with their drinking, they became slightly tipsy. With abandon, Ron indulged in his meal, utilizing his devil fruit powers, causing him to grow slightly larger. Haha, you're cheating. Carp laughed, pointing at Ron. Aren't you afraid that when your devil fruit powers wear off, you'll revert to your original size and end up with a stomachache? Carp jested. Not at all, Mr. Carp. My transformation duration has significantly increased, allowing ample time for digestion before reverting, Ron assured him. The banquet was filled with merriment, and everyone was well fed and satisfied. I shall take a stroll. You all stay here to digest, Carp declared, often opting for solitary walks upon returning to Windmill Village. While everyone assumed he was merely taking a leisurely stroll, Ron suspected otherwise. He likely went to see Ace, the boy who lost his parents at a young age and stubbornly refused to acknowledge Carp as his grandfather, instead calling him an old coot. Each time Carp returned, he would visit Luffy first before seeking out Ace, hoping to cultivate Ace into a formidable warrior of the sea. Ron, you are amazing. How can you grow so large? Can you teach me? Luffy approached Ron with curiosity. At that moment, Luffy's round belly had deflated, showcasing his impressive digestive abilities. Of course, you can one day grow as large as I am, Ron replied, without a hint of deception. After consuming the gum-gum fruit, Luffy would indeed be able to transform into a giant at the third stage. Can I really? Luffy laughed heartily. Perhaps it was due to Luffy's innate abilities. Or maybe it was simply his infectious smile, which inspired a sense of optimism in those who beheld it. You absolutely can, Ron said with a grin. Come, let me show you my powers. In his innocent exuberance, little Luffy followed Ron to play, experiencing the wonders of the devil fruit for the first time. If I eat this, will I grow as large as you? He inquired. Not necessarily. Different devil fruits yield different effects. However, I believe you will one day grow to be as large as I am. No, I will become even larger than you, Luffy declared with a determined smile. All right, I look forward to your future achievements. I hope you can join me in becoming an exceptional Navy officer. The Navy? That sounds rather dull, Luffy replied. The Navy is not at all boring. There are magnificent ships and wondrous weapons, along with opportunities for rich adventures. Moreover, many in the Navy, like myself, are devil fruit users, each possessing unique abilities. Such remarkable powers, why are they called devil fruits? Luffy asked. It is said that these fruits are the embodiment of sea demons, granting special abilities to those who consume them, though they are also forsaken by the sea and can no longer swim. Ron chuckled. Oh, it's perfectly fine. It brings me joy to see you grow stronger. Ha. Indeed, Luffy possessed a certain charm. Yet, Ron could not fathom why the youthful and radiant Boa Hancock, soon to be recognized as one of the 7 warlords, would harbor affection for such a mere child. Luffy, do you wish to become powerful? Of course. I aspire to be as formidable as you. I can assist you in gaining strength, but you must agree to one condition. Oh, what is that condition? I promise to comply. How about you let me have Hancock? What does Hancock have to do with this? At that moment, Luffy had no understanding of Boa Hancock. Ha. Let us make a pact. Pact. Ron found it quite amusing and made a pact with Luffy. However, is it not a bit inappropriate to deceive children in such a manner? Chapter 35, Unintentionally Revealing One's Heart. Ron and Luffy were having a delightful time in Windmill Village, and Luffy had, for the first time, made a truly wonderful friend. Perhaps due to the fact that Garp's duties were not overly demanding at present, he had yet to arrange a meeting between Luffy and Ace. In any case, Luffy now found himself at a crossroads between the Navy and piracy. He simply favored the thrill of adventure. Is it true? Can one truly explore the world as a member of the Navy? Luffy inquired. Absolutely. Moreover, being in the Navy allows for bold adventures. You can pursue and confront pirates with the utmost legitimacy. What more? Being a Navy officer ensures that one will never go hungry, as there are an abundance of delectable foods and entertaining diversions, making it exceedingly appealing. Ron initiated a conversation with Luffy regarding the prospects of becoming a Navy officer versus a pirate, primarily painting an enticing picture of the myriad benefits associated with the former. His motivation stemmed from the belief that Garp had but a single grandson, and traversing the original timeline seemed rather mundane. Perhaps a shift in direction could lead to more exhilarating experiences. Although Ron's approach may bear the semblance of manipulation towards a child, it could also be interpreted as a gentle encouragement towards righteousness. While the Navy is not entirely devoid of flaws, it undoubtedly presents a far more noble path compared to piracy. Statistically speaking, the majority of pirates exhibit malevolent tendencies exceeding 90, whereas most naval personnel are dedicated to upholding justice. Ron seeks to explore the possibility of altering Luffy's perspective. Whether he can truly change the outcome has become of little consequence. His intention is merely to make an attempt. Ace was able to be swayed by Whitebeard's character. So why could Luffy not be influenced by Garp's persona? Luffy was captivated by Shank's character. What prevents him from being similarly inspired by Ron? Luffy has a penchant for adventure. Why not become a marine and traverse the world to apprehend pirates, embarking on the adventures he adores under a legitimate identity? Of course, all of this resides within Ron's own musings. Ultimately, the choice remains with Luffy. Just as Luffy was inspired by Shanks, preparing to set sail as an admirable pirate, Ron also wished to influence Luffy, aspiring to mold him into an exemplary member of the Navy. Are there truly so many advantages to being part of the Navy? You wouldn't be deceiving me, would you? My grandfather often cast me into various remote mountains and forests, claiming it was to fortify my courage and willpower. Being a part of the Navy must be quite challenging, right? Luffy innocently inquired. As for whether serving in the Navy is difficult, I cannot say. But I do know that among the various factions in this world, the Navy remains one that has not completely succumbed to corruption. Ron sighed and remarked, "Some may perceive me as a weakling, questioning why I do not declare myself a ruler. Others might believe I should embrace the life of a pirate, living freely and unburdened. Yet, there are moments when one's capacity for empathy weighs heavily upon the heart. Witnessing acts of cruelty, while feeling utterly powerless to effect meaningful change, is an agonizing experience. When confronted with the harsh reality of countless individuals suffering from oppression, and the tragic loss of innocent lives in a world devoid of protective laws, one is left to contemplate that perhaps only through the application of force can such injustices be addressed." Ron began to utter some profound statements, which Luffy found utterly incomprehensible. "I am uncertain whether it is due to my own limitations or some other reason. Perhaps one might deem me overly sentimental. Regardless, I am profoundly dissatisfied with certain phenomena. Witnessing some harsh realities evokes an uncontrollable fury within me." Ron spoke, tears streaming down his face. He believed that humanity should possess such an empathetic capacity. When a fragile life is ruthlessly snatched away, it is rare for anyone to remain unmoved upon witnessing the vibrant essence of existence vanish before their eyes. Just as Ron had felt indignation upon encountering appalling news in his previous world, he often found himself at a loss for action. Even with well-reasoned arguments and fervent debates online, the outcome seldom changed. The power of an individual is ultimately limited, rendering significant change elusive. "Ron, your feelings are entirely normal. Each of us harbors the ability to empathize. I understand that you have endured a sorrowful childhood, and you wish to shield others from experiencing similar anguish. True empathy is a rarity. Only those who have personally endured suffering can truly grasp its profound impact. It is only in the depths of darkness that one yearns for light, and in moments of vulnerability that the need for assistance becomes apparent. What we must endeavor to do is to prevent such tragedies from recurring. We aim to illuminate the lives of the vulnerable amidst the shadows, ensuring they receive support when in need. This is the mission of our Navy, the very essence of our work." Ian was uncertain when he had emerged, perhaps having listened for quite some time. The past is irrevocable, and dwelling on it serves little purpose. It has all become history. Yet, the humiliation must be remembered, and the hatred must reside within our hearts. Ron did not anticipate that you were a person of great compassion, capable of empathizing with others. This indicates that even if you were to become a distinguished leader in the future, you would undoubtedly excel in guiding the Navy. "What are you all talking about? I don't quite understand," Luffy inquired with wide, bewildered eyes. "However, I feel that your words carry profound significance. When I grow up, I aspire to join the Navy and engage in meaningful endeavors." Although Luffy did not grasp the conversation, he seemed to be moved nonetheless. "I sincerely apologize for my lack of composure." Ron wiped away his tears. "I shall not behave this way again." Within the confines of the Naval Library, Ron harbored another desire: to seek out some pirate bounty notices and perhaps uncover clues regarding an individual named Hulong. Unfortunately, Ron was merely a lowly sailor, devoid of any military rank, and lacked the requisite authority to access a broader array of documents. One should embrace joy and play, rather than dwell on sorrowful matters. "Whatever burdens you bear, I am confident you will resolve them," Ain advised. "I am aware, rest assured," Ron replied with a smile. It is indeed inappropriate to reveal such vulnerability in front of children. Perhaps the recent indulgence in spirits had loosened his tongue. Or perhaps he perceived Luffy as an innocent child with whom he could be open. It mattered little that Aang had overheard. She seemed to comprehend him. "Would you like to play with Aang for a while? I shall take a stroll over there." "All right, Brother Ron, you may go." A sudden thought arose in Ron's mind. Would he possess greater strength if he had not lost an arm to the red-haired one? After all, the only one-armed masters Ron knew of were the legendary Yonggwa and the red-haired Shanks. Logically, one would presume that those with 2 arms would be more formidable. Ron was uncertain whether he could alter the course of history, yet his immediate desire was to eliminate the Sea King. Perhaps, by vanquishing the Sea King, he would experience a unique sensation coursing through his crimson hair. Thus, Ron embarked upon a modest wooden raft, gliding across the small coastal waters adjacent to the village. This endeavor was undeniably perilous. Nevertheless, the 17-year-old Luffy had accomplished such feats. At 16, Ron believed he was not necessarily inferior to Luffy. Chapter 36. Titan's First Extra Energy. Ron boarded the small boat, awaiting the arrival of the King of the Near Sea. As anticipated, the king soon approached, charging directly towards Ron, its gaping maw wide open, poised to devour him. Ron launched a direct punch forward. Bang! It struck the Sea King squarely. Howl! The Sea King was utterly enraged, bewildered that such a diminutive human could possess such strength and audacity to provoke him. In a fit of fury, he lunged once more, his massive jaws agape. His enormous form undoubtedly exuded an aura of intimidation. At that moment, Ron began to grow, his height soaring to 12 meters. He activated the moonwalk technique from the Marine's 6 styles, propelling himself into the air, aiming to grasp the Sea King. Yet, he still fell just short of the necessary height to seize him. If only I could capture him from a distance, it would bridge many gaps. Ron pondered within himself. Recently, he had been contemplating whether his fruit, being of the mythical beast variety, possessed any extraordinary abilities. Was it truly limited to merely the capacity to grow larger? Surely, there must be more to it than that. Ron, having failed to execute his moonwalk gracefully, resorted to propelling himself with his feet to ascend further. However, at that moment, the King of the Near Sea deftly evaded him. Ron's moonwalk was rather clumsy. He had merely acquired the technique without mastering it. He could only manage a brief moment of levitation, lacking the agility to confront his adversary swiftly. Perhaps it stemmed from an insufficient understanding of his devil fruit powers, possessing a massive physique yet lacking the requisite strength, resulting in such a predicament. Whenever he attempted the moonwalk, he was plagued by a sense of inadequacy. It seemed he had yet to hone his skills, still bound by the gravitational pull of Newton. The King of the Near Sea skillfully dodged Ron's assault, then turned, opening its gaping maw to surge upwards, poised to devour Ron whole. Did he truly believe he was an easy target? Iron. Iron could serve both as a weapon and a shield. Ron opted for an aggressive approach. With a resounding thud, his fist connected directly with the head of the Sea King. The Sea King, stung by the impact, immediately plunged into the water, only to resurface moments later. Aware of Ron's formidable strength, he was nonetheless undeterred, determined to seize an opportunity to eliminate him. "I refuse to believe I cannot catch you," the Sea King declared, charging once more towards Ron. In turn, Ron advanced towards the Sea King, his hands converging in preparation to grasp him. At that moment, Ron felt an inexplicable connection, as if some energy was within his control. He sensed a current forming between his hands, an energy both enigmatic and profound. Approaching the Sea King, who was observing intently and poised to strike, Ron noticed that the distance seemed safe enough for the Sea King to taunt him with a challenging gaze. "Come closer." With a swift embrace, Ron felt an invisible current manifest between his hands. With a decisive pull, this ethereal force, akin to an intangible rope, drew the Sea King closer to him. The Sea King, initially brimming with confidence and poised to observe Ron's display before seizing an opportunity to strike, was taken aback as if his body had encountered an unseen barrier. Under the weight of this formidable force, he leaned forward involuntarily. In that moment, Ron seized the Sea King's body. The sensation was peculiar. Ron had not truly made physical contact with the Sea King, yet it felt as if he had. How does one articulate such a feeling? It was as though the air currents surrounding Ron's hands had brushed against the Sea King, creating an illusion of connection. Ron was unaware of the name for this ability, yet he sensed that the currents near his hands could convey a signal, affirming his grasp on the opponent. With a powerful maneuver, Ron attempted to execute a shoulder throw, and to his astonishment, it succeeded. Thud! Boom! Ron hurled the Sea King from his shoulder. sending it crashing into the water with a tremendous splash. What an extraordinary ability. Is this the unparalleled power bestowed upon me by the mythical beast? No. Perhaps this is merely one manifestation of my potential. There may yet be other abilities that I have yet to uncover. I must cherish this sensation. Ron recognized that he was in a unique state, and thus he sought to preserve this exceptional sensation. He aimed to solidify this feeling into memory, or perhaps to cultivate it into a habit, enabling him to access it at will. The king of the near sea seemed to sense a mysterious energy, which instilled a slight unease within him. Yet, his mind was clouded, and once more, he launched an assault against Ron. Perhaps due to Ron's lack of awakened conqueror's haki, he did not instill considerable fear in the king of the near sea. After all, he was merely thrown into the water. Consequently, the king attacked yet again. Was this ability to pull akin to the power of the wind? It seemed both similar and dissimilar. Regardless, let us refer to it as the art of attraction, Ron remarked. At that moment, the Sea King launched a full-scale assault, accelerating to its utmost limits and targeting Ron's arm with ferocious intent. Previously, it had deemed the idea of engulfing Ron whole as an excellent choice. However, it now appeared that such an endeavor was somewhat formidable. Thus, it resolved to commence its assault from the side, aiming to sever one of his arms first. Feeling the proximity, it gauged the distance to be approximately half a meter. Here it comes, with a wild flail. Ron seized the king of the near sea, preparing to execute a throwing maneuver as he had done in the past. However, the sheer size of the king posed a considerable challenge. Nevertheless, Ron was indeed capable of maneuvering him, provided his hands remained within half a meter of the giant. Yet, the act of throwing him at sea would yield minimal results and pose the risk of capsizing the small boat. He pondered how long this ability would endure. Ron's hand hovered half a meter from the Ocean King, exerting a firm control over the energy that connected them. He grasped the Ocean King and drew him toward the shore. Such an astonishing ability, merely being half a meter away, allowed him to reach out and touch the other, creating a remarkable sensation akin to physical contact. This feeling was truly extraordinary. Furthermore, Ron was confident that this technique would yield additional effects. However, time was of the essence. For now, he would focus on bringing the Ocean King to the shore. Ron employed this method to drag the king of the near sea ashore. At this moment, the king of the near sea finally began to panic, yet it proved futile. No matter how fiercely he struggled, he could not escape Ron's formidable strength. At times, Ron's power manifested in peculiar ways. At other times, it appeared remarkably stable. This inconsistency likely relates to his mastery of the fruit's abilities. Under certain conditions, his strength remained steady, while in others, it fluctuated, as he had yet to achieve complete control over his powers. With a resounding thud, the king of the near sea was forcefully cast onto the land. Chapter 37. Return voyage. At this juncture, the king of the near sea was ensnared and beginning to roast. It was uncertain whether this creature was palatable, but judging by Luffy's expression, it seemed he would relish it. Luffy had likely been this way since childhood, consuming anything and everything without a hint of fear. Luffy, do you truly aspire to become a Navy officer in the future? Ron inquired. I am not entirely sure, but the Navy seems quite formidable. I will consider it. Luffy, with morsels of meat still in his mouth, spoke rather indistinctly, possibly still wavering in his decision. Regardless, Luffy, we are good friends, aren't we? Of course, Brother Ron, came the cheerful response, and the two shared a hearty laugh. No matter the path Luffy chooses to tread in his life, it remains his own decision. Ron had already exerted his utmost efforts to sway him towards the Navy, and he had also dealt with the King of the Coast. This should be regarded as a means of repaying Mr. Garp's life-saving grace. If not for Garp's intervention, Ron might have perished at the hands of Don Quixote Doflamingo. Indeed, Ron's strength was still far from a match for Doflamingo, and he was not even capable of contending with Virgo. His victory over Virgo was primarily attributed to Virgo's underestimation of him. Had Virgo unleashed his full potential from the outset of their confrontation, he would undoubtedly have triumphed over Ron. This tendency to underestimate others seemed to be an innate characteristic of Virgo, having mastered the use of haki from a young age. He was indeed immensely powerful and commanded respect wherever he went. This arrogance ultimately led to his swift downfall. When Ron first witnessed Virgo's mastery of haki, he was greatly astonished, believing that in Punk Hazard, Luffy and the others might encounter a formidable adversary. Ron presumed it would take them considerable time to overcome Virgo, likely spanning several episodes. Yet, who could have anticipated that the fully haki-imbued Virgo would be cleaved by Law in a single stroke? The primary reason for this was his hubris. He had mistaken Trafalgar Law for the little brat he once knew. Similarly, during their confrontation at Navy headquarters, he failed to recognize Ron's true strength, treating him like a mere child and toying with him. Thus, Virgo paid a heavy price for his folly. Following this battle, Ron believed that Don Quixote Doflamingo would not take him lightly. In the event of an encounter with Doflamingo, Ron could very well find himself in grave danger. Had it not been for Garp's invitation to this place, his fate would have been dire. Brother Ron, you should eat as well. All right, Luffy. I shall return to see you again. After finishing their meal, Ron prepared to bid farewell to Garp and return to Zifa's place to continue his training. The insights he had just gained required further discussion with his mentor. At this moment, setting sail appeared to be safe, as Admiral Aokiji intended to visit his own teacher. Thus, Ron would be traveling alongside Admiral Aokiji, ensuring a trouble-free journey. Brother Ron, are you leaving? Will you come back? Little Luffy gazed at Ron with teary eyes. After all, he was merely a 6-year-old child. When a dear companion, with whom he had shared joyous moments, was about to depart, it was only natural for him to feel a tinge of sadness. I will return, Luffy. I promise to visit you often. All right, but you mustn't lie. Of course. I would never deceive you, Luffy. You must strive to grow stronger. Okay, just remember to come see me. Luffy replied with a smile. I will. And I shall bring you delicious treats. Meat, I want meat. All right, I promise you, Luffy. As Ron departed, Luffy felt a pang of reluctance. At the tender age of 6, Ron had become his first true friend. After all, he had only encountered Ace after consuming the gum-gum fruit. And he desperately sought Ace's approval, though initially, Ace had ignored him. Thus, Ron and Ace left Windmill Village. Upon reaching a small island, they encountered Admiral Aokiji, who had been waiting for them. Together, they set off towards the island where Zifa resided. With Aokiji's company, there was no cause for concern regarding safety. They enjoyed a smooth journey back to Zifa's residence. Ron shared with Zephyr the experiences he had undergone during this period, along with his reflections. Zephyr listened intently and subsequently offered Ron a plethora of insightful guidance. Moreover, Zephyr began to place increasing importance on Ron. The time that Ain and Ron spent alone together also lengthened. Naturally, this development may incite discontent among certain individuals. Ron was the last to join this place, a newcomer among them. Yet, he garnered the utmost favor from Master Zephyr. Each day, Master Zephyr dedicated a significant amount of time to accompany Ron, addressing a myriad of his training queries and personally guiding him in the development of his abilities. This preferential treatment stirred feelings of discontent among many of Zephyr's original students. The proximity between Ian and Ron further fueled their ire. In the Navy, female sailors were already a rarity, and exceptional ones like Ian were even scarcer. At that moment, Ian stood as the sole female sailor in Zephyr's camp. The crux of the matter was not just Ian's remarkable talents, but her intelligence and beauty as well. Such a female sailor naturally became the treasure of all the brothers, who took it upon themselves to protect and cherish her. She was revered as a goddess by all. In the past, this goddess had maintained an aloof demeanor, her indifference creating an atmosphere of mutual observation and competition among them, resulting in no one claiming her favor. She remained a figure of attraction, equally distant from everyone, granting each an equal opportunity. However, the situation had now shifted. The magnet that once drew all the male sailors had, instead, been captivated by another sailor. How could they not feel aggrieved? They believed their shortcomings stemmed from Master Zephyr's insufficient guidance rather than a lack of effort on their part. They perceived Zephyr's treatment as unjust, feeling that Ron's arrival had usurped all that was rightfully theirs. Ron has taken away their beloved goddess, and now the distance between the goddess and them grows ever wider. Ron not only stole the goddess, but also took away their teacher. Now, Teacher Zephyr spends half of his day instructing Ron. All of this turmoil arose due to the arrival of that boy, and we should unite in our disdain and drive him away. Indeed, he is nothing but a menace. Otherwise, why would Teacher Zephyr place such unwavering trust in him? Why does Ian maintain such proximity to him, sharing laughter and banter daily? We must devise a plan to expel him swiftly. Chapter 39. The Trap. Although Ian bid farewell to Ron with a smile, she had not smiled at him since and had ignored him for several days, becoming cold and distant. This left Ron utterly perplexed. Everything seemed fine. So what caused her sudden shift in demeanor? Many matters unfold similarly. Initially, one may not grasp the gravity of a situation, but as time passes, the feelings of frustration intensify. Ian felt that Ron was dismissive of her. After spending so much time together, he had the audacity to remark on Boa Hancock's beauty, and his behavior towards Ian had crossed numerous boundaries. Ian had not been overly harsh in addressing his transgressions. If he harbors feelings for Hancock, why does he persist in his inappropriate conduct towards her? Ian, a Marine, grew up among men, adopting a typically masculine demeanor. Although she appeared carefree and generous, she was still a girl, and it did not take long for her to discern the crux of the matter. Moreover, she was eager to see if Ron would attempt to placate her, which was a significant concern. Their rapport had always been amicable. Yet the emergence of a woman named Boa Hancock seemed to have captured Ron's affections. What, then, did their shared experiences amount to? Consequently, Ian resolved to maintain her distance from Ron to gauge his feelings and ascertain her standing in his heart. Thus, in recent days, it became evident to all that the dynamics between them had soured. Ian and Ron no longer shared the closeness they once did. Indeed, they had previously been inseparable. I suspect Ian has come to recognize Ron's insincerity and his duplicitous nature, prompting her coldness towards him. Should we take action? If we unite in our efforts, might we successfully oust Ron from this place, restoring harmony? I personally believe we ought to observe Ion's stance. If she too finds Ron disagreeable, we should collectively approach Teacher Zephyr to discuss the matter. Perhaps the teacher will heed our counsel. A few individuals conspired to approach Ian, intending to gauge her thoughts. If Ian had indeed severed ties with Ron, and if the consensus was that Ron jeopardized their relationships and dampened everyone's spirits, Zephyr would undoubtedly act fairly. One named Halbiers took the initiative to speak with Ian. Has that fellow Ron offended you? You find him insufferable, do you not? Leave me be, she retorted. Since you share my disdain, shall we not join forces to rid ourselves of Ron? His presence has disrupted our daily lives. And Teacher Zephyr no longer dedicates himself to our instruction as he once did. I said leave me be. Do you not hear me? I am not in the mood to converse with you, Ian shouted in anger. We wish to assist you. How can you treat us this way? They pleaded. Go away. A few of them retreated, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Is Ian truly so unreasonable? Our intentions are for her benefit. She is clearly upset with that boy Ron. Why unleash her fury upon us? Indeed, she is ungrateful. Shall we continue to endure this quietly? Ultimately, the root of the problem lies with Ron. Had he not appeared, Ian would not have distanced herself from us, and we would not be in this predicament. Precisely, his presence has diminished Teacher Zephyr's commitment to our education, which is profoundly unjust. We cannot allow this situation to persist. We must take action. Unbeknownst to Ron, they plotted against him. His thoughts were solely occupied with how to mend things with Ian. It was evident that she was upset. Although Boa Hancock was undeniably beautiful, and at just 18, she was quite striking, Ian was also lovely and exceptional. Furthermore, Ian had taken considerable care of him since his arrival. Their bond resembled that of siblings. What should he do? Ron was utterly at a loss. The art of courting young women was not his forte. As someone who had never had a girlfriend in his previous life, he possessed little relevant experience. In his attempts to win over girls, he had perused several domineering CEO novels, gleaning a few romantic tactics. Now, he pondered intently which approach would be most suitable. Option 1 involved purchasing an atomic bomb to use as fireworks, which might elicit a joyful laughter from Ian. No, that would not do. Ron shook his head. Setting aside the question of whether such a device even existed in this world, how could one possibly utilize it as fireworks? If it were to explode, the entire island would be obliterated. What should he do? Why did the strategies gleaned from those domineering CEO tales prove utterly ineffective? Wasn't he the most romantic notion precisely that of employing an atomic bomb as fireworks? Ron scratched his head, genuinely at a loss for what to do. Perhaps I am not the domineering CEO after all, for I do not possess an astronomical fortune of 900 trillion. Thus, I find myself utterly incapable of resolving the predicament at hand. Ron shook his head, pondering the absurdity of his thoughts. Emotions must be genuine. Regardless, I shall sincerely apologize to her. Generally speaking, when a woman is heartbroken, she is most vulnerable to the advances of others. In the majority of narrative arcs, such women often find themselves inebriated, leaving them susceptible to exploitation. Subsequently, during moments of comfort offered by the male protagonist, extraordinary events tend to unfold, perhaps even leading to an unexpected twist in the tale. Ron's mind raced with thoughts. Could he possibly engage in some peculiar 404 scenario with Ain? What on earth was Ron contemplating? He gave his head a firm tap, resolved to apologize to Ain. Ron, are you looking for Ain? Indeed, I am. Ain has gone to the seaside. He said if you wish to find him, you should follow me, Halbier said with a smile. Chapter 40. The angry Ain. All of them had been comrades for quite some time, studying together under the guidance of their elder brother Ron. Although Master Zephyr had devoted more time to instructing him, Ron saw no issue with that. Anyone facing a dilemma, if they earnestly engaged with the assignments set by the teacher, would surely receive a response when they sought assistance. If the teacher did not respond, it could either mean that the question was too simplistic or that the previous assignments remained uncompleted. However, perspectives on the same matter varied among individuals. To others, Ron's rapid progress was attributed to his extended interactions with Master Zephyr. Yet Ron believed that his diligent inquiries were the true reason for his advancement. In any case, Ron had become a thorn in the side of many, yet remained blissfully unaware. Thus, he followed Halbyers to the seaside. Halbyers exchanged glances with the others waiting there. Their collective aim was simply to persuade Ron to leave this place. When they approached Ain for a conversation, they found him seething with anger, exhibiting no intention of coming out to meet them. It seemed he was not inclined to emerge today. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck. What if they lured Ron to the seaside under the pretense of Ain's name? Surely, with so many of them, they could toss him into the ocean? Ron is a wielder of the devil fruit's formidable powers. However, once he immerses himself in the ocean, all of his abilities will vanish. After he has completely lost the capacity to resist, it would be quite simple to retrieve him and transport him away by ship. At that point, one could easily assert that Ron had departed of his own accord. Such a sudden disappearance would undoubtedly be deemed exceedingly impolite. Should this act come to the attention of Ain and Zifa, they would certainly never forgive Ron. Thus, Halberts and his companions solidified this scheme, unaware of how easily Ron could be deceived. Where's Ain? Ain is by the seaside. Halberts gestured towards the waters near the island. Ron could not see Ain anywhere in sight. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something amiss. A group of individuals had already prepared to take action against him. Numerous figures began to encircle Ron, and among them, Halbyers charged at him with the speed of a truck, utilizing all his strength in this assault. Thud! Halbyers plunged into the depths of the sea. Ron's keen observation allowed him to evade the attack. What is the meaning of this? Ron was somewhat displeased. It was evident that they were conspiring against him. Since your arrival, Professor Zephyr has become less diligent in his teaching, and each of us has had less interaction with him. Moreover, Ain's sister is constantly entangled with you every day. Thus, your presence has disrupted the rhythm of our lives. If you could vanish, everything would return to normal. Ron had not anticipated that his senior brothers held such thoughts about him. Did they not have their own issues? Why was it that after Edward Weeble's arrival, all of them perished, leaving only Binzi and Ain? Was it not simply because they lacked sufficient strength? Ron has exerted himself with such diligence. Beyond his personal ambitions, he strives to triumph over Edward Weeble in the years to come. However, the future remains an enigma to these individuals, and one cannot tether the present to the uncertainties of what lies ahead. If you truly wish for me to depart from this island, I shall take my leave. Yet, I must bid farewell to Teacher Zephyr. While it is true that one cannot manipulate the present with the specter of the future, their actions have already provoked Ron's ire. Ron is a wielder of the devil fruit, yet his greatest vulnerability lies in his fear of seawater. If Ron were to find himself submerged in the ocean, he would lose his devil fruit abilities and ultimately succumb to drowning. Given our shared brotherhood, I have no desire to engage in conflict with you. Halberus was taken aback by Ron's unexpected declaration. Initially, their collective intention was to cast Ron into the water and then drift away with him in a small boat, allowing him to fend for himself. Is what you say truly the case? Halberus inquired. Of course, what I say is the truth. If you are unwilling, I shall remain here. However, I must bid farewell to Teacher Zephyr and Ain before I depart. Very well, but you must keep your word. Rest assured, I always honor my promises. Ron stated. Well, if you perceive yourself as a man, it would be best to put your words into action. Halberts and the others dispersed, granting Ron a path to return. Ron then prepared to bid farewell to Ain and Zephyr. Knock, knock, knock. Ron knocked on the door. Who is it? Came the voice from within. It is I, senior sister Ron. I have matters to discuss with you. Ron's voice was somewhat subdued, imbued with a sense of melancholy. Ain felt a pang of discomfort upon hearing it, yet she did not permit Ron to enter. She chose to speak with him from outside the door. Very well. Senior sister, I have come to bid you farewell. I may be departing from here. Are you perhaps intending to seek out Boa Hancock? Ain's heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two upon hearing this. She had been waiting for Ron to provide her with a proper explanation, only to be met with his farewells. This led Ain to believe that he might indeed be seeking out Boa Hancock. Over the past few days, her thoughts had been tumultuous, her mind clouded, consumed by irrational musings. Unbeknownst to her, she had developed deep feelings for Ron. which had transformed her ordinarily composed demeanor into one of turmoil. Of course not. I do not wish to seek out Boa Hancock. For the past few days, I have been contemplating how to earn your forgiveness, though I am uncertain of the transgression I have committed. Nevertheless, I recognize that I must have caused you distress. This farewell is not an attempt to evade the issues between us, but rather a consequence of my presence disrupting the tranquility of life here. Many of my fellow disciples feel that since my arrival, Master Zephyr has become less earnest in his teachings, and I fear I have adversely affected their futures. Now, it seems that no one on this island holds any fondness for me. What purpose does my continued presence serve? Although I may disappoint Master Zephyr, I do not wish to incite conflict among my peers or place the Master in an awkward position. Thus, I have resolved to leave, perhaps in my absence. You will no longer harbor anger, and they will find joy in Master Zephyr having more energy to instruct them. I hope to receive your forgiveness before I depart. Creaking, the door swung open. Is that truly the sole reason for your departure? Have you not considered that there are still those on this island who care deeply for you? Aine, caught in a moment of unawareness, found herself in tears, and Ron felt a profound ache in his heart. Now, even you disregard me, and my fellow disciples no longer favor me. Perhaps only the Master holds me in his thoughts, yet such concern only serves to deepen the discomfort of my peers. Ron exclaimed, "You foolish one." Aine, in a fit of rage, threw herself into Ron's embrace. "I have been thinking of you. I care for you. Do you truly not know what I am feeling?" As she wept, Aine struck Ron's back gently. This unexpected turn of events left Ron somewhat bewildered. Chapter 41. Major Ron bang. Bang. What is that resounding noise? Is it the beating of a heart? At this moment, Ron stood at an impressive height of 2.38 meters, while Aine was merely a petite girl of 1.7 meters. Indeed, in ordinary circumstances, a height of 1.7 meters would be considered quite tall for a girl. However, in the realm of pirates, such stature is rather diminutive. Nevertheless, Ron possesses the ability to modify his height at will. The reason he consistently maintains a height of 2.38 meters is that he feels somewhat embarrassed when compared to the Admirals, who approach a towering height of 3 meters. Even with Ron's towering 2.38 meters, the disparity in height remains pronounced, as the shortest Admiral, Akiji, stands at an impressive 2.98 meters. Ron now cradled Aine in his arms, much like one would carry a small child. Nevertheless, the sound of their heartbeats resonated loudly, audible to both. "Are you truly going to leave?" Aine inquired. "Perhaps it is time for me to depart, although I am aware that my current strength is insufficient. Yet, many of my senior brothers believe my presence here hinders their cultivation, so my departure may prove beneficial. In that case, take me with you," Aine implored. He had initially thought he would spend his life by Master Zephyr's side, as he might be the last student of the esteemed mentor. "Are you genuinely willing to venture out to sea with me? Even while on missions, we can return frequently to visit our teacher," Aine chuckled. "We are not going to become pirates." "Indeed, that makes sense," Ron replied in agreement. "Let us go bid farewell to our teacher. Is this how we shall say goodbye? In this manner?" Aine laughed. Ron's face flushed instantly. He had momentarily succumbed to his emotions and embraced Ian. Yet, he still felt a tinge of shyness. Ron fell silent, for he found himself unable to utter a word. The specific content of the 404 is not suitable for description. Readers are encouraged to imagine it themselves. 2 minutes later, Ian was gasping for breath. "Why are you unaffected at all?" "Of course, it is because my lung capacity is quite considerable." Ron smiled as he gently set Aine down. "Let us bid farewell to the teacher." "All right." Aine had initially contemplated grasping Ron's hand, but after a moment's reflection, he hesitated. After all, displaying such intimacy before the teacher felt somewhat awkward. Yet Ron seized Aine's hand, holding it firmly. "As we are departing together, what does it matter if we hold hands?" Aine struggled briefly, but upon realizing he could not withdraw his hand, he acquiesced. At that moment, Aine was uncertain of his emotions. There seemed to be a sweet sensation blossoming within his heart. "Teacher, I am sorry, but I may not be able to continue my studies here. We must leave today." "Ha, did I hear correctly? It is both of you, not just one. Is it?" Zephyr chuckled. "Teacher, are you not surprised?" "There is nothing surprising about it. I am quite aware of many matters on this island. Perhaps it is beneficial for you to venture out and hone your skills. Only through experience can you truly showcase your capabilities. Do not forget, you are part of the Navy, and you must uphold justice in the future." Despite having endured many hardships, Zephyr still held hope for the Navy. "Indeed, teacher, we shall." "Ron, I have something to discuss with you." "What is it?" "Aine has grown up beside me, She is like a daughter to me. You must take good care of her. If you let her down, I will not forgive you. Rest assured, teacher, I will look after her. Now go. For birds must eventually leave the nest to experience the vastness of the sky. Do not forget to return and visit this old man. Teacher, I will come back often. Ayn could no longer contain her tears. She had spent a long time with Zephyr, who had indeed taken on a fatherly role. Zephyr had shown her care and imparted a wealth of knowledge. Go now, teacher. I hope to hear news of your promotions and that you will continue to combat piracy. The elderly man before them was now alone, with only his students remaining by his side. His life had been marked by benevolence, yet met a tragic end. Though he had nurtured many, he was ultimately betrayed by his own students. It is indeed ironic that often, kind-hearted individuals receive little reward. However, with Ron's arrival, it seemed that fate would take a different turn. Thus, Ron and Ayn bid farewell to Zephyr. Although Ayn felt a pang of reluctance, she ultimately chose to follow Ron. The two returned to the Navy headquarters. I did not expect you to return so swiftly. Congratulations on completing Zephyr's training and officially joining our ranks, Fleet Admiral Sengoku expressed, demonstrating great regard as he personally welcomed them. They were indeed formidable, being students of Zephyr, whose pupils were never lacking in excellence. After Sengoku assumed the role of Fleet Admiral, he had felt some resistance towards Zephyr, given the abundance of Zephyr's exceptional students. Nonetheless, this only underscored Zephyr's remarkable teaching prowess. Based on your previous performance, I believe you possess the capability to serve as a lieutenant. After training under Zephyr for this duration, you should have made further progress. I hereby appoint you as a major. Additionally, there is a perilous mission I wish to assign to you. Are you willing to accept it? Sengoku had his own motives for promoting Ron to major. Very well, I shall take it on. Ron is convinced that Sengoku would not assign him a task beyond his capabilities. This matter should fall well within his purview. Very well, our objective this time is Desperation. He was once a student of Zephyr and held a naval officer's rank, yet he has now turned to piracy. This mission is of paramount importance. You must ensure the safety of Desperation before we finalize our transaction and guarantee the smooth conduct of the deal. Can you enlighten me about the nature of this transaction? That information is classified. Your responsibility is to accomplish the task at hand. The order comes directly from Sengoku, who personally conveyed the details of the mission to Ron, underscoring its significance and high level of confidentiality. Were it not for the inherent dangers and the need for utmost discretion, Sengoku would not have personally entrusted this command to Ron, nor would he have promoted him to the rank of major. The various materials and navigational charts you require will be provided to you shortly. Prepare yourself, for you will soon embark on this mission. Yes, Commander. Recently, Sengoku has been scouting for candidates to complete this task. Ron's return presents him with a splendid opportunity. Additionally, Ron has brought along a companion, Ayn. Both are students of Zephyr, and their collaboration is sure to be seamless, enabling them to accomplish the task at hand effectively. Chapter 42. The Northern Sea. The mission involves safeguarding an individual named Desperation in the Northern Sea. The assignment carries considerable weight, and many specifics remain undisclosed. However, Ron is tasked with ensuring the completion of his transactions with the Navy. Moreover, this protection must be executed discreetly, without Desperation's knowledge. Are we indeed heading to the Northern Sea? Yes, but fret not. Although the Northern Sea poses certain dangers, I shall protect you. Ron said to Ayn at that time. Who will protect whom is still uncertain. Ayn chuckled in response. Unbeknownst to Ayn, the gravity of the situation was far more severe than he assumed. He thought it was merely a straightforward task exaggerated by Sengoku. This mission was of a highly dangerous caliber, as it involved the world's most precious devil fruit, the ope no mi. The fruit's valuation soared to an astounding 5 billion berries. Apart from Edward Newgate and Gold. Roger, no other bounty had surpassed this sum. This extraordinary fruit, when mastered to its fullest potential, was rumored to possess a tremendous secret technique that could grant immortality. Hence, the confidentiality surrounding this task was of utmost importance. Initially, Ron did not recall the identity of the individual in question. The name Desperation was unfamiliar to him. However, based on the information provided by Sengoku, he had once been a pupil of Zephyr and a naval officer before turning to piracy, now seeking to negotiate with the Navy. Furthermore, this was a top-secret mission located in the North Sea. It was likely that this Desperation was none other than the father of the later supernova, Drake. At this juncture, he must have acquired the ope no mi and was preparing to engage in trade with the world government, with the transaction amounting to precisely 5 billion berries. The North Sea has been the cradle of many exceptional individuals. Among the 11 supernovae that emerged later, 3 hailed from the North Sea: Trafalgar Law, X. Drake, and Basil Hawkins. Naturally, these few do not represent the most distinguished figures from the North Sea. The 3 most illustrious individuals born from this region include Admiral Borsellino, Admiral Sakazuki, and the soon-to-be legendary Ben Beckman, who continues to drift upon the seas. The mission to the North Sea was indeed formidable. The Navy was relatively swift in preparing their supplies and equipment, allowing Ron and Ein to embark on their journey to the North Sea without delay. Sengoku believed this operation was manageable, thus dispatching the Major to oversee it. However, unbeknownst to Sengoku, the news of the Ope no Mi had already been leaked. There was someone who had been eyeing the Ope no Mi for quite some time, and that was the Don Quixote Doflamingo family. Ron did not anticipate that his inaugural mission at sea would be of such gravity, particularly with the adversary being the Don Quixote family. However, it was not necessary for Ron to confront the Don Quixote family head-on. His sole responsibility was to ensure the safety of D.S. barrels and facilitate the smooth progression of the transaction. Nonetheless, Ron could not overlook the implications posed by the Don Quixote family. What thoughts occupied his mind? Was the furrow in his brow indicative of the challenges this mission presented? There might be a minor issue, but it was not substantial. Ron merely finds himself unable to recall certain matters clearly, thus he is diligently striving to remember. Ron recalled that Sengoku had also dispatched the Navy to restrict Don Quixote Doflamingo's actions. However, the presence of Virgo among the naval forces led to the failure of this endeavor. Additionally, the undercover agent, Don Quixote Rosinante, known as Corazon, who was positioned beside Doflamingo, was also unmasked and met his demise at Doflamingo's hands. It appeared that Sengoku would indeed send reinforcements to assist Ron. Furthermore, without Virgo, locating the undercover agent within the Don Quixote family would not be a simple task. Enough of this. Rest early. We shall depart tomorrow, Ian remarked. Agreed. Just as Ron and Ian were preparing to head to the North Sea, the Don Quixote family was also making their preparations. After searching for so many years, we have finally located this fruit. I wonder who would be best suited to consume it? Doflamingo mused. Regardless of who consumes it, they will be willing to repay you, his subordinate, Pika, replied. Indeed, that is quite reasonable. However, this fruit cannot be entrusted to just anyone, Doflamingo replied with a cruel smile. One must possess considerable medical knowledge to fully exploit the potential of the Ope no Mi and ultimately perform the eternal surgery. Fortunately, I have identified the perfect candidate. Upon seeing Doflamingo's expression, everyone understood his implication. After a thorough investigation, they concluded that Doflamingo's brother, Rosinante, was the prime suspect. Thus, if they wished to prove that Rosinante was not a naval spy, it was simple. He must consume the Ope no Mi and be willing to perform the final grand surgery for Doflamingo. At that moment, they were engaged in a meeting, absent of Rosinante and Law. Law's amber lead syndrome had worsened. Without treatment, he would soon perish. Consequently, Rosinante was devising a method to cure Law. Amber lead syndrome, a result of mining amber lead, is not contagious. However, due to the world government's concealment of the poisoning caused by the mining in the white town of Flevence, the entire population suffered from this affliction, leading to a decline in the lifespan of its inhabitants over generations. This illness, affecting everyone and progressively shortening lifespans, created the illusion of a malignant epidemic. As a result, neighboring nations were reluctant to allow Flevence residents to migrate or to host individuals afflicted with such a condition, fearing contagion. Thus, Rosinante's quest to treat Law was fraught with difficulty. No one was willing to assist. Corazon, it's unnecessary to trouble yourself. My illness cannot be cured. You have exerted yourself too much, the frail 13-year-old Trafalgar Law stated. Initially antagonistic toward Corazon, Law had begun to set aside his hostility and gradually accepted Corazon's presence. Corazon had long professed his disdain for children, primarily to prevent them from joining the Don Quixote family, thereby steering them away from a treacherous path and diminishing the family's power. After discovering Law, Corazon had dealt him a harsh lesson, prompting Law to consider an assassination attempt against him. However, following that incident, their relationship had softened, leaving Law deeply moved and surprised by Corazon's kindness. Don't give up, there is always hope. This exchange became a daily occurrence between them, with Law urging Corazon to relent, while Corazon encouraged him to persevere. Suddenly, Corazon's din mushy rang, and Doflamingo informed him of the discovery of the Ope no Mi, expressing his desire for Corazon to consume the fruit. After hanging up, Corazon leaped with excitement. Law, we have hope. Ha ha. Is that true? Law exclaimed. Indeed. This time, we will surely cure your amber lead syndrome. Chapter 43. The operation for the Ope Nomi due to his amber lead syndrome. Trafalgar Law had become gravely ill, with little time left. Don Quixote Rocinante had been tirelessly seeking opportunities to treat Law. Unfortunately, surrounding nations treated this serious illness as contagious and were unwilling to offer treatment. The emergence of the Ope Nomi rekindled Rocinante's hope. We're leaving. This time, you are saved. I hope you can live well, Don Quixote Rocinante stated. He had already consumed a devil fruit, the Shirku no Mi, and could not consume another. Doflamingo's inquiry regarding him clearly indicated some suspicion of his loyalty. Nonetheless, such concerns were trivial now. He resolved to give the Ope Nomi to Trafalgar Law, believing it worth it if it meant saving Law's life. In a few days, they planned to head to Minion Island, where Diaz barrels awaited. Before Trafalgar Law and Don Quixote Rocinante arrived, Ron and Ian had already reached the location and concealed themselves, anticipating that someone would soon arrive. Ron said to Ian, "Are you certain?" "Almost," came the reply. Ron remarked that if someone were to arrive, it would undoubtedly lead to a perilous situation. We must remain vigilant and well prepared, since this is a covert operation. Apart from the warring states, no one knows that Ron and Ian have also come to Minion Island. Rest assured, I am always ready. After a few days, individuals finally arrived on the island. However, Diaz Bareilles and his companions remained oblivious to the impending danger. Many were indulging in merriment, celebrating their future fortunes, having reveled for quite some time. Yet, the stark reality is that one must never rejoice prematurely when matters remain unresolved. The journey of 100 miles is but half completed at 90. If a task is not fully accomplished, the potential for unforeseen complications looms large. This is especially true when significant interests are at stake. The greater the stakes, the more solemn the circumstances, necessitating utmost caution. Otherwise, a collapse before completion is highly probable. In the waning days of the Qin dynasty, Xiang Yu proclaimed himself the hegemon of Western Chu and conferred titles upon 18 feudal lords. Liu Bang was designated the king of Han, while Wei Bao was appointed the king of Wei. A fortune teller foretold to Wei Bao's wife that she was destined for great wealth and would surely bear a son of extraordinary lineage. At that moment, Wei Bao mused that if his offspring were indeed of such noble descent, he himself ought to be the emperor, prompting him to rebel. Ultimately, he met his demise at the hands of Liu Bang, who subsequently captured his wife, Lady Bo. One day, Liu Bang took Lady Bo as his consort, and she bore him a son, Liu Hong. After a series of trials, Liu Hong ascended to the throne, later known as Emperor Wen of Han. This tale imparts a crucial lesson. As long as a matter is not fully resolved, great uncertainties persist. Wei Bao, believing the child Lady Bo would bear was destined for greatness, prematurely envisioned himself as emperor, leading to his downfall. Presently, Diaz Bareilles and his associates find themselves in a similar predicament. They have begun to celebrate the anticipated sum of 5 billion belly even before it has been secured. Moreover, a vital question remains unaddressed. Can they genuinely safeguard such a substantial amount once it is acquired? Regarding the world government, Ron believes that after obtaining the surgical fruit, the issue of Diaz Bareilles will be resolved, and the 5 billion will ultimately be reclaimed. The reason for agreeing to such a high price is to tread carefully, fearing that someone among them might act impulsively and consume the surgical fruit. If such an event were to occur, even if the individual is eliminated, retrieving the fruit would prove to be a formidable challenge. Hence, the exorbitant offer. Ron believes that even if the deal is finalized, Diaz Bareilles and the others will not be able to spend the 5 billion berries. Is it truly acceptable for them to indulge in such drinking? An inquired. It is indeed a significant concern. Ron let out a sigh. Indeed, Don Quixote de Rocinante had arrived. Look, someone is coming. Ian, you protect them. I shall confront that individual. Very well. With that, Ron dashed out to intercept the approaching Don Quixote de Rocinante, who was preparing to launch an attack. Shall we engage in a conversation? Ron spoke up. You are Ron. Indeed, I am surprised you still remember me, Mr. Corazon. Ron indeed had interactions with Don Quixote Doflamingo's family, and it is not surprising that Corazon is acquainted with him, especially since it was Ron who severely injured Virgo. You, Sengoku, have laid your ambush here, preparing to capture me. Corazon was momentarily taken aback, realizing that his actions had concealed Sengoku's and Doflamingo's strategies. He had not anticipated that Sengoku would meticulously plan such a setup, with Ron lying in wait for him. I am not here for that purpose. My sole responsibility is to ensure the smooth conduct of the transaction involving Diaz barrels. Should a formidable force approach, the Navy will conduct reconnaissance to mount a defense. If it is merely a handful of individuals, then I shall take charge. However, I am not here to apprehend you. I believe we can engage in a dialogue. Ron chuckled and inquired, what shall we discuss? Kalasong remained vigilant, casting a wary glance at Ron. Let us converse about the surgical fruits. Ron remarked, his expression serious. Corazon's countenance had grown increasingly grim. He had devised a battle plan to confront individuals like Diaz barrels, for his silence fruit could prove immensely beneficial. However, standing before him was Ron, the formidable adversary who had defeated Virgo, presenting a significant challenge. I understand your intentions, and I shall not impede you. My only hope is that you can swiftly escort him away from this place and relay the intelligence back to the Marine headquarters. Upon hearing Ron's words, Corazon believed that Ron had discerned his true identity as a covert agent placed by Sengoku beside Don Quixote da Flamingo. This understanding led to his perplexity. The op-op fruit was a coveted asset for the world government, and Sengoku was indeed tasked with retrieving it for Mariewa. Yet, why would Ron urge him to take action? Did Ron presume that Corazon's endeavor to seize the op-op fruit was intended for Sengoku? Or perhaps this was part of Sengoku's grand design. He had anticipated Corazon's attempt to acquire the op-op fruit, thus permitting Ron to provide cover for his mission while ensuring the fruit was safely returned. Very well. I hope for your cooperation, Corazon stated. Not a problem. Proceed with confidence. I shall provide you with cover, Ron assured him. After Ron finished speaking, he and Ein returned to the vicinity of their gathering, preparing to provide cover for Corazon. The rationale behind this decision had occupied Ron's thoughts for quite some time. The Op-Op Nomi must not fall into the hands of the world government. That creature known as M, whose lifespan remains a mystery. If granted the ultimate power of the fruit, the surgery of immortality would plunge the world into chaos. Furthermore, the fruit must not be given to that fellow, Doflamingo, as it too would yield detrimental consequences. After much contemplation, Ron concluded that the best course of action would be to allow events to unfold naturally, letting Trafalgar Law consume it. Chapter 44, Doflamingo's assault under Ron's protection. Don Quixote Rosanani successfully completed the mission without sustaining any injuries. Why are we doing this? Ein inquired of Ron after the operation's conclusion. She struggled to grasp the situation. During the mission, Ein had been perplexed, yet she followed Ron's lead without question, placing her unwavering trust in him. Sister, do you know what the item in question is? Ein asked, uncertainty evident in her voice. I am not privy to that. Admiral Sengoku did not disclose the details, she admitted. Have you heard of the Op-Op Nomi? Ron responded. This fruit is quite renowned. I recall my teacher mentioning it in the past. It is said to possess the ultimate ability, the surgery of immortality. Should the fruit's wielder perform this procedure, the recipient would attain eternal life. Is this trade concerning the Op-Op Nomi? Ein asked, her astonishment palpable. Ron nodded thoughtfully and continued. You are well aware of the nature of the celestial dragons, so it is imperative that this fruit does not fall into the hands of the world government. I believe that individual is most deserving of this gift, for he has indeed suffered greatly at the hands of the celestial dragons. He proceeded to recount the tragic tale of Trafalgar Law. In the White Town, all inhabitants are afflicted by a disease that manifests at a certain age, leading to increasingly shorter lifespans with each generation. This affliction is known as lead poisoning, caused by a particular type of lead ore. The town of Flevens gained notoriety for its production of this mineral. When the world government commenced mining operations, they neglected to inform the townsfolk, resulting in widespread contamination and the ensuing outbreak of lead poisoning among the population. This ailment is insidious. Prolonged exposure to the ore leads to a gradual accumulation of toxins within the body. As these toxins build up, the individual undergoes a transformation, skin and hair turn white, followed by excruciating pain culminating in death. The varying stages of mining have resulted in each generation facing different levels of infection, ultimately leading to a tragic decline in lifespan. Due to the world government's suppression of information, neighboring nations mistakenly believed the residents of Flevens were suffering from a dire infectious disease, thus barring them from entering. In such dire circumstances, conflict erupted, with the residents desperately attempting to flee, only to be met with gunfire from the world government. During this massacre, Trafalgar Law's parents, both physicians, tragically lost their lives, and his sister perished in a raging inferno while receiving treatment at the hospital. Now, he is the sole survivor of his family, barely clinging to life in this unforgiving world. Without the surgical fruit, his existence would soon come to an end. Therefore, this fruit is a perfect salvation for him. Not only can it heal his body, but it also serves as a potent weapon in his deep-seated hatred for the world government. In the future, he will undoubtedly deliver a devastating blow to them. This child has indeed endured a most tragic fate. What shall we do next? This trading mission has failed. No. How could it possibly be a failure? Ron smiled and remarked, I will reach out to Jean Gua tomorrow morning. Ein could not fathom the source of Ron's confidence, especially considering the evident failure of their mission. Meanwhile, Corazon, having successfully obtained the Op no Mi, promptly fed it to Law. With this fruit, your illness will be cured. Now, let us depart from this place, Corazon urged as he led Trafalgar Law away. However, Don Quixote Doflamingo's men had also arrived at the scene. Why can't we get in touch with Corazon? Is he avoiding my calls? Doflamingo's brow furrowed in concern. Could it be that he is indeed a mole? Suddenly, Doflamingo burst into laughter, a chilling sound that sent shivers down one's spine. So what shall we do next? Let us not concern ourselves with Corazon for now. Our foremost priority is to seize the Op no Mi. As soon as Doflamingo made landfall, he was immediately ambushed by the navy. Ein, let us depart. Our mission has been accomplished. Ron grasped Ein's hand and led her away from the scene. Are we truly leaving like this, without offering assistance? She inquired. Our mission is to ensure the smooth execution of the transaction. Aiding the navy in combat is not our current responsibility. Ein, without further contemplation, followed Ron's directives. If we do not flee now, when shall we? Thus, Ron and Ein departed on a boat. Doflamingo's power is formidable. He possesses the potential of a king, wielding all three forms of haki, and has cultivated his devil fruit abilities to the awakened stage. Most critically, his ultimate technique, the birdcage, is nearly insurmountable. To sever the threads of the birdcage, one must defeat Doflamingo himself. Hey, we have failed our mission. What shall we do in the future? Ein pondered this dilemma. Having chosen the path of the navy and aspiring for promotion, it was indeed disheartening to fail at the very first task. We succeeded in our mission. You need not worry. I will handle everything. Oh, then where shall we go next? We shall seek out a peculiar child with golden hair. It could prove to be quite amusing. Perhaps we can still catch up to him. A child with golden hair? Indeed, he is quite fascinating, with eyebrows that curl clockwise. Is there truly someone in this world with such bizarre eyebrows? Certainly. You will understand once you meet him. Very well, you certainly have a plethora of ideas. Ein never contemplated the deeper significance behind Ron's actions. She simply followed his lead. For instance, although this mission was undeniably a failure, Ron claimed it was a success. And Ein was curious to see how he would justify this assertion. Have you eaten enough? Sister, shall we engage in some exercise? Ron inquired. All right, what sort of exercise? Ein responded, her meal providing the perfect opportunity for digestion. A collaborative activity that is exceedingly taxing on our stamina, Ron replied with a mysterious smile. Oh, I have yet to hear of any exercise that requires two people and is so physically demanding. Ein expressed her curiosity. Well, this particular activity is beneficial for both of us. Allow me to explain it as such, Ron whispered in Ein's ear. Ein felt a slight flush on her cheeks. Have you ever heard the saying, hunger and cold awaken the heart of a thief, while warmth and fullness? Ron continued. What does that mean? Well, the rest is left to your imagination. The following day, Ron began to report the situation to Sengoku. This mission had been executed remarkably well. The transaction had been completed before Doflamingo's arrival. Sengoku had intended to hear Ron's explanation regarding the failure of yesterday's task. However, he was taken aback when Ron unexpectedly declared something that left him bewildered. Chapter 45. The child with clockwise curled eyebrows. Ron, the mission has indeed failed. How can you claim it was successful? Are you aware of the grave sin of not fulfilling your duties seriously and then making excuses? Sengoku expressed his irritation upon hearing Ron's words. I have not made excuses. I earnestly completed the task. Allow me to explain it to you in detail. Was it not you who requested my assistance in accomplishing this mission? Ron began to patiently elucidate the circumstances surrounding the completion of the mission to the warring states. You assured me that the transaction would proceed smoothly, yet you did not specify with whom Desperation was engaging in trade. However, one of your informants, a man named Don Quixote Rosinante, has claimed that it was he who conducted the transaction with Desperation. Now that their dealings have concluded, how can you assert that my mission remains unfulfilled? Ron's words plunged warring states into contemplation. Are you suggesting that Rosinante and Desperation engaged in a transaction and successfully executed it? Warring states reconfirmed. Indeed. Don Quixote Rosinante mentioned that he was the informant you positioned beside Doflamingo. This mission was designed to facilitate the transaction and thwart Doflamingo's operations. I observed that he presented ample evidence, asserting that this was conducted at your behest and required our collaboration, hence I complied with him. Ron spoke earnestly, his tone imbued with sincerity. In any case, the matter had become irrevocably sealed. Corazon would never relinquish the Ope Nomi to Sengoku. It was believed that the fruit had already been consumed by Trafalgar Law. Very well, if that is the case, return to headquarters at once, Sengoku decided. Sensing something amiss and preparing to reach out to his informant, Rosinante, Ron conveyed to Sengoku that Corazon's intention was to collaborate with him. Subsequently, Ron reiterated to Corazon that Sengoku understood his message, urging him to cooperate with Corazon's actions. This logical relationship is somewhat convoluted. Nevertheless, all that Ron articulated ultimately reflected Sengoku's intent. As for the misunderstandings among them, it is best left for them to resolve on their own. Ron believes that Corazon is already a misunderstanding. He is sent by the warring states. The warring states may also misconstrue that Corazon indeed assisted him in completing the transaction of the surgical fruit. Why do I feel that I don't quite understand what you are saying? Ein remarked. In truth, I too struggle to comprehend my own words, thus making it even more challenging for them to grasp what I mean. Let us proceed with our actions henceforth. Ron elucidated once more. He felt that his explanations lacked clarity, yet they undeniably evoked a sense of ambiguity. Ain and Ron proceeded along the North Sea towards the East Sea. Ron believed that he should be able to catch up with the child. If he could, perhaps he could alter the course of the child's destiny. If not, then so be it. After all, this child would grow up to be quite the libertine. Indeed, this child was none other than Vinsmoke Sanji, the prince of the technological kingdom Germa 66 in the North Sea. Among the most renowned tales of the North Sea, two stand out, the deceitful Roland and the saga of Germa 66. Consequently, when Sanji first donned his protective suit to confront page 1 in the anime, Trafalgar Law appeared to be far more acquainted with the capabilities of the raid suit. After several days of drifting, Ron and Ain finally caught up with Sanji just in time. Had they arrived later, and Sanji met with misfortune, sinking to the ocean's depths, his fate might have been irreversibly sealed by Redleg Zeph, destined to work as a chef at the floating restaurant Bartai. For if Sanji had indeed plunged into the abyss, Ron and Ain would have been unable to swim to his rescue. Fortunately, they were able to find him before he encountered any tribulations. Hello, where do you wish to go? Shall we go together? Ron was the first to pose a question to Sanji. I am unsure of where to go, but I must leave the North Sea. At the tender age of 8, Sanji had just severed ties with the Vinsmoke family, embarking on a journey to the East Blue with the tacit approval of his father, Judge, and the assistance of his sister, Reiju. Had he not encountered Ron, he would have crossed paths with Redleg Zeph, who would lose a leg while rescuing Sanji. Subsequently, the two would await salvation on a desolate island, enduring the excruciating pangs of hunger due to a lack of sustenance. Ultimately, Sanji would find himself working at the floating restaurant Bartai, honing his culinary skills alongside the kicking techniques of Redleg Zeph. Then let us depart the North Sea together. We are also on the verge of leaving, Ron suggested. I am a Navy officer. Please place your trust in me. Under normal circumstances, encountering a stranger in such an unfamiliar environment would naturally elicit some wariness, and Sanji, understandably, was reluctant to trust Ron. However, Ron was acutely aware of Sanji's vulnerabilities. After Ron's attempts at persuasion proved futile, Ain engaged Sanji in conversation, expressing a willingness to accompany him to join the Navy. Upon seeing Ain, the young Sanji readily acquiesced to the proposition. The three mainstays of the Straw Hat crew were each distinct in their characteristics. Luffy had an insatiable appetite for meat, Zoro had an unwavering passion for swordsmanship, and Sanji had always been a connoisseur of beauty. During their confrontation with Moria, the shadows of the trio were ensnared, rendering them unconscious. In a critical moment, Usopp devised a clever plan, instantly rousing the three stalwarts with a simple proclamation, "Ladies, the swordsman brings meat." This single phrase proved remarkably effective in awakening them. Thus, Sanji agreed to Ain's invitation to join the Navy. This young boy had endured considerable hardships. Perhaps we should send him to Master Zephyr for guidance, Ain proposed. No, I believe there is a more suitable destination for him, came the reply. Ron suggested, let us send him to the G8 fortress. Why there? Ian inquired. Because I believe it may be more conducive to his growth, Ron replied. When considering the distinctive chefs within the Navy, the one who left the most profound impression on Ron was none other than Jessica, the wife of Vice Admiral Jonathan from the G8 branch. Therefore, sending Sanji there to refine his culinary skills seems to be an excellent choice. Moreover, Vice Admiral Jonathan possesses remarkable strength and profound wisdom, and he shares a close friendship with Admiral Akainu, which would greatly benefit Sanji's future development. As for how far Sanji can progress, that ultimately rests upon his own efforts. Ron's initial motive for joining the Navy was to seek vengeance, but as of now, he has yet to uncover any clues. His ultimate aspiration in this world is to ensure that those who are vulnerable and helpless, like himself, receive assistance during their times of need. He yearns for a world devoid of warfare, where tranquility reigns, allowing everyone to live a life of simplicity and peace. Regarding his stance towards the Straw Hat crew, Ron has pondered for quite some time. If fate allows him to encounter them, perhaps he could inspire some transformation, potentially altering their destinies and yielding different outcomes. Of course, Ron merely acts as a guide. The ultimate trajectory of their journey rests in their own hands. Chapter 46. Lieutenant Ron of the East Sea. Undoubtedly, Ron's execution of this mission has encountered certain challenges. However, Sengoku cannot dismiss Ron's actions, as Razanani was indeed his undercover agent. Yet, Don Quixote Doflamingo remains at large, having killed the user of the Ope no Mi, Diaz barrels. Furthermore, the surgical fruit has gone missing. Consequently, Ron received a commendation. From this day forth, you shall be known as Lieutenant Ron. Proceed to the East Sea to fulfill your duties. Thus, Ron was dispatched to the East Sea. Ron accompanied Ron on his journey. It appears you have been promoted again. Congratulations. Ron replied, Sister, please do not tease me. This is merely a guise for a demotion. The East Sea is the weakest among the four seas. The number of pirates here is scarce, making further advancement quite challenging. Nevertheless, being assigned here is not without its merits. The East Sea is widely regarded as the most feeble among the four seas, lacking renowned pirates and often scorned by those of a more formidable reputation. However, it is worth noting that many illustrious figures hail from the East Sea. Notables such as the pirate King Joel D. Roger, Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, and Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D. Dragon, also known as Drago. A phonetic transliteration of the English term, with dragon meaning in Chinese, were all born here. Additionally, the current sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates, Yasopp, also referred to as Jesus Burgess, is another notable native of the East Sea. Regrettably, the East Sea has become exceedingly weak, and these prominent figures have long since departed, leading to widespread disdain for the region. The primary reason for the East Sea's frailty lies in Garp's frequent returns home to visit his grandson, effortlessly dispatching any pirates he encounters along the way. Oh, didn't you say it was rather pleasant here? Ron mused. Indeed, there are some advantages. Ron smiled enigmatically. A few days later, the two arrived at the East Sea. Greetings, I am Lieutenant Colonel Ron from the Navy headquarters, here to report, he announced. Oh, so you are Ron? From now on, you shall be my subordinate. You are to exhibit a degree of respect, do you understand? Colonel Mouse replied sternly. I shall show you the utmost respect, Ron responded. In an unexpected turn, he suddenly lunged forward, seizing Colonel Mouse and throwing him to the ground. Who do you think you are, demanding respect from me? Ron effortlessly lifted Colonel Mouse with one hand, delivering several resounding slaps to the colonel's face. How dare you strike a superior officer? Everything unfolded too swiftly for many to react. At that moment, several Marines surrounding Colonel Mouse raised their handguns, aiming them at Ron. I advise you to choose wisely. Will you align with me or with Colonel Mouse? Upon hearing Ron's words, the Marines gradually lowered their weapons. Birds of a feather flocked together. Those who surrounded Colonel Mouse were undoubtedly a collection of sycophants and opportunists. Thus, they were adept at discerning which way the wind blew. If they disapproved of Colonel Mouse's actions and failed to ingratiate themselves, they would never have ascended to such positions at his side. After careful consideration, they abandoned their allegiance to the colonel. Before them stood Ron, a rising star within the Navy, having achieved the rank of lieutenant colonel in less than 2 years. Moreover, he was one of Zephyr's most cherished protégés. It was clear that aligning with Ron promised a more promising future. Now that your men have submitted to me, what do you intend to do? Ron inquired of the now grotesquely swollen Colonel Mouse. Even in the absence of the malevolent dragon, known as Along, Colonel Mouse must have amassed a considerable fortune, albeit less than he would have under the dragon's influence. If given the chance, Ron would genuinely wish to eliminate him. A powerful marine, if of ill intent, inflicts harm upon the populace that rivals that of pirates. I surrender. I shall heed your every command, follow your directives. Very well, you shall perform a task for me through the broadcasting telephone bug. Ron, bearing Colonel Mouse in tow, arrived at the broadcasting station. With an intense gaze fixed upon him, he produced a slip of paper. Read this aloud, but be warned, should you mispronounce even a single word. You are well aware of the consequences. Faced with the formidable presence of Ron, Colonel Mouse felt a twinge of trepidation. He was inherently one who cowered before the strong. Initially, he had contemplated asserting his authority over Ron, yet to his surprise, Ron swiftly turned the tables upon his arrival, denying him the opportunity to establish dominance. Instead, he found himself vanquished by Ron. Fellow Marines, he began, today, we are graced by the presence of a lieutenant colonel from headquarters, Colonel Ron. I hold Colonel Ron in the highest regard. Allow me to provide a proper introduction. He achieved first place in the assessments following his first year in the Navy and was an exemplary student of Chief Instructor Zephyr. His presence here is a testament to the remarkable feats he accomplished while executing a covert mission. I trust many of you are already familiar with him. I admire such youthful talent, and since he is here, it is evident that he seeks to hone his skills. Thus, I shall delegate authority to him. Should you require assistance or have matters to address, feel free to report to him. Any issues beyond his purview will be brought to my attention, and I shall provide solutions for you. Colonel Mouse, shrinking back, cast a furtive glance at Ron, silently questioning whether this arrangement would suffice. Ron nodded. You have done exceptionally well. Now off you go. With that, he tossed him beside Ein. Ein smiled and activated his abilities. What have you done to me? I recited it word for word. The voice of Colonel Mouse grew uncharacteristically youthful. The surrounding onlookers regarded him with astonishment, their shock palpable. What is happening to me? Colonel Mouse touched his face, only to discover that his mustache had vanished. Seeking a mirror, he gazed into it and realized he had transformed into a younger, smaller version of himself. He now appeared to be merely a teenager, perhaps around 13 or 14 years of age. At present, Colonel Mouse was approximately 25 or 26. Had Ein activated his powers twice, he would have regressed to an age of 1 or 2, which would have been rather inappropriate. Thus, only one activation had taken place, resulting in his current appearance. Do you wish to return to your original form? Colonel Mouse nodded earnestly. Then you must be obedient. He nodded again. Now, go and clean the base. But, Colonel Mouse had not performed such tasks in many years, having lived in comfort for so long. The sudden demand to clean the base was difficult for him to accept. Cleaning was typically the duty assigned to new recruits in the Navy, the lowest rank of sailors responsible for maintaining hygiene. KB had also begun his naval journey from such humble beginnings. If I tell you to go, then go. Did you not just promise to be obedient? Ron gazed at Colonel Mouse. With no alternative, he had no choice but to proceed. Now, at the tender age of 13 or 14, his task of cleaning the naval base drew no suspicion from anyone. Chapter 47. Diligent training. It had been 5 years since he arrived in this world. The events of 2 years prior lingered in Ron's mind, refusing to fade. The rising flames, accompanied by billowing smoke, resembled a colossal beast that voraciously devoured the entire village. Ron stood alone, the sole survivor. Those who once were dear, family and friends, now existed solely within the recesses of his memory. Who, indeed, was Hu Lang? Ron had previously been contemplating that after joining the Navy, he would uncover clues by perusing the naval database. However, it was only recently that he realized he had overlooked a significant fact. Having trained for over a year in the Navy, Ron had been focused on how to access the naval database and had visited the library. But he neglected a profoundly serious matter, the nature of his village. It was not an idyllic paradise, but rather a place that Marco, who would soon be known as Malgo, frequently inquired about. In fact, he had even sent individuals to recruit Ron as his apprentice. This was a crucial point. Malgo was the captain of the 1st Division of Whitebeard, and the village he cared for must lie within Whitebeard's territory. Thus, Ron's original village was likely situated in the New World. Given the current timeline, it was beyond doubt that Whitebeard had already ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors. Regardless of whether Whitebeard or Roger was the stronger, there was no question that Whitebeard was recognized as the strongest man in the world. So, who would dare to pillage and plunder within Whitebeard's domain? After joining the Navy and undergoing training, Ron had first ventured to the North Sea and then to the East Sea. Only after settling down did he realize the gravity of the issue he had overlooked. There were only 2 possibilities for entering Whitebeard's territory. The first was a pirate who had just entered the New World, unaware of the vastness of the world and the fact that they were trespassing on Whitebeard's territory. The second was a pirate who had lived in the New World for many years, fully aware that they were encroaching upon Whitebeard's domain, yet still chose to pillage. If it were the first type, Ron could investigate the bounties and the rise in ranks to determine which pirates had recently entered the New World. However, if it were the second type, the pirates who knowingly entered Whitebeard's territory would either be under Big Mom or Kaido. Aside from these two, no one else would dare to wreak havoc in Whitebeard's realm, and even Big Mom and Kaido would need to weigh their options carefully. Ron believed that if the pirates were under the command of Kaido and Big Mom, then that particular operation was merely a preliminary test, an experiment conducted in a small village to gauge Whitebeard's disposition. Would Whitebeard truly erupt in fury over a mere village? Regardless of the outcome, it was evident that this wolf was a pirate of the New World, possessing considerable strength. Thus, Ron recognized the necessity of honing his skills diligently. Bang, bang, bang. After a morning filled with rigorous practice, Ron's arms ached, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. Ain approached him, jogging lightly, to wipe away the perspiration. Your marksmanship has reached an impressive level. Why put yourself through such strenuous training? Ain felt a twinge of sympathy watching Ron toil so hard. When I was at Sabaody Archipelago, Lieutenant Sonier demonstrated a remarkably powerful shooting technique to me. The bullet was imbued with armament hockey. A single shot at a massive boulder sent trees before me shattering like fragile stones. That spectacle remains etched in my memory. You were pondering how to apply armament hockey to your bullets, weren't you? Ain observed Ron's focused expression, torn between laughter and a hint of embarrassment. Hey sis, what kind of expression is that? If you want to laugh, just let it out. Ron felt somewhat dissatisfied. Oh dear, my little junior. You are adorably foolish. Ain put away the sweat towel, embraced Ron, and planted a kiss on his cheek before continuing. Your hockey is still at the most rudimentary level. You cannot even fully envelop your own body. How could you possibly cover a bullet? Are you suggesting that I must first envelop my entire body with hockey before I can master this extraordinary technique? As Ron spoke, he embraced Ain, his hand sliding downwards. Inadvertently encountering something indescribable and experiencing an indescribable sensation, Ain reached out and guided Ron's hand back up to his waist. It is not necessary to cover the entire body. My point is that your mastery over the application of hockey on your body is still lacking. How can you possibly practice applying it to a bullet directly? Since Ain prevented Ron's hand from moving lower, Ron shifted his hand upward again, once more touching the indescribable area and feeling the indescribable sensation. Yet, why do I perceive that some individuals can shoot arrows with hockey applied? Ain once again took Ron's hand down, this time gripping it tightly. Unfortunately, Ron's hand was too large, requiring both of Ain's hands to hold it. Shooting arrows involves direct contact, making the application of hockey quite simple, whereas bullets do not entail direct contact. Ron pondered for a moment, acknowledging the validity of the situation. Given that one of his hands was grasped by Ain, he began to employ his other hand. Once again, he experienced an indescribable sensation. Ahem. You may train by yourself for a while. I shall take my leave. Ain could no longer tolerate Ron's continued actions. Even though this was Ron's private training ground, it was quite possible that someone would come to report matters. After Ain departed, Ron began to shift the focus of his training. It is no wonder that a single shot left Lieutenant Sonier completely drained of energy. It turns out that infusing bullets with hockey is an exceedingly challenging task. Indeed, one can recall that during the Marineford War, Ben Beckman merely aimed a pistol at Kizaru, who subsequently surrendered. Even if there was an element of leniency on Kizaru's part, it nonetheless underscores Beckman's formidable prowess, which is undoubtedly capable of endowing bullets with hockey. Otherwise, how could one contend with a Logia-type devil fruit user? Of course, another possibility is that the bullets were made of sea stone, and Beckman's marksmanship must be exceptionally skilled. The precise reasons remain unclear to Ron. In any case, infusing bullets with hockey is quite difficult. Thus, he decided to commence his training with the application of hockey to his own body. Ron prepared a large boulder. Then, he activated his armament hockey and struck it with his fist. Boom. An imprint of his fist appeared on the stone. Ah, it hurts. Is it merely a meter thick? Why does it hurt so much? Ron is deeply saddened, his fists bleeding. This training method is rather arduous. How did Carp manage to shatter 8 colossal mountains? I shall not concede defeat. Onward. Ron resumed his vigorous assault on the particularly thick stones. Bang, bang, boom. Regardless, Ron's physical recuperative abilities were remarkably robust. Such superficial wounds would heal within a day. After training for a period, a formidable pirate crew unexpectedly emerged in the East Sea. Chapter 48. The Black Cap pirate crew received reports from subordinates indicating the arrival of an exceptionally powerful pirate crew in the East Sea. Ron promptly convened an emergency meeting, apprehensive that this encounter could prove to be a formidable struggle. After all, the descriptions provided by his subordinates were utterly terrifying. Allow me to introduce the principal members aboard the ship. Captain Kuro of the Black Cat Pirates, known for his cunning stratagems, boasts a bounty of 16 million berries. His first mate, Zango, is a skilled hypnotist. Sam, a crew member adept in the use of cat claws, possesses remarkable combat prowess. Similarly, Budgie, like Sam, wields cat claws and exhibits extraordinary fighting capabilities. Upon hearing his subordinates' introductions, Ron realized that these individuals shared a peculiar trait reminiscent of Colonel Mouse. They had a penchant for exaggeration. A bounty of 16 million berries might suggest that Kuro is indeed a fearsome pirate. Yet it must be acknowledged that while his fighting skills may be lacking, his intellect is quite formidable. He orchestrated a ruse of faking his own death, subsequently infiltrating the village of Cyrobe, where he served as a steward for the wealthiest resident, Koya, with the ulterior motive of seizing her family's fortune. As of now, the timeline indicates that this is indeed the era of the Black Cat Pirates' rise to prominence. Ron gazed at Colonel Monka seated nearby. Indeed, everything seemed to converge at this moment. Ron remained silent, and naturally, no one else dared to speak. For the past few months, it had been Ron who presided over matters, and no one had laid eyes on Colonel Mouse. Perhaps the colonel was unwell, or there might be other reasons. In any case, Ron's word was law at this moment. Moreover, everyone was well aware of Ron's prowess. Even those who had never witnessed it firsthand had heard tales of his formidable strength. In that instant, silence enveloped the room, and the atmosphere grew palpably tense. As many pondered whether this time, the pirates would prove exceedingly difficult to contend with. Ron, however, had not anticipated the multitude of thoughts swirling in the minds of his subordinates. His contemplation centered solely on the next course of action for Crow. Crow was merely a pirate valued at 16 million, yet he possessed remarkable cunning. It was certain that he would soon become aware of Ron's presence and recognize the futility of opposing him. In accordance with Crow's characteristic tendencies, he would likely initiate a ploy of feigned demise. Monka, on the other hand, had always harbored a certain pride, having ascended the ranks through the capture of the faux Crow. Thus, Ron considered the notion of delivering Crow into Monka's hands, to ascertain whether he truly possessed the capability to capture him. Should the endeavor fail, it would present an opportune moment for a reprimand and education for Monka. The atmosphere had grown increasingly oppressive, and it was then that Ron broke the silence. The Black Cat pirate crew is entrusted to you, Lieutenant Monka. I have every confidence that you will accomplish this task. Ron and Monka are both lieutenant colonels. However, Ron hails from the naval headquarters and has garnered the endorsement of Colonel Mouse, which compels Monka to heed Ron's commands. Monka has accepted this mission. Although it poses certain challenges, he believes he can accomplish it. As expected, a few days later, Monka discovered the stronghold of the Black Cat Pirates and initiated an assault. In order to enhance the authenticity of the ruse, Chloe decided to relinquish his crew, resulting in the unfortunate demise of genuine members of the Black Cat Pirates at the hands of Monka and his subordinates. Ron gazed through the telescope from a distance, while Ian stood beside him. Do you think this Monka mission was completed rather effortlessly? How could they have located the Black Cat Pirate stronghold so swiftly? Ian remarked, sensing something amiss. Sister, I didn't expect you to have grown so astute. Indeed, there is something suspicious, otherwise. Considering Chloe's moniker of the Master of Schemes, how could he have so easily discovered their base? Ron inquired, are you implying that I was not intelligent in the past? Ain placed her hand on Ron's waist, her fingers pinching a tender morsel of flesh. Just as she was about to twist, Ron activated his hotkey. Do you dare to resist? Do you believe I could transform you into a child? Ain's smile concealed a profound and suggestive meaning. Ron was acutely aware of what lay behind that smile. Being turned into a child meant not merely the discomfort of being forced into various skirts, but the true torment was wearing open-crotch pants. In such attire, certain things would be exposed, leading to Ain's playful manipulation. In summary, that sensation was immensely overwhelming. Consequently, Ron relaxed his muscles and withdrew his hotkey. Ain seized the opportunity to twist harder. Now, answer me, was I not intelligent before? Ron gasped, of course, sister. You are exceedingly clever. The pain from her grip was genuine. Ron had spoken without thought, and he humbly requested his sister's forgiveness. Ron's tone softened, and his hand grew gentle as well. Above the waist, in a region best left undescribed, there was indeed a certain tenderness. Sister, look, Monka is about to return. He has captured someone. Do you think it could be Chloe? He inquired. The figure bore a resemblance from behind, but the face remained obscured. Yet, an instinct stirred within him, suggesting that this individual was not Chloe. Ain responded, Where do you believe Chloe might be? Having recently endured hardship, Ron was now intent on reclaiming some advantage. After all, being softened is a blessing for a man. Thus, as he spoke, he placed his other hand on I's waist in the same region previously mentioned. He must be the Marine attempting to escape to the shore. Amidst this chaos, if we were to avert our gaze for a moment, the departure of a Marine would likely go unnoticed. Indeed, it must be him. In that case, let us deal with him. Ron withdrew his hand, leapt forward, and swiftly approached the Marine, positioning himself directly in front of him. Meanwhile, Aang continued to scrutinize the situation aboard the vessel. The primary reason for the mistaken identity was that Monka had already fallen under hypnosis, orchestrated by the individual donning heart-shaped glasses who was now attempting to flee. Which department do you belong to? What is your name? Ron inquired of Chloe. Chloe remained remarkably composed. Although he exhibited a fleeting moment of panic upon encountering the unexpected figure, he quickly regained his composure. Now, as he conversed with Ron, he was entirely at ease, gazing steadily into Ron's eyes as he calmly introduced himself. I am Clabatel, a private. The name Clabatel was indeed the alias he employed while serving as a steward at the Koya residence. Yes, it is you, Clabatel. Ron swiftly approached him and seized him. Colonel, what are you doing? Chloe remarked, it's unfortunate for you to encounter me. Otherwise, you might have truly escaped. What do you mean? You have mistaken me for someone else. I am merely a Marine assisting Mr. Monka in retrieving a few items. As Ron made his move, Chloe's glasses slipped slightly. He pushed them back up with the palm of his hand, his expression remaining remarkably composed. Typically, one would adjust their spectacles with a gentle touch of their fingertips along the bridge of the nose. However, Chloe, accustomed to wielding claw-like weapons, adjusted his glasses with the palm facing upwards beneath the frame. Your actions have betrayed you. Your habitual use of claws has rendered your gesture distinctly different from that of an ordinary person. Chloe, you are quite astute, but regrettably, this is where your journey ends. With that, Ron lunged forward and knocked Chloe unconscious with a single punch before applying handcuffs. The reason for rendering Chloe unconscious was straightforward. He was officially recognized as possessing the second highest intelligence after Ben Beckman. If not for his lack of strength, he would undoubtedly be a formidable pirate. Thus, incapacitating him was a prudent choice to prevent any scheming thoughts. Although he might not stir up significant trouble, Ron deemed it wise to subdue him, as conversing with such an intelligent individual could be quite exhausting. Chapter 49. The true masters of the pirate crew. After Chloe was rendered unconscious, he was apprehended. There was no necessity to indulge in lengthy discourse with such a high IQ criminal. The mere fact of his wrongdoing warranted his confinement. There was no need to offer him an opportunity for defense or interrogation, as engaging in dialogue with someone of his caliber could prove to be quite laborious. Thus, Ron promptly secured him in custody, along with his subordinates who had survived. Meanwhile, Monka, having emerged from a grueling battle, returned to Ron, believing he had successfully captured Chloe and was eager to report his accomplishments. Colonel Ron, I have fulfilled my duty and completed the mission. Monka's demeanor was exceedingly respectful, yet his eyes betrayed a hint of arrogance. He had indeed achieved a significant feat by capturing Chloe, a high IQ criminal whose bounty, while not exorbitant, had caused considerable adverse effects. Under normal circumstances, if this military merit were reported, Monka could potentially be promoted a rank higher. Upon attaining the rank of colonel, he would be permitted to command a station independently, thus no longer falling under Ron's jurisdiction. Monka held the belief that those with power were the greatest individuals in the world, and he had already envisioned the grandeur of his life post-promotion. Therefore, though his exterior was one of respect, his inner excitement had begun to swell. Ron gazed at Monka for a while in silence, his expression inscrutable. This unwavering scrutiny made Monka somewhat uncomfortable, stirring a sense of unease within him. Colonel, what do you mean by this? Monka found himself feeling an unexpected pressure. Ron glanced at Monka, fully aware of the nature of the man before him. Monka was imbued with an insatiable thirst for power, unrestrained even by the rank of a colonel. The audacity he displayed by daring to strike Captain Karp was a testament to his arrogance. Had Ron not been present, and had Chloe not felt an inkling of unease that prompted him to flee amidst the chaos, Monka might very well have had his jaw shattered. It is worth noting that, according to the natural progression of events, Monka ascended to the rank of Navy Major after the catastrophic defeat of his fleet at the hands of the Black Cat pirates, leaving him as the sole survivor, only to have his jaw crushed by Chloe. Strangely, during the heat of battle, Chloe managed to escape halfway through, perhaps due to his innate sharpness, which ultimately spared Monka from sustaining graver injuries. In this sense, Ron can be seen as his savior. Monka, do you not recognize your folly? Ron's thunderous shout reverberated throughout the vast hall, causing a tremor of unease among those present. Even Monka felt a shiver run down his spine. However, he quickly regained his composure. He resolved to endure for the time being. Once the appointment from above was issued, he could take up a post elsewhere. The East Sea, being relatively devoid of pirates and distant from the naval headquarters, was largely overlooked. Therefore, securing a position in such a place would be quite advantageous. What do you mean? I have fulfilled your orders. What fault lies with me? Monka retorted, puffing out his chest and locking his gaze onto Ron, attempting to bolster his courage by raising his voice. Oh, is that so? Ron crushed a cup beside him, commanding, bring Clock here. Upon hearing Ron's words, Clock was swiftly brought forth. Can you discern who Clock truly is? This prompted Monka to ponder deeply. Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation, his mind clearing as a cold sweat broke out across his body. Had I not been present, our naval soldiers would have suffered devastating losses. Your negligence nearly cost many colleagues their lives. Do you not yet recognize your error? This is a grave offense. Monka was utterly terrified, trembling as he knelt on the ground, at a loss for words to defend himself. Any thoughts of claiming credit had vanished. Henceforth, Monka was to reflect in solitude, awaiting further instructions from above. Although Ron had managed to instill fear in Monka, effectively subduing him, he possessed no authority to dismiss Monka from his position outright. For now, all Ron could do was impose some form of restraint, with the matter needing to be reported to superiors for further directives. Ron sought approval from his superiors, requesting the dispatch of personnel to escort Chloe and the others to the deep-sea prison. Simultaneously, he reported Monka's crimes to his higher-ups. Thus, the East Sea once again descended into tranquility. Unbeknownst to him, Ron has inadvertently altered the course of history. The events in Shell's Town are unlikely to transpire, and the incidents in Zilliba village should also be averted. However, Ron still has numerous tasks to attend to. On one hand, he must await directives from his superiors regarding the handover of Chloe and others, the management of Monka, and considerations for his own promotion. On the other hand, having journeyed to the East Sea, he should seize the opportunity to visit Luffy, for he is indeed Luffy's elder brother. Moreover, a little green-haired friend is eagerly anticipating his arrival. This green-haired child is far more endearing than the yellow-haired one with curly eyebrows. Although the green-haired lad has a penchant for getting lost since childhood, his prodigious talent is undeniable. He is destined to become a formidable swordsman in the future. Thus, he is not to be overlooked. As for which pirate crew reigns supreme in the East Sea, Ron remains uncertain. Though the Krieg pirates are likely in the midst of expansion at present, Ron prepared to patrol the area alone, hoping to uncover any signs of pirates. This endeavor was entirely aimless. Whether he would encounter pirates was a matter of fortune. He left Ein at the base for two reasons. First, he genuinely wished to see if he could stumble upon pirates, and second, he was curious about the changes that might occur in his absence. Would the personnel at the base respect Ein's authority? It could be argued that their allegiance was more to Ron than to her. The dynamics would become evident as soon as Ron distanced himself. After all, it was Ron who demonstrated strength in front of them, and he was the one they had heard more about. Conversely, Ein, a petite girl standing at 1.7 meters, might not command their respect. Thus, Ron was keen to observe how the sailors would respond. At that moment, Ron was savoring the beauty of the sea. The azure sky met the cerulean waters, occasionally graced by a gentle sea breeze, creating a sensation of pure delight. As he spread his arms to embrace the wind, every pore of his body reveled in the comfort. However, this bliss was short-lived, as he soon spotted a pirate ship approaching in the distance. The sails bore a conspicuous pirate emblem, a skull and crossbones, with two swords crossed beneath it. Notably, there were 3 distinct scars slashing from left to right beneath the left eye of the skull. Ron stared wide-eyed, astonished to encounter him. At this moment, he must be the most formidable pirate on the East Sea, as the ship gradually approached him. Chapter 50. The first encounter with a user of the face fruit. The emblem on that vessel was unmistakable. It depicted a skull with 2 crossed swords beneath it, and the left eye of the skull bore 3 distinct scars, colored red, running from left to right. Indeed, Ron could now ascertain that the ship belonged to the red-haired Shanks. This was the vessel of Shanks, the wielder of the face fruit. Although Shanks had yet to be dubbed one of the 4 emperors, it was only a matter of time before he ascended to become the 4th ruler of the seas. His prowess was indisputable. Among the 4 emperors, he was the shortest, standing at a modest height of 1.99 meters, lacking any devil fruit abilities. Kaido towered at approximately 77 meters, Big Mom stood around 88 meters, and Edward Newgate, also known as Whitebeard, measured 66 meters. Yet, despite his relatively average stature in this world, Shanks had risen to the status of an emperor, and by that time, he had already lost one arm. However, the king of the coast had been vanquished by Ron, suggesting that Shanks would not remain a one-armed emperor for long. These figures clearly illustrated Shanks' remarkable strength. He possessed the most refined conqueror's haki. Even many-seasoned warriors might struggle to withstand the pressure of his aura. Now, as Shanks traveled to the East Sea, fate had it that Ron was out patrolling the waters and stumbled upon him. This created an exceedingly awkward situation. Both parties had made visual contact. Ron could see the opposing ship, and naturally, they could see his vessel as well. It was possible that they had noticed Ron even before he had spotted them, especially since they had a top-notch sniper aboard, arguably the world's finest marksman. Therefore, it was likely that Ron had already been detected. Should he flee or stand his ground? To flee would imply a retreat, but did he wish to engage them in combat? Alternatively, if he chose to escape, would it signal to them that he was seeking reinforcements? Although the red-haired pirates would not fear reinforcements, to avoid complications, they might opt to eliminate Ron first. They had come to the East Sea for leisure, not for conflict. If Ron were to reveal their whereabouts, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation, disrupting their travel plans. Thus, staying put seemed to be the wisest choice. If he fled, it could be misinterpreted as a call for backup, prompting them to eliminate him to avert trouble. Yet, how could he confront this pressing dilemma without fleeing? In that moment, Ron found himself at a loss, his mind racing to devise a strategy. As he pondered, the pirate ship drew nearer to Ron's naval vessel. "Ah, young sailor, what are you doing all alone here? Are you preparing to challenge our pirate crew?" It was evident that they had long since recognized Ron was by himself. This time, he had not brought any companions with him. The East Sea's climate was rather pleasant, and he was piloting one of the Navy's finest warships, feeling confident he could handle any pirate he encountered. Little did he expect to cross paths with the red-haired pirates. I am here to apprehend pirates," he stammered, which was indeed the primary purpose of his journey. "Oh, so you wish to capture us?" A portly man wearing sunglasses, clad in a green and white striped outfit, chuckled while munching on a chicken leg. "That's not the case. I am no match for you." Ron spoke calmly. At that moment, all the crew members of the red-haired pirates were dressed very simply, making it difficult to discern their formidable strength, resembling ordinary people. "Indeed, you should not apprehend us. We are merely common folk," remarked Shanks with a smile, donning his straw hat. "Captain, you must be joking," Lakiro said helplessly, having already noticed the enormous emblem. "Oh, I've been discovered," Shanks chuckled. "So, could this marine comrade allow us to pass? Would you be so kind as to grant us this favor?" The red-haired pirates had come to the East Sea merely for leisure and wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, he prepared to utilize the power of his face fruit. "Very well, I can permit you to pass, but I would like to pose a few questions," the Marine replied. After all, Ron had no way of escaping. Facing Shanks directly instilled in him a sense of calm. The members of the red-haired pirates were generally quite approachable. It was their first encounter with such an unusual Marine who refrained from pursuing pirates and even sought to ask questions. They found it rather amusing. "Oh, what questions do you have? Please, do ask," one of them urged. "Well, I have 3 inquiries. If you can provide satisfactory answers, I shall let you through." Unbeknownst to him, Ron found himself unexpectedly emboldened. In truth, he was acutely aware of the vast disparity in strength between himself and the red-haired pirates. They would hardly deign to eliminate someone of his ilk. When the mountain bandit, Sig, caused a ruckus, Shanks initially refrained from retaliating, recognizing the insurmountable gap between their powers. "Now, may I inquire?" The entire crew of the red-haired pirates adopted a demeanor of earnest attentiveness, how one might swiftly enhance their observation haki and armament haki. "Are there any techniques or experiences you could share? Furthermore, I have been diligently studying how to imbue bullets with armament haki. Is there a particular technique involved in this process? Those are my queries, and should you provide satisfactory answers, I shall grant you your freedom." Upon hearing these questions, many members of the red-haired pirates expressed astonishment. "It appears you are quite an exceptional Marine," one remarked. "What brings you to the East Blue? Shouldn't such inquiries be directed towards your instructor?" Beckman then interjected, "Your teacher must be Zephyr, and with such a remarkable mentor, why seek our counsel? Moreover, I presume you are already aware of our identities. Do you not fear that we might take action against you?" "I am not afraid." Ron smiled and said, "I am merely an ordinary Marine, My abilities pale in comparison to yours. Since there is no escape, I might as well seek your guidance on a few matters. Shanks, impressed by his courage, agreed to share insights on enhancing his strength, imparting some valuable techniques. Subsequently, both Ben Beckman and Yassop also offered Ron advice on how to infuse bullets with hockey. However, their theories were rather profound, making them difficult for Ron to grasp at his current level. Nonetheless, he committed their teachings to memory. Now may we pass? Grant me this favor, Shanks chuckled. Very well. You may proceed, but do not engage in any misdeeds within the East Blue. If I catch wind of any wrongdoing, I shall impose severe consequences. Agreed, agreed. Ha ha ha. With that, Ron allowed Shanks and his crew to move on. They bore him no ill will, viewing Ron merely as an amusing Marine. Their purpose was to enjoy a leisurely outing, and encountering such an intriguing Marine was indeed delightful. Thus, Ron had his first encounter with Shanks. Despite the light-hearted atmosphere throughout, he was drenched in sweat from the tension. Chapter 51. The obedient subordinate. After Shanks departed, Ron continued his voyage across the sea, savoring the liberating ocean breeze, inhaling the crisp air, and admiring the breathtaking scenery. It must be acknowledged that the environment in this world is splendid, with stunning landscapes and fresh air, and the sea of vibrant blue. Such an ambience is truly uplifting. After 3 days at sea, Ron had yet to encounter any pirates and decided it was time to return. He had not seen his senior sister for several days and wondered how she was faring. Of course, Ron was not solely focused on the scenery. He was also contemplating Shanks' words about how to swiftly enhance his observation hockey and armament hockey. This involved certain techniques and training methods. Some methods were beyond his comprehension, while others, upon careful reflection, he could indeed grasp. The more challenging theories would require a further elevation of his abilities for deeper understanding. Additionally, it seemed that due to his devil fruit, Ron's hockey level was advancing rather slowly. To this day, he remained at the beginner level of hockey. When would he be able to cultivate a power akin to that of Shanks? Ron felt a tinge of melancholy. Unbeknownst to him, while he pondered how to emulate the likes of Shanks, members of the red-haired pirates were already discussing him. Is that the naval rookie who obstructed us? Shanks inquired. It must be Ron. The Navy rookie dispatched to the East Blue possesses considerable strength. With no other candidates available, Ben Beckman responded. What is your opinion of him, Beckman? Shanks expressed a keen interest in Ron and sought Beckman's perspective. Ron is an exceptionally gifted individual. I observed that when he faced us with trepidation, his Busashoka hockey flickered in and out. Remarkably, that hockey could extend 3 inches beyond his body. This indicates a dual-layered application of his Busashoku. He simply cannot fully harness it yet, Beckman elaborated. Indeed, his talent is remarkable, and his devil fruit ability is said to be formidable. Coupled with such powerful Busashoka hockey, he could very well evolve into a top-tier expert, perhaps even a Marine Admiral, Shanks remarked with a smile. It appears we have gained another formidable adversary in the future. However, there is one aspect I find perplexing. He is clearly a Zoan-type devil fruit user. Why is he so intent on mastering marksmanship, especially with bullets imbued with Busashoka hockey? Yassop pondered, sensing the intricacies of the situation. This is a query I have long contemplated, Beckman replied. Under normal circumstances, with his devil fruit capabilities in hockey, he would only need to hone his physical skills to the utmost. Why engage in marksmanship, which seems superfluous and a drain of energy? I surmise he may have encountered traumatic experiences in his childhood related to firearms. Even though he is now sufficiently powerful and unafraid of bullets, he still seeks to master the skill of wielding them. Furthermore, it stands to reason that someone must have demonstrated the effect of bullets infused with hockey before him. If Ron were present, he would undoubtedly be astonished by Beckman's insightful deductions. Beckman, do you think he might disclose our movements to the Navy? Lockie asked, taking another bite of his chicken leg. He would not. Upon encountering us, he likely contemplated fleeing but refrained upon recognizing us, as escape would be futile. Thus, he chose to gamble, assessing whether we would engage him. Since we have not clashed with him, he naturally would not betray our secrets. This was a decision he made from the moment he set his wager, Beckman analyzed. One cannot deny that Beckman is a remarkably astute individual. His intellect unparalleled in the world of One Piece. Given that no one will intrude upon us, let us enjoy our time henceforth without further distraction, Shanks chuckled. Ron was unaware of the high regard in which the red-haired pirates held him. At this moment, he had returned to the naval base, eager to assess the situation. Everything at the naval base appeared to be in order. Upon receiving the news, I promptly came out to greet Ron. Sister, are you all right? I was genuinely concerned for your well-being. Ron smiled and said, What is there to worry about? Do you not trust in my abilities? Many people have already complied and are obedient. Ian replied. Ron observed carefully and indeed noticed that there were many more youthful faces within the base, likely influenced by the powers of the Iron Devil fruit. Sister, you are truly remarkable, but amidst your diligent naval duties, do not forget to nourish yourself. I feel as if you have become a bit thinner. Ron, with a mischievous intent, prepared to reach towards Ian, saying, let me check your body and see if there's anything amiss. Ian, assured of his well-being, replied, I'm perfectly fine, so rest easy. Having discerned Ron's intentions, Ian grasped his hand to halt his advance. Leaning closer to Ron's ear, he whispered, with so many people around, you still wish to lay your hands on me? I see your audacity has grown bolder. Ron approached Ian, whispering softly against his cheek, so what you mean is that if no one is around, I can be a little more daring? Feeling Ron's breath, Ian's face flushed with embarrassment. To be honest, both of them had explored intimate content before. Yet Ian remained rather bashful. Well, it's inappropriate to converse like this here. Quickly return and organize things properly. People will soon come to inspect Chloe and the others. Furthermore, directives regarding Monka will be forthcoming. And as for Colonel Mouse, this issue also requires resolution, for he is the superior here. Indeed, your foresight is commendable, senior sister. Although Ron is temporarily in charge of the base's affairs, Colonel Mouse is still the actual authority. When the higher-ups arrive, it will be necessary for Colonel Mouse to personally receive them. Thus, we must revert Colonel Mouse to his previous state in the coming days. Have you gathered ample evidence against him, senior sister? You mentioned my thoroughness. How could I have overlooked this? Everything has been meticulously prepared. When the time comes, I shall ensure that Colonel Mouse reveals his flaws, allowing the authorities to witness his true character. Ah, senior sister, you are truly astute. Now, hurry and tidy up. Familiarize yourself with the current situation here, as the higher-ups will be arriving shortly. We must be well prepared. Mua, senior sister, you are perfectly suited for the role of secretary. What is a secretary? Ron smiled with a hint of profundity. As the saying goes, a secretary excels in times of need, yet thrives in times of leisure. Where did you even conjure such a saying? Please, spare me your banter. Although Anne did not fully comprehend Ron's meaning, she could surmise its essence. She gently nudged Ron, urging him to immerse himself in his work. Chapter 52. Colonel Ron. The officers from the naval headquarters soon arrived, approaching the escort of the pirates with utmost seriousness. Over the years, the reputation of the world government has been nearly sullied, as the Tenryubido have consistently engaged in actions that diminish their standing, leaving the populace profoundly discontented. Consequently, public trust in the Navy, an arm of the world government, has also waned. The Navy had previously encountered a crisis of confidence. However, their image has markedly improved, primarily due to their unwavering commitment to justice. Through various endeavors aimed at combating piracy, they have gradually regained the trust of the people, thus treating matters concerning pirates with the gravity they deserve. Their efficiency in such matters is notably high. Therefore, upon acquiring substantial evidence, they would swiftly dispatch personnel to thoroughly investigate the situation. Captain Mouse and Monka were apprehended by the Navy and incarcerated. The reason for their arrest stemmed from their previous embezzlement of wealth. Greed was inherent to Captain Mouse, who delighted in plundering the resources of the populace. Monka's involvement in embezzlement was motivated by his aspirations to establish his own enterprise, for which he had already set aside some funds. Consequently, both were imprisoned in the deep-sea prison alongside the members of the Black Cat Pirates due to their corrupt actions. Thanks to Ron's exemplary performance, he was promoted to the rank of Navy Colonel. At this juncture, Ron had fully assumed control of the base, becoming its youngest and most outstanding colonel. Henceforth, the surrounding villages fell under his jurisdiction, and he bore the responsibility for any potential threats. Naval bases exist throughout the world, each established for distinct purposes, yet predominantly serving a defensive role. The rationale is straightforward. The sheer number of pirates in this world makes proactive pursuits challenging, given the vastness of the seas. Thus, on occasion, the Navy must adopt a more passive stance, merely defending against incursions from pirates and apprehending them when they approach. Now, I have ascended to the position of colonel, becoming the de facto leader of this base. From this point forward, my voice shall carry weight in all decisions. Although I previously held certain powers to influence matters, I lack the authority to appoint personnel across various departments. The situation has now transformed. I am the supreme officer of this base, and it is time for personnel adjustments. During Captain Mouse's tenure, his shortcomings fostered a culture of corruption within our base. Flattery became the norm, while truly capable individuals were overlooked for promotion in favor of sycophants who ascended to higher ranks. We must now address this issue. The former leader, Captain Mouse, has been imprisoned in the deep-sea prison on charges of embezzlement. I have spared his former associates from sharing his fate, which is already an act of leniency. I have long possessed their names and evidence. The reason I have not reported them is that I believe they do not harbor offenses as grave as Captain Mouse's and still have the potential for reform. Ron has now commenced his inaugural address and initiated a thorough reorganization of the internal structure of the base. This was an endeavor he had long contemplated, but previously, he lacked the rightful authority to execute it. Now, however, presents itself as an opportune moment. In truth, he remains uncertain about the number of Colonel Mouse's loyal followers or how many individuals connected to him are present. His current pronouncements serve merely as a means of intimidation. I now offer them a final opportunity for redemption. By dawn tomorrow, they must lay all ill-gotten treasures in the square. Should they comply, they shall face no repercussions. Otherwise, I shall personally escort them to the depths of the sea prison and ensure that Warden Magellan keeps a close watch over them. Ron's actions served to intimidate the Marines. He indeed lacked sufficient evidence. However, this approach was likely to prove highly effective, given that these individuals had once colluded with Colonel Mouse in embezzling treasures. Their character had undoubtedly been influenced by Colonel Mouse, rendering them somewhat timid in the face of authority. Under the dual pressure exerted by Ron and Ian, it is believed that many would find it difficult to resist surrendering the treasures they had misappropriated over the years. All surrendered assets could be utilized as military supplies. Should the amount be substantial, it could enable the acquisition of superior weaponry. If not, it could enhance the quality of rations, allowing the troops to dine more satisfactorily. This constitutes the solution regarding the past embezzlement alongside Colonel Mouse. Next, let us address the matter of personnel appointments. Ron had been present for quite some time and was well acquainted with many individuals in the area. Some Marines were upright and passionate, while others were sycophantic and eager to curry favor. All of this was noted by Ron. Thus, his intention was to appoint those who could wield greater influence within the Navy, those who would diligently fulfill the tasks assigned from above, and those who could better uphold justice to significant positions. As for the flatterers, Ron had no intention of dismissing them, for they had once demonstrated earnest effort to become Marines, and there were many areas within the Marines that required their assistance, such as cleaning ship compartments and managing refuse. These tasks could be entrusted to them. Following his inaugural speech, Ron arranged for personnel assignments, and now he would observe everyone as performance. His aim was to consolidate the base into a unified entity, fostering a collective spirit and effort. After all, the primary purpose of all Marines stationed here was to safeguard the tranquility of this region. The discussion was quite engaging today. It's the first time I've heard you speak so much. After the inauguration speech, Ian began conversing with Ron. Please don't tease me, senior sister. This is all I can think of at the moment. I am still not very adept at handling certain matters and need further practice. It seems you have aspirations of becoming a commander? Ian remarked with a smile. I aspire to be a general, Ron replied. Ron stated resolutely, thus, I shall tread each step diligently, fulfilling my responsibilities in every position, while simultaneously allowing myself to grow and enhance my abilities through my work. What an admirable aspiration. I had not previously perceived you as possessing such thoughts, remarked Ian with a smile. You mentioned that fellow Monka has a strong desire for power. It appears you share that trait as well? Senior sister, that is entirely different, Ron replied. Monka's ambition is to obtain power for the sake of unrestrained indulgence, whereas I seek power to aid me in certain endeavors. Chapter 53. The brink of collapse after a period of reorganization, the atmosphere at the base has significantly improved. The current morale no longer takes pride in corruption and bribery, but rather in diligent work. Previously, under the command of Colonel Mouse, many were preoccupied with currying favor with superiors and establishing connections for personal advancement, leaving little room for genuine attention to substantive matters. Ron established a system wherein the completion of tangible tasks serves as the benchmark for evaluation. Those who excel in their duties are duly rewarded and promoted, while those who approach their work with indifference face consequences. Initially, this policy was met with resistance from many. However, as time progressed, a sense of acceptance began to permeate the atmosphere. Gradually, individuals found themselves embracing a more diligent mindset, and the base became infused with an increasing chorus of laughter and camaraderie. Now, the focus has shifted away from seeking personal advancement or pleasing superiors. Instead, Everyone is dedicated to excelling in their respective roles, knowing that outstanding performance will yield rewards. In this environment of clear incentives and penalties, each person is evolving in a positive direction. What began as Ron closely supervising those with poor habits has transformed, such that even in his absence, many continue to diligently fulfill their responsibilities. This transformation has become second nature. The current morale is markedly different from its former state, showcasing a significant enhancement in collective productivity. Naturally, aspiring to be an exemplary Marine necessitates a commitment to substantive work, as engaging in the trivial is utterly futile. Ron couldn't help but feel a sense of joy, even a hint of pride. He hadn't anticipated that you would possess such insights. The combat capability of this base has truly become formidable. If pirates were to arrive, we might achieve remarkable results. Ian remarked with a smile. Much of this success is attributable to your guidance, senior sister. Without your presence by my side, I am certain my handling of matters would not have been so orderly. Therefore, I am genuinely grateful to you. It is because of you that I have been able to transform this place and experience such growth. Upon hearing these words, Ian's face flushed slightly. Indeed, you have grown considerably over these past few months. Certainly, indeed. Ron chuckled, his smile imbued with a deeper significance. Over the past few months, he had experienced growth in strength, physique, and various other aspects. Certain areas had notably expanded, such as his wingspan, musculature, and other more private regions. In particular, this latter enhancement had provided Ian with quite a remarkable experience. Enough jesting, Ian remarked. I've noticed you've been practicing your armament hockey with that large stone. Doesn't it hurt at all? It used to sting, Ron replied, but as I've practiced more, I've grown accustomed to it. Now, the pain has diminished to the point where I no longer wince, and the sensation isn't nearly as intense. Ron replied earnestly, you truly exemplify diligence. It appears that you are willing to exert considerable effort for your aspirations. Ian remarked, hard work is a pursuit accessible to all. In this world, every distinguished leader is undoubtedly a person of great endeavor. Ron spoke with utmost seriousness. Hard work is not worthy of praise. It is an obligation that each of us must fulfill. Isn't our senior sister diligently enhancing her own strength as well? If I do not commit myself to rigorous training, I shall soon fall far behind you. And then what if you decide to abandon me? Senior sister, do not overthink it. I am but a sincere man. How could I possibly forsake you? That is not necessarily the case, Ian replied, his expression growing grave. Yesterday, due to everyone's commendable performance, you treated us to quite a bit of wine, did you not? Indeed, after such prolonged efforts, it was only natural to unwind. Thus, I encouraged everyone to indulge freely and enjoy themselves. Rest assured, senior sister, security measures will remain intact. There are those among us who cannot partake in alcohol. They will be entrusted with patrolling and ensuring safety while we celebrate. I will arrange another feast for them later. There is no need for you to worry about this. Ron assumed that Aang was inquiring about that matter, concerned he might forget those who had never indulged in alcohol for relaxation. You all had a splendid time drinking yesterday, didn't you? Indeed, senior sister. After all, everyone has been working so hard, so it is only right to unwind a little. Thus, I ensured that each person could drink to their heart's content, akin to hosting a grand banquet. But do you recall what you said after you became inebriated? Aang posed this question with a relatively calm tone, yet his gaze was already laced with an ominous intensity. Ron felt a sense of unease. He reached up to scratch his head and, with a hint of embarrassment, confessed, I truly cannot recall. You may not remember, but I remember quite vividly. Aang's tone had turned icy at that moment. Ron felt a slight shiver run down his spine. He had the impression that he had encountered a significant predicament. Senior sister. What on earth did I say? Words spoken under the influence of alcohol should not be taken seriously. Ron realized there might be some issues. So he promptly began to apologize, his demeanor remarkably sincere. Do not take my drunken ramblings to heart. Did I perhaps utter something that crossed the line? Humph. Aang let out a cold snort, and then, astonishingly, retrieved a small notebook from her pocket. Wait a moment. I wish to hear your explanation. Ron was witnessing such a spectacle for the first time. After becoming inebriated, he was perplexed as to what he had uttered that had prompted Sister Ayn to meticulously jot it down in her notebook. At that moment, Ayn opened the notebook and began to recite, Nami, Robin, Boa Hancock, Weiwei, Monet, Baby, 5, Shizen, Dasky, Bonnie, Shirahoshi, Nojiko, Kureha, Galette, Tina. Could you elucidate who these individuals are? Among these names, I have only heard of Boa Hancock, Sister Peach Rabbit, and Sister Tina. Please clarify the situation for me. Who are they? Additionally, how did you come to know that Sister Peach Rabbit's original name is Shizen? What is your connection with these women? At this juncture, An was a far cry from the person she was when she first met Ron that day. She radiated an atmosphere akin to a volcano, exuding a chilling aura of menace from the outside while being primed to erupt with molten fury from within. Sister, have you made a mistake? Who are these people? I do not recognize any of them. Do not feign ignorance with me. These names have escaped your lips in your slumber, and each name has been uttered more than once, or else I would not recall them so vividly. You now owe me a proper explanation, or else we shall part ways. An's heart was a tumultuous sea of emotions. From the previous night until now, she had been devoid of rest, her mind consumed by this very matter. She felt utterly disheveled, her spirits plummeting. The fact that she had managed to hold herself together until now, avoiding embarrassment in front of the soldiers, only hinted at the brink of her collapse. Chapter 54. An visits Zephyr. Sister, what on earth did I say? I have forgotten. Could you provide me with a hint? After I called out these names, what else did I say? Ron's mind now exists in a state of complete paralysis. He cannot recall what he had previously uttered, as the alcohol has clouded his memory. He struggles to remember, yet his thoughts remain a void, unable to conjure the words he spoke. Are these names not sufficient? Pray tell, what do these names signify? Why do they include Sister Taudu and that Hancock? Are all the names you mentioned of a feminine nature? Upon hearing In's words, Ron begins to grasp the situation. It appears that matters have not yet reached a dire state. If circumstances had been truly grave, and if he had appended expressions of admiration such as wonderful, strong, or gentle to these women's names, today would have been perilous and challenging to explain. As it stands, he has merely uttered their names. Sister, you have completely misconstrued my intentions. Are you aware of my past? Initially, Ron was reluctant to confront the shadows of his history. Then he found the courage to face them, and now he can recount these tales with a sense of detachment, as if they had not transpired in his own life. This transformation is rooted in Ron's increasing proximity to his goals. He grows ever more confident in his ability to rectify these issues and seek justice for his former village. In truth, sister, I experienced a harrowing nightmare, one that closely mirrored my past. Most of the names I invoked were those of companions from the village within that dream. Many were joyously celebrating with me, partaking in a feast, until, without warning, chaos ensued as the pirate Boa Hancock launched a fierce assault on our village. In an instant, flames erupted and wails filled the air. Numerous friends, still reveling in our merriment, fell victim to the pirates' onslaught. In that initial moment of the pirate invasion, I managed to shield you, my dear sister, but alas, I could not protect the others. Thus, I was left helpless, watching them perish and crying out their names in anguish. An possesses a modicum of understanding regarding Ron's past, recognizing him as a soul burdened by misfortune. Upon hearing that Ron had a dream reminiscent of his former life, her heart softened considerably. The knowledge that he instinctively protected her in the face of danger stirred her emotions further. Yet, what did Tina and Sister Tauda have to do with this? An voiced her confusion. Of course, they are involved. As members of the Navy, they are stationed at a nearby base, with the pirates launching an attack. It is only natural for them to come forth to apprehend the marauders. Ron's explanation, while reasonable, raises a profoundly serious question. How did you come to know the name of Sister Peach Bunny? For many years, she has been known by her nickname, Peach Bunny, and seldom reveals her true name to others. Ain, ever perceptive, posed this pointed inquiry. Furthermore, how did you learn that she is called Gun? This indeed presents a perplexing conundrum. Given Ron's identity and status, he would not have had access to someone of Peach Bunny's caliber. In a moment of peril, when she found herself unable to contend with Boa Hancock, she implored me to document her deeds before her impending demise and revealed her true name to me. After a swift contemplation, Ron remarked, how could there possibly be danger? With Sister Tautu's prowess, Boa Hancock is undoubtedly no match for her. An responded, is that so? She is indeed formidable. Ron feigned astonishment, saying, how could I have dreamed of such an extraordinary commander? It is truly remarkable. I have never encountered her before. Dreams are indeed peculiar, perhaps even more so than the devil fruits. Ron's words, though somewhat valid, stirred a contemplative response in Ian. Indeed, there are numerous matters that seem inexplicable, and Ron's explanations appeared to possess a semblance of reason. Let me caution you once, Ian declared. Should you ever entertain thoughts of other women, I shall not show mercy. Beware, for I could make you vanish from this world. Oh dear. Why allow oneself to become so agitated over a mere dream? It is hardly worth it. Besides, should peril arise in dreams, I would be the first to shield you. Ron continued, stating that a woman as beautiful and enchanting as his senior sister exists solely in this world. He believed that he would never encounter anyone more exquisite, graceful, gentle, or endearing than her, now or in the future. Furthermore, he admired her meticulousness and formidable strength, recognizing her exceptional skills in various domains. How could he possibly entertain the thought of seeking someone else? Ron pondered this notion and found it rather compelling. After Ron's heartfelt explanation, her anger had significantly diminished. She could not pinpoint the reason. Last night, while jotting down her grievances, she had been exceedingly furious, and even today, the flames of her wrath lingered. However, upon hearing his words, Ron felt her heart soften, recognizing the validity in his sentiments. This sensation was difficult to articulate. Perhaps she had longed to forgive him deep down. It was possible that she believed Ron would never engage in any outrageous behavior. Alternatively, even if he were to act inappropriately, she might still choose to absolve him. In any case, this feeling was peculiar. While she was no longer angry, she found it challenging to grant him immediate forgiveness. Ron observed Ain's expression and her gaze, and he could discern that she had calmed down, yet lacked a valid reason to forgive him. The senior sister's base is now capable of functioning autonomously. Even in our absence, significant issues are unlikely to arise. Perhaps we should return and pay a visit to our teacher, Ron suggested. The distance to the teacher is quite far. What if something goes awry while neither of us is present? Ain inquired. Indeed, that is a valid point. Perhaps it would be best for the senior sister to remain here while I return to check on the teacher. Ron deliberately said, How could you do this? Ain replied, her voice tinged with anger. All right, senior sister, I was merely jesting. I know you have missed the teacher for quite some time. Now that the Eastern Sea Base has become remarkably united and the camaraderie among everyone is quite harmonious, I believe I can manage things here on my own. Senior sister, I can grant you a leave of absence to visit the teacher. This was Ain's first extended separation from her mentor. Additionally, being young, she was regarded by Zephyr as a daughter, which naturally deepened their bond. After contemplating, Ain nodded in agreement. As she had numerous confusions she wished to discuss with her teacher, it appears that you genuinely wish to return. I shall assign some individuals to act as your escort. Ron continued. Among our ranks, there is a female Marine named Belmare. I sense she is quite capable. Perhaps she could accompany you on your journey home. Very well. In that case, I shall return to visit the teacher. During my absence, should you dare to engage in any reckless behavior, you are fully aware of the consequences upon my return, Ain cautioned. Do not worry, senior sister. I shall patiently await your return, Ron assured her. Chapter 55. Frost Moon Village. After Ain's departure, Ron trained alone at the base. He had finally reached the ability to shatter a stone 1 meter thick. How tedious, he mused. There is little left for me to do at the base. The pirates in the Eastern Sea are exceedingly sparse. Thus, Ron resolved to set sail once again. Though this time his objective was not to seek out pirates, Ron felt it was time to make a journey to Frost Moon Village. The sea is often regarded as the weakest of all seas, yet few recognize its underlying horrors. For instance, within Frost Moon Village resides the formidable swordsman, Gung Shiro. Gung Shiro exudes an air of harmlessness. He once told Zaro that while some swordsmen possess the ability to slice through steel, others struggle to even cut through paper. When he demonstrated his swordsmanship to Zaro, he failed to sever even a sheet of paper. However, this may merely be a fade. Numerous sources suggest that Gung Shiro hails from Wano country, and the blade he gifted Zaro, along with the accompanying weapon, was crafted by Gung Saburo. Gung Saburo is one of Wano's premier artisans. Having departed 50 years ago, it is plausible that he is either Gung Shiro's father or elder brother. Thus, Gung Shiro is likely also from Wano and has been away for an extended period, belonging to an ancient lineage that, like the Kazuki clan, might possess certain secrets of Wano. Moreover, it is highly probable that Gung Shiro is affiliated with the Revolutionary Army, following the typical timeline. It should be this year that Ivankov, Bartholomew Kuma, and Monkey D. Dragon arrive at Frost Moon Village to procure supplies, with Gung Shiro, Zaro's master, aiding them in this endeavor. Within both the pirate and navy factions, there exist elite swordsmen. The navy boasts several swordmasters, including Kizaru, Akiji, and Akaino. Kizaru utilizes the powers of the Pika Pika no Mi to conjure a sword of light, named Amatsukumo, and has displayed remarkable swordsmanship. Akaino, in his youth, was an adept swordsman, having dedicated himself to the sword before shifting his focus to the development of his devil fruit abilities, which led to his current persona. It is difficult to fathom that he was once a master swordsman. Akiji is known for wielding an ice sword, a skill he has also showcased. Rear Admiral Momonosuke A candidate for Admiral is also a top-tier swordsman. On the pirate side, there is the renowned swordsman Dracul Mihawk, often regarded as the world's greatest swordsman. Alongside the soon-to-be Emperor, Shanks. Mihawk frequently engages in sword duels with Shanks, naturally indicating Shanks's exceptional swordsmanship. In addition to these two, there exists another elite swordsman within the Whitebeard Pirates, the 5th Division Captain, Vista. Hence, it stands to reason that both the Navy and the Pirates feature numerous top-tier swordsmen. And it is only logical to deduce that the Revolutionary Army must also harbor at least one swordsman, most likely Gungshiro himself, as Ron journeyed toward Frostmoon Village. His thoughts were consumed by the matter of Gungshiro. How could a master swordsman of such unparalleled prowess allow his own daughter to fall to her demise from a great height? Such a fate seemed utterly inconceivable and profoundly tragic. Ron pondered as he stroked his chin. Well, if fate is benevolent and I survive my journey to Guiana, I shall rescue her. If she has already perished, there is nothing to be done. However, should Guiana still be alive, the situation would be considerably more manageable. Ron soon arrived at Frostmoon Village. Within the village, a serene tranquility enveloped the surroundings, showcasing exquisite scenery. He advanced slowly, undisturbed by anyone. After inquiring for directions, he swiftly reached the dojo. Inside, a girl clad in simple attire and a boy with green hair were engaged in a swordsmanship duel. Today marks our 2001st match. You shall never be my equal, Zoro, she declared. Nonsense. One day, I will defeat you, he retorted. Thus, the two children engaged in a serious contest. Zoro was 9 years old, while Kuina was 11. Despite their tender ages, the sophistication of their swordplay was remarkable. At merely 10, Kuina had once bested an adult. Although Zoro could not surpass Kuina, his swordsmanship had already surpassed that of most. Ron gazed from a distance, indeed experiencing a refreshing sense of tranquility. The swordsman profession is exceptionally popular in the world of pirates. However, the individuals who can attain the status of a swordsman are exceedingly rare, as it necessitates a certain degree of innate talent. Ron once contemplated training to become a master swordsman. He had discussed the possibility of achieving this with his mentor, Zifa, and had even sought to learn various sword techniques. The stark reality, however, was that Ron possessed a natural deficiency in swordsmanship, akin to a character named Song Shuhang from an exceptionally fine novel he had read. He was simply unsuited to wield a sword. Instead, he demonstrated remarkable aptitude for firearms, a fact that even Zifa had not anticipated. The combination of a Zoan-type devil fruit user with marksmanship indeed produced an unexpectedly effective outcome. Before long, Zoro found himself defeated once more. I will defeat you. I am certain I can, Zoro declared stubbornly. Yes, you will undoubtedly defeat me, for as a girl, it is utterly impossible for me to become the world's greatest swordsman, Kuina wept, tears streaming down her face. For a young girl ardently pursuing her dreams, the swift shattering of those aspirations was overwhelmingly despairing. She possessed immense talent in swordsmanship, aspiring to be the #1 swordsman in the world. Yet, before she could embark on her journey to conquer the sword, her father had informed her that due to the physical limitations of women, she would never achieve such a goal. You won, so why are you crying? Young Zoro was oblivious to the depth of Kuina's sorrow. Because I am a girl, Kuina choked out. As I grow older, the limitations of my strength will forever prevent me from reaching my peak. Young Zoro felt somewhat bewildered, unsure of how to communicate with Kuina. How could he console her and stop her tears? Ron applauded. You are truly remarkable at such a tender age. You possess such formidable prowess. At that moment, his presence drew the attention of the two individuals. With that smile on your face, are you perhaps mocking me? Kuina inquired, her sensitivity and vulnerability palpable, as any inadvertent gesture could easily strike a chord in her delicate heart. Zoro gripped his sword tightly, poised to act at a moment's notice. In this unfamiliar environment, he felt the innate sharpness of a swordsman. Do not be uneasy. I merely believe that achieving such accomplishments at your age is genuinely impressive, and I sincerely admire it, Ron inquired. Additionally, I find myself curious about one matter. Are you aware if it will rain tomorrow? This question seems peculiar. Chapter 56, Come. Join the Navy. Do you know if there will be rain tomorrow? Is this merely an inquiry about the weather? No, it transcends to a philosophical question. I implore you to respond earnestly and contemplate. Can you truly ascertain whether it will rain tomorrow? It is rather uncertain. Zoro scratched his head and spoke first. Why is that? Ron continued to inquire. As tomorrow has not yet arrived, Zoro replied earnestly. Since tomorrow remains uncertain, it is indeed difficult to ascertain whether it will rain. This inquiry directed at Zoro is quite fitting, whereas posing it to Nami would yield no meaningful discourse. lacking any philosophical depth. Young lady, did you hear that? As tomorrow has not yet come, we cannot determine whether it will rain. Guena seemed to grasp the essence of this statement. Yet there was a hint of ambiguity in her understanding. Whether one becomes a master swordsman is a matter of the future. The future has not yet unfolded. How can one be so sure of their lack of opportunity? Ron smiled and asked Guena, for his father had stated that due to physical limitations, women could never become top-notch swordsmen. Guena stubbornly replied that her father was always quite accurate in his assertions. She acknowledged that many things could indeed be foreseen. However, life and the future remained unpredictable. As long as one is willing to strive, anything is possible. Little girl, would you care to converse with me a bit longer? A stranger named Ron suddenly appeared, engaged in conversation with a young girl and a child with green hair. Regardless of the perspective, Ron exuded an air of suspicion. However, this was Frost Moon Village, and it was in close proximity to the dojo, which alleviated their fears. They simply needed to call upon the villagers, and her father would arrive promptly. So, what do you say? Tears still lingered on Guena's face, leaving two trails of sorrow. Yet, she had ceased to weep. Now merely intrigued by what this visiting older brother might wish to convey, as his words seemed to hold a certain influence over her. Guena felt a sense of revelation was imminent, should she engage in discourse with this older brother. Young lady, do you believe in the existence of talent in this world? Ron inquired. I believe that both Zaro and I possess a certain aptitude for swordsmanship, as we have now reached a level where we can defeat some ordinary adults present. Speaking of talent, Guena is indeed something to be proud of. Her swordsmanship is extraordinary. At the tender age of 10, she had already triumphed over the adults in her dojo. Are you aware that many individuals in this world possess only average abilities? The majority are of mediocre talent, while those truly gifted are but a select few. How many still lack the skill to wield a sword? For instance, I deeply admire you masters of swordsmanship. Your movements and techniques are so graceful and captivating. However, I find myself devoid of any natural talent, and should I wish to pursue swordsmanship, I fear I would achieve little. From the very beginning, you have already surpassed most. So why not endeavor to continue striving forward? Ron inquired, since I am a girl. There exists a disparity in physical strength between girls and men as they mature. Therefore, I shall never become a great swordsman. Guena responded with utmost seriousness. This is a statement your father conveyed to you, is it not? Ron inquired, indeed, this is what my father conveyed to me. He has never been able to deceive me. Ron nodded in acknowledgement of Guena's assertion. Your father indeed did not deceive you. It is true that, as girls mature, they exhibit certain physical disparities compared to boys. However, what if one could transcend these physical limitations? Ron spoke earnestly. The reason Shiro expressed such sentiments was due to his fear that Guena might endure excessive hardship in her pursuit of becoming a great swordsman. The path to mastery in swordsmanship is undoubtedly arduous, particularly for a young girl. As a father, he naturally wished to shield his daughter from unnecessary suffering. Yet, for a girl with aspirations and goals, the shattering of her dreams would be an even more agonizing experience. Do you believe my cumbersome form can soar into the sky? After hearing this, both Zaro and Guena shook their heads in disbelief. They could not fathom how someone as heavy as Ron could possibly take flight. While it is indeed challenging for a body like mine to ascend, if one could surpass the limits of human strength, then anything becomes attainable. Ron spoke to them with utmost seriousness. He then prepared to demonstrate the moonwalk. The 6 forms of the Navy are training methods that push the limits of human capability. And once those limits are surpassed, extraordinary effects will manifest. As of now, Ron has mastered 4 of the 6 forms, aside from the paper drawing and the gale foot. He has already acquired proficiency in the rest. With a powerful push from his feet, Ron leaped into the air. However, one must inevitably descend after such a jump. It is impossible to remain suspended in midair. Zaro remarked earnestly, is that so? Ron began to employ the technique of the moonwalk, swiftly treading upon the air, his body soaring upwards with remarkable speed. 2 children, witnessing Ron truly ascend into the sky and rise ever higher, were left in profound astonishment. As if they had witnessed a miracle, Zaro's mouth gaped in disbelief. He had never encountered such a phenomenon. Guena was equally taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a large and heavy figure could actually take flight. Both Guena and Zaro, being children of relatively short stature, found themselves dwarfed by Ron, whose height exceeded 2 meters, resembling a small mountain. The sight of this mountain-like figure defying gravity could hardly fail to astonish them. Before long, Ron descended gracefully. With a smile, he addressed Guena, remarking on the inherent physical limitations women face compared to men after maturation. However, he continued, If one were to transcend these physical boundaries, as demonstrated by my recent feat, the power unleashed would be extraordinary. If one could surpass their physical limits, might there not be a chance to become a master swordsman? Why then, should one succumb to despair? Is it not necessary to endure a modicum of hardship to achieve the greatness of a swordsman, to push beyond one's physical constraints? Ron continued to weave his tale. Guena and Zaro both gazed at him with shining eyes. If they could truly surpass their physical limits, perhaps they could indeed become unparalleled swordsmen. Your technique is remarkable. Might you impart it to me? Guena's curiosity was piqued, and she was eager to learn such skills from Ron. Teach me as well, please. Zaro chimed in from the side. The thought of soaring through the air while wielding one's sword was undeniably captivating. In truth, this knowledge was not meant for public dissemination, however. There was indeed a place where one could acquire it. Although it felt somewhat shameful to deceive children, much of what Ron said contained a kernel of truth. Where can we learn this? I must go there, Guena exclaimed joyfully. She had ceased her tears, and a long-lost smile returned to her face upon witnessing Ron's demeanor. Inspired by him, she felt a renewed confidence in her aspiration to become a swordsman. As long as I join the Navy, there is nothing I cannot achieve, Ron said slowly. Chapter 57. Preparing for the 2002nd battle. Navy? Are you part of the Navy? The two children clearly had a vague understanding of what the Navy entailed. Indeed, I am a member of the Navy. If you wish, I can assist you in joining the Navy and mastering the techniques that push the limits of physical endurance. Ron spoke earnestly. I cannot make a decision on this matter just yet. I need to return and consult my father first. Guena pondered thoughtfully, clearly demonstrating herself to be an obedient child. And what about you, Algaehead? Ron said with a smile. Do not call me Algaehead. Zaro replied somewhat irritably. I must also adhere to my master's arrangements. I am determined to defeat Guena. Thus, the two children returned. And Ron was confident they would discuss this matter with Gungshiro. Why not take me along to meet your master? After all, Gungshiro would inevitably come to know of Ron's existence, so it would be better to meet him now. All right. I am curious to hear what my father has to say. With that, Guena and Zaro led Ron to the dojo. However, Gungshiro was rather busy at the moment, so he could not attend to Ron right away. Instead, it was the other members of the dojo who assisted in welcoming him. Ron remained unhurried, patiently awaiting the arrival of Gungshirlang. Surely, he would come to see Ron. Indeed, after dinner, Gungshirlang sought out Ron. I am unaware of when you arrived in Frost Moon Village, but I have heard you are a naval officer. What brings you to our humble abode? Our village has always been tranquil and harmonious. There should be no elements of lawlessness here. Gungshirlang, adorned with round-framed spectacles and a long ponytail, exuded a sense of benevolence and serenity. However, his words created a considerable distance between them. I have come on patrol, and upon my arrival, I witnessed two children engaged in a swordsmanship contest. I must say, their talents are remarkable. In my view, they are exceptionally gifted individuals, perfectly suited for the Navy. Ron spoke directly and straightforwardly, expressing his desire for Guena and Zaro to join the Navy. However, considering their tender age, he felt that the direction of their future lives should be left for them to decide. It would be more appropriate to contemplate such matters when they reached a certain age. For now, there was no need to dwell on it. Therefore, he sincerely apologized, stating that he could only refuse the request, as the children were still young, and everything should adhere to his arrangements. Kong Silang's expression turned stern, and his tone became icy, revealing his reluctance for his children to join the Navy. I can empathize with your sentiments as a parent. Out of fear for your children enduring excessive hardships, you have expressed doubts about Guena's potential to become a great swordsman due to her gender. Even with diligent effort, physical limitations may ultimately hinder her progress. Ron chuckled and remarked, you assert that children should be allowed to make their own decisions. Now that they are still quite young, it is up to you to make those decisions. Their future choices will ultimately reflect their own thoughts. Am I correct in interpreting your sentiment? Gung Silang nodded, indeed sharing the perspective. Then may I inquire whether your words to Guena have had any significant impact on her future, potentially influencing her decisions? Gung Silang's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Ron. This is a matter concerning my family. What relevance does it hold for you? Your arrival here, with the intent of persuading my daughter and my most esteemed disciple to join the Navy, raises questions about your true motives. I even harbor doubts about your identity as a naval officer. It is only natural for anyone to find it peculiar when an outsider appears in this village, seeking to whisk away one's daughter and prized apprentice. Thus, the conversation inevitably reached an impasse, a conclusion that Ron recognized as entirely predictable. Were a stranger to approach him, claiming to be a naval officer and wishing to enlist his children, Ron would undoubtedly refuse, as they remain mere acquaintances. If you, Mr. Ron, wish to admire the scenery of Shuangyue village or appreciate the swordsmanship practiced at our dojo, you are always welcome. However, I shall categorically refuse any proposition regarding Guena and Zoro's enlistment in the Navy. Ron, with a hint of resignation, shrugged his shoulders. Very well, he said. I shall refrain from uttering any further words that might persuade them to join the Navy. Instead, I will spend a few days here, admiring the scenic beauty of Frost Moon Village and observing the swordsmanship practiced in your dojo. In truth, Gungshiro harbored a slight disinclination towards Ron's presence. After all, no one would be pleased by an unexpected suitor expressing interest in one's daughter. Yet, he found it difficult to directly expel Ron from this place. Thus, he suggested that if Ron so wished, he could enjoy the picturesque surroundings of Frost Moon Village and witness the swordplay demonstrations within the dojo. Little did he expect that Ron would indeed choose to stay. Did he not perceive the underlying implications in Gongshiro's words? Ron was undoubtedly aware that Gongshiro's tone was far from pleasant, and the underlying message was clear. It was time for Ron to depart. However, having arrived, he sought to extract some value from the encounter. The green-haired youth would inevitably leave this place, driven by a singular ambition to become the world's preeminent swordsman. Striving tirelessly alongside Kuina, his destination upon setting sail was none other than the domain of the illustrious Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Yet, due to his notorious lack of direction, he had never returned to Frost Moon Village. Had he not crossed paths with Luffy, he might have perished of starvation in Shell's Town, or faced a grim fate at the hands of Bellamy. Fortunately, Monka was now imprisoned and impelled down, thereby eliminating any opportunity for his son to wreak havoc in Shell's Town. In summary, the course of history had shifted. Aspiring to become the world's foremost swordsman did not necessitate a life of piracy. Hence, Ron's primary objective for being here was to facilitate Zoro's enlistment in the Navy. With the intention of having him as an ally in the future, he had no intention of departing easily. Moreover, it was crucial to note that today marked the 2001 duel between Kuina and Zoro. Tomorrow, a significant event would transpire, one that would irrevocably alter Zoro's life. With Ron present, the likelihood of this occurrence had already been reduced to 50%. Ron was uncertain of the precise moment when these events transpired. He could merely seize every opportunity to address the matter at hand and alter the course of history. Although Gungshiro was somewhat reluctant to have Ron remain, he extended every courtesy and arranged for him a splendid guest room. Mr. Ron, I trust that your words will hold weight. Even if Guena and Zoro still wish to join the Navy, I hope you can dissuade them. They are still young, and many decisions should not be made in haste. Are you perhaps concerned about my well-being, Mr. Gungshiro? Worry not. I shall put your mind at ease. I am a man of my word. With Ron's reassuring reply, Gungshiro departed with a sense of relief. Chapter 58. Ivankov as the sun rose, painting the sky with vibrant hues, the second day dawned. The environment of Frost Moon Village remained tranquil and beautiful. Sunlight streamed through the window, warming Ron's eyes, prompting him to rise swiftly. Today held a task of great significance. Guena was preparing for her 2002 duel with Zoro. This time, she intended to sharpen her sword even further. However, the mere act of fetching a whetstone could lead to unforeseen complications. Thus, after a light meal, Ron strolled aimlessly within the dojo, though his true intention was to stay close to Guena and Zoro. Brother, you're still here. Master disapproved of us joining the Navy. What do you think we should do? Zoro inquired. What to do? I'm uncertain. Ultimately, it depends on the choices within your hearts. When will you leave this place? Zoro, still curious about Ron's levitation technique, hoped to witness it once more before his departure. I wish you could demonstrate it a few more times. I might leave tomorrow. Or perhaps the day after. Why do you ask? Do you have something in mind? Ron inquired, expressing his profound curiosity about your technique, requesting that you demonstrate it once more. Is that too much to ask? Zoro replied with utmost seriousness. Ron remained silent, merely gazing at the diminutive Zoro, who would one day be celebrated as a master swordsman with countless admirers. Was this the same Zoro, once so endearing in his youth? Noticing Ron's reticence, Zoro speculated that perhaps such skills should not be exhibited casually. In the spirit of fairness, I shall engage in my 2002 duel with Kuina today, allowing you to observe from the sidelines. Might you be willing to demonstrate your skills to us once more? Zoro's eyes sparkled with anticipation. According to the natural progression of time, Zoro and Kuina should not have been partaking in their 2002 duel today. It was uncertain whether Kuina had gone to fetch a whetstone to sharpen her blade in preparation for their duel. However, following Ron's remarkable display yesterday, Zoro and Kuina had agreed to face each other once again today. In Ron's absence, Zaro would have endeavored to restore Kuina's confidence, though whether they would duel today remained uncertain. Moreover, Zaro's encouragement carried a different weight than Ron's, for Ron had instilled hope within Kuina. Though she had not fully regained her confidence, she was no longer deeply disheartened, and thus consented to duel Zaro once more today. Very well. If you are to duel before me again, allow me to witness this splendid exhibition of swordsmanship, and I shall reciprocate by showcasing my own skills. Ron acquiesced to Zaro's request. Where is Kuina? Let us seek her out. Kuina was preparing to find a whetstone, intent on sharpening her blade with utmost diligence, this time. She would give her all in the duel. She was determined to demonstrate that she, too, could transcend the limits of her physical endurance. Zaro remarked, his expression growing serious. However, I absolutely refuse to be defeated in a manner that is disgraceful. I shall emerge victorious. Upon hearing Zaro's words, Ron sensed that an incident was imminent. In which room might the whetstone be located? Ron inquired. It should be that room, right? Zaro gestured towards a certain direction. Ron hurried towards the room. But after walking for a while, he sensed something amiss. Thus, he turned back. A foreboding feeling enveloped him. Alas! It turned out that Kuina had accidentally fallen from the building. Ron swiftly executed a maneuver from the Navy 6th style, propelling himself towards Kuina. As he moved, a transformation began to take place. His height surged to an impressive 10 meters, and his arms extended to nearly 4 meters. The suddenness of this change left many onlookers utterly astonished. Those present at the dojo were taken aback by Ron's colossal form, momentarily rendered speechless. However, as realization dawned, their gazes shifted towards Kuina, an ominous premonition settling over them like a dark cloud. Gungshiro, sensing the disturbance, opened the window of his distant office and beheld Kuina plummeting from above. The distance was vast, rendering any attempt to rescue her futile, even for Ron. Despite his transformation and the use of sorrow, the gap remained insurmountable. His innate ability, the gravitational pull, seemed to mock the urgency of the moment. Ron let out a powerful shout, and an invisible wave of energy surged around his arm. It felt as though his hand had elongated. A handprint formed from the air materialized before him, precisely in the trajectory of Kuina's descent. However, this maneuver was executed in haste, serving merely as a buffer rather than fully catching Kuina. Consequently, she still fell to the ground. Ron swiftly approached to assess Kuina's condition. She still had a breath, indicating that she had merely lost consciousness. However, whether she would recover remained uncertain. In the treacherous world of pirates, her demise would be particularly tragic. Gungshiro and a few others hastily rushed over to examine Kuina's state. Kuina! Kuina! Many called out her name loudly, yet Kuina did not awaken. Remaining in a deep slumber, Gungshiro carefully carried Kuina back to the room and then bowed deeply to Ron. Sir, if it were not for you, Kuina would likely have perished. However, her current condition is still precarious. Mr. Gungshiro, we must summon a doctor swiftly for her treatment. Ron spoke earnestly. He had originally planned to keep a vigilant watch over Kuina throughout the day, hoping to save her life at a critical moment and encourage her to join the Navy. Such remarkable talent could very well blossom into that of a top swordsman. It would indeed be a great pity if she were to perish. However, he had not anticipated that he would ultimately fall short, leading to his own unconsciousness. In hindsight, Ron regretted inquiring about the location of the sharpening stone, as directions posed a significant challenge for Zaro. A reputation of being directionally challenged seemed to hold true. Gungshiro began searching for a doctor, and soon enough, a figure clad in a black cloak arrived. Beneath the cloak was a large head adorned with deep eye makeup, thick and ample lips, and long eyelashes. The figure's hair was a voluminous purple, reminiscent of wool. Given Ron's life-saving intervention for Kuina, Gungshiro felt less wary of him, believing that Ron genuinely wished for Kuina to become a capable officer in the Navy. Thus, Ron witnessed the arrival of the doctor tasked with treating Kuina, none other than the formidable and feared Emporio Ivankov. Chapter 59, The Bear Travel Agency, Wherever You Wish to Go, Part 1. Emporio Ivankov was indeed a figure of considerable apprehension for many. The source of this fear did not stem from his combat prowess, but rather from the extraordinary abilities granted by his devil fruit. He possessed the power to transform an individual from male to female and vice versa, a truly terrifying capability. It was speculated that Crocodile had undergone such a transformation, though this remained unproven and was merely conjecture. Ron resolved to inquire with Crocodile in the future regarding his true gender. Ivankov's hormone fruit not only allowed for shifts in gender, but also encompassed other abilities. During Luffy's encounter with Magellan, the strongest warden of Impel Down, had it not been for Ivankov, Luffy might very well have met his demise. Therefore, it was reasonable to believe that Kuina's treatment would pose no significant challenge. Ron, your timely intervention has proven remarkably effective. Had it not been for your swift action, Kuina would certainly have faced dire consequences today. I must express my gratitude, Ron. Ivankov remarked. There's no need for thanks. I'm just relieved that Kuina is all right. Her potential is immense. And I hold great hopes for her joining the Navy as my assistant, Ron replied. While Ivankov attended to Kuina, Kongshiro had already briefed him on Ron's involvement, leading to a shift in his perception of the Navy. At that moment, Kongshiro was engaged in conversation with Bartholomew Kuma and Monkey D. Dragon. The provisions have been excellently prepared. It is thanks to that young sailor, Ron, who saved your daughter. How much do you know about him? Dragon inquired. This Ron appears to be the newly appointed colonel from the East Blue, a Zoan-type devil fruit user transferred from the Navy headquarters. Beyond that, I am not well informed. Kongshiro replied. He had been preoccupied with gathering supplies for the Revolutionary Army and had only managed to gather scant information about Ron. This newcomer, Ron, is quite remarkable. He was promoted to colonel after distinguishing himself on a mission, and he secured first place in the Navy's annual newcomer tournament. Subsequently, he was taken under the wing of the esteemed instructor Zifa, who nurtures many exceptional students. That is his background, Kuma stated. He is indeed impressive. But does he have ulterior motives for being here? Kongshiro asked earnestly. Probably not. He is merely conducting a routine inspection of the East Blue, Kuma responded. Are you suggesting that you would consent to Kuina joining the Navy? Dragon questioned. I am prepared to respect Kuina's wishes. If she desires to join the Navy, I will honor her decision, Kongshiro asserted with gravity. Though she may very well become an adversary to you all, I would prefer to see her fulfill her dreams rather than lose her. I have been contemplating this since she fell unconscious. Kongshiro's tone was sincere. His previous resolute refusal of Kuina's request to join the Navy stemmed from a fear of potential conflict between her and the Revolutionary Army, even leading to enmity. You need not harbor such concerns, Dragon reassured. Her choice to join the Navy will not hinder our endeavors. And I believe we may not necessarily become enemies in the future. Indeed, I might look after her. I, too, have intentions of joining the Navy to gather intelligence. Kuma added. Perhaps I could keep an eye on her. Are you truly planning to join the Navy? Kongshiro exclaimed in surprise. While it might be easier for Kuina and Zaro to enlist, your path seems fraught with difficulties. There is nothing insurmountable. You must be aware that the world government has recently enacted a new decree appointing the 7 warlords of the sea. These warlords, 7 of the most formidable pirates, are chosen by the world government to assist in managing other pirates. 3 individuals have already joined, Dracula Myhawk, Boa Hancock, and Crocodile. I could very well become the 4th or 5th. The trio continued their confidential discussion until suddenly silence enveloped them. For all 3 had sensed an approaching presence through their observation hockey, it was Ron. Kongshiro, Kuina has awakened. After receiving a hormonal injection from the Okama King Ivankov, Kuina slowly began to recover and had finally regained consciousness. Ron rushed in to deliver the news. Zaro and the others had already gathered by the bedside to visit Kuina. Meanwhile, Ron, brimming with excitement, impulsively pushed the door open. In truth, he could have knocked, but upon realizing the presence of others in the room, he feigned overwhelming enthusiasm, momentarily forgetting the decorum of knocking. Oh, your friend is here too. Kuina has awakened. Go see her at once. Ron remarked that Gung Sailang was unable to say much more and immediately went to visit Kuina. We decided to accompany him. Both Monkey D. Dragon and Bartholomew Kuma believed that a Marine of Ron's caliber would likely be unaware of her background and, consequently, could not possibly recognize her. At that moment, how could one not wish to see Guena, now that she was recovering? Thus, several of them arrived at Guena's bedside. Guena, this time your father will surely fulfill your wishes. Whatever you desire, he will consent. If you wish to become a Marine, it is of no concern. As long as you genuinely wish to pursue it, your father supports you. After this incident, Gung Sailang had come to a realization, for the sake of her dreams. Guena was willing to undertake any endeavor. It would be inappropriate for him to dampen her spirits with a single remark. Really? Father, I want to join the Navy. I wish to train in courses that push the limits of physical endurance. Very well, as long as you can grow up healthy and safe, nothing is a problem. Gung Sailang replied joyfully, a tear sliding down his cheek. Since Guena's incident, the psychological burden on Gung Sailang had intensified, with numerous thoughts weighing on his mind. Eventually, he concluded that if his daughter aspired to pursue the path of a swordsman, why should he discourage her? Would it not be better to allow her to strive toward her own peaks, one after another? Chapter 60. The Great Bear Travel Agency goes wherever it wishes, Part 2. Everyone went to see Guena, albeit briefly, as she still required rest. If so many people lingered in her room, it would hinder her recovery. Consequently, many chose to withdraw. At that moment, Ron appeared to have an epiphany as he recognized the bear. "You are Bartholomew Bear." Ron spoke with utmost seriousness. He referred to the notorious pirate with a bounty exceeding several hundred million. "I am Colonel Ron of the Navy, and I am here to apprehend you." In truth, Ron merely sought to portray an image of unwavering justice. To be candid, he likely stood no chance against Kuma. Among the 7 warlords of the sea, none are to be underestimated. Each of these formidable pirates possesses immense strength. Among them, 2 stand out as particularly terrifying. Dracul Mihawk is arguably the strongest of the 7 warlords, frequently engaging in duels with the Yonko Shanks, earning the title of the world's greatest swordsman, a testament to his admiral-level prowess. The other fearsome entity is the man before him, Bartholomew Kuma. Kuma's devil fruit, the paw fruit, is exceptionally formidable, and he has mastered its abilities to a remarkable degree. This fruit can repel anything from slashes and cannonballs to even pain itself. Additionally, Kuma's physical martial arts are extraordinarily powerful, complemented by the ability to teleport. Hence, he is likely the second strongest among the 7 warlords. While the others are indeed powerful, they pale in comparison to Mihawk and Kuma. Crocodile was unexpectedly defeated by Luffy, and Don Quixote da Flamingo, who awakened the string fruit, also fell to Luffy. Jibei fought to a standstill with the relatively inexperienced Portgasti, Ace. Even Gecko Moria was vanquished by Luffy, whether due to the protagonist's halo or other factors. These 7 warlords have undeniably showcased their strength, as both Crocodile and Doflamingo were ultimately defeated by Luffy. However, under normal circumstances, even 2 years after the Marineford War, Luffy might not be a match for Kuma. At this moment, Ron finds himself facing such a formidable opponent, Bartholomew Kuma. A high-ranking officer in the Revolutionary Army and a user of the paw fruit, possesses extraordinary combat prowess. Why would Ron, fully aware of his disadvantage, challenge Kuma? When confronted with the red-haired Shanks, Ron had already shown signs of retreat. Was it for the sake of naval justice? Indeed, Ron aimed to display his commitment to justice. He intended to convey that his presence here was genuinely for the purpose of patrolling and ensuring the safety of the East Blue, rather than an intentional effort to recruit Kuina and Zoro into the Navy. His desire for Kuina and Zoro to join was merely a fortunate discovery of their remarkable talents. This distinction is crucial. Failing to establish it might lead to suspicions that he sought to exploit Kuina to constrain the important revolutionary figure, Sabo, by deliberately coming here to invite her to join the Navy. Thus, upon encountering Kuma, Ron felt compelled to engage him in a duel. Having saved Kuina, Ron believed he faced minimal danger. In this context, a confrontation could absolve him of suspicion while simultaneously clarifying the gap between himself and the top-tier powerhouses. This held no detriment for Ron. The sudden turn of events left those present in astonishment, many rendered momentarily speechless. Then came Ron's transformation. Ron has always felt that he has brought shame upon the beast kind. When Sengoku transformed, his entire being radiated a brilliant golden light, causing the iron spikes supporting his platform to be violently thrust out one by one. Then there was Margot, whose transformation ignited his body in blue flames. Kaido's metamorphosis was even more magnificent, accompanied by thunder and flames, wielding the formidable power of Dragon's Breath. In contrast, Ron's transformation seemed to lack any remarkable features. Boom. Several houses in close proximity to Ron were utterly destroyed. Is this the extent of my power? This transformation seems to carry a certain gravitas. However, it is rather embarrassing that I have reduced someone's home to rubble. Previously, Ron had always transformed in open spaces, yet now, in such a confined area, this predicament has arisen. Curiously, it appears that there was no direct contact with these houses. How then did they collapse? Ron was unaware of the consequences his transformation would yield, nor did he comprehend the reasons behind such an outcome. The collapse of the room elicited an even greater commotion, prompting many individuals to converge and ascertain the situation. Consequently, numerous onlookers were met with a scene that was nothing short of astonishing. Ron's physique was already immense, and above him loomed a shadow slightly larger than his own form. This specter caused the surrounding room to collapse. Even the Great Bear was taken aback, having never witnessed such formidable power. In truth, this was one of Ron's innate abilities. As Ron's strength grew, the shadow became increasingly substantial and expansive. Previously, Ron had noticed the sensation of an ethereal arm above his hand, akin to a real hand. Although the tactile experience was not as vivid as direct contact, it still allowed for simple actions such as grasping, touching, and lifting. Ron referred to this power as traction. In reality, it is a latent ability derived from the Titan fruit, a type of mythical beast. As Ron's strength grew, this innate talent became increasingly pronounced. Initially, there were ethereal shadows of air surrounding Ron, but at that time, these shadows were diminutive and transparent, failing to draw any special attention. However, with the enhancement of Ron's power, the phantoms behind him gradually solidified. It is foreseeable that this shadow possesses offensive capabilities. Consequently, upon transformation within this confined space, several surrounding rooms collapsed. Is this the might of the mythical beast? The commotion naturally captured the attention of all nearby, including Gung Silang, Dracul Mihawk, and Ivankov, who turned their gazes toward the source. It was unexpected that such a young individual had already developed the fruit to this extent. The future holds promise, Gung Silang remarked. Ivankov and Dracul Mihawk exchanged glances with Gung Silang. As a leading swordsman, Gung Silang always spoke with humility and politeness, presenting a demeanor that seemed harmless. Yet, only those within the Revolutionary Army understood the terrifying depth of his strength. Thus, hearing him utter such words was remarkable. Have you forgotten your daughter? If she matures, she will undoubtedly become a top-tier swordsman, if not the strongest in the world, then certainly among the elite. However, the path to becoming a swordsman is fraught with hardship, and I wish to spare her from such toil. The heart of a parent is indeed pitiable. Parents, having endured suffering, would never wish for their children to undergo the same trials. This often leads them to discourage their offspring from entering the same profession, driven by a desire to shield them from hardship. The world is cruel. Without enduring struggles, the future may prove exceedingly harsh. I hope you contemplate this wisely. Enduring some hardship now may pave the way for a brighter future, Dracul Mihawk advised. Meanwhile, apart from the few of them observing from the shadows, many attendees had already gathered in a cluster, eager to witness the confrontation between Ron and Kuma. Alas, this moment was fleeting. In the next instant, Ron vanished. Chapter 61. The arrival of two new children. Ron was also prepared to engage in a duel with Bartholomew Bear, eager to ascertain the extent of their disparity. However, the outcome revealed his innate talent, as Ron was swiftly overwhelmed and sent flying directly back to his base. Is this truly the chasm that exists between me and the elite warriors? Is there indeed a formidable divide separating me from the pinnacle of strength? This exemplifies the stark difference among the powerful. At times, it is utterly unreasonable. Kaido's three calamities, particularly Queen, possess formidable strength, boasting a bounty of 1.3 billion berries, making him the second highest rewarded pirate after the Yonko. Yet, it is unfortunate that upon encountering Charlotte Linlin, he was swiftly dispatched in mere moments. Thus, being eliminated in an instant is entirely to be expected. Ron quickly composed himself. However, it was rather awkward that the matter of Guena and Zaro joining the Navy had yet to be resolved, and he found himself returned without accomplishing it. Alas, Ron let out a sigh. With talents akin to that of the algae-headed individual and the remarkable abilities of Kuina, their futures were undoubtedly destined for greatness. Alas, it seems fate has woven a tapestry of missed connections. Nevertheless, the journey to Frost Moon Village was not without its treasures. He encountered legendary figures, including the Revolutionary Army leader Monkey D, Dragon, and the fearsome tyrant Bartholomew Kuma, known for his ability to repel anything. Additionally, he met the intimidating Emporio Ivankov, who unnervingly addresses everyone as boy. For most, the opportunity to cross paths with these extraordinary individuals is a rare privilege. To share even a few words with them is, in itself, a significant gain. The most profound discovery, however, lay in Ron's devil fruit abilities. He finally recognized that his mythical Zoan fruit possessed its own unique talents. He also realized that his transformations carried a certain gravitas. This phenomenon, which he tentatively dubbed shadow, is not merely a shadow in the conventional sense. A shadow is a phenomenon created when light travels in a straight line, forming an image on other entities after passing through a solid object. In contrast, what Ron possesses resembles more of a martial spirit, enveloping his body as though he were clad in a suit of air armor. Thus, it stands to reason that his innate abilities may yield extraordinary effects. Ron, the next step is to verify how this ability is utilized. Is it a sudden emergence of power, or has it always been within me, merely unmanifested due to my previous lack of strength? Ron proceeded to test this ability. He discovered that such a phenomenon only manifested during transformation. Throughout the battle, the air armor could only be utilized in proximity to his hands. On this occasion, Ron procured several 1-meter-thick boulders, as he had been practicing his martial arts and hockey techniques with these substantial stones. Shattering a mountain remained an arduous task, and for Ron, Being able to fracture a 1-meter-thick boulder was already commendable. The density of the stone was considerable, and the mass of a 1-meter-thick boulder was substantial. Attempting to penetrate it solely through brute force was indeed a formidable challenge. This time, shall I employ my air armor? Bang! With a single punch, Ron shattered the boulder into countless fragments. What if I were to merge this air armor around my arm? Without hesitation, Ron struck the stone once more. This time, it split into 2 halves, albeit not completely perforated before fracturing. Indeed, Ron had persistently trained, aiming to penetrate the 1-meter-thick boulder entirely with his fists. However, he had yet to master such a technique. Often, he would only manage to strike partway through before the stone splintered into several pieces. What if I were to compress this air armor around my arm and then augment it with armed hockey? What effect might that yield? Without delay, he set to work. Ron made another attempt. Boom. A large hole was pierced right through the center of the stone, yet the stone remained intact, merely marked by the formidable opening. The power unleashed was truly astonishing. Ron couldn't help but marvel at the formidable power of this punch. Initially, he felt immense joy upon witnessing such results. But soon the pain surged forth. His forearms were covered in abrasions, and his fingers were bleeding profusely. Nevertheless, all of this was worth it. He had finally mastered this technique, albeit with a slight touch of innate talent. Ron's arm was swiftly recovering from injury, the bleeding ceasing rapidly. The wounds were healing at an astonishing pace. Onlookers would surely be astonished, marveling at Ron's remarkable ability to recuperate. However, to be candid, Ron did not perceive this as particularly extraordinary. Compared to Malgo, his ability seemed rather paltry. Subsequently, Ron continued his training, focused on striking stones. He had entirely forgotten about Sauron and Guena. Colonel Ron, a voice interjected, 2 children claim they are here to see you. Children seeking me? Ron felt a twinge of confusion, yet he decided to take a look. To his surprise, he found Zaro and Kuina had arrived. I didn't expect to see you too. Come, let us converse in my office. It had been a month since Ron last saw Zaro and Kuina, and he noticed a palpable change in their spirits. He sensed that they had both grown stronger. Mr. Ron, I wish to join the Navy and learn techniques that can surpass physical limits. I aspire to become the world's greatest swordsman, Kuina declared, her eyes sparkling with determination. Upon seeing Ron, her smile blossomed like a beautiful flower. She had witnessed Ron's mastery of the 6 powers of the Navy, which had already left a profound impression on her. However, it was Ron's transformation that lingered in her memory, solidifying her resolve to join the Navy. I too wish to enlist in the Navy. I intend to defeat Kuina, Zaro asserted with unwavering conviction. Ron was taken aback by their reactions, never anticipating that in just a month's time, they would possess such formidable conviction to arrive here. How did the 2 of you manage to come? Did you truly row your way here? I cannot help but admire the 2 of you, young as you are. Ron remarked, it is not particularly far from Frostmoon Village, yet it is still a considerable distance. I am uncertain about the myriad risks the 2 children must face in their journey across the ocean, but it surely is a daunting endeavor. We were sent by Uncle Bear, Guena interjected. He mentioned that we would soon become allies. So, if you inquire about us, please inform them. But do not disclose this to anyone else, all right? Haha. Does he genuinely trust my character? Ron pondered aloud. Uncle Bear has faith in you. It is an intuition stemming from wisdom, Guena replied. Now, I will arrange for the 2 of you to stay here temporarily for some basic training. Later, I will find you an exceptionally skilled instructor. Thank you, Brother Ron, Guena expressed gratefully. Ron glanced at Zaro once more. Thank you. It seemed that Zaro was somewhat reluctant to address others as brother. However, it mattered little. It was truly splendid that the 2 of them could join the Navy. Chapter 62, The Krieg Pirates. Ron's phone buzzed. Training at the naval base had become exceedingly monotonous. The operations were running smoothly, with all systems impeccably organized. In the event of a significant occurrence, Ron would be promptly informed, while the remainder of the personnel diligently focused on their training, enhancing their physical conditioning. Today, Ron's phone rang. Hello, this is Ron. Ron replied, I am Ian, and I have returned. Now, I hope you can come to pick me up swiftly, or you shall bear the consequences. During Ian's absence, Ron had been managing the affairs of the entire base alone. Although the base was now fully operational and would not falter in Ron's absence, there were still certain trivial matters that proved to be quite burdensome. As the commander, Ron was required to make decisions on various issues. Despite the presence of a comprehensive system, the need to address these decisions and the intricate details involved left Ron feeling somewhat fatigued. In summary, Ron found himself considerably more exhausted now than before. When Ian was present, she would efficiently handle numerous matters, allowing Ron to enjoy a sense of ease. Now that Ian had finally returned, Ron felt a surge of joy. Not only was she an excellent assistant, but she was also a companion with whom he could engage in profound conversations. Thus, after hanging up the phone, Ron set out to sea immediately, eager to reach Ian as quickly as possible, charting a direct course. However, as fate would have it, a fierce storm arose that caused Ron's vessel to deviate from its intended path. Fortunately, Ron had brought along many subordinates, and his recent studies in navigation helped avert any danger. Nevertheless, the detour had increased the distance from Ian, necessitating an alternative route to find her. During this detour, Ron encountered an immense fleet, which he recognized as the very armada he had long sought in the East China Sea, the formidable Creek pirates. At last, Ron had crossed paths with them. Many speculated that Akin, a member of the Creek pirates, was destined to become the future Admiral Green Bull. Ron held a skeptical attitude. Green Bull, being a vice admiral, naturally possessed the strength befitting such a rank. Prior to the Marineford War, Akin's combat prowess was exceedingly poor. It was improbable that he would ascend to the level of a vice admiral within a mere 2 to 3 years. It is the Navy. Indeed, it is the Navy. When Ron discovered the Creek pirates, they too became aware of his presence. With only a single ship, what was there to fear? Krieg observed his flustered crew and, with a hint of arrogance, remarked, if he knew the name of the Creek pirates, he might well be frightened into retreat. Indeed, our captain is invincible, declared the strategist of the Krieg pirates, Eddie Man. Let us charge forth and demonstrate to this young Marine what it means to belong to a premier pirate crew. Krieg issued the command. In the East Blue, he had long been accustomed to dominance, convinced of his invincibility. Not only was he immensely strong, but his weaponry was also of the highest caliber. Who could possibly rival him? Now, witnessing a solitary Marine, rather than retreating, they surged forward. What shall we do about the colonel? The Marine Corps station near Ron has reported. Let them charge forth. They must be the largest pirate crew in the East Sea. If we vanquish them, the East Sea should enjoy a period of tranquility. For these past few months, I have been searching for them, and I never anticipated that I would finally encounter them this time. Open fire. Ron did not issue the command to fire. Instead, the Creek pirate crew commenced their barrage. Countless cannonballs rained down upon Ron's position. He immediately retaliated. Ron said, his gaze intently fixed on the situation of the Creek pirates. He was simultaneously assessing the distance from which he could leap onto the opposing vessel. Faced with such a formidable fleet, Ron's sailors were understandably a bit anxious. Nonetheless, his helmsman was quite experienced. In such circumstances, executing swift evasions was no simple feat. Damn it, cannonballs. Let me give it a try. As he observed the enemy drawing ever closer, with the barrage intensifying, Ron felt a surge of irritation. If Ron's ship were to be struck by a cannonball and sustain damage, it would spell considerable trouble. Moonwalk. Ron began to employ the moonwalk technique. He had become increasingly adept at it, no longer clumsy as he had been in the early days. With his growing understanding of the fruit's power, he no longer felt the weight of his body when executing the moonwalk. Instead, he experienced a sensation of lightness, akin to that of a soaring swallow. Ron employed the moonwalk technique, soaring into the sky. Simultaneously, he delivered a powerful kick towards an incoming cannonball. In order to shield himself from harm, Ron transformed, enveloping his legs in a protective layer of armed hockey. With a resounding bang, the cannonball was sent hurtling back by Ron's kick, detonating on one of the ships belonging to the Krieg pirates. Is it possible for me to combat cannonballs as well? However, I am still inexperienced in this regard. I should first deal with the individuals who wield these cannonballs. He continued to utilize the moonwalk, gradually approaching the Krieg pirate crew. Look, he is flying towards us. He can actually fly. Many members of the Krieg pirates were struck with terror, having never witnessed someone soaring through the air, particularly one of such imposing stature. Fear not, for I am here, Krieg confidently reassured his subordinates before showcasing his armored weaponry, which housed an array of formidable arms. Indeed, we must place our trust in our captain. With him around, there is nothing to fear, Eddie Man remarked with a smile. Is that so? Ron swiftly descended upon Man, delivering a powerful kick that sent Man plunging into the water. What formidable strength! However, I am certain that my defenses are impenetrable, remarked a member of the Krieg pirate crew known as Iron Walba. He considered himself one of Krieg's core subordinates, entirely encased in shields, convinced that his defense was unrivaled. One must admit, the members of the Krieg pirate crew possess a rather peculiar sense of confidence. Very well. Let us put it to the test. Ron launched a direct punch, devoid of hockey, merely a regular fist. Bang. The shields encasing Iron Walba were shattered by Ron's strike, and he was propelled backward, spewing blood. You have thoroughly enraged me. Do you know who I am? Crick roared, brandishing all his weapons before swiftly advancing towards Ron. Heartpiercer. This was the name Ron had whimsically assigned to his newly conceived technique. Alas, lacking in education, he could only muster a crude expression to traverse the world. Consequently, the names of Ron's techniques tended to be rather haphazard and somewhat unsophisticated. Regarding nomenclature, Ron resolved to learn diligently from Zaro in the future, marveling at the elegance of Zaro's techniques. 1 sword style, great shock, 2 sword style, 72 troublesome winds. Sigh. Regrettably, I am devoid of creativity in naming, and cursed with a lack of swordsmanship talent. Otherwise, I would seize Zaro's names, leaving him with none to claim. Bang. Although the name may have been rough, the technique itself was anything but. The air armor enveloped his arm, complemented by the armament hockey, with the single blow. He pierced through Crick. Captain. All transpired with such swiftness that the surrounding crew members had yet to react meaningfully before their captain departed from them forever. Chapter 63, East Sea Purge. Ron's astonishing combat prowess swiftly incapacitated several leaders of the Krieg pirates, leaving the others in a state of utter shock. Before they could even comprehend the situation, their captain had been defeated. They gazed upon the colossal figure of Ron, towering approximately 10 meters tall, with his robust arms and muscular thighs evoking a profoundly striking impression. Additionally, a shadowy apparition resembling a demonic entity loomed behind him. How could they not be terrified? In truth, Ron was unable to harness the power of the figure behind him. He could only utilize the air armor surrounding his arms. Yet, these inexperienced pirates were oblivious to such nuances. Confronted with such an overwhelming sight, they were paralyzed with fear, especially with their leader vanquished, leading to further panic. By the time they regained their composure, some began to contemplate escape. But where could they flee on the vast ocean? If you surrender and cast your weapons into the sea, I may grant you mercy, he declared. The Krieg pirates, now leaderless, were in disarray. Upon hearing the chance for survival contingent on relinquishing their weapons, many immediately complied. As for those who resisted, through the heart, Ron gathered several rebels and effortlessly struck one, cleaving him in 2 with a single blow. After that, no one dared to resist. Consequently, the largest pirate crew in the East Sea was apprehended by Ron. Ron led them back to the naval base aboard a naval vessel. After witnessing the tragic demise of several individuals, these young pirates became remarkably obedient. Occasionally, a few dared to defy Ron, attempting to ambush him with gunfire. However, their efforts proved futile, as Ron swiftly dispatched them. The Ron of today was no longer the novice who feared bullets. Thus, an astonishing scene unfolded: a slender naval ship, flying a solitary seagull flag, trailed by a multitude of pirate vessels. The spectacle was truly breathtaking as they sailed towards the naval base. The personnel at the base had already been informed of Ron's capture of the notorious Krieg pirate crew. Despite being aware of this news, the sight before them was still astonishing. Soon, Ron reported the matter to the higher-ups, who would promptly send reinforcements to escort them to the deep-sea prison. The largest pirate faction in the East Sea had effectively been eradicated. While this group was indeed formidable, Krieg himself merely had a bounty of 17 million. It remained a mystery how he managed to assemble such a large following. With this, it seemed that the East Sea would witness a significant decrease in pirate activity. Ron has altered the course of history. Ain has finally returned. Well, are the pirates more important than me that you neglected to come for me? Ain remarked. Of course. You are my esteemed senior, but I encountered pirates on my way to fetch you. It was an unavoidable circumstance. I could hardly take a detour, could I? Well, I do not hold it against you. Surely, you must be pondering which lovely young lady resides in the East Sea, aren't you? Ron thought to himself, are there not 2 lovely young girls in the East Sea? One is merely 8 years old, and the other 10. Their adoptive mother stands right beside you, does she not? However, while these thoughts crossed his mind, he knew he could not voice them. Senior sister, he said. How could you speak such words? Who in all the seas does not know that senior sister Ian is the most beautiful of them all? Ron smiled and said, It's good to see you understanding. Sister, you should rest after your arduous journey. Return to work tomorrow. Moreover, there will be a delightful surprise awaiting you. All right. Ain and Belmel replied as they departed. Little did Ain anticipate that the East Sea harbored 2 stunning beauties, one of whom was none other than the spirited Belmel, with her striking red hair cut short on both sides, leaving only a small ponytail. The following day, Ain arrived early to seek out Ron, eager to inquire about the surprise he had promised her. Sister, you've come quite early. Were you unable to sleep last night? Consumed by thoughts of what the surprise might be? Ron smiled as Ain shyly nodded in response. Given the multitude of onlookers yesterday, Ain felt it was inappropriate to draw closer to Ron, although they had been apart for just over a month. It felt to Ain as if an eternity had passed since she last saw him. Nevertheless, she restrained herself, eager to discover the surprise Ron had prepared. If she could receive that surprise, it would only be natural for her to leap into his embrace, a truly romantic notion. "Follow me, senior sister," he beckoned. "What is it? Why so mysterious?" Ain inquired. Under Ron's guidance, they soon arrived at a training ground. "What is there to see here?" she asked. "Senior sister, take a closer look. Observe those two children." Ron remarked, "I am not the one who has brought forth a child." Ain raised his hand and struck Ron's head twice, causing a sizable bump to emerge. "Sister, who can give birth in just 1 month? Please, refrain from being so impulsive." Ain pondered for a moment and then inquired, "Did you not mention it was a surprise? Are they truly the surprise you spoke of?" "Sister, observe them closely, savor the moment, and contemplate it thoroughly," Ron remarked, while Ain gazed thoughtfully for a moment. "The exceptional talents of these two children are remarkable. Where did you come across them? Such matters are of little consequence. They are already poised to join the Navy. Sister, do you think the teacher will take a liking to them?" Ain nodded affirmatively. "The teacher will undoubtedly be very fond of them. Gungsiro is also a master swordsman. The Zaro he trained later exhibited astonishing combat prowess. However, Gungsiro seems to place greater emphasis on imparting philosophical lessons about life. He does not impose stringent requirements on Zoro and his peers, adopting a teaching method akin to governing by doing nothing. It is likely that his deep affection for Zaro and Kuina led him to be less demanding. Nevertheless, the education he provided has proven to be invaluable throughout their lives. Of course, even without strict oversight, Zaro and Kuina are exceptionally diligent. Entrusting them to Zephyr's tutelage would surely yield excellent results. Both Kizaru and Momosuke are also masters of swordsmanship, likely having benefited from Zephyr's guidance. Thus, although Zephyr may not be a grand swordsman, he should be more than capable of instructing in the art of the sword. In fact, beyond them, there are several mischievous youngsters with extraordinary talents. It remains uncertain whether they can be allowed to join the Navy," Ron said with a smile. Although Ain was delighted, she felt a tinge of disappointment. The gift prepared by Ron was indeed wonderful, yet it did not qualify as a particularly surprising revelation for her. The gifts from the senior sisters were intended for the teacher. "Please reconsider your gift." Ron could detect the subtle shifts in Ain's expression. Ain obediently turned around, astonished, and tears began to flow. She then turned and rushed into Ron's embrace. Chapter 64, Relocation from the East Sea. What kind of scene did Ain behold when she turned her head? For Ron, romance felt like an antiquated notion. Creating a romantic atmosphere was no simple endeavor. After triumphing over the Creek pirate crew, Ron realized that it was too late for him to fetch Ain. Thus, he commenced preparing a gift for her. Ain, his senior sister, likely had a fondness for flowers. There were numerous villages in the vicinity, all cultivating blossoms. Ron spent a considerable sum to acquire these exquisite flowers. Capturing a pirate would nearly suffice to cover the cost of the blossoms. Ron has arranged everything, and everyone will arrange the flowers into a suitable formation. For this purpose, we have practiced for several days. Senior sister, I am unsure how to convey my emotions. Ron spoke with deep affection. Having traversed this world for so long, I have grown accustomed to solitude. It was you, in my moments of utter helplessness, who entered my life and illuminated it with a glimmer of sunshine. Initially, I sought only to learn and to exact my revenge, believing that would suffice. Yet, you have unveiled to me the myriad possibilities that life holds. You have returned, and I long to welcome you. Alas, my plans were thwarted by the pirates. In desperation, I procured these crimson blossoms. I have named them roses. Each rose represents my love. These 999 roses were promised to you after I vanquished the pirates. I confess, I am inept at expressing my emotions. This gesture was not meticulously planned. It was a spur-of-the-moment decision. Consequently, many of the flowers have lost their vibrancy. I arranged them into circles resembling hearts. Uncertain if this is trite or romantic, yet I hope my senior sister will appreciate it. Ain was rendered speechless, tears streaming down her face. She is a girl. After all, despite her remarkable bravery that surpasses that of many men, she remains, at heart, a girl. It is your sentiment, and I cherish it deeply. Ron believed that the routine had become trite. However, for Ain, it was a heartfelt gesture that deeply moved her. Following this, Ron assumed that the two of them would enjoy a leisurely period in the East Sea. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. When the upper echelon sent someone to escort Click and the others away, they also dispatched a new base colonel, Tina. As a result, Ron and Ain were reassigned from the East Sea to the New World. What? We are to venture into the New World? Ron was taken aback. his emotions difficult to articulate. On one hand, the New World harbored his adversaries, which should have brought him joy. On the other hand, he had unfinished business. If he were to depart, would his subordinates fall prey to Shanks? Moreover, there were the other two subordinates, the freckled rascal, reluctant to embrace nobility, and the mischievous child. Had it not been for these individuals, Ron would not have so decisively ventured to the East Sea. The East Sea, widely regarded as the weakest maritime region, was home to an astonishing array of remarkable figures. Beyond the already renowned Carp, Dragon, Roger, and Yassop, who could have anticipated the monumental achievements that those young scamps would eventually realize? So, to which part of the New World should we venture? Ron inquired of Tina. As for where to go in the New World, I am uncertain. The warlord of the warring states has his own plans. Ron harbored a thought that he dared not voice. He was but a humble colonel. Why should he trouble the marshal with personnel arrangements? Should any issues arise, they could simply be directed to the marshal at headquarters. Ron, my junior, Tina said languidly, it seems our little junior wishes to remain in the East Sea, reluctant to depart. Or perhaps he is merely concerned for my well-being here. With my senior present, I am certainly at ease. It is the abrupt directive to venture into the perilous New World that perplexes me. You possess the strength to pierce through a man with a single blow. Remaining in the East Sea would be a waste of your talents. It is likely they wish for you to achieve great feats. Thus, Ron departed from the East Sea, returning to the naval headquarters, where he was subsequently assigned to an island in the New World, under the command of Rear Admiral Prody. Ron has come to comprehend his current predicament. Admiral Prody, a prominent figure from the Navy during the supernova arc, has been stationed in the New World, tasked with closely monitoring the Kingdom of Totland. Indeed, Ron is to remain here, gathering intelligence on the affairs of Totland. This is a daunting assignment. Excelling in it may lead to promotion, while failure could result in prolonged confinement to this post. Is it possible that the warring states still harbor resentment towards him? Ron finds it difficult to fathom. Such a high-ranking general should not possess such narrow-mindedness. Nevertheless, regardless of his musings, he finds himself powerless to contest the Admiral's direct appointment. To compound his misfortune, he has been separated from mine, who has been dispatched to the West Sea on a mission. Welcome to your new station, our naval star. Colonel Ron, you will be working here from now on. Do you have any prior knowledge of this place? Admiral Prody inquires kindly, displaying a commendable demeanor towards Ron. Thank you, Admiral. What are our next steps? Ron responds. Our task is rather straightforward. We are to monitor the actions of the Kingdom of Totland. Should any actions appear excessively audacious, we must intervene decisively. Could you enlighten me about the situation in the Kingdom of Totland? Ron inquires further. Ron inquired. It was 12 years ago when a conflict arose between Luffy and the Big Mom pirates. The circumstances may have been somewhat different. Toto-land is the realm of Charlotte Linlin, known as Big Mom, who ominously named it Whole Cake Island. That old woman is rather terrifying, and her offspring are remarkably formidable. Notably, one should pay special attention to Charlotte Kata Kuri, Charlotte Smoothie, Charlotte Cracker, Charlotte Snack, Charlotte Perisparrow, Charlotte Oven, and Charlotte Daifuku, among others. Quite a multitude. It seems this old woman possesses quite the capacity for giving life. Ron exclaimed in astonishment, are these individuals truly formidable? Indeed, you must exercise caution. However, since you have arrived here, it is likely that there is a profound purpose behind the Marshal's intentions. Perhaps you possess the capability to defeat one of them. If we could capture even one, it might deal them a significant blow, General Prody reassured Ron. Ron contemplated. It is likely that you could capture them. Yet you would refrain from doing so. If you were to apprehend that old woman's daughter or son, the repercussions from her retaliation would undoubtedly be quite troublesome. Rest assured. If it is within the capabilities of the esteemed general, I shall exert every effort to ensure their capture. Ron nodded earnestly. Young individuals should possess such ambition, however. It is imperative to remain composed before undertaking such endeavors. If one is not a match for the opponent, one must never act impulsively, advised General Prody. Rest assured. I shall. Ron nodded thoughtfully. Yet, ideas began to form in his mind. The elite few were formidable opponents, but perhaps he could contend with the others. Furthermore, since he had been dispatched here, preparations must be made to clean up the ensuing mess. If he were in the East Sea, Ron could lead a relatively simple life, perhaps enjoying a leisurely afternoon cruise and gathering a few subordinates. However, in the New World, one should not expect Ron to remain tranquil for long. Chapter 65, The Explosive Minister Snag. At this moment, Charlotte Linlin had ascended to become one of the 4 emperors. However, this title was now referred to as the Sea Emperor, as the last of the 4 emperors, Shanks, had yet to claim the title. Thus, There were currently only 3 emperors of the sea. The most powerful among them was, of course, Edward Newgate, followed by Kaido and Linlin. These 3 had once sailed together on the same ship, and now they had all risen to become sea emperors. This formidable woman, now 56 years of age, was, if Ron's calculations were correct, still bearing children. It was likely she would continue to do so until the age of 60. One must acknowledge her extraordinary strength. Starting from the age of 20, she had given birth continuously until 60, resulting in numerous offspring, all while seemingly lacking sufficient time for martial training and fruit development. Yet her power remained formidable. Luffy was currently 7 years old. Sanji was presumably 2 years his senior, making him 9. When Sanji was 21, he married 16-year-old Pudding. This implies that Pudding is merely 4 years old now? Many ages need to be recalculated. At this juncture, who could be comparable to my own abilities? Ron began his calculations, first determining the ages of the suite commanders. At this time, Kata Kuri should be 36 years old, Cracker 33, and Smoothie 23. Indeed. Among the suite commanders, Smoothie is the youngest. Kata Kuri is not particularly young. He is the second son of Big Mom, while Cracker is her 10th son. And Smoothie is her 14th daughter. It appears that Smoothie, being closest in age to him, might present a worthy challenge. Ron, what have you been occupied with lately? Today is your turn to set sail. Vice Admiral Prody has shown considerable concern for Ron. Perhaps because they share a mentor, or due to Prody's belief in Ron's exceptional talents, wishing to elevate him. I am calculating the ages of the Charlotte family to ascertain who might serve as my opponent or whom I would be most suited to confront. Ron did not conceal his thoughts but candidly expressed them to Prody. Strength is not entirely correlated with age. Some individuals achieve fame at a remarkably young age. For instance, Smuggy, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, possesses formidable combat prowess, with her bounty surpassing 300 million. Thus, one should not underestimate her simply because of her tender years. Ron was undoubtedly aware of Smuggy's formidable strength, yet he was taken aback to discover that her bounty had already surpassed 300 million in such circumstances. At this juncture, the bounty had not yet been affected by inflation, and the soon-to-be warlord, Bartholomew Kuma, had a bounty exceeding 200 million, as did Jinbei. Doflamingo's bounty also exceeded 300 million. But that was due to their extensive years of piracy. Smuggy, being so young, had already achieved such heights. One cannot help but acknowledge the exceptional prowess of the celestial stars. I understand now, Major General, that strength cannot be merely correlated with age. I shall exercise caution when I set sail. Very well, I must be especially vigilant today. After imparting his counsel, Major General Prody took his leave. The sense of justice he exhibited was indeed as balanced as the ideals depicted on the wall. Everything must have its limits. One ought to act within the realm of their own capabilities. Ron also acknowledged the measured justice of Admiral Prody. If one's strength is insufficient to confront a formidable opponent, would it not be tantamount to courting death? Thus, should he encounter members of the Charlotte family at sea, Ron, being one of the more seasoned individuals, would refrain from engaging. After estimating the ages of certain members of the Charlotte family, he set sail with a contingent of Marines for a patrol. The distance of this maritime expedition was not too far from the base, primarily aimed at monitoring the Kingdom of Totland for any significant movements. What constitutes these significant actions? They are essentially twofold. Firstly, whether there exists an inclination on her part to engage in combat with the Navy headquarters. Secondly, whether she harbors intentions of forming an alliance with the other 4 emperors. Other activities, in the eyes of the Navy headquarters, are deemed less critical. Should Big Mom contemplate a confrontation with the Navy without first-hand intelligence, it would pose a considerable risk. Similarly, if she aims to ally with the other 4 emperors against the Navy, it would also be a perilous endeavor. Hence, Ron's primary duty is to monitor the Kingdom of Totland for any such behaviors or intentions, while other matters can be directly reported to Admiral Prody for resolution. Thus, Ron commenced his duties. The Kingdom of Totland naturally engages in daily interactions with the outside world, which is entirely customary. Ron's role is to observe any unusual activities amidst these exchanges. Periodically, individuals from within Totland would be dispatched to attend to various affairs, whether it be sourcing delectable sweets for Big Mom or inviting top-tier chefs. Of course, her offspring would also venture out to pursue their own interests. On one such day, as Ron set sail, he fortuitously encountered an individual who appeared to be Snag. Ron carefully scrutinized through the telescope and finally recognized the individual across from him. It must be Charlotte Snag, known as the 4th star of Snag. How old was this fellow supposed to be this year? After pondering, he retrieved a form from his pocket and began to examine it. There was no denying that Charlotte's mother had an extraordinary propensity for childbirth, resulting in an overwhelming number of offspring. Ron is fortunate to recall a rough outline and age. Moreover, he remembers the age from 12 years hence. Well, Charlotte Snape is 18 years old this year. It is precisely the right time for him. Ron was uncertain whether he could defeat Snag. However, the two were of a similar age, and Ron was confident in his own abilities. Confronting this individual might require some effort. Yet how could he ascertain who was stronger without attempting? When the difference in strength is minimal, it takes a certain courage to engage in battle. In such cases, the one with greater bravery is more likely to prevail. Thus, Ron steered his ship towards Snag, intent on encircling him. I shall apprehend him today. Isn't this action rather unwise, sir? The sailors on board began to express their concerns. Our duty is to monitor their movements for any significant actions. There is no need to provoke a confrontation. Indeed, sir, our responsibility is merely to observe for any abnormalities in their actions. We need not involve ourselves further. Moreover, he is the son of Big Mom, inciting her wrath would be perilous. The crew unanimously opposed the idea, unwilling to allow Ron to confront Snag directly. We are the Navy. Beyond our surveillance duties, it is our obligation to apprehend pirates. An opportunity like this, with a lone target, cannot be squandered, Ron stated. Chapter 66, A Fierce Beating for Snag. On board the ship, Snag leisurely sipped his wine when one of his subordinates approached to report the sighting of naval vessels. Oh, the Navy, is it? Snag replied nonchalantly, embodying an attitude of indifference. He continued to indulge in his drink, dismissing the matter entirely. The Navy is heading our way. The young soldier pressed on with his report. And what of it? Snag retorted, taking another generous gulp of wine. It's likely just a chance encounter. They wouldn't dare to launch an attack against us. Over the years, the formidable reputation of Charlotte Linlin had instilled in him an inflated sense of pride. This was the territory of the Totland Kingdom, under the dominion of Charlotte Linlin, where any pirate would tremble in fear. The Navy, too, refrained from rash assaults, well aware of the dire consequences that would follow. Thus, Snag believed that even if they crossed paths, the Navy would not dare to strike. Numerous instances had proven this to be true. Consequently, he remained unfazed, continuing to sip his wine in leisurely fashion. Ron observed clearly through the telescope. Is this fellow truly so arrogant? Still indulging in drink? Indeed, Colonel. The young Marine beside Ron remarked that the members of the Charlotte family had long grown accustomed to the presence of the Navy. They remained utterly indifferent even when naval vessels passed by them. Have they become so arrogant? Ron remarked, Colonel, our responsibility lies solely in gathering intelligence. Engaging in combat with them seems unnecessary. This pirate crew is exceedingly formidable. We are no match for them. Enough of this prattle. Open fire. Do you possess no semblance of naval valor? Just look at their demeanor. It is abundantly clear they regard us with contempt. After Ron's sharp retort, the others naturally felt hesitant to voice their thoughts. After all, enduring such circumstances was indeed a source of frustration. Yet, there was little recourse. Confronting them head-on could lead to dire consequences. As we draw nearer, I command you to fire. Ron issued the command. Boom, boom, boom. The ship surrounding Snag began to unleash a barrage of fire. The cannons roared, catching the opposing side entirely off guard. They had not anticipated such an outcome. They had encountered naval vessels numerous times before, yet had never engaged in direct confrontation. The Charlotte family boasted the finest intelligence network in the world, and they were well aware of the Navy's true intentions, which were merely to gather information, as they dared not take action against them. However, today was an exception. Massive cannonballs rained down from the sky, and the ship was immediately assailed. How dare they fire upon us? Had those naval officers grown tired of life? Charge forward. I shall deal with them personally. Snag's anger was ignited. Commanding his pirate ship to close in on the Navy's vessel, he was determined to engage in hand-to-hand combat. It seemed that the adversary was indeed coming to confront him. Today, he would show them what true naval valor entailed. Ron removed his cloak of righteousness, donned his naval uniform, and ascended into the air, heading towards Snag's vessel. Danger, Colonel Ron. Danger. Having long been under the intimidation of a maritime emperor like Charlotte Linlin, many sailors had their courage worn thin. When faced with challenges, their first consideration was whether peril loomed. Roar. Ron let out a thunderous roar as he began his transformation in midair. His muscles bulged and rippled, while a remarkably lifelike shadow emerged from his back. This silhouette was imposing, evoking a sense of awe and reverence simply by its presence. Ron's stature gradually ascended, eventually reaching approximately 10 meters. His robust arms resembled the sturdy mast of a ship. The Navy was taken aback, having never anticipated that Ron possessed such formidable power. The pirates were equally astonished. While they had encountered individuals of immense size before, this figure appeared to surpass even that of Big Mom. With a single punch, Ron dashed forward swiftly, delivering a powerful punch directly aimed at Snag's sail. Ron's name is synonymous with mediocrity, incomparable to that of Zoro. Thus, this technique is aptly named One Punch. Bang! Crack! Snag's sail was utterly shattered, plummeting down and nearly striking several small pirates. Such a ferocious display of power and aggression was a first for Snag. He had never encountered such a formidable marine before. Perhaps it was simply his nature, but Snag's reflexes were a half-beat slower than others. Note: following the Marineford War, Snag was initially one of the 4 commanders, yet he was defeated by one of the supernovas, the enigmatic Monk Urki. It was only after Luffy and his crew had already explored the Tado Land Kingdom that Snag finally recognized Luffy's existence, illustrating his sluggish reactions. "You dare to lay a hand on me?" Snag was naturally incensed. As one of Big Mom's esteemed offspring, he frequently undertook missions and had encountered the Navy on numerous occasions. However, very few dared to confront him. The unexpected nature of this situation left him somewhat astonished. Nevertheless, being well-trained, he quickly composed himself and lunged towards Ron. Haha. Snag enveloped himself in haki and launched a punch at Ron. Unfortunately, his physique paled in comparison to Ron's. One punch. The air armor surrounding Ron's fist condensed with an imposing aura, directly confronting Snag's punch. In combat, this is how the excitement truly unfolds. Bang! Snag was forcefully driven into the ship's deck by Ron's punch. Although he survived, he was gravely injured. Cough, cough, cough. Snag spat out several mouthfuls of blood. In light of this situation, both Snag's crew of pirates and Ron's naval forces, along with the combatants themselves, were utterly astonished. Ron was utterly astonished, pondering when he had become so formidable. Although his opponent, Snag, was regarded as the weakest among the 4 generals, he had nonetheless been nominated as one of them. With just a single punch, the matter was resolved. That blow seemed to echo the legendary prowess of Sengoku when he vanquished the entire Blackbeard crew. As Ron pondered, Snag had already leaped out from the side of the boat, propelling himself with both hands. "Die!" he exclaimed, his entire being enveloped in a rapid display of armament color as he lunged toward Ron, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his face. Indeed, he possessed considerable skill. A single strike. Ron struck with a decisive palm, causing the air around his hand to coalesce into a tangible form, which manifested as an enlarged handprint beneath his strike. With a resounding clap, the force of the compressed air combined with Ron's own power and the overwhelming might sent Snag soaring, crashing against the cabin wall. Coughing violently, Snag expelled several mouthfuls of blood. The manipulable air surrounding Ron differs significantly from sword energy. It resembles a unique ability akin to a fruit, akin to elements. Just as Kaido is surrounded by thunder and fire, and Marco by blue flames, this air is neither thunder nor fire, yet it exists around Ron like an elemental force. It is likely an inherent attribute of the Titan fruit. With merely 2 strikes, Snag was rendered incapable of standing. This defeat can be attributed to Snag's recent laxity in training, compounded by his excessive pride and arrogance, which led him to underestimate Ron's terrifying prowess and fail to muster his full spirit for resistance. Consequently, he was vanquished. Chapter 67. Capturing Snag and escorting him to impel down. Snag, known as the Minister of Explosives, was expected to possess abilities related to explosives. However, due to his complacency, he had yet to demonstrate his true power before Ron subdued him. This outcome is not surprising, as no one around the Totland Kingdom dared to challenge the Charlotte family. It was the first time anyone had the audacity to strike against them. The Charlotte family has long been characterized by their pride, making their arrogance somewhat justifiable. Even now, despite his defeat, Snag does not entertain the thought of being captured. The reason is simple: he belongs to the Charlotte family, and capturing him would equate to opposing the Empress of the Seas, Charlotte Linlin. Thus, even in the face of such circumstances, Snag continues to put on a fade. "Hey, do you know who I am? I am Charlotte Snag, the 25th son of the Charlotte family, cherished most by my mother. I care not who you are." Ron abruptly seized Snag, declaring, "You have violated the Galactic Justice Code. You are under arrest." As he attempted to apprehend the culprit, an unexpected line of dialogue surfaced in his mind, a result of his recent experiences utilizing the powers of the Devil Fruit, which bestowed upon him a sensation akin to donning armor. Thus, peculiar phrases unwittingly emerged from his subconscious. Suddenly, as Ron held Snag, poised to deliver a reprimand, a gunshot rang out from someone aboard the ship. Bang! Ron swiftly evaded, while simultaneously firing a shot. The sound echoed as the shooter's head exploded like a watermelon. Ron's rigorous practice in marksmanship proved effective, enabling him to create an unexpected impact in such a critical moment. While others were still contemplating firing their weapons, Ron could sense the impending discharge from one of them. Many were eager to join in the fray to rescue Snag. Consequently, Ron swiftly unleashed a few more shots. Bang! Bang! Thud! Thud! The heads of those individuals burst open like watermelons. The scene was utterly astonishing. Ron struck with lightning speed, hitting all his targets in the head, leaving those individuals too fearful to act again. Ron aspired to master the art of swordsmanship and become a distinguished swordsman. What a splendid pursuit it would be. Alas, his innate talent for swordplay was rather limited, rendering him incapable of achieving remarkable feats with the blade. However, the scenario transformed when he grasped a firearm. An extraordinary sense of security enveloped him, and his perception sharpened, allowing the surrounding environment to become vividly clear. Many may find it perplexing that a creature of the animal lineage would choose to wield such a weapon as a gun. Ron simply found it amusing. And he also thought it was quite cool. More importantly, he believed he possessed a certain talent for marksmanship. Although it was a relatively ordinary skill, it was ineffective against formidable opponents. However, it proved effortless against these lesser foes. I advise you to surrender obediently, as it is the only way to ensure your survival. Ron gazed intently at them, his eyes brimming with a predatory gleam. The individuals under his scrutiny felt akin to prey ensnared by a fierce beast. Particularly in light of Ron's recent display, which was truly chilling. They chose to lay down their weapons and surrender. Consequently, many began discarding their arms, raising their hands above their heads in a gesture of capitulation. Ron felt somewhat troubled. If he possessed the Conqueror's Haki, its effects would undoubtedly be remarkable. However, the current display was merely the oppressive aura of his own type. Nevertheless, everyone was ultimately awestruck. Why are you still dawdling? Come forth and apprehend him. Ron turned around and shouted, prompting the sailors to react and apprehend the criminals. His recent display had ignited a fervor within the hearts of these sailors. After enduring countless encounters with these pirates without being able to capture them, and having suffered their humiliation, they had long been harboring a deep-seated anger. Now, with Ron stepping forward on their behalf, they felt emboldened. Regardless of what may transpire, Ron would assume responsibility. Thus, they had no further reservations. Consequently, a multitude of sailors boarded Snag's vessel, apprehending all the pirates and placing them in handcuffs for transport back to the base. Ron has indeed captured a member of the Charlotte family, and one with considerable combat prowess at that. Ron, you truly apprehended someone? During the return journey, Admiral Prody had already received the news and had been waiting for Ron. As soon as Ron disembarked, he beheld Snag and the others, who had already been apprehended. Thus, he immediately inquired Ron about this matter. Naturally, given that he was alone and presented with an opportunity, why not seize it? Ron retorted to Prody, well, since we have captured him, let us confine him in the deep-sea prison at once. To his astonishment, Admiral Prody unexpectedly issued an order for Ron to escort Snag and his companions to the deep-sea prison. This left Ron somewhat bewildered. By conventional reasoning, Admiral Prody should have opposed such an action, as it constituted an unauthorized operation without prior notification to him. Furthermore, the matter of Ron apprehending Snag would certainly not be resolved lightly. It was only logical for Admiral Prody to reprimand Ron instead. Are you pondering why I have commanded you to proceed to impel down and incarcerate him? Admiral Prody inquired. Indeed, I am contemplating that very question, Ron admitted. Ron replied sincerely, why do you not criticize me? This operation was conducted on my own accord, and capturing Snag has proven to be quite detrimental. Ha ha, Admiral Prody chuckled. I adhere to a balanced sense of justice. There are some matters that we simply do not engage in, and our purpose here is merely to gather intelligence. After all, how could the Charlotte family be unaware of the naval base in their vicinity? Yet, for all these years, we have maintained a peaceful coexistence. This is primarily because I am indeed focused on gathering information. I would not delve into other actions, such as arresting their offspring. However, should we truly apprehend their children, we would have no justification for releasing them. If captured, they would merely be confined and impelled down. And could they really escape? Even if they were to lose their sanity, what would that accomplish? Admiral Prody said with a smile. I did not anticipate your efficiency. Having captured one of her children, you should swiftly transport him to impel down to avoid any prolonged complications. Keeping him here would only heighten the danger. Upon reflection, Ron swiftly grasped the implication of General Prody's words. Should Snag remain at this base, Charlotte Linlin would undoubtedly dispatch troops to launch an assault, determined to rescue Snag. as it pertained to the lives of her offspring and her own dignity. However, if Snag were already confined within the Push City, her actions would likely amount to mere theatrics, devoid of any significant adverse repercussions. In the confines of Push City, she would be powerless to liberate her children. And if Snag's presence led to the destruction of this base, it would be an exercise in futility, as the Navy would simply send reinforcements. Engaging with new personnel would necessitate considerable effort. Nevertheless, a commotion was inevitable. It appeared that General Prodi was preparing to assist Ron in mitigating the ensuing chaos. "Thank you, General," Ron expressed. "I shall take my leave." "Go ahead," Prodi replied, his previously jovial demeanor swiftly transforming into one of grave seriousness. For this base was on the brink of facing daunting challenges. Yet, he could not help but marvel at the formidable potential of the younger generation. Chapter 68. Ron in Peril. The news of Ron capturing Snag swiftly spread. Charlotte Linlin, the maritime emperor of the Topland Kingdom, was infuriated and dispatched his 10th son, Charlotte Kata Kuri, to prepare an assault on the base. Meanwhile, the report of Ron escorting Snag to Advanced City had also circulated. "That little brat has finally emerged. Now in the New World, I wonder who will come to your rescue," chuckled Don Quixote Doflamingo. Since his debut, Doflamingo had enjoyed a smooth journey, facing only minor challenges from Vice Admiral Tsuru. Most of the time, he relished in joy and merriment. Yet, there was one pesky brat who repeatedly struck him down. He had just planned to send his family member, the Heart Pirates Virgo, to infiltrate the Navy, but within a year of joining, Virgo was incapacitated by that very brat. Subsequently, Doflamingo received word about the surgery fruit, a treasure he had long coveted. He yearned for someone to consume the fruit and perform the ultimate surgery, the elixir of immortality, thereby granting him eternal life. Thus, throughout his years as a pirate, aside from engaging in various enterprises, his primary concern had been the whereabouts of the surgery fruit. Finally, upon learning its location, he was prepared to have another consume the fruit in devotion to him. Who could have anticipated that the devil fruit would be intercepted midway, and that it would be connected to that little rascal, Ron? Doflamingo had discovered that Ron and his brother, Corazon, had collaborated to seize the surgery fruit. Consequently, Ron had first injured his subordinate, Virgo, and then taken away his coveted fruit, delivering 2 consecutive blows to Doflamingo's pride. He had not had an opportunity to reclaim his dignity since. How utterly vexing. Now that this little brat was finally isolated, we absolutely must not falter this time, Doflamingo declared. During the last attempt to capture Ron, he had nearly faced peril due to an ambush by Garp. This time, Ron was devoid of any protection. It was indeed a fortuitous opportunity. Ron had never anticipated that while he awaited the moment when a member of the Charlotte family would be isolated for arrest, there were others who were equally eager for him to be alone, so they could launch a counterattack. At that moment, he was navigating the vast ocean, preparing to deliver Snag to Push City as soon as possible. Vice Admiral Prodi had decisively determined that sending Ron with Snag to Push City was the optimal choice, as it would safeguard the base and ensure Ron's safety. Otherwise, when Charlotte Linlin attacked the base, she would undoubtedly spare no effort in pursuing Ron. Nevertheless, even with this plan, Ron faced considerable peril, as reaching Push City would require time. The Charlotte family had already dispatched someone to pursue Ron, and that individual was the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, Smuggy. At 23 years of age, Smuggy stood approximately 5 meters tall, adorned with a hat and scarf, her long white hair cascading down to her legs. She wore gloves and carried a long, spiral-sheathed sword on her back, which approached a length of 5 meters. Her legs, measuring around 3 meters, were embellished with intricate patterns. Indeed, her leg length was unmatched. Ron, standing at 36 meters tall, found that in his normal form, he could not compare to Smuggy's remarkable height. Ron had a vague inkling that the Charlotte family would likely send someone in pursuit. Yet he was taken aback to discover that it was Smuggy who had come. Unbeknownst to Ron, Doflamingo was already lying in wait on the path he was destined to traverse. Ron is in peril. The naval vessel swiftly approaches the deep-sea prison. We must hasten, for pursuers are hot on our heels. Ron remarked that Colonel Ron had not spotted the pursuers. A Marine promptly responded, warning that the pursuers were swiftly approaching, urging everyone to remain vigilant and observe their surroundings. The Charlotte family would not allow us to deliver Snag to the advancing city so easily. Upon hearing Ron's words, many of the Navy personnel became serious, recognizing the validity of his concerns. Having dealt with the Charlotte family for many years, they were well aware of their temperament. The vessel continued its course when they noticed someone pursuing them. It was Charlotte Smuggy. To their astonishment, she had been dispatched. They resolved to proceed at full speed. Ron remarked that, even though Smuggy has yet to attain the bounty of 900 million, she undoubtedly remains a formidable adversary, being the second among the 3 sweet dessert stars. Ron was uncertain whether he could triumph over her. Since his debut, Ron had already vanquished several formidable adversaries, such as the esteemed cadre of the Don Quixote family, Red Heart, and the fully armed Virgo, who wielded the power of hockey. Furthermore, he had recently apprehended one of the Charlotte family's 4 sweet commanders, Snack. However, his victories over these 2 were largely attributed to their underestimation of him, allowing Ron to catch them off guard. It is noteworthy that Virgo, due to his complacency, was cut into several pieces by Ron 2 years after the Marineford War. Despite his mastery of hockey, it was evident that those who followed would no longer disregard Ron's strength, and should they engage him earnestly, the outcome would be unpredictable. Many Marines were well aware of Charlotte's smoothie, prompting them to hasten their pace forward. As long as they reached the doldrums, they would be safe. The Navy's vessels could easily traverse the doldrums, a technique long since perfected. After all, Vegapunk possessed knowledge that was 5 centuries ahead of this world, making the realization of any technique possible. Whoosh! The Navy ship continued to accelerate, yet Smoothie's vessel relentlessly pursued them. As long as they maintained a certain distance, she would close in on them swiftly, ensuring a nearly constant gap. This was untenable. They must shake off their pursuers. Should they continue their advance, they would inevitably fall within the range of their attacks. Ron commanded acceleration once more. The naval vessel surged forward at an extraordinary speed, swiftly leaving Smuggy and the others far behind. Phew! Ron let out a sigh of relief. Remain vigilant and proceed at full speed. Once we are within our range, he will cease his pursuit. Why are you still hesitating? Why slow down? Accelerate to full speed. Ron inquired, what is the matter? Why such haste? Why have you begun to stutter in your speech? Ron seized the telescope from which he had been observing the individual ahead. He then beheld a familiar and audacious grin. How could Doflamingo possibly be here? Ron couldn't help but marvel at the nature of pirates. They truly were rather petty. Was it such a grave issue to have injured a mere Virgo? Moreover, Ron hadn't even crippled him entirely. He merely broke his 3rd leg, which surely wouldn't hinder him from serving Doflamingo. Yet, it seemed that Doflamingo had now set his sights on Ron. Ron remained oblivious to the severity of Virgo's injuries. Even if treated, his combat capabilities would never return to their zenith. Moreover, Doflamingo attributed a significant part of his missed opportunity with the surgery fruit to Ron, which is why he had set his sights on him. Colonel Ron, what shall we do? The scout cried, on the verge of tears. Behind them, the relentless pursuit of Charlotte Smoothie loomed, while Doflamingo blocked their path ahead. It seemed inevitable that they would meet their demise here today. Do not panic. Reinforcements are on their way. Ron spoke with great vigor. Is that so, Colonel? Where? Reinforcements will arrive shortly. We merely need to hold our ground. How could Ron ascertain the whereabouts of the reinforcements? Yet, if he were to voice his concerns about the morale of the troops, it might lead to utter collapse. Chapter 69. General Kizaru takes action. The phone bug of Sengoku rang incessantly. He set aside the sanbei he was about to savor and picked up the phone bug. Though he felt slightly regretful for not having eaten enough, indulging in snacks while answering calls in front of his subordinates would not bode well for his image. However, they were unaware of his actions. Surely munching while listening wouldn't pose a problem, he mused. Marshal, Prody is urgently requesting assistance. Crack. Sengoku bit into the sanbei. Surprisingly, it was quite delectable. He only dared to sneak a few bites when alone in the office. After all, he was the fleet admiral and could not afford to be as carefree as Garp, who shamelessly picked his nose and munched on snacks in front of his subordinates while donning his dog hat. What is the matter? Why the urgency? Sengoku tidied up the sanbei and adjusted his attire. Charlotte Linlin is attacking our base. Crack. In a moment of distraction, he accidentally bit his tongue. Marshal. Are you all right? Nothing. Please continue. Sengoku was taken aback by this news. Logically, there should not have been such a conflict between the Totland Kingdom and the Navy base. They were meant to coexist peacefully. Was it possible that Ron had caused this disruption? Sengoku immediately grasped the crux of the situation. The Marshal truly possesses remarkable foresight. Ron has already captured Charlotte's Snack and is now heading towards Impel Down. Upon hearing this, Sengoku's expression turned grave. This meant Ron was in peril. The Totland Kingdom would certainly not allow him to deliver Snack to Impel Down. Very well, I shall dispatch assistance promptly. After receiving the report, Sengoku swiftly analyzed the circumstances and put away his sanbei. Notify Akainu, Borsalino, and Kazan to come here. Shortly thereafter, he received responses. Akainu was preoccupied with important matters. Kazan's whereabouts were unknown, and only Borisolino was available. Sengoku understood their personalities well. At that moment, he wondered where Kazan was, perhaps inspecting public sentiment on a bicycle? I have a task for you, Sengoku addressed Kizaru, the only one left unoccupied. Kizaru nodded. They shared a tacit understanding during Sengoku's tenure as a general. Kizaru had been his intern. It was evident that Sengoku had provided overtime compensation. Thus, Kizaru set off. Although he departed at the quickest pace, timely assistance would still prove challenging. He could only hope that Ron could hold on. Should Ron falter, Kizaru would directly assist Vice Admiral Prodi. At this moment, Ron found himself in a perilous situation, beset by wolves in front and tigers behind. He laughed Doflamingo. Ron, we meet again. Last time, Garp was here, but this time, no one can aid you. Doflamingo, you may not be able to defeat me. Ron chuckled. Behind me stands the members of the Charlotte family. Do not attempt to deceive me, for I am well aware of their intentions. Doflamingo gazed at Ron with immense pride, his hands beginning to tremble. In Doflamingo's eyes, Ron had become a prey from which escape was nearly impossible. Ron knew he must be harboring some nefarious scheme again. Very well. Do you dare to make your move after the Charlotte family arrives? For the Navy, collaborating with the Sea Emperor to apprehend a few minor pirates is decidedly beneficial for both parties. This assertion holds considerable truth. After years of evading justice, today marks the day you shall face the consequences. With that, Ron began to transform. You need not intervene. I will hold off Doflamingo, while the others can be dealt with by Charlotte Smoothie alone, Ron remarked. Although Ron was somewhat misleading, he nonetheless evoked a certain degree of skepticism in someone as suspicious as Doflamingo. Could it be that they truly intend to ally with Smug to capture me? And what of it? Ha ha ha, Doflamingo laughed maniacally. Nevertheless, even so, Doflamingo could not permit Ron to sense his doubts. Even considering that girl, what difference would it make? Ron, having transformed into Doflamingo, would not remain passive. He swiftly took action, seizing control of one of Ron's subordinates, who brandished a knife and advanced menacingly alongside him. Such thoughts as yours have long been discerned by me. Ron leapt directly over to Doflamingo's ship, fully transformed. Roar. Why the roar? Because Ron believed it added a touch of dominance and grandeur to the moment. Boom. Ron's body swelled at a visibly astonishing rate. As he grew, sparks erupted around him, and a colossal shadow loomed above his back, reminiscent of a sea monster. Within that shadow glimmered two furious eyes, radiating an intense light. Ever since he discovered this transformative ability, Ron had yearned to amplify the visage of that shadow, contemplating ways to imbue it with distinctive features. Gradually, the shadow unfurled its eyes. Ron was equally perplexed by the sudden emergence of his dual eyes. He was unaware of the elements that constituted these eyes, nor did he comprehend their potential for aggression. At present, all Ron could accomplish was to employ these eyes to instill fear. Bang, bang. With each step Ron took, Doflamingo's ship trembled with a resounding thud. Ron's enormous palm surged directly towards the mast of his ship, shattering it with a single blow. Whether reinforcements were on the way remained uncertain to Ron. The notion of allies was merely a ploy to bolster the morale of the troops. In truth, for Ron, this stand was a desperate gamble, a fight with no retreat. Ron sensed that Sengoku harbored an aversion towards him. It is quite common for a subordinate to feel such sentiments. At times, leaders employ a strategy of aloofness to evaluate their subordinates. Haha. Today I shall obliterate your vessel and make you pay the price. Whoosh. You can do it. Why can't I? Doflamingo chuckled, then delivered a powerful kick. The foot slicing technique. This move is one of Doflamingo's signature techniques. Executed from the tip of the toes, 8 transparent threads can instantaneously rend structures apart. Ron struck down the mast of Doflamingo's ship with a single blow. In response, Doflamingo shattered Ron's vessel in two with a powerful kick. The Marines aboard the Ron ship were suddenly thrown into a state of panic, with some plunging directly into the water. You insolent brat, were you not quite audacious? Doflamingo bellowed with laughter, striding arrogantly across the deck of the Ron ship, wreaking havoc without restraint. Whoosh. One by one, the multitude aboard Ron's ship succumbed to unconsciousness. As Doflamingo unleashed his conqueror's haki, those who fell into the water also lost their senses. With a single punch, Ron swiftly retaliated with a punch directed at Doflamingo. The spider's nest, a signature technique of Doflamingo, was deployed as he unleashed silken threads from his left hand, weaving a web to defend against Ron's assault. This web was remarkably resilient. Though it possessed gaps, it was inconceivable for someone of Ron's stature to penetrate its confines. Yet, with a resounding crack, the web shattered, and Doflamingo's pride in his defensive prowess was thus obliterated. Ron's powerful punch surged through the air, igniting as it struck, instantly shattering the spider web. This principle bears resemblance to Sanji's demon windfoot technique. How intriguing it has become, chuckled Doflamingo, adjusting his glasses and spreading his arms wide. Chapter 70. My resilience is a gift, little brat. I never imagined you possessed such prowess, Doflamingo remarked with a grin. In the next moment, he materialized beside Ron, launching a swift grasp toward him. Recognizing Doflamingo's stance, Ron understood that this was the string fruit technique. The 5 colored threads were unleashed from each of Doflamingo's fingers, forming a transparent thread that resembled a beast's claw, closing in on Ron. Though the attack had a short range, its damage potential was considerable. Sizzle. Ron's attire was torn asunder, revealing the bloodied flesh beneath, from which crimson liquid gushed forth. At that moment, Doflamingo erupted into laughter, a sound both distinctive and mocking. Yet, Ron paid little heed to his derision. His fruit abilities necessitated a close-quarters confrontation with Doflamingo. Marksmanship proved futile against such a formidable opponent. Bang! The colossal handprint of the void materialized. Ron directly launched a powerful palm strike towards Doflamingo, the air around his hand shimmering with an enormous illusion. At that moment, the illusion bore no offensive power. This was my technique, and I would name it at my discretion. Doflamingo swiftly evaded the attack, but Ron followed up with another move. The Rowan Starbreaking Fist, though the name was not of utmost significance, seemed to impart a remarkable aura. Thus, Ron resolved to alter his own name. Upon hearing Ron's declaration, Doflamingo perceived the technique as undoubtedly formidable. Boom! Ron's fist landed squarely on Doflamingo, ignited by a searing flame effect. The result of his fist velocity generating heat through friction with the air. As Ron pondered the peculiarity of easily striking Doflamingo, he was suddenly startled by the sound of laughter above him. Before his eyes, Doflamingo began to dissolve into threads, which swiftly coiled around Ron's body like a venomous serpent. This was the work of Doflamingo's family, who erupted into laughter. One of Doflamingo's favorite techniques, the parasite thread, was now in play. This skill ensnares enemies, transforming them into mere puppets at the mercy of their own actions, a move laden with humiliation. Let us see you strike yourself a few times to recognize your folly, Doflamingo proclaimed with utter arrogance. Ron's arm slowly lifted, poised to strike his own face. Who were they battling against? Behind them, Smuggy, in pursuit, caught sight of the shattered Navy ship and then glimpsed Ron, enlarged and entangled in combat. Reporting, miss. The formidable Doflamingo is our adversary, Smuggy declared, hands on hips. I never anticipated that fellow would provoke Doflamingo. However, he remains merely a pawn of the Charlotte family. Full speed ahead. Charlotte Smuggy, observing the scene of Ron's confrontation, began to formulate thoughts regarding Ron's future. Ron's ability, derived from the devil fruit, is indeed quite extraordinary. The Totland Kingdom has a penchant for collecting rare species. Thus it is likely that Ron will not meet his demise. Instead, he may remain in the land of wonders as a pet. Whoosh. Over here. Ron is also struggling valiantly. When his opponents do not underestimate him, the disparity in strength becomes evident. Ron was acutely aware that he was no match for Don Quixote Doflamingo. It was merely a matter of time before his downfall. He had initially intended to bolster the spirits of his crew, assuring them that reinforcements were on the way. However, the morale of his sailors had already been shattered by Doflamingo's overwhelming conqueror's haki. Those still aboard the ship faced no immediate peril. Yet those who had fallen into the sea would inevitably meet a watery demise. The vessel itself lay in ruins, and the fate of the remaining crew members appeared grim, likely leading them to a watery grave. At this juncture, Ron found himself grappling with a sense of regret. Pirates could not be apprehended without incurring significant harm, yet failing to arrest them would allow them to wreak havoc in their vicinity. Was Ron truly being impulsive? No, he firmly believed that this was not the case. Ron pondered for a moment. Had he not encountered Doflamingo, he might have succeeded in imprisoning Snag deep within the confines of the underwater prison. The misfortune he faced stemmed from sheer bad luck, unrelated to the true pursuit of justice. Furthermore, the eradication of pirates invariably involves bloodshed. Today, to be frank, Ron still wished to avoid violence. Even though he understood the harsh reality, war inevitably entails bloodshed, and the elimination of pirates demands tremendous sacrifices. Nevertheless, Ron yearned to evade bloodshed. Regardless, despite his reluctance, the prospects for survival today appeared grim. He resolved to fight with all his might, hoping that the powers of his fruit might salvage him, an unfortunate host. If not, then let him take down a few more adversaries. Thus, After breaking free from Doflamingo's parasitic threads, Ron did not launch a direct assault on Doflamingo. Instead, he leaped aboard Doflamingo's ship. Since today was destined to be the end, none would escape unscathed. Ron let out a furious roar, channeling all his strength into his right hand, where he concentrated his haki. The air armor enveloping his body was entirely summoned to his right hand. Mountain-shattering fist. This technique is Ron's most formidable move. Inspired by the mighty punch of Garp that can level mountains. Boom. Ron was singularly focused on shattering the vessel. The others desperately sought to intervene, yet Ron, undeterred by his own injuries, was intent on mutually assured destruction. With a resounding crack, the ship belonging to Doflamingo splintered into countless fragments. Some members of the Doflamingo family found themselves plunged into the water, rendered powerless in an instant, while others clung to the shattered planks, striving to evade the depths below. Engaged in combat upon the ocean's surface is perilous, particularly for those imbued with the powers of devil fruits. However, exceptions exist. For instance, the likes of Marco and Akiji remain unfazed by the water's treachery. For those lacking such supernatural abilities, the vast expanse of the sea presents its own dangers. Without a vessel, swimming to safety becomes a formidable challenge, unless one possesses the extraordinary prowess of someone like Rayleigh, who could traverse the calm belt solely through sheer swimming ability. Therefore, engaging in battle above the waves necessitates either the capability to fly via a devil fruit or the ability to freeze the surface of the sea. Otherwise, only those of extraordinary strength can hope to navigate the ocean's depths unscathed. Otherwise, peril is ever present. Ron's punch shattered Doflamingo's ship, rendering their escape impossible. Of course, Doflamingo could utilize his strings to pull himself to the clouds and summon a vessel to rescue his subordinates. However, if he were to depart, Ron would undoubtedly slaughter all his men. Despite their formidable strength, few could withstand Ron's onslaught. Meanwhile, Ron's injuries were healing rapidly. Doflamingo fixed his gaze on Ron, veins bulging on his forehead from rage. He knew he had to conclude this swiftly, otherwise, his subordinates would likely perish. It was absurd that a mere child could demand such a heavy toll from the Doflamingo family. Die! Doflamingo shouted, charging forward once more, his fury palpable, his veins protruding. Teetering on the brink of madness. Chapter 71. What in the world is happening? Ron, with a heart resigned to his fate, engages in combat with Doflamingo. Although Doflamingo may seem vastly inferior when compared to formidable foes like Kaido, his prowess remains exceptionally formidable in the grander scheme. From Ron's perspective, he ranks just behind the likes of Mihawk and Bartholomew Kuma among the 7 warlords of the sea, likely holding the 3rd position, closely rivaling Crocodile. After all, he is a master of manipulating threads to such an extraordinary degree, even awakening the powers of his devil fruit. The super whip is one of Doflamingo's most powerful techniques. From the palm of his hand, countless threads converge to form a massive whip. With this whip, Doflamingo can retract, strike, and, when infused with haki, rend buildings asunder. Many adversaries who encounter this move find their bodies shattered by its might. Despite Ron's desperate attempts to evade, he was ultimately struck. Massive wounds gushing forth blood from left to right. Sighing, Ron lamented, "I am bleeding profusely, yet I lack the extraordinary abilities of that insufferable Song Shuhang." Among the myriad of protagonists and novels, Ron harbored the deepest envy for a certain lad named Song Shuhang, who seemed impervious to any formidable opponent. During his early days as a minor cultivator, he could challenge those of the 4th or 5th rank, which was manageable. However, as he grew slightly stronger, he found himself unable to confront anyone besides the 9th rank or the sovereigns. Each time he teetered on the brink of life and death, he miraculously survived. In the context of the world of pirates, it would be akin to Kobe confronting Akainu, not merely withstanding him, but daringly provoking him, to the extent that Akainu could not bring about his demise. Such abilities are indeed enviable, yet Ron possesses none of them. Whenever that individual, Song Shuhang, was on the verge of death, often bleeding profusely, there would invariably be someone to rescue him. Even in death, it mattered not, for there would always be a means to resurrect him. In stark contrast, Ron found himself devoid of any such advantages. "I have no water to fight my battles, nor have I shattered my kitchen utensils. I cannot emulate Han Xion's determination to fight to the last or Seong Yu's resolve to sink my boats. All I can do is remain unyielding, much like Zhou Tai." Ron encouraged himself. "Come on, I fear you not. Even if blood flows profusely and dizziness begins to engulf me, I shall never succumb." Ron swiftly rose to his feet, simultaneously launching a counterattack against Doflamingo. The latter unleashed one of his signature moves, the String of Fate. While this technique would not inflict widespread devastation on Ron's physique, it would manifest as translucent threads cascading from Doflamingo's 5 fingers, piercing through the body of his adversary and embedding themselves into the ground. Thus, although it may not cause extensive external damage, it could indeed result in grievous injuries, potentially leading to internal organ harm. Ron was pierced by threads, his body seemingly nailed to the ground. The more he struggled, the greater the pain in his wounds. Moreover, he was at risk of inflicting further harm upon his own skin and innards. Initially, he had hoped that traversing into this realm would grant him a joyful existence, allowing him to revel in the beauty of the world. It appears, however, that I was merely indulging in wishful thinking. Perhaps I am indeed an anomaly among those who have crossed over. In Ron's mind, the images of his life flashed rapidly before him. The world he once knew and the world he now inhabits. Which of these is a dream? Or is neither a dream? Am I the butterfly, or is the butterfly me? Halt. Just as Doflamingo was about to strike Ron down, Charlotte Smoker intervened, thwarting Doflamingo's attack. He is a vital member of our Charlotte family. He cannot perish at your hands, Smoker stated coldly. Doflamingo sneered dismissively, paying no heed to Smoker, and prepared to kill Ron nonetheless. Bang. Smoker blocked Doflamingo's strike. This is someone important to my mother. Do you truly wish to oppose her? Charlotte Smoker continued. Doflamingo paused, for he knew that he could not easily overpower Smoker, especially if Smoker was determined to protect Ron. Furthermore, Charlotte Linlin was not to be trifled with. Very well. I shall let you take him for now, but rest assured, I will return to claim his life in due time, Doflamingo declared with his usual arrogance. Ron was thus rescued. His body was rapidly recovering, with bleeding areas quickly clotting and visible wounds healing before the naked eye. Such remarkable abilities. Mother would surely appreciate this individual. Charlotte Smoothie had a penchant for collecting rare specimens. Not only do you admire him, but I share that sentiment as well. Suddenly, a voice resonated from the sky. A figure clad in a black interrogation suit, with flaming wings, soared down. Doflamingo widened his eyes in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that Ron would involve so many others. Fire Disaster also arrived. Smoothie furrowed her brow. Disaster was one of the most formidable members of the Beast's pirates. What was he doing here? This little fellow is highly favored by Brother Kaido, so I intend to take him. In truth, Fire Disaster was merely passing through on a mission and stumbled upon this captivating confrontation. Initially, he only wished to observe from afar, but soon realized that Ron's addition to the Beast Pirates would undoubtedly be a significant asset. If nurtured properly, he might surpass that fool Queen. As for that dimwit Jack, perhaps in 2 or 3 years, Ron could even defeat him. Meanwhile, Queen, who was researching potions in Wano, sneezed. Who was insulting me? Could it be that fool Jack? Jack, out at sea on a mission, sneezed twice in quick succession for reasons unknown. His eyes widened in anger. He is already one of us, part of the Charlotte family. Smoothie retorted defiantly. She was determined to return and become her mother's favorite pet. No. Such talent ought to join our Beast Pirates. Fire Disaster glared at Smoothie, who boldly returned his gaze. Thus, both prepared for confrontation. Doflamingo, initially set on departing, paused, intrigued by the potential clash between the two. How frightening it was. Fire Disaster, Charlotte Smoothie, Doflamingo, what a formidable trio. Upon hearing the voice, several individuals immediately sought its source, only to spot Kazara standing on Smoothie's ship, directly behind her. In this moment of crisis, Admiral Kazara had finally arrived. Chapter 72, a chaotic situation with Kazara's arrival. The Navy forces were sure to follow. He could not have flown here alone. He must have arrived by ship, and numerous naval warships began to appear in the surroundings. Alongside Kizaru were 2 rear admirals. Stussy had been a vice admiral under Kizaru during his time as rear admiral. After Fisher Tiger liberated slaves at Mariewa, he formed the Sun Pirates. Kazara was tasked with liaising with the Sun Pirates and had participated in placing the young girl, Koala, within their ranks, exacerbating tensions between fishmen and humans. Koala, still young, would eventually partner with Sabo and become a pivotal figure in the Revolutionary Army. Following a conflict with the Sun Pirates, Stussy had a confrontation with Jinbe, resulting in a bump on her head from a punch. The second rear admiral accompanying Kazara was a formidable one, known as the Weasel. He commanded the 1st Division of the Navy and would play a crucial role as the Navy ventured into the New World, exchanging positions with the Navy headquarters. With around 10 warships, 1 admiral, and 2 rear admirals, the prospect of continuing the battle here seemed bleak. As Smoothie caught sight of Kazara, she trembled, realizing the imminent danger. The threat was alarmingly close. Known for her composure within her family, she was one of Big Mom's most exceptional children. She had maintained her poise even in the presence of numerous powerful pirates and formidable Navy officers. However, the disparity in strength between her and the Admiral was insurmountable. It must be said that Smoothie was still quite young, and her fear was palpable. In contrast, Doflamingo remained remarkably calm while facing Kizaru. You billion-belly bounty pirates all possess extraordinary skills. How terrifying. With a swift kick, Kizaru sent Smoothie flying, then proceeded to rescue Ron. At that moment, Fire Disaster lunged forward, intent on capturing Ron. Fire Disaster was undeniably courageous. Notably, this individual dared to kick Big Mom's ship. Oh, such speed. Have you ever experienced light-speed kicks? Kizaru executed a kick, forcing Disaster to evade, thereby missing the opportunity to seize Ron. Although Fire Disaster could fly and was extraordinarily swift, he paled in comparison to Kizaru. Fire Disaster was resolute. He had simply encountered this scene while on a mission and believed Ron to be a promising talent worthy of the Beast Pirates. Though he made an earnest effort, he ultimately gained nothing. Kizaru seized Ron and brought him aboard his ship. Fire Disaster departed swiftly, but at sea. Others could not escape so rapidly. Thus, the ensuing scene grew somewhat awkward. Smoothie's crew aimed to thoroughly capture Ron, yet with Admiral Kizaru and 2 rear admirals present, her forces were insufficient. However, Smoothie remained relatively unperturbed. They were quite close to Tato Land, and she was astute enough to recognize that Kizaru's primary objective was not merely to rescue Ron. This was evident to all. For Ron had captured a member of the Charlotte family, prompting them to strike against the Navy base monitoring them. Admiral Kizaru was primarily there to support the Navy base. At that moment, the most uncomfortable individual was Doflamingo, who had been feigning calmness. His ship lay destroyed by Ron, and many of his subordinates, while on deck, were in a precarious position. He soon noticed Kizaru watching him, though strong and composed. A hint of awkwardness flickered in Doflamingo's eyes as Kizaru extended a finger glowing with yellow light. Long time no see, Doflamingo. What brings you here? The yellow ape chuckled. One cannot help but acknowledge that Don Quixote Doflamingo is indeed quite unfortunate and rather embarrassed. Had his ship remained intact, he would likely be in a much better position. This time, the yellow ape undertook his mission to support the naval base, and if he happened to encounter Ron, he would seize the opportunity. Thus, he typically refrains from engaging in other matters. However, at present, the majority of Doflamingo's cadre find themselves precariously perched upon shattered planks. Aside from Doflamingo and Buffalo, the others lack the means to escape. This effectively presents the yellow ape with a splendid gift. Doflamingo charged towards the yellow ape with a fierce intent. How terrifying! The yellow ape remarked while evading. Then, with his left hand raised and right hand lowered, he executed a signature move, the 8-Shocky Mirror. Crack! Doflamingo's defenses were shattered, and his body was pierced through. Doflamingo cast a furious glance at Ron, blaming him for the predicament he now faced. If not for Ron, he would not be in such a dire state. The current situation has plunged the Don Quixote family into a desperate plight, prompting all members to unite in preparation to confront the Admiral, the yellow ape. Meanwhile, Smoker and others swiftly retreated while simultaneously informing their headquarters of the unfolding circumstances. How terrifying! Each member of the Don Quixote family is as formidable as a monster, exclaiming in fear as they send one of Doflamingo's cadre flying with a kick. Ron also widened his eyes. After a period of recuperation, his profuse bleeding had ceased, his wounds were gradually healing, and his consciousness was slowly returning. Then he witnessed the astonishing spectacle of Kizaru. Truly, a Marine Admiral. If this is his usual restraint, one can only wonder what his true limits might be. Ron remains unaware of when he will truly comprehend the gravity of confronting the 4 emperors in earnest, contingent upon the timely receipt of his remuneration. The Don Quixote family is engulfed in profound discontent and fury, yet they find themselves powerless to retaliate. Once, he harbored aspirations of attaining a strength akin to that of an admiral, believing he had the potential to ascend to the status of pirate king. In earlier encounters with admirals, he felt the disparity in strength was not insurmountable. However, upon encountering the time-pressured Kizaru, he came to a stark realization of the vast chasm that existed between himself and the admirals. Had it not been for the destruction of the Don Quixote family's ship, their escape might have been feasible, and Kizaru may not have pursued their capture. Yet, fate has presented this extraordinary opportunity. Kizaru deemed it advantageous to apprehend them. Thus, the Don Quixote family found themselves reluctantly subdued and shackled, each member confined with sea-stone cuffs and iron chains. I am Borsellino. The Don Quixote family has been apprehended. Please dispatch a team for their reception promptly. After placing the call, Kazara divided his team into two. Stussy accompanied Kazara to assist Rear Admiral Prodi, while Ron and the Weasel transported the Don Quixote family to the depths of Impel Down. Upon receiving Kazara's call, Sengoku swiftly prepared to dispatch personnel to escort the Don Quixote family to Impel Down in a timely manner. Given the unexpected turn of events, Sengoku sought to ensure no further complications arose and decided to urge Akiji to hasten his efforts. At this moment, Akiji was basking in the sun on a beach, indulging in a leisurely slumber. Exhausted from cycling, he had lain down to rest for a spell, only to be roused by the incessant ringing of a snail phone. "Kazan, where are you? A mission awaits your execution." Initially vexed at being disturbed from his slumber, Akiji begrudgingly accepted the call upon recognizing Sengoku's voice. "What mission?" "There is a significant incident requiring your assistance on an island not far from Impel Down." Sengoku contemplated the dangers Ron might face, never anticipating that Don Quixote would launch an interception, nor could he have foreseen Ron's remarkable resilience. Against all odds, Ron had obliterated Don Quixote's ship, leading directly to the capture of the family's officers. Typically, naval engagements between the Marines and pirates are rare occurrences upon the open sea, and the destruction of vessels in such confrontations is indeed uncommon. The imprisonment of Don Quixote in Impel Down is of paramount importance. The confinement of such notorious pirates, coupled with the dissemination of this news, would surely serve as a formidable deterrent. Thus, Sengoku, seeking to avert any unforeseen complications, urged Akiji to expedite his support. Regrettably, Akiji's distance rendered any swift assistance unlikely. Ron's progress has been remarkably smooth. He has already recovered significantly from his injuries. "I never anticipated your recovery abilities to be so formidable," said the Dormouse with a smile. "I suppose I am fortunate. I owe my gratitude to Admiral Borsalino for his timely arrival." Ron chuckled and said, "After these events unfolded, the Marshal promptly ordered General Borsalino to arrive without delay. One must indeed commend the Marshal's foresight. Of course, Ron, your combat prowess should not be underestimated. Had you faltered, it is quite possible we would not have captured Don Quixote da Flamingo." Ron chuckled bitterly. It was not that Ron possessed extraordinary strength, but rather that he had no choice but to fight desperately. Indeed, Ron was remarkably powerful. Someone had actually engaged with Weasel's words. Clad in a mask and dressed in black attire reminiscent of Magellan and Impel Down, it was fire disaster. Weasel's expression changed instantly, and those around the cabin braced themselves for action. "Are you here to rescue Doflamingo?" Ron inquired. "That fool holds no value for me. I am far more intrigued by you. Your name is Ron, is it not? Join our beast pirates." Fire Disaster boldly invited Ron in the midst of a gathering of Navy officers. "Had you not already departed? What brings you back?" Rear Admiral Weasel asked, gripping his sword with his right hand while pressing down on the scabbard with his left, directing his words at Fire Disaster. "Returning is my habit. It is what we call the art of deception in warfare." Note: Fire Disaster had employed this tactic when he harassed the Big Mom pirates during their landing in Wano, feigning retreat only to launch a surprise attack. This strategy proved highly effective. At this moment, Admiral Borsalino undoubtedly had pressing matters to attend to, while Rear Admiral Prodi awaited his assistance. Who would have anticipated that Fire Disaster, who had seemingly flown away, would return? This was primarily due to Ron, the Zoan fruit user. Ron possesses formidable recovery abilities and combat prowess, coupled with his youth and exceptional talent. After a period of training and enhancement, he is destined to reach even greater heights. Thus, Blaze holds Ron in high regard. "What consequences might arise if I were to decline joining your beast pirates?" Ron gazed intently into the eyes of the fire embers, his entire being enveloped in a heightened state of vigilance. "Relax, do not be so tense. I shall grant you a few moments to ponder. Consider which faction would be more advantageous for you." The words spoken by the fire embers evoked a peculiar sensation, oscillating between gentleness and an overwhelming dominance, ultimately leaving an awkward impression. Could it be that this soft-spoken entity was indeed the formidable fire embers, the strongest among the three calamities? Ron was uncertain whether the blaze had earned the title of Inferno, yet he had grown accustomed to referring to him as such. This manner of speech was certainly uncharacteristic of him. Soon, Ron discerned the peculiarities in Blaze's communication. Moments passed, and as silence lingered, it became evident that Blaze was inclined to welcome Ron into the beast pirates. "Let us depart," Blaze declared, attempting to grasp Ron's hand. "It is a privilege to fly with me." In these treacherous waters, Blaze was a figure of considerable danger. Despite the Navy's vigilant stance, they dared not act rashly. The reasoning was simple. Collectively, They were no match for Blaze, and he possessed the innate ability to conjure flames. Should a fire ignite here, who, besides Blaze, could hope to escape the inferno? It was no wonder that he had risen to the ranks of elite masters. Speaking of such fortunate matters, I too wish to partake. Blaze mused. Suddenly, another figure descended from the skies. The individual, enveloped in blue flames, captivated all upon landing. Long time no see, Marco. I didn't expect you to join us. Blaze greeted him with a cheerful demeanor. Your expression and words are quite disconcerting, Blaze, remarked Marco. Adorned in a pineapple hairstyle and a purple coat, his entire being ablaze with blue flames. I've already set my sights on Ron, and no one is permitted to contest him. Therefore, you shall inevitably be disappointed. Blaze naturally assumed that Marco regarded Ron as an extraordinarily gifted individual, keen on recruiting him into his pirate crew. Observing the two formidable pirates engaging in such audacious banter, the naval soldiers grew increasingly anxious, yet they remained motionless, their eyes fixed on Admiral Mouse, hoping he would devise a strategy. However, even Admiral Mouse had never encountered such a spectacle. Two elite pirates stood on the Navy's deck, intent on claiming a naval soldier as a member of their crew. This scene, if recounted, would likely be met with disbelief, yet here it was, unfolding before them. Reality, at times, proves to be more dramatic than fiction. Ron glanced to his left at the figure of Ember, and then to his right at Marco. Confusion enveloped him. What exactly were these pirates scheming? Was he truly so well regarded? Chapter 74. The atmosphere is tense. In truth, Marco had been closely monitoring Ron's progress. After Lavara returned with the report that Ron wished to join the Navy, Marco had kept an eye on Ron's development. To his surprise, Ron displayed remarkable talent and progressed at an astonishing rate. He had even secured first place in the Navy's annual newcomer competition. Now, hearing that Ron had arrived in the New World, Marco contemplated the possibility of meeting him when time permitted. He felt a twinge of guilt regarding this young man, as the troubles that had befallen Ron's village occurred under his jurisdiction, resulting in its destruction. Thus, Marco remained vigilant about Ron's movements in the New World and prepared to offer assistance should any danger arise. He longed to see what remained of the village's last descendant. This led to the current scene. Marco had indeed witnessed the clash between Ron and Don Quixote da Flamingo. At that moment, he had been ready to intervene, but refrained upon seeing Admiral Kizaru's arrival. Now, with Kizaru assisting Rear Admiral Prodi, Ron and the Squirrel were tasked with escorting the Don Quixote family to the depths of the underwater prison. Initially, Marco believed Ron had weathered the crisis. Yet he was unprepared for the resurgence of Ember. Since Marco had also arrived, a choice was to be made. Ember suspected that Marco recognized Ron's potential and intended to recruit him into the Whitebeard Pirates. After all, Ron was a mythical Zoan, rarer than even the Logia type. Consequently, the once assured Ember found it prudent to take a step back and allow Ron to make the choice himself, for besting Marco was no trivial feat. I believe there may be a misunderstanding. I am a member of the Navy and shall not align myself with either of your factions. Ron spoke earnestly. Compared to the previously tense atmosphere, he now felt a sense of relief. After all, Margao and the Blaze were undoubtedly not allies, which meant that the two might restrain each other. Even if Margao might not assist Ron, Blaze would surely harbor some apprehensions. Is there a familial bond within the Navy? I respect your choice, but I hope you will not come to regret it, Margao remarked. He also cast a glance at Blaze. Blaze, you have chosen to join the Navy and are unwilling to align with the Beast Pirates. Do you intend to pursue this relentlessly? Blaze looked at Margao, then at Ron. Though he felt a tinge of reluctance, he sensed that his connection with Ron was still tenuous, and he would seek another opportunity in the future. I hope you will also give careful thought to the Beast Pirates. We are true pirates, living a life of freedom and joy. In the Navy, you may find yourself regretting your choice down the line. His words mirrored those of Margao, as both believed that Ron would come to regret his decision after joining the Navy. After all, the greater the power within the Navy, the more constraints one would face. Ultimately, Blaze departed. Margao cast one last glance at Ron before taking flight as well, setting aside their threats. The two of them looked incredibly cool and impressive as they soared through the sky, Margao enveloped in blue flames and Blaze in yellow. Indeed, Margao appeared slightly more dashing. Truly a mythical beast. Ron nodded, subsequently overwhelmed by a sense of frustration. Why was it that all the mythical beasts appeared so strikingly handsome? There was no need to mention Marco, who was enveloped in blue flames, resembling a phoenix. This form alone exuded an aura of intimidation and allure in the air. Although Fire Scorch seemed slightly less impressive than Marco, he was undeniably cool, being a dragon adorned with unique flames. This ancient breed appeared far more dazzling compared to his own mythical beast lineage. Kaido, on the other hand, was even more magnificent, transforming into a divine dragon form, which Ron perceived as the essence of an Eastern dragon. Thus, it was evident that Eastern dragons possessed greater prowess. Kaido commanded numerous dragon fruit users among his ranks, known as the Three Calamities and Six Sons. Except for the drought-inflicting Jack, the rest were all dragon fruit users. However, these were ancient varieties, bearing a semblance to Western dragons, and paled in comparison to Kaido's mythical Eastern dragon form. Kaido was striking, Marco was striking, and even Sengoku had an impressive aura. Yet, he felt somewhat lackluster by comparison. Despite being a mythical beast himself, why did he feel such a vast disparity? His transformation lacked grandeur and was not impressive, nor was its power particularly formidable. Nevertheless, he was relieved that the crisis had finally passed. They had taken flight, alleviating the immense pressure he felt. The weasel chuckled, expressing surprise at Ron's calm demeanor in their presence. You truly live up to being Zephyr's prized disciple, the weasel marveled. It is not due to my composure, Ron replied, but rather our lack of alternatives. If a battle were to ensue, we would surely be outmatched. Thus, it is better to face it with equanimity. Ron chuckled, expressing his surprise at the level of interest directed toward him. Are you aware that the devil fruits are categorized into 3 distinct classes? The squirrel remarked. At this moment, with the crisis averted, the atmosphere aboard the ship relaxed considerably. The squirrel also began to regain composure, no longer maintaining the tense demeanor of earlier. I am indeed aware of this. The devil fruits are divided into 3 primary categories: Zoan type, Paramecia type, and Logia type. Among them, the Logia type is generally considered the most formidable. You are correct in stating that the Logia type is the rarest and possesses the greatest strength. However, did you know that the mythical Zoan type is even more elusive than the Logia type? Presently, there are merely 4 known mythical Zoan types. One belongs to you, another to Admiral Sengoku, the third to Kaido, and the last to the recently departed Phoenix Marco, the squirrel stated earnestly. Thus, it is precisely this reason that has drawn their attention to you. A well-developed mythical Zoan can rival the power of a Logia. Ron listened to the words of the squirrel and came to understand that mythical beasts are exceedingly rare. If one could fully develop their potential, the results would undoubtedly be astonishing. Although he had not yet performed to his utmost capability, he believed that if he could harness the power of the fruit properly, he would become immensely powerful in the future. Let us hasten to impel down, he suggested. There should be no further issues along the way. Do not worry, the squirrel replied with a smile. There will certainly be no more problems. He then pointed behind Ron, prompting Ron to witness a remarkable sight. Though he had seen such a scene before on television, witnessing it in reality was a completely different experience. Indeed, at that moment, Admiral Kizaru was riding a bicycle with remarkable speed towards Ron. The urgency of his ride suggested that this was no leisurely excursion, but rather a mission at hand. Upon arriving, Kizaru briefly inquired about the situation and expressed his admiration for the task Ron and his companions were undertaking. Very well, let us proceed to impel down, he affirmed, having put away his bicycle. His familiar subordinates brought forth his lounge chair. We can afford to sail slowly now. Let's take our time reaching impel down. Reclining in his chair, Kizaru lowered his eye mask, stating, riding a bicycle is truly exhausting. With that, he prepared to rest, while Kizaru came to this place to sleep. The others aboard the ship felt a strange sense of relief. It appeared that Doflamingo's fate was sealed. He would likely no longer serve as one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Ron's innocence was somewhat evident, as matters here were progressing smoothly. And with Admiral Paulusalino's arrival, the situation under Vice Admiral Prati had also calmed. The maritime dynamics were intricate. Kizaru could not remain indefinitely, leading Charlotte Linlin to withdraw her forces. Even in Kizaru's absence, she had no intention of launching further assaults, as it would serve no purpose. After all, having made her point, losing a son was not insurmountable. She could always bear more. With Charlotte's retreat, Kizaru naturally returned to headquarters, and the tumultuous sea seemed to regain its deceptive calm. Nevertheless, Ron's performance during this operation had been remarkable. Sengoku believed it appropriate to promote Ron to Rear Admiral, given his combat prowess and aptitude for handling situations. However, determining which division he should be assigned posed a considerable dilemma, so for the time being, they decided to keep Ron at Navy headquarters. Capturing one of Linlin's sons and several of Doflamingo's subordinates was indeed a significant achievement. Sengoku chuckled as he remarked to Tsuru. Look at your expression. For years, I could not catch Doflamingo, akin to a slippery fish, Who would have thought that Ron would inadvertently manage to apprehend him? Tsuru, equally pleased, responded, well, it wasn't entirely by chance. Ron consistently surprises others because they tend to underestimate his strength. Doflamingo, too, regarded Ron merely as easy prey, never anticipating that he would fight back fiercely and destroy his ship. Thus, underestimating an opponent is perilous, Sengoku cautioned. Given your cautious nature, how could you ever afford to underestimate anyone? What are your thoughts on the warlord system? The warlord system was a proposal conceived by Sengoku, which, upon submission to the world government, received approval and has since recruited 3 warlords. I find this proposal quite commendable. I have often pondered how to better regulate the era of great pirates. Utilizing pirates to control other pirates might be a viable strategy, Sengoku stated. However, Tsuru raised a concern. Have you considered that empowering 7 notorious pirates with the authority to plunder might inflict deeper wounds upon this world and make them even stronger? Tsuru had been contemplating this matter for some time. The number of pirates at sea was increasing, and the Navy faced challenges in combating them. While Sengoku's proposal had its merits, the risk of selecting 7 legitimate pirates who might exploit their newfound power to bolster their own strength could lead to a situation akin to the current reign of maritime emperors. I have indeed given this matter considerable thought. I believe they will not allow their strength to grow excessively. Those pirates out at sea are not easily managed. It would be beneficial for them to engage in mutual conflict, weakening and balancing one another, Sengoku asserted confidently. I am convinced that this measure will significantly curtail pirate activities. And in time, you will come to endorse my proposal. Seeing Sengoku's unwavering confidence, Tsuru realized she could not dissuade him and shook her head. I hope my concerns will prove unfounded. Rest assured, in my view, such a scenario is highly improbable. The increasing number of pirates was indeed a considerable headache. The Navy possessed scientific training methods and pathways for improvement, enabling each sailor to gradually develop into an exceptional combatant. In contrast, the fierce competition among pirates meant that those who survived long at sea were often formidable. Although they lacked the scientific and systematic training of the Navy, many had endured life and death trials. In light of this, Sengoku devised a rather ruthless strategy to collaborate with those seasoned pirates who had faced life-threatening challenges, thereby restricting the growth of lesser pirates. This is how the warlord system was born. At this moment, Sengoku was still reveling in his own wisdom and saw no flaws in Tsuru's concerns. He believed he possessed sufficient capability to manage the development of these pirates. It was only upon receiving a new directive that he began to question the validity of the warlord system. Release Doflamingo. Why? We expended tremendous effort to apprehend him. The world government official on the phone explained. He is a suitable candidate for the warlords. Could we not select another pirate? There are many powerful pirates at sea. Why choose Doflamingo at this time? For Sengoku, having captured a pirate, there was little desire to release him. If the selection of the 7 warlords of the sea were merely a matter of identifying formidable pirates, there are indeed several powerful individuals currently incarcerated in the Grand Prison. For instance, Douglas Bullet, the successor to the legendary Gold Roger. Why not consider such candidates? The underlying intention of Sengoku was to establish a system where these notorious pirates could engage in mutual conflict with those newly venturing into the seas. Ultimately, Sengoku aimed to employ the 7 warlords to counterbalance and weaken the influence of pirates on the world, thereby diminishing their capacity for destruction. Pirates who have already been apprehended naturally lack the ability to wreak havoc upon the world, so it would be illogical to release them. However, the imperative of obeying higher orders left Sengoku perplexed. Why must Don Quixote Doflamingo be appointed as a warlord? In Chapter 76, The West Sea, Doflamingo is released from prison and assumes the title of Warlord of the Sea. At this time, Doflamingo has not yet usurped the throne of Dressrosa, and thus his arrest has not significantly impacted the populace, many of whom remain unaware of his past. The laughter of Doflamingo on the day of his release was somewhat jarring to Ron, and not only to him. Sengoku found it equally disconcerting. This contradicted the original intent behind the proposal of the 7 warlords. We are partners now, are we not? Doflamingo laughed heartily as he departed the deep-sea prison with his family and subordinates. He had long harbored a plan, only delayed by Ron's interference. Now that he has become a warlord, it is time to implement this scheme. A man like Doflamingo will inevitably commit further misdeeds, and I hope you will remain vigilant. Ron spoke to Zhangguo with a hint of anger. Zhangguo observed the somewhat dazed Ron before him, reminiscent of his own past, filled with a sense of righteousness. Where do you wish to go next, Ron? Zhangguo did not respond directly to Ron's inquiry. The primary purpose of summoning him to the office was to gauge Ron's thoughts. He felt it necessary to understand Ron's aspirations before contemplating personnel arrangements. The significant turmoil that arose during Ron's time under Major General Plody had given Zhang pause. Originally, he had hoped that the two could coexist harmoniously, allowing Ron to stabilize his character. Is the Marshal inquiring about me? I shall comply with the Marshal's arrangements. Ron was somewhat bewildered by the implications of the Warring States period. Presently, he was merely an ordinary Marine, devoid of any authority or capability to dictate his own path. Thus, he was taken aback when Sengoku inquired about his thoughts. In truth, Sengoku was equally troubled. Ron possessed immense potential and strength, which, despite his less than 2 years in the Navy, had already distinguished him remarkably. Such prowess seemed almost squandered if confined to the 4 seas. However, placing him in the New World posed its dangers. Today he might incur the wrath of Charlotte Linlin, and tomorrow perhaps that of Kaido, with the day after potentially bringing him face to face with Whitebeard. Sengoku was not intimidated by these figures. Rather, it was the Navy's current inadequacy in confronting them that concerned him. Should they launch an assault on the naval headquarters, there might be a chance to subdue them. But in the New World, it was their territory. It must be admitted that, despite the Navy's continuous growth and expansion over the years, its dominion over these seas remained somewhat deficient. The ocean was simply too vast. After this battle, you must be weary. I can grant you a respite for a while, and we shall consider your assignment thereafter. The situation with Vice Admiral Prodi has stabilized for the moment, and Sengoku was reluctant to send Ron back. Should he inadvertently provoke Charlotte Linlin again, any ensuing misfortune would be regrettable. It was not out of fear of Linlin, but rather the current global dynamics that rendered the Navy incapable of contending with an overwhelming number of pirates. Concentrating forces against Linlin might yield success, yet it would leave the Navy vulnerable elsewhere. Alas, after Ron stepped outside, Zhang Guo let out a sigh. He hoped that the 7 Warlords system would yield some effect. Roger has been deceased for over a decade, yet the era of great maritime exploration he initiated continues to intensify. The number of pirates has been on a relentless rise each year, while the increase in naval forces pales in comparison. Moreover, exceptional young sailors are a rare find, which is one of the persistent headaches for the Warring States. However, Ron remains indifferent to their troubles, with a holiday at hand. He is determined to take a leisurely stroll. It has been quite some time since he last saw his senior sister, so he shall pay her a visit. Ron was uncertain about the number of days he had off, yet he deemed it a fortunate opportunity to have some leisure time. Thus, he resolved to pay a visit to Aang. When Ron was dispatched to the New World, Ian was assigned to the Western Sea. During his journey to the Western Sea, Ron passed through a small town. The residents of the town were in great distress, speaking cautiously as they traversed the streets. Upon stepping into the town, Ron immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Upon entering a restaurant, he found the ambience to be exceedingly oppressive. Each patron was absorbed in their own meal, with only the occasional hushed whisper breaking the silence. The arrival of a stranger seemed to evoke a palpable tension among many. This was peculiar. It did not resemble the typical state of a bustling eatery. While a restaurant need not be overwhelmingly noisy, it should at least possess a semblance of conviviality, with patrons engaging in conversation and clinking glasses. Yet the silence was so profound that even the sounds of chewing and drinking were distinctly audible. "Bring me some meat and a few fine wines," Ron requested. The proprietor, without uttering a word, soon brought forth Ron's meal. Ron's manner of eating was certainly far from the genteel demeanor exhibited by others. He first bowed slightly to the food before indulging in it with vigorous gusto, paying no heed to his own image. The sounds of his consumption were rather pronounced. "Dear guest, might you dine a tad more quietly? Have I disturbed anyone? Is this town, perchance, named Quieville?" From the moment Ron entered this peculiar town, he sensed a notable difference. The marketplace was devoid of lively chatter, and the voices of the townsfolk were scarcely above a whisper. They spoke in hushed tones, never daring to raise their voices, even within the restaurant. The atmosphere lacked any semblance of vivacity, with patrons drinking in a subdued manner. In essence, silence was paramount. In this quaint town, one must avoid generating any undue noise. Ron found himself somewhat perplexed, yet he acquiesced to the counsel offered. Perhaps this was merely the custom of the town. At that moment, a burly man, inebriated and perhaps overly indulged, inadvertently let a bottle of wine slip from his grasp, shattering it upon the floor with a resounding crash. In the stillness of the surroundings, the cacophony of the breaking bottle was jarringly loud. The onlookers regarded the man with peculiar glances, tinged with a hint of sympathy. The man, having shattered the bottle, seemed to awaken from his stupor, panic overtaking him as he wept uncontrollably, repeatedly exclaiming, I did not mean to. Yet, No amount of protest could alter his fate, as two soldiers emerged from the shadows to escort him away. Ron found the situation rather peculiar. Was it merely a shattered wine glass? Compensation to the establishment would suffice, and a simple cleanup would resolve the matter. Why then was someone taken away? He hastily finished his meal, settled his bill, and dashed outside, eager to discern the unfolding circumstances. Chapter 76. The Swan Fruit Ability User Driven by Pure Curiosity. Ron followed suit, intent on uncovering the cause behind such an incident. The man who had broken the glass had already been apprehended and was being interrogated in the square. Ron found it utterly incomprehensible that merely shattering a wine glass could warrant such severe punishment. This nation had instituted a law prohibiting excessive noise, and those who transgressed this decree were subject to retribution. Before him stood a figure, turned away, seemingly clutching a cane and adorned with a hat reminiscent of a magician's. Ron felt a sense of familiarity. "Isn't this just a minor disturbance?" Ron Export remarked. However, the individual paid no heed to Ron. Creating a disturbance in public is utterly unacceptable. Now, prepare to face the consequences. The man's subordinate seized the whip and struck the uncle, who had just shattered the wine glass, mercilessly. The flesh was torn and blood flowed. It was Ron's first encounter with such a scene. To speak candidly, the imagery of a whip striking a person was something he had only observed in historical dramas, which often lacked authenticity. The costumes from the past, juxtaposed with modern circumstances, dulled the visual impact. The films he had watched that depicted such visceral moments were too harrowing for him to endure fully. He often skimmed past scenes involving whips or candles dripping onto flesh, as the other visuals were stimulating and engaging. Thus, while Ron had witnessed instances of whip violence, he had never comprehended them deeply until now, and the reality was indeed terrifying. Wasn't it merely a shattered cup? Such a severe punishment seems unwarranted, he remarked, finally capturing the attention of a figure nearby. This individual, adorned with a hat reminiscent of a magician's and leaning on a cane akin to an umbrella, bore an extremely pallid complexion. His skin was ghostly white, and his lips appeared to be painted with black lipstick, projecting a rather fearsome aura. It was then that Ron recognized him, Lafitte, a notorious figure hailing from the West Sea, poised to become a pivotal member of the Blackbeard pirates. Lafitte's association with Blackbeard's ascent to the title of Warlord of the Sea was well known, and whispers of his rigorous enforcement of the law had circulated widely. "In this city, my word is law. Only through strict adherence to it can society maintain order," Lafitte asserted. While there was merit in his argument regarding the need for stringent law enforcement, Ron couldn't help but feel that the punishment was excessively harsh. Surely, compensating the establishment for the broken cup and cleaning up the mess would suffice. Lafitte's reasoning suggested that without severe repercussions for their transgressions, individuals would continue to err. "I aim to instill a recognition of their mistakes, illustrating the grave consequences of wrongdoing to preclude future offenses," he declared with righteous conviction. While Ron acknowledged the validity of such principles, especially concerning serious crimes that inflicted harm on others, he believed the current situation did not warrant such severity. For acts that incited public outrage or jeopardized the safety and well-being of others, the law could indeed be enforced with unwavering rigor. However, a mere broken cup, an incident that posed no real threat to anyone and only startled bystanders momentarily, did not justify an excessive response. Surely, offering some form of compensation to the aggrieved party would suffice, rather than subjecting the clumsy individual to such merciless treatment. Ron endeavored to reason with others, only to swiftly realize the extent of his own misconceptions. Engaging in rational discourse is indeed a matter of great significance. In all endeavors, one must appeal to reason. However, it is a lamentable truth that not many individuals possess a true understanding of rationality. The number of those who genuinely grasp the essence of reason is exceedingly scant. Consequently, attempts at rational persuasion often culminate in failure. Despite the existence of moral truths and logical principles, many individuals remain indifferent, oblivious to their own shortcomings, and may even perceive the one attempting to enlighten them as meddlesome or self-righteous. "Are you new to our town?" Lafayette inquired. "I advise you to refrain from involving yourself in this matter, and be mindful of your words and actions. Should you continue to speak out, I shall be compelled to charge you with obstruction of justice." Ron glanced at the villagers who stood at a distance, gesturing to himself. He had grasped their intent. It is human nature to gather and observe the spectacle, yet this time, Ron had stepped forward with the intention of rescuing the uncle, a stranger to him, who found himself in this predicament merely due to a shattered wine glass. However, no one dared to encroach upon the scene. It appeared that Lafitte wielded considerable influence here. "Lafitte, the authority you wield is meant to safeguard the tranquility of the locale, not to exploit your power for reckless indulgence. Your actions have transgressed the law. Oh. And what law do you claim I have violated? Lafitte regarded the brazen newcomer with keen interest, for it had been quite some time since he had encountered such boldness. Many outsiders who arrived in this small town would be warmly informed of its rules by the local residents, thus refraining from causing disturbances, as the consequences of such actions were dire. At last, he had come across someone audacious enough to stir trouble, and Lafitte felt a flicker of delight. His retort momentarily left Ron at a loss for words. Ron possesses little understanding of the laws governing this world. The realm of law is indeed a sophisticated discipline, one that demands considerable effort to master fully. Your inability to articulate a defense suggests that I have not violated any laws. Rather, it is you who have committed the offense of obstructing justice. Consequently, I shall now proceed to enact punishment upon you in my capacity as an enforcer of the law. A smirk played upon Lafitte's lips as he prepared to strike Ron. He gently rested his hand on his cane, which, unbeknownst to many, concealed a sword within. This weapon had been instrumental in vanquishing numerous foes. His favored tactic involved employing hypnotic suggestions to ensnare his adversaries, only to subsequently deliver them gently from this world with his blade. However, Ron's ensuing words caught him off guard. You have transgressed the galactic justice law concerning theft. The phrase galactic justice law flooded Lafitte's mind with a multitude of questions. He pondered, so this is the term used to describe the laws of this land? Yet, Lafitte was but a mere constable, lacking any profound comprehension of legal matters. Despite his ignorance, he relished in wielding the authority of law as a pretext for his brutality. You have already committed the offense of obstructing justice. We shall discuss the galactic justice law in due course. For now, I am bound to administer punishment. Chapter 76, Is it a mythical beast? Before the words had even left his lips, Lafitte sprang into action, drawing his sword from its sheath. He charged at Ron with swift determination, ready to deliver his judgment. Ron swiftly evaded the attack. One must admit that Lafitte's speed of assault was remarkably swift. However, Ron's reflexes were equally quick. Lafitte's expression was tinged with surprise. Having served as the sheriff of this quaint town for many years, Lafitte had never encountered anyone capable of withstanding 3 of his strikes, nor had he ever met someone as fast as Ron. He was taken aback to find a master today. FAI 4-1. This might have been Lafitte's ultimate technique. Due to the rapidity and tone of his pronunciation, Ron could not grasp it immediately. Yet, it was evident that Lafitte lunged towards Ron with incredible speed, his figure appearing to multiply around him. The onlookers murmured among themselves, hesitant to raise their voices. Yet, by observing their expressions, Ron understood that this was likely one of Lafitte's signature moves, expected to yield astonishing results. Ron closed his eyes, for the sight of Lafitte's dance was somewhat dazzling. It proved to be a wise decision, as Lafitte's performance possessed an immensely hypnotic quality. This effect might be attributed to the synergy with Lafitte's fruit abilities, yet after Ron shut his eyes, the impact on him diminished significantly. Although Ron's observation hockey has not reached an advanced level, it does exhibit remarkable efficacy in unexpected situations. For instance, when walking with his eyes closed, Ron manages to avoid falling into pits. Ron has been diligently honing his observation hockey, aspiring to refine it to the extent that he can perceive the future. Though achieving such a feat from a great distance proves quite challenging, truly elite practitioners of observation hockey can engage in combat without relying on their eyesight, and are scarcely hindered by such limitations. Take Fujitora, for instance. Despite his reliance on a cane for navigation in daily life, he exhibits formidable prowess when in battle. Suddenly, Lafitte launched a swift assault towards Ron, executing 3 strikes aimed directly at his chest. His speed was remarkable, and within Ron's observation hockey, he discerned the 3 blades approaching him from above, the middle, and below, targeting his chest with precision. Ron found it rather peculiar. How could one perceive 3 distinct colors? Ron was stabbed. Ron suspected that this situation might be related to Lafayette's fruit ability, which could have caused such an occurrence. The Arhut star-shattering fist. With a furious roar, Ron launched a swift punch aimed directly at Lafitte's forehead. This attack, executed with remarkable speed, caught Lafitte off guard as he thrust his sword towards Ron's chest, confident that his blade would reach its target first. Yet, in the very next moment, panic seized him. Ron's body expanded rapidly, a colossal shadow emerging from his back, while a dark, cloud-like aura enveloped his fist as it surged towards Lafitte. In that instant, Lafitte felt as if he were a solitary boat adrift on a tranquil lake, only for the serene waters to transform into a tempestuous sea. The metamorphosis Ron underwent elongated his arms and inflated his muscles, the once ethereal air around him now taking on a tangible form, coiling around him like ominous storm clouds. The fist, shrouded in thick darkness, hurtled towards Lafitte's forehead, while Lafitte's sword, which had been poised to pierce Ron's chest, now felt distant and unreachable. Realizing his grave miscalculation, Lafitte had believed that his graceful swan-like movements would hinder Ron, slowing him down. He had envisioned the exhilarating sensation of his blade sinking into Ron's chest, savoring the expression of helpless frustration that would adorn Ron's face as he failed to strike Lafitte. Such feelings and expressions were his greatest delight. He relished the sound of his sword embedding itself in an enemy's chest and the pain etched upon their visage. He cherished the thought of his adversaries barely missing their mark, their faces twisted in regret as they fell. However, who could have anticipated such a sudden turn of events? If this punch were to connect, Lafitte would certainly suffer grievous injuries, if not death. In a moment of critical urgency, Lafitte resolutely transformed, his hands morphing into the wings of a swan. These wings hardened, infused with the essence of armed hockey, ready to withstand Ron's impending blow. Simultaneously, he retracted his sword, retreating to mitigate the force of the strike. While he could not evade this punch, he aimed to minimize the damage it would inflict upon him. Bang! Ron delivered a powerful blow to Lafitte's wing, sending him soaring through the air. This spectacle elicited uncontainable cheers from the onlookers. Although many were captivated by the scene, they could only observe from a distance, hesitant to voice their opinions or engage in discussions about the battle, for Lafitte's formidable strength instilled fear in their hearts. They had once hoped for a savior to emerge and vanquish Lafitte, and had even cheered on those who dared to confront him. Yet, time and again, it was Lafitte who emerged victorious, leaving them to endure even harsher punishments. This marked the first occasion they had witnessed Lafitte being struck down, prompting their exuberant cheers as they dared to hope that this time he would be expelled for good. Lafitte, however, quickly regained his footing. Despite being thrown a considerable distance, he had suffered no significant injuries. By bracing himself with his wings against Ron's tremendous force, he had skillfully dissipated most of the impact, allowing him to soar away with minimal harm. Soon, he was back on his feet, his expression now grave. "You have thoroughly provoked me," he declared, and with that, Lafitte charged forward once more, his speed surpassing that of before. With wings cloaked in the formidable hockey, he descended upon Ron like a razor-sharp scythe. Bang! Ron received a punch from Lafitte, and it must be said that the blow was rather painful. Striking true, Lafitte commenced a new round of assault. His entire being was wide open, with his wings enveloped in a hue of armed color, wielding them like blades as he aimed them at Ron. Could it be that you were also a mythical beast? In Ron's mind, there was little recollection of this individual before him. However, this fellow should be considered a boss-level entity. In the chapters of One Piece that Ron perused prior to his traversal, there had been no formal introduction to the Blackbeard pirates. This implies that many members of the Blackbeard crew remain enigmatic figures. Yet there is no doubt that they possess formidable strength. Regardless of whether you are a mythical beast or not, I shall render you utterly powerless. Ron clenched his fists, unleashing the full extent of his armament hockey. Although he could not envelop his entire body in this formidable power, the coverage over both arms was sufficient. Chapter 77, Capturing Lafitte. Ron had long anticipated Lafitte's formidable strength. However, he was confident that he was not necessarily inferior to Lafitte at this moment. Aside from a handful of elite Marines and pirates, the rest had yet to reach the level of power he had witnessed in his anime experiences. Ron believes that this Lafayette is formidable, yet he likely does not possess the strength that would make him a contender for the title of Warlord of the Sea. Unlike the time of Blackbeard, the Star-Shattering Fist, though there exist numerous martial arts techniques, Ron feels that this name resonates with him more profoundly. Hence his persistent use of this particular style. After all, Ron is well versed in a multitude of martial arts, such as the Diamond Fist, the Six Paths of Reincarnation Fist, the Great Void Fist, and the Solar Fist. Many of these names strike him as exceptionally cool. Ultimately, he has opted for this name that embodies a blend of science fiction and fantasy, making it a unique martial art. The Arhat should be a concept exclusive to the realm of Xianxia. In the Western Paradise, there exist 500 Arhats, and then there are the Shattered Stars, a truly extraordinary phenomenon that can obliterate celestial bodies. Could this be considered a form of science fiction? It seems to straddle the line of Xianxia as well. Shaking his head, Ron dismissed these thoughts from his mind. In the midst of battle, how could he afford to ponder such things? Bang! Lafitte was once again sent flying. A look of astonishment etched upon his face. In this small town, he was an invincible entity, having never encountered a worthy opponent. This was his first taste of defeat. Thus, he was taken aback. Observing Ron's youth, he wondered how such immense strength could reside within someone so seemingly young. "It appears you are but a fade." Ron chuckled, realizing that a direct assault against Lafitte was utterly futile. Each of his punches sent Lafitte soaring away, dissipating much of the force in midair. Having honed his fists against stone for years, Ron's strength and ferocity had reached extraordinary levels. Although he himself felt little difference, as his daily growth was minuscule and imperceptible. His opponents experienced a marked increase in the potency of his strikes compared to just a few months prior. Swan Dance. Lafitte resolved to abandon any notion of matching Ron's brute strength. Confronting such a colossal figure, a frontal confrontation yielded no advantage. Instead, Lafitte aimed to exploit his own strengths against Ron's weaknesses. A being of considerable bulk inevitably possesses certain areas lacking in agility. And as a user of the bird fruit in its swan form, Lafitte was capable of flight. Ascending into the sky, he ceased using his wings for direct attacks and instead employed his claws. Upon transforming into a swan, his arms became wings while his feet morphed into talons. To be frank, Ron regarded fierce aviance as belonging primarily to the eagle family, never anticipating that a swan could stir such turbulence. Lafitte's claws, imbued with a concentrated application of haki, began to assail Ron's body. It must be said that Lafitte displayed remarkable cunning, adeptly minimizing the area of force to amplify pressure. More maliciously, it seemed he intended to blind Ron. With a swift motion, Ron vanished from his position, reappearing above Lafitte in an instant. Lafitte hastily retreated, evading the impending threat of Ron's looming grasp. Although Ron felt somewhat peculiar about naming his technique, upon reflection of Zoro's formidable moves, he concluded that bestowing a powerful name upon his own technique was entirely justifiable. This technique, known as the Void Great Hand Seal, is the earliest manifestation of Ron's fruit-based abilities. He discovered a layer of ethereal shadow enveloping his arm, akin to armor formed from air. This armor could mimic the movements of his hand. However, it has since transcended mere armor. Ron has honed it into a tangible form that resembles a dark cloud. Suddenly, a pitch-black cloud-like handprint lunged towards Lafitte. Initially, Lafitte intended to evade Ron's assault, but he was unprepared for the impending grasp of the dark cloud hand. In an instant, it was too late to dodge. He found himself ensnared, unable to move as the shadowy hand seized him tightly. The pressure was immense, causing pain to radiate through his bones and internal organs. Lafitte was utterly at Ron's mercy. Though the execution of this move lacked the grandeur of the Void Emperor's Void Hand Seal, Ron felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. How might one describe this sensation? One word: exhilarating. Two words: exceedingly exhilarating. With that, Ron successfully captured Lafitte. Ron was exceedingly joyful. The surrounding residents shared in his elation, their laughter resonating with a newfound normalcy. No longer were they as cautious as before. Although still somewhat reserved, there was a sense of restoration in the atmosphere. After apprehending Lafayette, Ron secured him with a length of rope. He then prepared to make a phone call to report the situation. Awkwardly, he could only recall the contact details of Admiral Karp and Sengoku from the Navy headquarters. With no other options, he placed the call to Sengoku to update him on the circumstances at hand. Ron felt a tinge of embarrassment, considering that Sengoku was burdened with endless affairs. However, the gravity of the situation here was undeniable. After listening to Ron's words, Sengoku instructed him to personally escort Lafitte into the advancing city, and also informed Ron that he could grant him a few additional days of leave. Ron earnestly undertook his mission. He was uncertain when the warring states altered their perception of him, seemingly treating him with a degree of kindness. From now on, you may laugh heartily, knowing that any sound is permissible. There is no need to remain so constrained every day. Feel free to express yourselves loudly. No one will resort to violent enforcement against you again. Ron announced this matter to everyone through the town's broadcasting system, subsequently reassuring the residents of the community. Ron escorted Lafitte to the deep-sea prison, a place that piqued his curiosity. The judicial island, Impel Down, and the Navy headquarters form a triangular nexus, representing three pivotal departments of the world government. Impel Down, in particular, stands as a nightmarish domain for pirates. Situated within the doldrums, it is surrounded by a plethora of ferocious sea kings. The architecture here is exceptionally robust, constructed beneath the ocean's surface. Should anyone entertain the notion of chiseling through the walls to escape, they would face insurmountable challenges. Not only is the wall's hardness formidable, but even if one were to breach it, escape would be futile. The immense pressure of the deep sea would relentlessly force water into the breach. Under such pressure, many would lose their lives, especially with the terrifying presence of sea kings lurking within the depths. Furthermore, beyond these formidable defenses, there exists a crucial figure within the deep-sea prison. With his presence, even the most malevolent of criminals find it exceedingly difficult to escape. This individual is the current warden of the deep-sea prison, Magellan, the user of the venom fruit. Ron is exceedingly curious about advancing towards the city and holds a profound interest in Magellan. even in the absence of the awakening fruit and without possessing exceptionally powerful haki. Magellan remains a being of extraordinary prowess. Particularly within the confines of the deep-sea prison, Magellan's advantages can be maximized to their fullest extent. Chapter 78, The Resilient Child with Severed Legs. Ron successfully arrived at Impel Down, eager to explore the depths of the notorious underwater prison's 16th level. Alas, he currently held the rank of merely a colonel, rendering him ineligible to tour the premises in the company of others. Each level of Impel Down possesses its own distinctive characteristics, and venturing through its corridors alone poses significant peril. After listening to Magellan's explanation, Ron pondered for a moment and found it reasonable. Therefore, he decided not to visit this time, intending to seize the opportunity for a future visit. Seeing Lafayette confined in the depths of the undersea prison brought a slight sense of joy to Ron. He indeed bore the appearance of a villain, with his pallid complexion exuding an effeminate aura. Although he did not tour the undersea prison, the mere act of incarcerating this individual felt like a small victory. Of course, there was always the possibility that he might eventually be released. Ultimately, it all depended on the future path of his brother, Luffy. After departing from Impel Down, Ron contemplated his next destination. Since he was already on holiday, returning to the Navy headquarters seemed rather dull, and he felt the urge to seek a place to unwind. Initially, Ron had intended to venture to the West Blue to find Ein, yet he now found himself at the undersea prison. To be honest, Ron had never experienced a ride on the sea train before. Impel Down was relatively close to Eni's lobby, renowned for its iconic attractions, Water 7. Ron contemplated visiting Justice Island once more, prompting a change in his plans. He dialed Ein's number. "Sister, it's Ron." "Yes, it's Ron. Have you been getting into trouble again?" "It's been quite some time since we last communicated." Ein's tone was gentle. "The reason I haven't reached out is that I wanted to surprise you. I'm planning to see you in the West Sea." Upon hearing Ron's words, Ein was filled with joy. "Really? Where are you now?" "I'll come to pick you up." Her voice could hardly contain her excitement. It had been ages since they had seen each other, and even longer since they had engaged in delightful activities meant for two. The mere thought of this caused Ein's cheeks to flush with warmth. "Sister, I initially intended to surprise you, but I encountered a criminal while in the West Sea." Ron spoke a bit shyly. "So, I am now near the deep-sea prison. Is that so?" It was evident that Ein's tone carried a hint of disappointment. Ron could also sense the fluctuations in Ein's emotions. "However, I shall soon pay you a visit. Subsequently, I am preparing to work in your vicinity. Before I arrive, I plan to indulge in a brief sojourn in the City of Water. After all, it is quite close to here, and I have heard it is an exceedingly beautiful city. It seems that, in your heart, the scenery has taken precedence," Ein remarked with a hint of jealousy. "Even through the phone, I can perceive your envy." Ron chuckled. Even if the scenery of this world was breathtaking, it could never compare to the fleeting charm of his senior sister. Hearing Ron's affectionate words, Ein felt a wave of emotion. "When will you come?" she asked. "I miss you." Just those few words seemed to strike Ron's heart like a blow. It had indeed been some time since he last saw his senior sister. He felt a twinge of guilt for prioritizing his sightseeing over her. Yet, the rare opportunity to be so close to Water City was not to be missed. There was also a stubborn child here, the one who had been maimed by the sea train. Ron had nearly forgotten about Water City, but now that he was here, many memories flooded back. The boy named Carter Flam had a resolute spirit, but his talent was astonishing. His prowess extended beyond shipbuilding. In terms of ship construction, he might not possess the same steadiness and mature skills as his senior brother, Icebago. However, his true gift lay in the creation of weaponry. He preferred crafting offensive devices over ships, such as the Flam No. 32. Yet, it was precisely these creations that weighed heavily on the young Carter Flam's conscience. He still believed that Mr. Tom would perish because of the battle vessels he had constructed. To be honest, thinking of these matters stirred a sense of anger within Ron. It seemed that the Spandam family was far from virtuous. Spandam, through cunning schemes, had located O'Hara via Alvia, leading to the activation of the most potent extermination order in history. That execution promoted 2 vice admirals to the ranks of admirals. O'Hara, due to that fierce extermination order, was left with only Robin as a spark of life. Frankly, if it weren't for Aokiji granting Robin a chance, there would be no one left in this world capable of understanding the true history. Spandam was even more despicable than his father. Thanks to the monumental invention of the sea train, the presiding judge at the Eni's lobby trial had agreed to absolve Tom of his crimes. Yet, it was Spandam who, through deliberate machinations, caused Mr. Tom's demise. Thus, the creator of the Aljackson met a regrettable end. Gathering his emotions, Ron realized that if he had not come here, it might have been better. However, now that he was here, he felt compelled to explore. On one hand, he was immensely curious about Water City, eager to witness its unique water culture and transportation methods. On the other hand, he was intrigued by young Carter Flam. Of course, he understood that dealing with this child could be quite troublesome. Ron was prepared to try. If Carter was willing to join the Navy and dedicate himself to scientific research, he would take him along. If not, he would allow him to remain here and pursue his own aspirations. Ron contemplated this and resolved to act accordingly. Alone, he boarded a vessel, determined to reach the City of Water and ascertain the situation. However, he encountered an unexpected turn of events shortly after departing from Impel Down. Ron encountered Spandam and several of his CP9 subordinates. In truth, the ocean is vast and boundless. It is rather pleasant to merely pass by each other in such a manner. On Ron's vessel, there also fluttered a seagull flag, albeit on a slightly smaller scale. As the cabin sailed past the opposite side, Ron was suddenly called to a halt. "What brings you to drift alone upon the vast sea, Marine?" The voice that resonated was not that of Spandam himself, but rather one of his subordinates, the owl, a creature with a beak reminiscent of a zipper. It was merely a chance encounter. Ron was reluctant to engage with them. Although they all belonged to the world government, they were affiliated with different departments. The Navy still had many individuals who upheld their sense of justice, while CP9 functioned entirely as the government's lackeys. After joining the Navy, Ron had no intention of serving the Celestial Dragons. Rather, he weighed the pros and cons and concluded that the Navy was the most favorable faction. While some were inevitably compelled to heed the orders of the Celestial Dragons more often than not, the actions of the Navy were indeed worthy of the justice emblazoned upon their cloaks. In stark contrast, CP9 was a wholly different entity. They were mere pawns trained by the world government to gather intelligence, engaging in sordid and unsavory deeds. Thus, Ron did not speak in a particularly amiable tone. "Capture him. I suspect his movements are rather dubious." Spandam was a man with a keen appetite for authority. He relished the opportunity to assert his dominance, especially over these well-trained warriors who could serve as his subordinates. The sensation was immensely gratifying. Therefore, he commanded his lackeys to apprehend this defiant sailor for a brief interrogation. On one hand, it was a test of loyalty for his newly appointed subordinates, and on the other, this was merely a minor sailor. A reprimand would suffice. Chapter 79. The consequences of angering Ron. Listening to Spandam's words, Ron felt somewhat bewildered. To be honest, he had not anticipated that they would seek to arrest him. "Are you certain you wish to apprehend me?" Ron's gaze was imbued with a sense of mockery, rendering Spandam distinctly uncomfortable. As though he were not regarded as a person at all. "Your solitary presence here is rather suspicious. Thus we are prepared to conduct an interrogation." Ron nearly burst into laughter, astounded by the absurdity of being deemed suspicious merely for sailing alone upon the vast ocean. Was it not evident that his vessel was a naval ship? Did one not see clearly? "I am part of the Navy, and my ship belongs to the Navy as well." Such trivialities should not warrant excessive discourse. However, adhering to the principle that it is better to avoid unnecessary trouble, Ron resolved to exercise patience. He had long harbored intentions of dealing with Spandam, yet had lacked both the opportunity and justification to confront him. After all, being on leave, Ron was disinclined to stir up complications. Once his personnel appointment was finalized, that would be the opportune moment to address matters. Presently, he was uncertain whether he would descend, or retain his current position. Thus, maintaining a low profile was paramount. Once his position was established, addressing Spandam would be far more feasible. At least, this was Ron's perspective. Though he had attracted attention from Admiral Prati, he had also captured Snag from the Charlotte family, coupled with the incarceration of Don Quixote da Flamingo. These accomplishments should merit a promotion for Ron. Should he rise in rank, he might even surpass Spandam's position, making any future dealings with him considerably simpler. Hence, upon arriving here, Ron's thoughts were solely focused on reaching Water 7, hoping to recruit Frankie into his ranks. He had no intention of provoking Spandam, especially since his current rank was inferior to that of Spandam, complicating any potential confrontations. "It is precisely because this is a naval vessel that we suspect your movements," Skodum remarked. "Furthermore, your demeanor does not necessarily affirm your allegiance to the Navy. As the chief of CP9, Spandam, despite his lack of prowess, holds a relatively high office, and many sailors must treat him with respect. Have you perhaps suffered a fever that has impaired your judgment?" Ron spoke with a hint of exasperation, asserting that their respective paths need not cross. "Why subject yourself to unnecessary hardship? You CP9 and we of the Navy are not part of the same hierarchy. Therefore, there exists no superior-subordinate dynamic between us. I advise you to refrain from provoking me." Stunned by Ron's audacity, Spandam could hardly believe that such a mere Marine would dare to speak in such a manner. It was utterly presumptuous. Are you truly content to see your superior subjected to such indignity? He addressed his subordinates. Your indifference in the face of your superior's humiliation raises doubts about your capabilities within CP9. Perhaps it was due to the recent addition of new subordinates that Spandam felt inflated with pride, continually seeking to assert his authority. Furthermore, he was curious to see whether his newly appointed subordinates would comply with his commands, particularly the perpetually stoic Rob Lucci. If that is the case, allow me to assist you in dealing with this insolent fool, Gabra declared as he stepped forward. Ron was indeed acquainted with Gabra, the wielder of the canine fruit's wolf form. Perhaps driven by an eagerness to prove himself, Gabra was the first to step forward, eschewing unnecessary words and immediately launching an attack on Ron. I had offered you opportunities, yet you failed to cherish them. Ron has successfully recorded the recent footage using the telebug. In this world, the telebug is a highly convenient tool, serving as one of the primary means of communication. It not only possesses remote chatting capabilities but also features video broadcasting and live streaming functions. Additionally, it can be utilized as a surveillance device. Ron had also acquired some fundamental knowledge of communication theory in the Navy's library. In truth, this world is quite technologically advanced, particularly with figures like Vegapunk within the Navy. Thus, many functions can be realized through the transponder snail. As a time traveler, Ron quickly grasped how to utilize these capabilities. This Marine seems rather arrogant, Gabra remarked with a chuckle. However, he would soon come to understand the foolishness of his earlier actions. Upon hearing Gabra's words, Ron offered a wry smile. Spandam did not appear to be particularly intelligent. At that moment, Gabra lunged forward, his wolf claws extended, revealing the sharp talons within as he charged at Ron. Observing Gabra's advance, Ron pondered for a moment. This should be considered justifiable self-defense, he reasoned. The scoundrels of Judicial Island were merely the lapdogs of the celestial dragons, and Ron had initially intended to deal with them at a later time, as they were not yet part of his itinerary. Who could have anticipated that they would present themselves so willingly? Furthermore, for reasons unknown, Spandam felt compelled to assert his authority in Ron's presence. With a resounding thud, Gabra was sent flying back onto Spandam's ship by a single, powerful punch from Ron. Since warnings proved futile, he resolved to give it his all. Ron had always disapproved of Spandam's actions. Initially, he had no intention of confronting them. However, their aggressive demeanor and relentless pursuit proved intolerable to him. After delivering a decisive punch that sent Gabra flying, he could no longer contain himself. Ron began to transform. A dense, dark mist enveloped his figure. As Ron's body expanded, the black mist gradually swelled in size. Ron appeared as though enveloped in a shroud of ominous clouds, casting an overwhelming pressure upon Spandam. The transformation was indeed a sight that struck fear into Spandam's heart. He found himself compelled to cower closely behind Rob Lucci. Seeking solace in this manner, was there truly no sense of security to be found? Ron chuckled, remarking, "Since you lack strength, why flaunt your authority here?" With that, Ron sprang into action, his imposing figure casting a large shadow on Spandam's ship, the darkness drawing ever closer. Faced with such a situation, Spandam was utterly flustered. He had merely intended to teach the Marine a casual lesson, to bolster his image before his subordinates. His mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to enhance his own grandeur, never contemplating that he had encountered an unyielding adversary. Rob Lucci's expression grew solemn. As the most formidable member of CP9, he recognized the peril posed by Ron. Although his superior had acted foolishly, he could not bring himself to blame him. Consider, if there were a solitary ship upon the vast ocean, whether it be crewed by pirates or navy, those who appeared would undoubtedly possess formidable strength. It was laughable that Spandam still harbored notions of passing judgment. However, dwelling on such matters had become futile. Rob Lucci's foremost obligation was to ensure Spandam's safety. Chapter 80. Slaying 2. Ron fixed his gaze intently upon his opponent, swiftly making his move. The principle of striking first to gain the upper hand was paramount. There was no need to grant the adversary the opportunity to act. His entire being began to transform, taking on an essence reminiscent of a mythical beast. Dark clouds enveloped him, swirling ominously, within which his physique underwent rapid metamorphosis. Muscles expanded, and his stature soared. Although the dark clouds surrounding Ron did not bestow substantial offensive power, they certainly instilled a sense of dread in his foes. In that fleeting moment, Ron leapt into the air, drawing back his right arm as he infused it with the full might of his armed hockey. Onlookers presumed that Ron's punch was aimed at their commander, Spandam, prompting several CP9 agents to brace themselves for defense. However, before Ron's fist could reach its target, his bullet struck first, with a resounding force. Ron's punch indeed struck terror into his opponent. Simultaneously, as he delivered this blow, his left hand swiftly drew the gun from his waist. Bang! A single shot to the head. Spandam, in his final moments, remained oblivious to the manner of his demise, his eyes wide with shock and his face etched with terror. Ron was acutely aware of his marksmanship, though precise, for many, bullets bore no offensive power, until one mastered the art of imbuing bullets with armament hockey. They held no efficacy against numerous ability users or formidable martial artists. However, when confronting a weakling like Spandam, they proved sufficient. Spandam, as the direct commander of CP-9 on Judicial Island, possessed woefully inadequate combat prowess. Without the aid of Sea Prism Stone, he had no means to assert dominance over criminals. Thus, he fell, a bullet piercing through his skull, a mere splash of blood erupting, a fleeting moment of brilliance in a transient life. The remaining members of CP-9 were thrown into chaos and astonishment. They had braced themselves to withstand Ron's exhilarating punch, only to be blindsided by his gunfire. Astonished by the precision of his aim, initially stunned, they soon succumbed to panic, just as Ron advanced upon them, delivering a formidable blow to their vessel. The mast splintered in response. He was intent on dismantling the ship. Swiftly, someone must intervene, Rob Lucci proclaimed. Following his declaration, Kaku, Khalifa, Bruno, and Gabra charged towards Ron together. Shave. In an instant, Ron vanished from his position and delivered a powerful kick to Gabra. Bang! Gabra collided heavily with the deck of the ship. It was this very individual who had just attempted to showcase his prowess before Spandam. It appeared he still wished to preserve his own life. Swiftly, the others endeavored to pursue Ron, yet none could match his remarkable speed. Ron reappeared before Gabra once more. Bang! A fist struck forcefully against Gabra's skull. Sensing the approach of several individuals nearby, Ron struck Gabra's head with considerable force while simultaneously delivering a powerful kick to Kaku, as if his back had eyes. Bang! Crash! Kaku was sent flying into the sea by Ron's kick, leaving behind a human-shaped imprint on the ship. Ron struck with such swiftness that it appeared as though Kaku had already been sent flying before he even moved. He continued his original assault on Gabra relentlessly. Gabra's head was spinning, and he found himself in a dazed state, blood streaming profusely from his wounds. His face was smeared with crimson, a vivid testament to the violence he had endured. Rob Lucci was utterly astonished, observing Ron clad in naval attire. It was evident that he was not a mere subordinate Marine. Hence, instead of confronting Ron directly, he opted to allow other members to engage him first. However, who could have anticipated that even a group of them would fail to overpower Ron? His attacks were swift, and in the blink of an eye, he dispatched several adversaries. Witnessing this, Rob Lucci swiftly transformed. Ah, so the murderous fiend has finally revealed his true form? Ron swiftly lifted Gabra, then turned to face Rob Lucci. If you do not resist, I might spare their lives, he declared, tightening his grip around Gabra's throat. Transformed into a leopard, Rob Lucci appeared momentarily stunned. As if deep in contemplation, his expression shifted rapidly, and then, like a flash of lightning, he struck. As the most formidable CP-9 adept in the Six Styles, Rob Lucci's offensive and defensive capabilities, as well as his reaction speed, were unparalleled. Thus, he sought to rescue Gabra before Ron could make his move. Whoosh! Ron was certainly aware of Rob Lucci's intentions. Although his observation hockey had not reached the pinnacle of mastery, it had nevertheless grown considerably stronger. Bang! Rob Lucci missed his target, striking the deck where Ron had once stood with a powerful punch, shattering the wood. Meanwhile, Ron had ascended to the top of the sailboat. It seems you remain undeterred, Rob Lucci. Ron chuckled, stating, well, I suppose there's nothing more I can do. He exerted a slight pressure with his palm, and the sound of cracking bones resonated clearly. Gabra was swiftly approaching his demise. Rob Lucci spoke with a sense of helplessness. Before Ron, he felt a profound sense of frustration, as if a chasm separated them. Even if they were to engage in a battle of equals, Rob Lucci knew he would be powerless to prevent Ron from annihilating all his companions. What is it that you truly desire? Ron gazed down at the somewhat exasperated Rob Lucci and remarked with a smile, I merely happened to pass by this place. It is you who are deliberately seeking trouble. Yet, the one who sought conflict is now deceased. We harbor no intentions of opposing you. Rob Lucci felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. As the captain of CP-9, he was known for his ruthless demeanor in carrying out tasks. However, he maintained a commendable rapport with his team, characterized by a profound sense of camaraderie. At this moment, his heart brimmed with animosity towards that man named Spandam. If it were not for Spandam's deliberate provocations, such circumstances would never have arisen. Very well, under these conditions. I hope you can resolve today's matters. Ron smiled as he cast Gabra's lifeless body down. You understand my meaning, don't you? Observing Gabra. Devoid of breath and contorted in death, the numerous members of CP9 drew in a sharp breath. For them, taking a life was not an arduous task. Their hands were stained with blood. Yet, the swiftness of the act, the brutality of the demise, and the nonchalant expression on Ron's face were unsettling. Ron, the Marine, has broadened their understanding. I comprehend. Rob Lucci nodded. Ron walked slowly, making his way towards his ship. Kaku and the others were eager to take action. Rob Lucci intervened to thwart them, but alas, it was too late. Long Nose, do clarify your standing, if you please. Ron sensed Kaku's intention to strike and swiftly retaliated, delivering a powerful elbow that sent Kaku crashing onto the deck. Coughing and gasping for breath, Kaku's face contorted in pain. I have already spared your life. It is unexpected that you show such ingratitude. Granting you mercy was a privilege. Ron initially did not wish to escalate the situation, harboring no fondness for CP9. After eliminating Spandam and Gabra, he had gradually managed to rein in his emotions. However, Kaku's actions reignited the flames within him. Chapter 81. 2 children aspiring to become pirates and 1 aspiring to join the Navy. Ron's hand was excessively large, enveloping Kaku's upper body entirely. Do not act impulsively. I assure you, I will fulfill my promise. Rob Lucci hurriedly remarked that the current situation had already resulted in the demise of Spandam and Gabra, and he wished to prevent any further casualties. This individual is provoking me. Ron chuckled. Perhaps we ought to reconsider the terms of our agreement. Rob Lucci furrowed his brow slightly. He felt a twinge of dissatisfaction towards Ron's behavior of arbitrarily raising demands. While the deaths of Spandam and Gabra could be rationalized, the situation would become increasingly precarious if Kaku were to meet a similar fate. Moreover, having murdered the highest-ranking officer of CP9, along with 2 significant combatants within the organization, one must ponder whether such a grave transgression could be borne. Rob Lucci intends to coerce Ron into restraint through such means. Will you threaten me again? Ron chuckled. I had initially extended an opportunity to you all. If I were to eliminate every one of you, I believe this matter would be more easily resolved, would it not? Ron is utterly unfazed by threats. In times of lesser strength, should he encounter CP9, Ron would have no choice but to be taken away for interrogation. Therefore, in moments of weakness, Ron may bow his head. However, the current situation is markedly different. Ron possesses ample capability to confront them. Though dealing with Rob Lucci may pose some challenges. What, then, do you wish to accomplish? Rob Lucci fixed his gaze firmly upon Ron. The depths of Ron's strength eluded his comprehension. Yet, there was no doubt that Ron was an exceptionally formidable individual. He sensed that some clues were beginning to surface in his mind. I will spare you, but only if you agree to one thing. Speak. Rob Lucci decided to acquiesce to Ron for the time being, intending to placate him first. He has now surmised Ron's true identity. CP9 is indeed an organization devoted to intelligence gathering. Among the new recruits of the Navy, it is likely that only Ron possesses such formidable strength. I have yet to fully contemplate this matter. I will inform you once I have reached a conclusion. Ron spoke as he released Kaku. I hope you manage the matters concerning Spandam and Gabra, and in addition, I ask you to fulfill my request when I later call upon you to do so. Understood. Rob Lucci nodded and said, It is advisable not to deceive me. Ron smiled and said, I shall not compel you to undertake anything particularly humiliating, merely a simple task. However, I have yet to conceive of what it might be. Very well, I promise you. Rob Lucci acquiesced to Ron's request. The two engaged in a brief recording regarding the matter at hand. Subsequently, Ron departed in his small boat, leaving behind a visibly distressed Rob Lucci and numerous members of CP9. Ron's enthusiasm was utterly dampened by Spandam. He had initially intended to visit Water City, to immerse himself in its vibrant culture and marvel at its shipbuilding civilization, all the while searching for a child named Kata. Indeed, Kata would one day become the illustrious Frankie. Yet, who could have anticipated an encounter with the CP9 agents from Judicial Island? Ron's mood began to deteriorate. He possessed the capability to eliminate all of them effortlessly. However, such an undertaking would not only be time-consuming and labor-intensive, but it might also compel Ron to forsake the Navy entirely and embrace a life of piracy. While the act of dispatching Spandam and Gabra seemed manageable, annihilating all members of CP9 would inevitably attract scrutiny. In due course, Ron would find himself compelled to join the ranks of pirates, with his spirits dampened. He pondered whether he should still venture to Water City. Ron was aimlessly pondering aboard the vessel when, suddenly, his communicator buzzed. He retrieved his exquisite device from his waist. Ron answered the phone. Ron conveyed some delightful news. I can also take a vacation. A voice on the other end belonged to Ian. Is that so? Senior sister. That is indeed splendid news. Ron responded with great joy. Can you guess the reason I have the opportunity to take a vacation? I truly cannot fathom, came the reply. By sheer coincidence, I encountered Admiral Garp, who invited me to accompany him back to the East Blue to visit little Luffy. I said with a smile. I never expected Admiral Garp to come to the West Blue. After our meeting, he extended an invitation for me to celebrate his grandson's birthday. So, we shall reunite soon. Perhaps you could wait for me in Windmill Village. Of course, it is also possible that I may be the one waiting for you there. Listening to Line's cheerful voice through the transponder snail, Ron felt a surge of happiness. He had not anticipated seeing his senior sister so soon. This feeling was difficult to articulate. It was a fleeting moment of excitement and elation, manifesting as a subtle joy, akin to a deep-sea bomb slowly detonating. A smile gradually illuminated Ron's face. Very well, senior sister, we shall meet in Windmill Village. It appeared that Ron would not be heading to Water City this time. Perhaps he would meet Carter Flam again in the future. Ron adjusted his course, heading towards Windmill Village. In this quaint village, the younger Luffy yearned to play with two older boys, 3 years his senior. Ace, wait for me. Luffy trailed closely behind Ace and Sabo, like a devoted shadow. You little rascal aspiring to be a Navy officer. Keep your distance. Ace regarded Luffy with disdain. He and Sabo often embarked on secretive escapades, deliberately leaving Luffy far behind. They believed this timid little boy was unworthy of their companionship, especially since he aspired to join the Navy, while Ace and Sabo dreamed of becoming pirates. Their allegiances were inherently opposed. Ace, wait for me. There are countless adventures awaiting us in the Navy, and being a Navy officer is truly exhilarating. Luffy attempted to extol the virtues of a naval life to Ace and Sabo. However, from the moment he expressed his desire to become a Navy officer, Ace and Sabo refused him the opportunity to elaborate on the merits of such a choice. How wonderful the Navy could be. I simply cannot fathom why they would choose to be pirates, Luffy chuckled, deeply influenced by Ron's perspective. This underscores the significance of first impressions. The arrival of red-haired Shanks had considerably diminished his influence over Luffy. Initially, Luffy was meant to inherit the will of the D family, fulfilling the wishes of the Pirate King, Roger. Shanks believed Luffy was well suited for such a destiny. Yet, Luffy's firm declaration of his ambition to become a Navy officer left Shanks feeling helpless, ultimately leading him to depart from Windmill Village. Huff, huff, huff. Luffy once again found himself unable to catch up with Ace and Sabo, panting heavily. Now, having consumed the gum-gum fruit, he struggled to fully acclimate to its abilities, giving him an overall soft and unsteady demeanor. Nevertheless, his resolve remained unwavering. After a brief respite, he resumed his pursuit of Ace and Sabo. Chapter 82. A bit troubled. Shanks had been feeling somewhat troubled lately. Decades ago, he and Buggy were but infants when they were brought aboard by the Pirate King, Roger. Roger remarked that it had been a long time since he had seen an infant. Consequently, he and Rayleigh, along with Odin, were particularly attentive to Shanks and Buggy. On board the ship, the two were also experiencing considerable growth. At that time, Kazuki Odin, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division, had just been recruited by Roger from the Whitebeard crew. The Roger pirates were in their prime, sailing freely across the vast oceans, with every member being a formidable warrior. The young Shanks and Buggy learned immensely during this period. In contrast to Buggy's timid and self-serving nature, Shanks exhibited bravery, optimism, and remarkable talent. Indeed, Shanks had visited Laugh-Tale, having journeyed there with the entire crew. However, their captain fell gravely ill, leaving insufficient time to realize his aspirations. Thus, Roger entrusted his straw hat to Shanks, illuminating the latter's mission. Without a doubt, he was to seek out one who could inherit the captain's will, a person presumably belonging to the lineage of the D. It was rare to see Shanks in such a somber mood, as he had always been an optimistic individual. Have you not found what you seek? Ben Beckman inquired. I believe Luffy could be the one, yet for some reason, he insists on becoming a Navy officer. Shanks took a sip of his drink, noting how his personality resonated with Luffy's, and he perceived similarities between Luffy and the captain. However, he did not anticipate Luffy's refusal. Let us search slowly, he suggested. But I feel that person must be in the East Blue. After all, that is where our captain was born. Then let us return and investigate, Ben Beckman proposed. After some contemplation, Shanks agreed to revisit the East Blue. He was prepared to become the new Emperor of the Sea, to contend with Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard. Yet, he had yet to find someone capable of inheriting the captain's will, a matter of paramount importance for their crew, which had already traversed considerable distance in pursuit of this goal. "Let us set sail back," Shanks declared. Fate is indeed a curious entity, at times remarkably enchanting. Ron and Shanks encountered each other once more. "What brings you here again, young Marine?" Shanks inquired with a smile. Ron observed Shanks' physique, particularly his right arm. Under Ron's scrutinizing gaze, Shanks felt a twinge of discomfort. Unconsciously, he was on the verge of employing his haki. Goodness, was it really necessary? Ron felt an overwhelming sense of pressure advancing towards him. For a brief moment, he experienced dizziness, but he quickly regained his clarity. Was it merely a few fleeting glances? Was it truly necessary to employ such domineering force against me? Ron silently grumbled to himself. Seeing that Ron remained standing, Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, and Yasopp were utterly astonished. They had not anticipated that Ron would grow to such an extent in such a short period. "Why not join our pirate crew?" Shanks suggested with a smile. "That is out of the question. I aspire to become a Marine. Being a Marine is undoubtedly the coolest thing in this world." Upon hearing these words, Shanks felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered them before. Observing Shanks' expression, Ben Beckman immediately speculated about his thoughts. "That is something Luffy has also said," Beckman reminded him. Shanks noticed a slight change in Ron's expression. "Do you know Luffy?" he inquired. "Of course, I know him. He is my little brother," Ron replied. Ron proudly proclaimed that I made it abundantly clear to him that joining the Navy is the most exhilarating endeavor in this world. Shanks appeared somewhat resigned. Ron also noticed his expression. Shanks still had his arm, and the straw hat remained intact, signifying that Shanks had not yet discovered someone capable of inheriting his captain's will. This implies that history has been irrevocably altered. Luffy was not guided by Shanks onto the path of piracy. "My purpose for this visit is to see my younger brother. Among my 3 younger brothers, Luffy is the most obedient, willing to join me in the Navy and embark on the most exhilarating adventures together." Ron smiled as he inadvertently revealed some information. However, my other 2 subordinates were rather troublesome. They were determined to become pirates and had no desire to join the Navy, particularly that fellow named Portgas Diaz. This time, I must impart some ideological education to him. "What did you say?" Shanks suddenly asked Ron with a serious expression. "What is that child's name?" "Portgas Diaz. What's the matter?" Ron replied somewhat nonchalantly. He used to be called Gol, something like Diaz. He thought that name was unappealing, so he changed it to Portgas Diaz. "Is there a problem with that?" "Gol Diaz?" Shanks repeated, seemingly uncertain. As he questioned Ron again. "Indeed, it appears to be Gol Diaz. However, he claimed that name was unappealing, so he now goes by Portgas Diaz. Is there an issue with that?" At this moment, Shanks was utterly taken aback. He never anticipated he would hear the surname Gold once more. Gold, Portgas. These 2 names Shanks recognized all too well. "Where is he?" Shanks's demeanor began to shift. "Of course, he is in the kingdom of Goa. I am about to pay them a visit. Are you interested in joining me?" Ron chuckled. "After all, that fellow seems quite intrigued by pirates. Perhaps you could recruit him as a crew member." Following this, a prolonged silence ensued. "With nothing further to discuss, I shall take my leave. Faced with such a formidable pirate crew, I find myself under considerable pressure." Ron spoke with a grave expression. Although he appeared quite serious, he seemed to be under little pressure. After Ron had walked for quite some time, Shanks resolved to investigate the situation for himself. Could it truly be the captain's son? "Hey, why are you following me? Do you not realize that I am with the Navy?" Ron inquired. "Are you not afraid of my arresting you? Come aboard." Shanks extended his invitation. "What do you mean by this?" "I am a member of the Navy." Ron wore an expression of outright refusal. "We are preparing to host a banquet, and it would be fortuitous for you to join us for a meal. How does that sound? Are you attempting to bribe me with this banquet?" "I assure you, it is futile." Ron resolutely declined. Emma found it amusing to observe Ron as he indulged in his meal, while Shanks chuckled at the scene. Rikiru, however, appeared utterly astonished. How shall I put it? Ron's manner of eating was devoid of any semblance of decorum. The Redford Sun continued its voyage, navigating the turbulent seas. Much like the annals of history that herald the dawn of a new era, the arrival of Ron has finally ushered in some changes to this world. Chapter 83. The arrogant Doflamingo is about to weep. After becoming a warlord of the sea, Doflamingo busied himself with the governance of the Dressrosa Kingdom. At last, the dust settled, the nation transformed into the image he had long envisioned. Numerous businesses and clients were set to arrive, while many factories were under construction. I shall make another trip. During my absence, should anything arise, feel free to contact me. Pika will manage the essential affairs, Doflamingo commanded. Perhaps we should refrain from going? Suggested a voice. Virgo's injuries have largely healed. I see no necessity. That will not do, Doflamingo replied, casting a glance at Virgo. This venture is not solely for you, but also for my own sake. This newcomer from the Navy, Ron, has truly overstepped his boundaries. I have never endured such humiliation. Thus, I must capture him this time. Doflamingo elaborated briefly before reiterating his instructions, preparing once more to hunt down Ron. He had received word that Ron intended to take a leave of absence, likely returning to the East Blue. Previously, Doflamingo had plotted to ambush Ron in those waters, only for the plan to be thwarted by Garp. This time, Doflamingo was confident that Ron would not be so fortunate. Garp could not be at his side perpetually. Just wait and perish, Ron, Doflamingo thought as he set off, positioning himself along the route Ron would likely take to the East Blue. This time, he ventured alone, convinced he could eliminate Ron. Each day, Doflamingo maintained contact with the outside world, gathering intelligence on Ron's movements. Soon, he learned that Ron had dealt with Lafitte in the West Blue. Could it be that he had gone there instead of returning to the East? Doflamingo resolved to wait an additional 3 days. If Ron did not appear by then, he would return, for much awaited his attention in Dressrosa. However, on the afternoon of the second day, he finally spotted a Navy vessel. Atop the lookout sat Ron. Was he alone? This was fortuitous. Doflamingo utilized the sky path, entwining his threads with the clouds above, preparing to launch an assault on Ron. Yet, he soon noticed another ship trailing behind Ron S. A vessel flying a large pirate flag. The flag depicted 2 crossed swords and a skull, with 3 red scars streaking from left to right across the skull's right eye, the Red Faust. Doflamingo's eyes widened in disbelief. Why would the Red Faust be here? Were they pursuing Ron? As he pondered this dilemma in the air, he sensed an unsettling dissonance. Ah, you return. Is it my life you seek, warlord? Ron leaped down from his lookout tower and stood on the deck. Are you still so relentless in your pursuits? Ron had not anticipated the unwelcome return of Doflamingo. Have you forgotten your identity as one of the 7 warlords? He chuckled ominously, questioning what could possibly change even if he were to end your life here. As you would perish alone without witnesses. Doflamingo, lacking the opportunity for further contemplation, prepared to act swiftly to eliminate Ron. Whoosh. His hand unfurled, fingers splayed, forming transparent threads that sliced through the air, sharp as blades, aimed directly at Ron's throat. Bang. This attack was effortlessly thwarted. Shanks cast a glance at the formidable Doflamingo before him. Observing the Red Force ship still in play, he decided to intervene. Although Ron is formidable, Shanks does not believe he can withstand Doflamingo's assault. Moreover, Shanks and Ron have established a bond of friendship. Shanks, you, Doflamingo, truly feel wronged. How many times has this been? Why does assistance consistently gravitate towards Ron? Besides, isn't Shanks a pirate? Why intervene? Ron is my friend, Shanks declared. This singular statement caused Doflamingo to pause. Doflamingo's intelligence is undoubtedly exceptional, and the strength and reputation of red-haired Shanks are renowned across the seas. He refrained from further aggression. Since he is your friend, I shall grant you this concession. He may be audacious and arrogant, yet before Shanks, he is compelled to show some deference. Ron was taken aback. Is this truly the power of the face-face fruit? It is astonishingly formidable. In Ron's perception, even when encountering Akiji and Punk Hazard, he did not relent, brazenly preparing to eliminate Smoker. However, now, before Shanks had even requested a favor, Doflamingo had already proposed to grant Shanks a concession. One cannot help but be astounded by the terrifying nature of the face-face fruit. Of course, the reality is that Doflamingo is acutely aware of the circumstances. Despite his arrogant demeanor, he possesses a profound understanding of the situation and the gravitas it entails. One may be audacious at any time, yet to be so in the presence of red-haired Shanks is perilously unwise. Though Shanks is generally affable, inciting his wrath can lead to dire consequences. Thus, Doflamingo promptly capitulated, conceding a favor to Shanks before turning to depart. He resolved to no longer trouble Ron in the future. His heart felt weary, a sensation akin to wanting to weep yet finding no tears. Why was it that last time it was Garp, and this time it was Shanks? Doflamingo's expression shifted unpredictably, the veins on his forehead pulsating with tension. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming fatigue. Do you have any grievances with Doflamingo? Shanks inquired. Perhaps a slight one, Ron replied. proceeding to elucidate some details regarding Doflamingo. Naturally, he refrained from mentioning the incident concerning Virgo's severed leg. That fellow harbors a vengeful disposition. You must hasten to elevate your strength, Shanks remarked with a smile. Thank you, Ron expressed gratefully. Ron expressed his gratitude to Shanks, who he had not anticipated would lend a hand. Thus, let us hold a banquet aboard my ship. Consequently, Ron took out the ingredients he had prepared and personally began to cook, organizing a small feast to thank the red-haired pirates. I assure you, you have never tasted such distinctive cuisine. Ron had acquired some mechanical knowledge and blacksmithing skills in the Navy's library. However, he had not succeeded in creating formidable firearms. Instead, he managed to craft some everyday cookware. He set up a stove and placed his pot upon it. My friends, today we shall simply prepare a dish of stir-fried pig intestines. First, gather the cleaned intestines and green peppers. Then, let us heat the oil in the pan. What on earth is this fellow doing? Hearing the laughter of the red-haired pirates, Ron couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment. During his solitary voyages, he often enjoyed preparing meals alone, reciting lines as he cooked. Reciting these lines made him feel as though he still had a connection to his former world. Today, however, he found himself unable to contain his expressions. Nevertheless, being able to recreate the dishes from his original world in this new realm was indeed a delightful endeavor. Chapter 84. The Innocent and Naive Child. Ron, drawing upon the memories of his own world, prepared a sumptuous feast. This was a culinary experience unlike any that the red-haired pirates had ever encountered. Though they often celebrated with banquets and had indulged in numerous delicacies, they had never savored anything quite like the dishes crafted by Ron. Seeing your enjoyment brings me great joy. These are dishes from my homeland, and I warmly invite you to partake in them. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Ron had devoted time to mastering these recipes. Initially, the flavors were not particularly pleasing, but after a period of refinement, he could now recreate some of the tastes from his memories. I sincerely appreciate your hospitality. Why not join our pirate crew as a chef? Shanks extended the invitation to Ron once more. I have no intention of becoming a pirate. Ron chuckled and remarked. Although being a pirate offers a sense of freedom, I aspire to pursue loftier ideals. Shanks, the red-haired, responded. Do you truly believe that becoming a Marine will fulfill your dreams? Are you aware of what the Marines ultimately become? Ron smiled as he gazed into the eyes of the crimson-haired Shanks. I am well aware of the ultimate fate that befalls those who become part of the Navy. Attaining a high-ranking position such as Admiral or Fleet Admiral merely turns one into a puppet of the world government, akin to the lackeys of the celestial dragons. The desire to make a difference feels akin to being ensnared in a quagmire, with numerous constraints binding one down. Take the current Fleet Admiral Sengoku, for example. He finds himself shackled by many obligations. Conversely, should one choose to forego the path of Admiral, one might end up like Mr. Garp, who appears to live a life of ease yet is unable to fully realize certain aspirations. Ron spoke with clarity and conviction. Shanks and Ben Beckman exchanged glances with Ron. Given your profound understanding, why not join us as pirates? Embrace a life of freedom, unshackled by constraints. More than one emperor of the sea has extended an invitation for me to join their crew. Ron chuckled and remarked, it appears I am indeed quite popular. However, who claims that joining the Navy will inevitably lead one to become a mere sycophant of the celestial dragons? If this issue is not addressed from within, the Navy shall forever remain a vassal to the celestial dragons. Ron's statement indeed astonished the members of the red-haired pirates, though they failed to grasp its profound implications. What do you mean by resolving matters internally? Shanks inquired. The naval forces are overwhelmingly vast, yet many among them genuinely uphold the justice that stands behind them. My aspiration is to allow those who earnestly wish to fulfill their life's ideals within the Navy to achieve true justice, which entails breaking free from the control of the celestial dragons. This represents one of my grand ideals. Listening to Ron's words, the red-haired pirates were taken aback, not expecting such lofty aspirations from someone so young. Bravo. Truly impressive. Shanks applauded Ron. Well, it's merely a significant goal I've set. I have numerous smaller objectives that remain unaccomplished. One must always harbor dreams. Who knows? They might just come to fruition. At this point, Ron felt a bit bashful, for he was in the presence of the world's elite, the red-haired pirates. Unlike the Whitebeard, Kaido, or Big Mom crews, the red-haired pirates are entirely comprised of elite individuals. If one were to include Ron, he would be the least formidable among them. Everyone aboard the Red Force is a top-tier powerhouse, with Ben Beckman possessing strength comparable to Shanks himself. Having such dreams is splendid, I hope you can reach your zenith and realize your aspirations, Shanks encouraged. After several days aboard the ship, during which they engaged in conversations and Ron showcased his unique skills, the crew grew fond of him. However, due to Ron's declaration of his grand ideals, they ultimately relinquished the notion of having him aboard as a chef. A few days later, they finally arrived at the island where the mountain bandit Dayton resided, located near the Goa Kingdom. Upon disembarking, several members eagerly sought out Luffy and the others but were unable to locate them, unaware of where the three children had wandered off to. Consequently, Ron, Shanks, and the others approached the vicinity of the Dayton family. Do not underestimate Dayton. She is a formidable mountain bandit with a bounty of 7.8 million, merely 200,000 less than the mountain bandit king, Zig. In this world, where there once existed 60 monarchs, the presence of the mountain bandit king Zig has reduced it to merely 4 emperors. Thus, Dayton is indeed a remarkably strong adversary, capable of bringing even Carp to his knees. Ron mocked inwardly, "What are you all up to?" Dayton gazed at the individuals before him, sensing that they were far from virtuous. Thus, he regarded them with a visage full of caution. "Oh, nothing much, merely came to take a look. I did not expect to find such a hidden paradise here." Ron remarked that, in truth, he was unaware of the precise location where Luffy and his companions resided. He only knew that they were likely near the Kingdom of Goa. However, he found himself wandering aimlessly until he arrived at this place. "We were merely passing through and decided to take a look. There is no need for such vigilance. We are not villains," Ron remarked. In truth, do villains ever declare themselves as such? Despite his explanation, it was evident that Dayton remained unconvinced by Ron's words and dismissed him and his companions. After some contemplation, Ron and his group decided to depart. Their sudden presence had a detrimental impact. It was merely a coincidence that they found themselves here. Upon understanding the circumstances, they chose to take their leave. Ron, along with Shanks and the others, embarked on separate missions. Each individual had their own objectives for coming here. In order to locate the three brothers, Ron could only rely on the paths etched in his memory, yet the surroundings remained unfamiliar to him. After parting ways, Ron inquired along his journey and arrived in the city, ultimately reaching the desolate landfill. The Kingdom of Goya is renowned as the most beautiful and pristine nation in the East Sea. They expunge numerous unsightly elements from within their borders. Hence, this landfill is no longer considered part of Goya's territory. Here lie all the concealed dark matters of the nation, those elements that tarnish its illustrious image. Discarded in this forsaken place, it bears resemblance to Fisherman Island's Fisherman Street, where an array of items, typically unseen in the kingdom, coexists, a testament to the undeniable duality of existence. A nation cannot solely embody virtue. It harbors both light and shadow. Goya has opted to showcase its virtues while casting away its vices. Consequently, this area is inhabited by the marginalized populace and some pirates. Having gathered this information, Ron resolved to seek out the three brothers, who were known to operate in the vicinity. Ace and Sabo, in particular, would occasionally withdraw funds to support their future maritime endeavors. Ron wished to make an attempt to persuade them to join the Navy. If unsuccessful, he would simply accept the outcome. Chapter 85, Burjum. In the Kingdom of Goya, what Ron referred to as the garbage station is known as the Uncertain Waste Terminus, also dubbed Garbage Mountain. This nomenclature arises from the kingdom's rigid social hierarchy, as it claims to be the most beautiful and cleanest nation in the Eastern Sea, isolating all that is deemed incongruous with cleanliness and beauty. Within this realm, nobility epitomizes purity, elegance, and prestige, while the common folk symbolize filth, ugliness, and degradation. The cities inhabited by the aristocrats are the most exquisite, where they indulge in the finest cuisine and enjoy unparalleled privileges, all while exuding an air of courtesy. However, such politeness is confined solely to interactions amongst the nobility. The urban populace harbors a deep disdain for those residing at the uncertain terminus, loathing both the environment and the lifestyle of its inhabitants. Thus, the cities where the aristocrats dwell are referred to as high town. To reside in this city, one must attain the status of nobility. The structural dynamics of the Kingdom of Goya bear resemblance to those of the Land of Harmony. Although it may not possess the same level of power or territorial expanse, there exists a similarity in the demographic framework. In the Land of Harmony, only the aristocrats are permitted within the cities, while the impoverished are relegated to ordinary villages. Should a noble lose their wealth, they risk descending into the ranks of commoners, losing their right to reside in the city. This is akin to the numerous individuals in the Land of Harmony who, in their quest to redeem the young Z, have squandered their fortunes. In the kingdom of Goya, while the regulations may not be as stringent, they are not far removed. When nobles find themselves in close proximity to those from the uncertain terminus, many begin to feel that such individuals are unworthy of nobility. Take for instance Sabo's father, who is troubled by his son's frequent presence at the uncertain terminus. He has been seeking someone who can assist him in resolving this predicament and is simultaneously devising a plan to obliterate the uncertain terminus entirely. On this particular day, he encountered an aspiring noble and formed a partnership with him. Brujum, the captain of the Sapphire pirate crew, has devoted his life to the aspiration of residing in High Town and achieving nobility. Over the years, he has amassed considerable wealth, though he has recently suffered significant losses. Upon discovering that 2 children had pilfered his fortune, he was consumed by rage. Thus, he dispatched his subordinate, Burjimi, to capture the children and reclaim the stolen riches. It is indeed a grave embarrassment for a pirate to be outwitted by a mere child. If you succeed in demolishing the uncertain waste terminus, I shall open the city gates and grant you entry into High Town. Indeed, there exists a formidable wall separating the noble city from the uncertain terminus, with the gates remaining firmly shut to isolate the refuse. Burjimi successfully apprehended Luffy, threatening him with dire consequences should he fail to disclose the whereabouts of the 2 boys. His intent was clear, to recover Captain Brujum's fortune. Lacking knowledge of Ace and Sabo's hiding place, he resorted to capturing Luffy, who often played with them. Under severe interrogation, he eventually uncovered the location of Ace and Sabo, yet he ultimately fell victim to their prowess. When Ron arrived, everything had just concluded. "Luffy, are you all right?" It was evident that Luffy was injured. I'm fine." Then Luffy caught sight of Ron before him, astonished. "Brother Ron, when did you arrive?" "I just got here, and I saw you being bullied." Ron smiled as he spoke. "I have heard that you wish to join the Navy." "Naturally. For how splendid it is to be part of the Navy. I also wish to see the 2 of them enlist." Yet they seem to harbor little interest in such a path, Luffy remarked. After Luffy's words, Ron began to scrutinize Ace and Sabo, the future luminaries. These 2 young fellows had already resolved to accumulate funds for their piratical endeavors and set sail. Luffy's actions shattered their suspicions and touched their tender hearts profoundly. However, unlike in his previous life, due to Ron's arrival, Luffy's aspirations had shifted. He no longer yearned to be a pirate, but rather to become a marine. Thus, a trace of hesitation lingered in their hearts. Each of them harbored their own dreams, and whatever they wished to pursue, they should be allowed to do so. For to impede them would only lead to their unhappiness. Ron advised, "But being a Navy officer is such a thrilling endeavor, why wouldn't they appreciate it?" Luffy replied, "Perhaps everyone's definition of thrilling varies. They might consider piracy to be an even more exhilarating profession." Ron smiled and said, "In truth, regardless of the profession one chooses, it is essential to remain true to one's original intentions. Therefore, there is no need for Luffy to impose undue pressure upon himself." Luffy appeared somewhat perplexed yet intrigued. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Each individual harbors their own aspirations. What you deem fascinating may not be regarded as such by others. Nonetheless, irrespective of what paths you may embark upon in the future, it shall not alter the essence of your friendship, and that is what truly matters. Ron smiled, and then turned to the 2 children who were scrutinizing him. Regardless of whether they would become sailors or pirates in the future, that was a matter for another day. For now, they were merely children. Why couldn't they be good friends? Moreover, even if they belonged to opposing factions, couldn't they still forge a friendship? Ron's words prompted reflection in the minds of the 2 10-year-olds, Ace and Sabo, who were slightly older and more mature than Luffy. After a moment of contemplation, they found that Ron's assertions held a certain validity. "Let us play together from now on," Luffy, Sabo declared. At long last, they embraced Luffy into their circle. The proud Ace also consented to join in the fun with Luffy. "Really?" Luffy exclaimed with delight. For months, he had longed to forge a friendship with Ace and Sabo, following them like a shadow. Now, with his wish finally fulfilled, Luffy was overjoyed. "Well then, you shall be good friends from now on. After enduring such a fierce battle, we should replenish our energy." Ron smiled and said, "Come, let us dine together." Although Ace and Sabo remained somewhat cautious of Ron, he was, after all, a friend of Luffy's, and the 2 of them had frequently heard Luffy mention Ron's name. Thus, they acquiesced to Ron's invitation. "I have recently developed a passion for cooking, and it would be delightful for you to sample my culinary skills." Ron smiled, yet within his smile lingered a peculiar essence. Chapter 86, Ron's Culinary Skills. "Allow me to showcase my culinary prowess." Ron chuckled softly, while Luffy exhibited a palpable excitement. having never before witnessed Ron's culinary prowess. His insatiable curiosity heightened his eagerness to discover what Ron had in store. In contrast to Luffy's exuberance, Ace and Sabo remained remarkably composed, especially Sabo, who, despite his youth, had savored an impressive array of delectable dishes. Ron donned a pristine white apron and began to methodically retrieve the ingredients. He placed the tomatoes into a basin and filled it with fresh water, diligently washing them clean. Next, he procured a spotless plate and cracked the eggs into it, whisking them together with chopsticks in a consistent motion. He heated the pan, oblivious to the precise temperature, yet ensuring that bubbles emerged when he inserted the chopsticks. Once the oil was ready, he poured the well-blended eggs into the pan. After a few seconds, he deftly sliced the eggs into sizable pieces, avoiding overly fine cuts to maintain an appealing appearance. After dividing them into several larger chunks, he commenced the process of stir-frying, cooking for 3 to 5 minutes until they reach perfection. Ron carefully retrieves the eggs, placing them aside. He heats the pan without the addition of oil and introduces the tomatoes, stirring them gently. After a few minutes of sauté, he adds the eggs back into the pan, blending the ingredients harmoniously. This dish, a classic from Ron's world, is none other than the iconic tomato and scrambled eggs. It is simple to prepare and delights the palate. The two ingredients are combined and stir-fried, at which point a pinch of salt can be added. For those who prefer a more diverse flavor, one might incorporate a dash of pepper, Sichuan pepper, or a blend of spices akin to the 13 spices, though, in this realm, such a term does not exist. Ron added a selection of spices and a pinch of salt. When it comes to cooking, in Ron's perspective, the finest salt hails from the city of water. This is due to the frequent floods that submerge homes, and once the waters recede and sunlight dries the rooftops, the naturally formed salt possesses a delightful flavor. One day, Ron is determined to acquire some salt from the city of water to savor its taste. After the dish is prepared, a sprinkle of cilantro is added for garnish. Thus, a simple dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes is completed. Even without an abundance of ingredients, merely having tomatoes and eggs will suffice. How does this color appear? Is it not exquisite? The vibrant red of the tomatoes, the sunny yellow of the eggs, complemented by the fresh green of the cilantro, creates a refreshing and natural aesthetic. Although this dish is a humble creation from Ron's world, it is entirely new to the 3 children present. Since the 4 of us are preparing 4 dishes today, this is merely the first. Patience is required. We must wait to enjoy them together. The aroma of the scrambled eggs with tomatoes has already wafted through the air, causing Luffy nearby to salivate. Yet, upon hearing Ron's words, he can only endure the wait. Ron crafted 2 stoves. One was designated for sauté, while the other was, of course, intended for cooking rice. He meticulously prepared the exquisite grains, cleansing them with pure water. This ritual is what is famously known as washing rice. Once the grains were purified, he placed them into the pot, adding water until it surpassed the height of the rice by approximately 1 knuckle. With these preparations complete, Ron covered the pot with its lid and prepared to ignite the firewood to cook the rice. The flavor of rice cooked over an open flame differs subtly from that produced by an electric rice cooker. While the Navy possesses technology to utilize electric methods for cooking rice, Ron preferred the traditional taste imparted by firewood. Should Ace, the young lad, ever consume the flame fruit, it might prove to be a splendid alternative for Ron, enabling him to heat rice or prepare skewers. However, at present, Ace was still quite young and had yet to encounter the flame fruit. As the rice began to steam, Ron commenced the preparation of his second dish, sautéed peppers with meat. He readied the bell peppers, slicing them open from the side to extract the seeds, then chopping them into small pieces for later use. Fresh meat was also prepared, which he skillfully sliced into thin strips, a task that truly tested his culinary prowess. Ron first sliced the meat into thin pieces, then meticulously cut these slices into strips, transforming them into shredded meat. He heated oil in a pan and sautéed the shredded meat, allowing the fat to render. Once the meat was nearly cooked, he added green bell peppers, stirring them together with the meat. The peppers need not be added too early. It suffices to include them after the meat has been sufficiently cooked. Upon releasing a delightful aroma, he seasoned the dish with salt and various spices, finishing with a sprinkle of minced garlic. This constituted the second dish. The children observed Ron's culinary technique with great curiosity, as it was their first encounter with such a cooking process. There were still 2 more dishes to prepare, and he assured them not to rush. They would eat once all the dishes were completed. To ensure the children were well fed, Ron prepared a large quantity, utilizing his ample cookware and sizable plates. The dish of stir-fried meat with green peppers was remarkably simple to make. The vibrant green peppers combined with the lean shredded meat, accentuated by the fragrant garlic, was tantalizing. Next came the third dish, pickled cabbage and pork stew with glass noodles. For this dish, it was essential to use pork belly. Without it, the dish would lack its essence. Ron had also addressed the issue of meat preservation, as the technology in the pirate world allowed for ample refrigeration aboard the ship. He had pickled the cabbage for an extended period, having already consumed some during a feast with Shanks and others the previous day. Today, he intended to use the remaining pickled cabbage to create the pork and cabbage stew with glass noodles. The noodles were a substitute that Ron had procured, resembling traditional glass noodles. He soaked them in warm water to soften. After rinsing the pickled cabbage, he squeezed out the excess water and sliced it into shreds. Chopped scallions and minced garlic were sautéed in hot oil to release their fragrance. Once aromatic, he added the sliced pork belly and continued to stir-fry until the fat rendered and the meat released its savory scent, at which point he introduced the pickled cabbage. He stirred everything together until the flavors melded beautifully, then poured in boiling water to cover the cabbage and pork completely before adding the soaked noodles. After seasoning, he covered the pot and allowed it to simmer until fully cooked, as the enticing aroma of the pork and pickled cabbage wafted through the air. The three children were already captivated by the delightful ambience, eager to taste the dishes. However, they held back upon hearing Ron mention that one final dish remained. "How is my cooking? Does it smell good?" Ron inquired, to which the children nodded enthusiastically. With such delicious food before them, their appetites were undeniable. Yet, they knew there was still one last dish to prepare, which would take a bit more time. Unable to contain their impatience, Ace promptly asked how they might expedite the process. Ron's eyes brightened at Ace's inquiry. Chapter 87. Affordable delicacies, each dish priced at a mere 100 million berries. Are you all feeling quite hungry? If your hunger is considerable, we could forego the final dish, Ron remarked with a smile. However, should you choose not to prepare the final dish, there shall be some cost to bear. At that moment, the three children were exceedingly eager to partake in the meal. They were already somewhat famished, and the tantalizing dishes lay before them. The vibrant colors of the food were a feast for the eyes, and the delightful aromas wafted through the air. It is a rare individual who can resist the allure of such culinary delights in such an inviting setting. "Let us eat, Brother Ron. We shall face the consequences later," Luffy exclaimed, unable to contain his hunger. Had it not been for Ace and Sabo restraining him, he would have rushed forward to devour the dishes. Observing Luffy's state, Sabo too felt a pang of hunger. Despite his worldly experience, he had never encountered dishes quite like those prepared by Ron. The enticing fragrance was simply irresistible. "Why don't we eat first? We can settle any debt afterwards," Sabo urged Ace in a similar vein. Ace, undoubtedly the most authoritative among the trio, had both younger brothers looking up to him. Witnessing their eagerness for the delectable food, coupled with the undeniable quality of Ron's cooking, Ace nodded in agreement. "Let us dine. We shall forego the final dish, and we can address any costs later." To Ace, it merely entailed assisting Ron with some tasks. "Very well, but we must establish some ground rules. When the time comes to repay the debt, there shall be no turning back," Ron said. "Rest assured, we will never have regrets." Despite his tender age, Ace speaks with unwavering conviction. Ron is well aware of this fact. He understands the essence of Ace's character. "Very well, let us proceed to dine." Ron lifted the lid of the pot. The pork and sauerkraut stew with vermicelli had been thoroughly cooked. This dish, a renowned specialty from northeast China, evoked the flavors of Ron's homeland. He ladled it onto a large plate and set it on the table. Now, the table was adorned with 3 grand plates, each brimming with delectable dishes. One featured stir-fried shredded pork with bell peppers, another showcased scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and the last was the pork and sauerkraut stew with vermicelli. After preparing these, Ron lifted the lid of another pot on the stove. A rich aroma of steamed rice wafted through the air. The rice was ready. Ron produced 4 large bowls, utilizing his specially crafted ladle, which resembled a child's spoon. Naturally, these bowls were relatively standard in size, with a diameter of approximately 50 centimeters. Quite distinct from the immense vessel that Whitebeard had used for his drinking. Note: Shanks observed Whitebeard pouring from an extraordinarily large barrel into that colossal bowl. Initially, Whitebeard had dismissed the drink that Shanks brought, but upon learning it was a beverage from Shanks' homeland, he downed it in one gulp. Nonetheless, despite Shanks' attempts to dissuade Whitebeard from initiating the war at Marineford, his efforts were in vain. In the presence of an average-sized child, These bowls indeed appeared somewhat oversized. However, appearances aside, the three companions were all remarkably hearty eaters. Ron's plates are approximately 1 meter in diameter. One can only imagine the size of this table. Well, let us begin our feast. After Ron uttered these words, the three children each seized a plate of food, poised to indulge in their meal. Hold on, that's not how one eats. Ron smiled as he produced several pairs of chopsticks. The chopsticks were of standard length. Excessively long ones would be rather cumbersome to use. Food should not be consumed in isolation. We must share it with one another using chopsticks. In the presence of strangers, it is courteous to provide a communal pair for serving dishes. However, since this occasion is a family gathering, each person may simply use their own pair of chopsticks. Ron distributed chopsticks among 3 individuals. To be candid, they were not unfamiliar with chopsticks. However, given their personalities, utilizing chopsticks was rather inconvenient for them. Generally, they preferred to grasp their food with their hands, as it enabled them to eat more swiftly. Even when employing chopsticks, they could devour their meals with remarkable speed. Ron smiled as he took a bite of the pork sauerkraut noodles, followed by a mouthful of rice. Ah, this is the flavor. The fresh essence of the pork melded beautifully with the tanginess of the sauerkraut, creating an exquisite aroma. Upon witnessing Ron indulge, the 3 children eagerly joined in. They swiftly scooped vegetables into their bowls, alternating between bites of vegetables and rice. Such a delightful combination of eating vegetables alongside rice was a rare occurrence for them. They had never dined in this manner before. Typically, they would consume meat directly or enjoy noodles, seldom opting for rice. This is simply delectable, the children exclaimed in unison. Their delight palpable. The harmony of rice with these dishes was an extraordinary sensation they had never contemplated before. Usually, they would indulge in pasta or meat without considering a pairing with rice. Thus, the 4 of them, Ron and the 3 children, began to feast heartily. Their table manners, naturally, were not impeccable, but fortunately, the plates were ample and the rice plentiful, allowing everyone to revel in the experience. Particularly delightful was the lingering taste of the pork belly, complemented by the vibrant yellow sauerkraut. It was truly a culinary delight. The crispness of the chili peppers and the sweet-sour notes of the persimmons added to the symphony of flavors. The pork belly possessed a fragrant balance of fat and lean meat. The stir-fried pork with chili peppers created an intoxicating aroma of fresh green peppers and garlic that danced on the palate. This experience was simply exquisite, utterly satisfying. Before long, the 3 children's bellies were round and full. Ron also had his fill. Burp. Luffy let out a burp. Brother Ron, what price do you wish us to pay? Was my meal delightful? How did you find my dish? Ron did not directly respond to Luffy's inquiry. The meal was exceedingly delicious, delightful, and exquisite. The 3 children unanimously expressed their approval. Such a delectable feast. Would it truly be unreasonable to set a slightly higher price? Certainly not. It is only fitting that something so scrumptious should command a premium. Luffy remarked with a smile, and Sabo concurred. Ace pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Thus, if I were to establish a restaurant, it would be entirely reasonable to price these 3 dishes a bit higher. Indeed, that seems appropriate. Both Luffy and Sabo nodded in assent. Ace found something amiss in Ron's statement, but could not quite pinpoint the discrepancy. Ultimately, he too acquiesced. It appears that if I were to open a restaurant and serve as a chef, I could indeed earn a substantial profit, as these 3 dishes could be priced quite handsomely. Ron smiled as he gazed at the 3 little imps. Now, they had indulged themselves to the point of satiety. Lying motionless on the deck of the ship, I do not require an exorbitant price from you. Merely a reasonable cost for a meal will suffice. Is 100 million berries for a single dish too much to ask? Not at all. Not at all. That is quite affordable, Luffy immediately replied. However, the expressions of Sabo and Ace had already shifted. What is the price? Ron chuckled, proclaiming that the prices were fair and without deceit, with each dish costing 100 million berries. Chapter 88, Keeping Promises. Upon hearing the figure of 3 billion, Ace and Sabo's eyes widened in astonishment. This price was exceedingly steep. Do you believe that the price I have offered is too exorbitant? Ron chuckled and remarked, however, all of this is the fruit of my labor. And as you have stated, even if my prices were set somewhat higher, it would not matter. Indeed, I did say this, but your price is exceedingly exorbitant. A single meal costing 300 million berries is quite outrageous. Ace argued with Ron. What of it? You yourself acknowledged that a higher price is permissible. And prior to the meal, I informed you that should the final dish not be prepared, there would be consequences you must bear. Furthermore, I have yet to request payment for the rice. Upon hearing Ron's words, Sabo, clutching his stomach, attempted to rise but was unsuccessful. "You scoundrel, you are engaging in deceit," Sabo exclaimed. "Yet, is it not also deceit for you youngsters to pilfer from others?" Ron countered, "But we are seizing the riches of nefarious individuals. He is a heinous pirate." Sabo immediately retorted, "Indeed, he is a wretched pirate, and by taking his wealth, we are performing a virtuous deed." Ace quickly interjected, preparing to voice his dissent. Observing his two brothers ready to argue, Luffy, stroking his belly, also wished to present some opposing viewpoints. "Brother Ron, we do not possess such wealth," Luffy expressed his thoughts. "Precisely, what difference is there between demanding such a hefty price from 3 children and outright theft?" Ace bellowed, attempting to rise but finding himself too full to stand. "If you can rob others, why may I not rob you?" Ron chuckled. "Furthermore, I have exerted considerable effort, which is entirely distinct from your conduct and character. Moreover, merely because he is a pirate, do you believe it justifiable to seize him? I recall that you also aspire to become pirates, do you not?" Upon Ron's utterance, the expressions of several individuals shifted dramatically. Ace and Sabo found themselves momentarily at a loss for words, caught in a state of bewilderment. They had indeed undertaken considerable preparations for the supplies required for their voyage. As pirates, they were entitled to seize from others, yet, as pirates, they faced the Navy's scrutiny. "Now that you have dined, should I not demand payment?" After Ron uttered these words, both Ace and Sabo were momentarily taken aback. The Sapphire Pirates were a notoriously vicious crew, led by the ruthless captain, Brujum. Yet, Ron's argument held a semblance of validity. As Brujum was indeed a pirate, Ace and Sabo could rightfully seize his possessions. This implied that they too aspired to embrace the pirate life. Standing from the Navy's perspective, it seemed reasonable for Ron to demand a higher price. "You mentioned before your meal that there would be a price to pay. Are you little rascals truly devoid of integrity? If you are untrustworthy, then what significance does your agreement hold? If you ever gather enough wealth to venture out as pirates, I fear it may remain an elusive dream." The children were momentarily bewildered, sensing the cogency of Ron's words. They recognized something was amiss but could not articulate it. "Very well, I shall agree. But we currently lack sufficient funds," Ace admitted, his expression reflecting a struggle. Yet, as the son of the Pirate King, he was accustomed to shouldering responsibility. He glanced at Sabo, who was also looking back at him. Their wealth had taken considerable time to amass, and now, having to expend it all at once, perhaps even insufficiently, was indeed disheartening. However, Sabo ultimately nodded in agreement. To become top-tier pirates in the future, they must embody integrity and follow through on their commitments. Observing the steadfast resolve of the children, Ron found it truly admirable. "Once we've digested our meal, I will retrieve the funds for you. As for the remaining cost, I shall bear it alone. I will stay aboard and work for you," Ace declared, displaying the demeanor of an elder brother. Ron gazed at Ace's earnest demeanor and inquired, "What kind of pirate do you aspire to be? Do you wish to become the Pirate King?" It was evident that Ace's expression underwent a subtle transformation upon hearing the term Pirate King. "I aim to be a person who can roam freely, adventuring across the vast seas," Ace replied with utmost sincerity. "To be a free-spirited individual, successfully navigating the oceans, do you require companions for such a journey?" Ron engaged in a serious discussion with Ace regarding this matter. "Companions are undoubtedly essential. I intend to assemble a group of exceptionally talented allies," Ace stated earnestly. "I happen to know some remarkably outstanding pirates." Ron remarked, "I believe you can engage in conversation about the vast experiences you've encountered at sea, while simultaneously acquiring some knowledge about seafaring. Additionally, it would be beneficial to understand the true capabilities of those pirates on the ocean. After all, even a single Brujum has proven to be quite a challenge for you." Ron's words were not without merit. After contemplating for a moment, Ace found himself in agreement. It is indeed beneficial to have powerful pirates around. Thus, I shall engage in dialogue with them as well. "I want to participate too," Sabo remarked similarly. "There's no need for you to engage. Let Ace handle everything." Ron chuckled, for Ace had declared that he would single-handedly repay the remaining debt. Therefore, I resolved to introduce him to certain pirates, so he might acquire knowledge of their craft and diligently enhance his prowess. Gradually, he would amass a bounty. And once he possessed that bounty, repaying my debt would become significantly easier. Upon hearing Ron's words, Sabo, Luffy, and Ace felt a chill run down their spines. They had not anticipated the depth of Ron's foresight. However, the ever-determined Ace ultimately acquiesced to Ron's proposal. At this point, Ron had achieved his objective, successfully introducing Ace to the whimsical Shanks, the user of the fruit of humor. As for the sparks that might ignite between Shanks and Ace, or whether Ace would inherit Roger's will and contemplate a journey to Laughtail to fulfill Roger's unfinished ambitions, those matters lay beyond Ron's jurisdiction. He had done his utmost to facilitate the meeting between Ace and Shanks, and that sufficed. The rest was left to fate. Ace departed. On Ron's ship, there were two other individuals, Sabo and Luffy. It appeared that Luffy had resolutely made up his mind to join the Navy. But what were Sabo's thoughts on the matter? "Kid, do you wish to enlist in the Navy?" Ron extended an invitation to Sabo. "I have no desire to serve in the Navy. I wish to become a pirate." A free-spirited pirate. Ron gazed at Sabo, who aspired to become a pirate. Freedom will soon elude you. Chapter 89, The Impending Inferno. What do you think? Does that young lad possess astounding talent? Ron smiled as he inquired of the red-haired man. "You have come here in search of this little rascal, surely. A pirate of your caliber is seeking someone of extraordinary significance. Is his talent remarkably strong?" Shanks took a sip of his drink and glanced at Ron. His expression a blend of complexity as he uttered, "Do you know something?" "What could I possibly know? I can only speculate that this child bears some connection to you." Ron chuckled softly. "When I uttered his name, your expression changed, and you felt compelled to come here in search of him. I truly cannot fathom why a formidable pirate like yourself would seek out a mere child. Is it because of the lettard?" Ron was acutely aware that if he failed to articulate his thoughts, the red-haired pirates would harbor substantial doubts regarding him, particularly that fellow Ben Beckman, reputed to possess the highest intellect in the entire pirate realm. "You indeed seem to know something," Shanks remarked, taking another sip of his drink. "Is that truly remarkable? It's not difficult to deduce. Upon uttering his name, I noticed a shift in your demeanor, leading me to surmise that this name bears significance. Upon returning, I perused several texts, yet found nothing particularly illuminating. Hence, I conjectured that Ace might very well belong to the lineage of D. After all, Luffy is of that same bloodline, so I possess some understanding. That child Ace is undeniably obstinate." Shanks chuckled. "He resembles yet differs. I remain uncertain if finding him is the right course." "Resembles what? And differs in what regard?" Ron feigned a lack of understanding. "You need not concern yourself with that," Shanks remarked with a smile. "In any case, I am grateful to you. There is no need for thanks if I can be of assistance to you. It brings me joy, for after all, we are friends." Ron chuckled and remarked, "The Navy and pirates as friends? What of it? As long as their personalities align, one's identity holds little significance." Ron poured himself a bowl of wine from Shanks' gourd and drank it in one gulp. "I am uncertain of your intentions. But since you seek him, I suggest you observe from a distance to discern whether he is the person you are searching for." Upon hearing Ron's words, Shanks nodded in agreement. He shared the same sentiment. Thus, they parted ways. The days of Ace, Sabo, and Luffy seemed to revert to their former state. However, one day, Sabo was taken away, leaving only Ace and Luffy in Dayton's humble abode. Some events are inevitable. Ron had no intention of intervening in this matter. Sabo's father took him back home, imposing strict supervision and forbidding him from venturing outside. During this period, Sabo's parents showcased their adopted child, explicitly informing Sabo that if he could not conform to their expectations, he would be replaced. Sabo felt despondent. Meanwhile, Sabo's father's plan was set to commence. The uncertain destination was something that clashed with the essence of this nation. To the nobility, the Goa Kingdom was perceived as the most beautiful and ceremonious country in the world. The interactions among the aristocracy were marked by utmost courtesy. The streets were impeccably clean, and every citizen donned attire that was pristine and respectful. Choose a time to burn the uncertain destination. If you can accomplish this task, I shall grant you entry into the city, and you will be recognized as a noble of the Goa Kingdom, Sabo's father declared to Bridgem, the captain of the Sapphire Pirates. Bridgem was elated. Becoming a resident of the high town had long been his aspiration. Thus, the news spread, and the uncertain destination was destined for destruction. The townspeople were filled with joy, engaging in their usual polite conversations and participating in delightful social activities. Their interactions imbued with an even greater sense of merriment. Each person was more jubilant than before, for the city was on the brink of a significant transformation, destined to become the cleanest and most perfect nation in the world. The uncertain destination was universally scorned. Its inhabitants and the refuse that surrounded them were deemed filthy and foul, entirely incongruous with the kingdom. Eventually, the news reached Sabo, who could scarcely believe that the uncertain destination was to be incinerated. Observing the cheerful crowd, he approached a kindly old man and inquired about the impending destruction. The old man smiled and confirmed, yes, accompanied by a serene demeanor and a sip of hot coffee, adding that the place had long deserved to be burned. This revelation shattered Sabo's composure. He could not fathom how someone could maintain such levity, sipping coffee with such nonchalance while conversing joyfully with those around him. Sabo spoke to several others, and their sentiments echoed the old man's. They believed the place had long outlived its necessity in this world, and the prospect of its destruction was met with elation. The news had spread throughout the city, and celebrations for the forthcoming action had commenced. Yet, the inhabitants of the uncertain destination remained oblivious. No one knew that their once beloved home was on the verge of vanishing from existence. More critically, Luffy and Ace often played there. After grappling with despair, Sabo resolved to escape the city and convey the news to the people of the uncertain destination. Thus, he began a battle of wits with the family steward and the townsfolk. Despite their outwardly polite demeanor and splendid attire, each citizen was steeped in hypocrisy. Shouldn't all individuals be treated equally? This notion had been ingrained in Sabo since childhood. Confined by his parents and burdened by the arrival of an adopted brother, he was warned that if he failed to meet their expectations, his sibling would be groomed to fulfill those roles. Sabo had felt disappointment towards his parents back then, and now he harbored a profound disillusionment with the entire aristocracy of the city. Regardless of the obstacles, he was determined to relay this critical message and prevent the impending fire. Yet, the fire ultimately occurred. Chapter 90. The common enemy of the celestial dragons, the uncertain destination, was finally ignited. Yellow flames and acrid black smoke spread widely. The stench of burning refuse caused many to cover their noses, uncertain if it was due to the smoke or the grief of witnessing the destruction. Tears streamed down the faces of numerous onlookers. Sabo struggled valiantly, striving to disseminate the news, but time was not on his side. Brujum, the captain of the Sapphire Pirates, cruelly ignited the flames. Would he return to the city? Or would the townspeople accept him? Ron inquired of Shanks, who remained silent, his thoughts consumed by the safety of Ace. The townsfolk would undoubtedly reject him. The inhabitants of the city had long ceased to regard their kind as human, creating a chasm between two races. Then Beckman interjected, noting that from the very beginning, this individual known as Brugum had been exploited. Thus, Ace was likely in peril. Upon learning the cruel truth about his inability to enter the city, Brugum would undoubtedly turn against Ace. Ron couldn't help but admire Ben Beckman for his impeccable reasoning. Naturally, as a partner, Shanks also placed immense trust in Ben Beckman. Thus, upon hearing Beckman's words, he clenched his fist tightly. While he could remain calm in the face of others, Ace was the sole bloodline of the captain. Stay composed, Shanks, Yasopp reassured him, patting his shoulder. Are we not here to witness his potential? If danger arises, do you doubt my strength? After Yasopp's words, Shanks finally managed to stabilize his emotions, though traces of tension lingered. This was entirely understandable. Shanks had been aboard Roger's ship since infancy, practically raised by him. Their bond was profound, a truth evident in Roger's decision to entrust the Straw Hat to him. On that fateful day in Logtown, when Roger faced execution, the dawn of the great pirate era began. Countless pirates watched as the Pirate King was sentenced, their hearts filled with the whispers of the grand treasure and laugh tale, ready to embark on their own journeys. Shanks had been present, hiding behind the crowd, donning the straw hat to shield his eyes from the grim spectacle of the gallows. In his youthful naivety, he believed that by not witnessing such a scene, he could stave off the tears that flowed nonetheless, a deluge of sorrow overwhelming him. That day weighed heavily upon his heart, yet soon he set sail, driven by the captain's wishes to become a sovereign of the seas, a figure to rival Whitebeard, Kaido, and Charlotte Linlin. Whitebeard was not his target, for he held little interest in Laugh Tale. Shanks' primary aim was to curb the growth of Kaido and Charlotte Linlin. To this day, he had achieved much, elevating his own strength to that of a Yonko. However, he had yet to encounter the person the captain had long awaited. Now, with the lineage of the D family uncovered, the captain's son might indeed be the one to fulfill his legacy. Thus, Shanks felt both anxious and hopeful, yearning for Ace to rise to the occasion while fearing his reluctance. As expected, Ace was preparing to act. Yasopp fixed his gaze on the distant Brujum. Rest assured, with me here, if he poses any real threat, I will take him down with a single shot, Yasopp comforted Shanks. Truth be told, Shanks' Conqueror's haki could undoubtedly affect Brujum. Yet, his nerves were palpable. With the gates of the town barred, it seemed they were destined for calamity. Brujum charged towards Ace, and Dayton stepped forward, shielding Ace as a hen would her chicks. However, Brujum's crew outnumbered them and bore firearms, rendering Dayton no match. The situation grew perilous. Just as Yasopp was poised to act, Ace erupted in fury, unconsciously unleashing his Conqueror's haki. Brujum's numerous subordinates collapsed, leaving only Brujum standing. Shanks was deeply moved, as were the members of the red-haired pirates. At merely 10 years of age, Ace exhibited the capabilities of Conqueror's haki. This form of haki was distinct from the armament and observation types, which could be awakened and honed through diligence and training. The awakening age and degree of enhancement varied by individual aptitude. However, Conqueror-S haki could only be awakened in those with the aura of a king. It was a rarity, emerging in but one among a million. Yet, Ace was still quite young, and Brujum was competent enough to withstand the effects of Ace's haki without collapsing. In this critical moment, Yasop decisively intervened, firing a shot that sent Brujum tumbling to the ground, as though he too had fallen victim to Ace's Conqueror-S haki. Shanks was elated. Ace was truly the chosen one, likely destined to fulfill the Captain-S legacy. There, now you can rest easy. It's just a child, after all. Why the excitement? Ron feigned complete ignorance of who Ace was, and he remained oblivious to why Shanks was so agitated. Well, that makes sense. In that case, I shall treat you to a drink upon my return, Shanks replied with evident delight. Thus, the matter was laid to rest. Ron felt that he had once again performed a commendable deed, perhaps paving the way for numerous intriguing changes in the world to come. Following this incident, Luffy, Sabo, and Ace could once more revel in their camaraderie. However, Sabo resolved to set sail in search of his freedom. On that bright and sunny day, he bid farewell to Luffy and Ace, embarking on a quest to explore the ocean's beauty. A 10-year-old boy, a humble little boat, and a simple pirate flag marked Sabo's departure. As fate would have it, he had not ventured far before encountering a celestial dragon. With a single shot, the celestial dragon obliterated Sabo's vessel, leaving him grievously injured. This loathsome creature could not abide anyone obstructing his path. Sabo, Sabo, Sabo. The two boys wept in despair. This was their dear companion, their cherished friend, their beloved brother. Have you discerned clearly? Who has inflicted harm upon your brother? Ron remarked. Those beings of that race are known as celestial dragons. Celestial dragons, you say? Ron seemed to have spotted Ace and Luffy, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Indeed. Whether one serves as a marine or a pirate, the celestial dragons remain our common adversary. Chapter 91. Ain has finally arrived. The Revolutionary Army has unexpectedly made an appearance. That child must have been rescued by them. At the banquet of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman inquired, it should be so, shouldn't it? Ron replied. I always have the impression that you possess a wealth of knowledge. Ben Beckman expressed skepticism towards Ron. I know a lot. Indeed, I am well versed in many subjects. Which particular aspect are you referring to? Ron inquired. It seems that your intelligence system is remarkably advanced. Everything appears to be meticulously calculated. Ben Beckman responded with utmost seriousness. Given Beckman's grave demeanor, the members of the red-haired pirates surrounding him regarded Ron with equal solemnity. What exactly have I calculated? Ron remarked. You want us to closely observe Ace and have instructed us not to intervene. It feels as though you were already aware that Ace would awaken the Conqueror's haki. Furthermore, regarding that boy named Sabo, you seem to have known in advance that he would be rescued by the Revolutionary Army. Ben Beckman replied. It seems as though these events were orchestrated by you. However, one thing puzzles me. You are in direct conflict with both the Navy and the Revolutionary Army. Upon hearing Ben Beckman's response, Ron chuckled. By your reasoning, I am part of the Navy while you are pirates, which would naturally imply a significant discord between us. Ron smiled and remarked, how could these things possibly be of my design? What merit do I possess to command the Revolutionary Army to come and rescue Sabo? Ron's words do hold some merit, which is precisely the reason why Ben Beckman finds himself perplexed. Then why do you always seem so composed? Ben Beckman inquired. In the presence of formidable individuals such as yourselves, what other choice do I have but to remain calm? Ron chuckled. Am I to apprehend all of you? Or shall we engage in a brutal confrontation? I am no match for any of you, nor do we share any vested interests. When the disparity in our strengths is so pronounced, why should I feign anxiety or unease? Listening to Ron's words, the red-haired pirates could not help but admire his composure. After all, what difference does a poor mindset make? Faced with the myriad pressures of the world, even if one's spirit crumbles and one appears exceedingly tense and fearful, what is destined to arrive will inevitably come, and what is meant to depart shall ultimately depart. You too shall take your leave, I presume. Ron chuckled. Thus, we joyfully partook in the feast, for if you linger too long, it may indeed be too late. Could it be that Admiral Carp is returning? Ben Beckman immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Indeed, my presence here is also due to Admiral Carp. I intend to await him here to celebrate Luffy's birthday together. It is regrettable that we cannot partake in Luffy's birthday festivities. Nonetheless, it has been a genuine pleasure to meet you, Ron. The red-haired captain raised his goblet, and the entire crew followed suit, lifting their chalices in unison. Ron also raised his goblet, draining it in one swift motion. Such moments, where everyone can gather to celebrate in this manner, are indeed rare and fleeting. Ron remains a naval officer, and moreover, he is a promising Marine. Upon the return of the red-haired pirates, they are bound to carve out a new legacy. Future encounters may not be as harmonious, or at least not as convenient. The hosts and guests were thoroughly entertained. After the conclusion of the banquet, the red-haired pirates set sail the following day. Ron bid them farewell as they departed from this place. This time, Redhead did not don his straw hat, while Ace sported a new one atop his head. Upon noticing Ace's new hat, Luffy expressed his desire for one as well. Once Sister Ain arrives in a few days, she will be able to weave one for you. Ron smiled and spoke to Luffy. It did not take long. 2 days later, Ain and Carp's grand ship finally arrived here. Senior sister, grandfather. Ron and Ain met. Much like Luffy and his grandfather, both rushing toward one another. Yet the scenes unfolded quite differently. After an extended separation, Ron and Ain embraced tightly, with Ain almost collapsing into Ron's arms. Ron, in turn, lifted Ain and spun around several times. Sister, I have missed you dearly. The days without you felt like an eternity. As the saying goes, a day apart feels like 3 autumns. Although we have been apart for so long, it feels as though centuries have passed. Upon hearing Ron's words, Ain playfully slapped him lightly twice, her cheeks tinged with shyness. After such a long time, I didn't expect your words to become even more charming. Have you been charming some young ladies? Sister, you wrong me. I have only 2 things to occupy my time. Where would I find the opportunity to deceive young ladies? Oh, and what might those 2 activities be? Ain inquired with curiosity. The first is breathing, Ron remarked. What about the second thing? The second thing, of course, is that I miss you. You certainly have a sweet tongue. Ain replied. Would you like to taste it? Ron retorted. Is Luffy still around? Ain felt a bit embarrassed, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. He had been so exhilarated earlier. But now it dawned on him that not only was Luffy present, but also Vice Admiral Carp and many soldiers aboard the ship. In stark contrast to the tender moment shared between Ron and Ain was the reunion between Luffy and his grandfather. Mimicking Ain, Luffy leapt into Carp's embrace. Vice Admiral Carp, perhaps inspired by Ain's playful manner, attempted to strike Ron as well. Consequently, Luffy's head bore 2 large bumps. The iron fist of love. However, this time, Luffy did not cry. It had been quite some time since he last saw his grandfather, and he genuinely missed him. You little rascal. I never expected you to have grown so strong, Carp chuckled, ruffling Luffy's hair and playfully squeezing his cherubic face. To his astonishment, Carp discovered something unexpected. Luffy's face was remarkably elastic. So he tried pulling it. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Grandpa, what are you doing? Luffy exclaimed in pain. Carp's expression shifted. When did you eat a devil fruit? How did you know it was a devil fruit, Grandpa? Luffy replied with a grin. Once you consume a devil fruit, you cannot swim anymore, and there are many restrictions. Who made you eat it? Carp was furious. He had been preoccupied with work and had not seen his grandson, only to find that Luffy had unknowingly consumed a devil fruit. I ate it myself. One day, I found a fruit in a box and decided to taste it. It was really disgusting, and after eating it, I turned into this, Luffy said nonchalantly. But there are benefits to being like this. I have acquired a remarkable ability, and I will definitely develop the powers of the fruit and become an excellent Marine. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Carp's anger transformed into delight. What did you say? I said I want to become an excellent Marine. Ha ha ha, Carp was immensely pleased. He distinctly remembered how Luffy had previously resisted the idea of becoming a Marine vehemently. Come, let me see what you've been practicing lately. Without hesitation, he was eager to witness the results of Luffy's training. Chapter 92, Luffy and Sanji. Carp observed Luffy's potential with great approval and offered guidance on various training issues. He explicitly stated that while devil fruits could bestow unique abilities, one must not overly rely on them. Physical prowess was of utmost importance. Ron also learned some techniques from Carp. Subsequently, Ron, Ain, Carp, and others celebrated a birthday for Luffy, who turned 7 this year. The celebration was filled with joy, and everyone reveled in the happiness of the occasion. After the festivities, Carp contemplated Luffy's aspiration to become an exceptional Marine. He considered that Luffy could attend a base to acquire some fundamental knowledge. Thus, he resolved to assign Luffy to the G8 Fortress. The G8 branch is vast and renowned for its formidable defenses. Once pirates enter, escaping becomes exceedingly difficult. Given its high level of security, Carp concluded that it would be prudent to place Luffy in the G8 branch. Generally, incidents are infrequent there, and it would also benefit Luffy's growth, which was Carp's rationale. Additionally, Ron's personnel appointments were finalized, as he and Ein would remain stationed at the Marine headquarters. Ron and Ein were assigned to Admiral Porcelino. Subsequently, they came under the direct command of Kizaru, their immediate superior, and were authorized to undertake missions alongside him. Once all arrangements had been finalized, Karp set sail, while Ron and Ein were tasked with escorting Luffy to the G8 branch before returning to the Navy headquarters. Ron never anticipated that Luffy and Sanji would meet in such a manner. Upon locating Sanji, Ron found little merit in his situation and thus dispatched him to the G8 branch, assigning him the role of a mere deckhand. In truth, it was more akin to allowing Jonathan and Monica the opportunity to take Sanji in. Who could have foreseen that several months later, Luffy would also arrive at this very place? What kind of sparks might ignite between the two of them? The ship continues to sail steadily onward. Ron was deep in contemplation. He had been in this world for several years, during which he had altered many past events. Yet, his great vendetta remained unavenged. Who exactly was that fellow named Hulong? What are you pondering? An inquired. I am contemplating when I can seek vengeance in the New World, Ron replied. It will come swiftly, An assured him. Everything you undertake is executed with such perfection. I have no doubt that you will soon realize your aspirations. An embraced Ron from behind. You have made remarkable progress in the few years since you joined the Navy. Your rapport with Mr. Karp is quite beneficial, which will undoubtedly aid your future promotions. As long as you continue to strive for advancement, you will gain access to more intelligence, and when the time comes, locating your adversary will be effortless. Ron nodded, gazing ahead. He then turned to look at Ain. Senior sister, you are truly beautiful. After spending time with Ron, Ain had undergone significant changes. Her hairstyle transformed into a ponytail that Ron favored. With her new look, Ain's charm was immediately accentuated. Her clothing style had also evolved. No longer merely simplistic, she had become increasingly feminine. Moreover, Ain's legs were long, straight, and fair, completely unblemished. At times, Ron found himself entranced, simply gazing at her legs. Thus, Ron and Ain exchanged tender glances for an extended period. I seem to have forgotten something, senior sister. What is it? Most of the time, you take care of me, yet I have never cooked for you or attended to your daily needs. How about I prepare a dish for you today? Ain was taken aback by Ron's unexpected proposal, having never considered that he might be capable of cooking. In truth, preparing a meal can also be a form of enjoyment. I can cook a variety of dishes, infused with the flavors of my hometown. Having lived 2 lives, Ron had mastered many culinary techniques. The delectable dishes he had once savored were now within his culinary repertoire. After spending 3 years in a small village, he had also sampled many exquisite delicacies from this world, and he could now recreate some of them with ease. Having spent considerable time with Ain, Ron had always been the recipient of her care. Thus, he yearned for the opportunity to care for her in return. What is the purpose of life? A person's existence can be both long and fleeting. Yet, the most crucial aspect ought to be joy. Some actions must be taken at the right moment. Otherwise, one may find themselves regretting missed opportunities in the future. Ron has not forgotten his hatred. It lingers in his heart until he can confront that individual. However, he understands that he must not allow this animosity to disrupt his life, for there are many delightful souls in this world. Cherishing the people before him is of utmost importance. Thus, Ron prepared a sumptuous feast for Ian, featuring dishes from his homeland. In that idyllic village, they learned much. And with the help of his memories, he was able to recreate some culinary delights. While their pasts were marked by separation, their future is destined for collaboration. This dish is one I enjoyed in the village long ago, although I had never attempted to replicate it, or perhaps the flavors were simply amiss. Gradually, I have refined it, and at last, it has returned to its original taste. Senior sister, this is a delicacy from my hometown, and I sincerely invite you to partake in it, allowing you to connect with my past. Thank you, junior brother. The tantalizing aroma of the meal finally roused the slumbering Luffy. It might be more accurate to say that Luffy, being a natural Epicurean, awoke at the mere scent of delectable food. Well, Ron, what are you cooking? It smells divine. Luffy hurried to wash his hands, eagerly anticipating the meal. All right. Luffy obediently went to cleanse himself, preparing to relish the dinner Ron had prepared with care. Ian wished to assist Ron in the kitchen, but Ron declined, wanting to take good care of Ian today. The fragrance of the dishes wafted through the air, causing Luffy to swallow in anticipation. Ian gazed at Ron in astonishment, never expecting his culinary skills to be so exceptional. The mere scent of the food was enough to uplift the spirit. When did you become such a proficient cook? Ian inquired with great curiosity. Acquiring new skills is always beneficial, and this rare opportunity to be alone should not be squandered. Once I have mastered these abilities, I can allow my senior sister to savor my craftsmanship. Thus, in the future, we will be able to tackle many challenges at sea with just the two of us. Indeed, Ron's time off was severely limited. His request for an extension had already been denied by Sengoku. After delivering his fare to the G8 branch, he would need to return swiftly to the naval base, as Sengoku aimed to cultivate Ron's potential, intending for him to train under Admiral Borsellino. Ron was acutely aware that his future would be quite demanding, so he took the time today to prepare an abundance of dishes, intending to treat on and also to indulge in a well-deserved moment of relaxation. Chapter 93. Look, that ship is swaying again. After enjoying a hearty meal and drinks, the two continued on their journey, swiftly escorting Luffy to the G8 base. Ron remained oblivious to the fact that he had altered the course of history in this world. Did he not? Yet, if granted a chance to start anew, he would undoubtedly make the same choice. Arriving in a realm where one cannot influence the historical trajectory feels rather futile. If everything continues to unfold as it always has, what purpose does it serve? Some may harbor disdain for Luffy, perceiving him as a dim-witted individual devoid of any semblance of intelligence. However, to Ron, Luffy embodies the essence of a straightforward younger brother. Still in his formative years, lacking a fully developed worldview. Should he be nurtured into a commendable naval officer, he could potentially foster a significant positive impact on this world. Luffy possesses qualities that many in this world lack, traits inherent to the D family, subtly influencing those around him. Thus, his journey as a Marine promises to be quite intriguing. Initially, Ron approached this new world with a mindset of mere existence, a sentiment entirely understandable. Upon arriving in that tranquil village, he found life here to be exceedingly serene, devoid of any calamities. Indulging in delectable sustenance and savoring the picturesque rural landscape that offered a profound sense of relaxation. Prior to his transference, Ron was ensnared in the grind of urban life, akin to a leaf adrift without roots. The vastness of the world left him questioning where home truly lay. While some might philosophize that all under heaven are brothers and that any place could serve as home, such notions are merely romantic ideals. When life, a ferocious beast, strikes with unyielding ferocity, few possess the fortitude to withstand its blows. In some places, the absence of work renders a home meaningless. In others, employment is devoid of a sense of belonging. If one could find solace in their own abode, who would willingly venture far and wide? Thus, Ron existed in such a state prior to his arrival here. After graduating from university, he moved to a burgeoning city, striving diligently, enduring the relentless grind of a 996 lifestyle. Yet, the fruits of his labor were scant. Most of his earnings were consumed by rent and basic necessities, leaving little to show by year's end. At times, he found himself yearning for home, reminiscing about his parents and contemplating the simplicity of a rural existence. However, returning home would only raise the question, what lay ahead for his future? Establishing a family, securing a spouse, acquiring a home and vehicle, these aspirations seemed elusive. Consequently, the pressure mounted, so overwhelming that he lost sight of his original ideals. His days became a monotonous cycle of work, and more work, generating substantial value for his employer, who could afford a new car each year. Yet, for Ron, even with diligent effort, the prospect of affording a home in that city remained a distant dream. His annual savings barely sufficed for a single square meter. Where was the future? Ron could not discern it. Those around him were similarly entrapped in a numbing routine, forgetting their desires and childhood dreams. Watching videos of the younger generation engaging in thrilling activities like skiing, skydiving, and esports left Ron with a profound sense of melancholy. Were all young people of this era truly living such lives? In that moment, he pondered whether he classified as one of them. What were skiing, extreme sports, photography, or advanced technology like drones to him? They seemed worlds apart. Indulging in a lavish meal was a rare treat. But participating in any of the pursuits that captivated the youth would deplete his savings in an instant. Thus, despair enveloped him, leading him to realize that he did not belong among the vibrant waves of youth. The younger generation seemed to dictate how one ought to live, leaving Ron bewildered by the notion of choice. Did he truly have options? Many undertook endeavors they knew to be futile, not out of bravery, but due to a lack of alternatives. This mounting pressure eroded Ron's mental state, plunging him into despair. It was amidst this turmoil that he unexpectedly encountered a car accident, which transported him into the world of pirates. Upon his arrival, he initially yearned for a system, a magical advantage, fully aware of the perils this world harbored. However, the serene village life gradually allowed him to unwind. He became less anxious and less burdened by stress, learning to appreciate the pastoral existence. Thus, 3 years passed, until the pirates inevitably arrived. Ron's sanctuary of tenderness has finally been shattered. Ron profoundly realized the inherent inequities of the world. It is a realm where the strong prevail and the weak perish. If one lacks sufficient strength, they are destined to be devoured. From that moment forth, Ron nurtured a heart of a warrior. Yet beneath his formidable exterior lay a soul yearning for tranquility. He wished for others to be free from the anxieties that plagued him, to escape the burdens that weighed heavily upon him. He aspired for everyone to experience a modicum of joy, unencumbered by the oppressive weight of existence. This world harbors its share of darkness, yet it also possesses its light. The harsh reality of its rules is undeniably brutal. Survival of the fittest reigns supreme. Conversely, many places continue to embody a simplicity that allows people to live joyfully. Thus, Ron felt compelled to seek vengeance, not merely for himself, but to eradicate countless individuals who perpetuated such suffering, enabling more souls to live in happiness and contentment. Perhaps it was the influence of too much drink that fueled these thoughts. Ron pondered excessively, as if his aspirations were excessively lofty and grand. His thoughts meandered intermittently, drifting between memories of his past homeland and reflections on his present abode. Meanwhile, the vessel continued its steadfast voyage, bravely forging ahead. Even against the headwinds, it cut through the waves with unwavering resolve. Is life not akin to this journey? Ron set down his glass, seemingly struck by a moment of enlightenment. Regardless of the challenges life presents, whether resolved or unresolved, life must carry on. Everyone yearns to look ahead, much like this vessel. When the winds are favorable, it sails swiftly. When the winds are adverse, it proceeds more slowly. Yet, it is always in motion. Are you contemplating the essence of life once more? Ain appeared unexpectedly, approaching Ron from behind and gently embracing him. We still have important matters to attend to, do we not? Important matters. Ron gazed at the scenery, his mind wandering through a myriad of chaotic thoughts, reflecting on life while neglecting to recall any pressing matters that required his attention. In just a few days, he would arrive at the naval headquarters, where it was likely that numerous restrictions awaited him. Thus, it would be prudent to engage in meaningful activities during the remaining days. A hint of crimson grazed Ain's cheeks, for it was indeed somewhat awkward for a young lady to broach such a topic. What kind of meaningful activities, one might wonder. Unfortunately, Ron, still lost in his contemplations on life, failed to catch Ain's drift at that moment. It has been quite some time since we last engaged in a profound conversation, Ain murmured, her face now entirely flushed. Ron instantly comprehended Ain's intent. In a heartbeat, he rose to his feet and embraced Ain, carrying him into the cabin. The following text is omitted. Chapter 94, the 2 years following the terrifying general. Ron and Ian were both assigned to serve under Admiral Borsalino, who is also known as Admiral Kizaru. He is a senior officer within the Navy responsible for the scientific division. Working alongside Kizaru meant that they were constantly exposed to his signature catchphrase, "How terrifying." This phrase, which can be transliterated as Kuwa Ine, was uttered by Kizaru in response to any situation he encountered, reflecting his unique outlook. During their 2 years of apprenticeship under Kizaru, Ron experienced significant personal growth. Throughout this period, Kizaru imparted some knowledge to Ron, although it was not through direct instruction, rather. Ron gleaned insights from observing Kizaru's methods. Additionally, due to the nature of Kizaru's work, Ron had access to a plethora of scientific literature, enabling him to acquire a substantial understanding of scientific culture. However, Ron seemed to struggle with firearms knowledge. Despite his studies in mechanical structures, he was unable to create weapons that aligned with his expectations. Ironically, he ended up constructing several enormous cauldrons instead. Now, having further developed his physical abilities and fruit powers, Ron continues to evolve in his journey. Ron has completely mastered the Navy's 6th form. After his transformation, he can reach a height of 20 meters. It can be said that his growth over the past 2 years has been substantial. Beyond this, the world has undergone numerous changes. The 4th Emperor of the Sea has finally emerged. Red-haired Shanks successfully ascended to this esteemed position last year, marking the full appearance of the 4 emperors at sea. In contrast, the Navy's influence appears to have waned. Each of the emperors possesses strength that slightly surpasses that of an admiral, and each commands formidable subordinates. The strongest pirate crew belongs to the Whitebeard pirates, led by the capable Marco, the captain of the 1st Division, who wields the mythical Zoan-type bird fruit in its phoenix form, granting him incredible regenerative abilities. The 3rd Division is commanded by the indomitable Diamond Jozu, renowned for his unparalleled defense. The 4th Division is helmed by Sachi, who, despite his gentle demeanor, is a formidable fighter. The 5th Division is led by Vista, known as the Flower Sword, a world-class swordsman whose prowess, while slightly inferior to Mihawk's, places him among the elite of swordsmanship. Next is the Red-Haired Pirates. Although they are relatively new, their members, Ben Beckman, Yasop, and Lucky Roo each possess remarkable combat abilities that should not be underestimated. Following them is the Beast Pirates, led by Kaido, who commands the 3 calamities and the 6 disasters. While the 6 disasters are not yet well known, the 3 calamities have already gained significant notoriety. King, who wields the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit in its Allosaurus form. Queen, who has the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit in its Brachiosaurus form. And Jack, who embodies the ancient Zoan-type elephant fruit in its mammoth form. Among the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin's crew is considered the weakest. However, several of her offspring have proven themselves to be exceptional. Kata Kuri, mature and composed, has remained undefeated throughout his career. Charlotte Smoothie, though still young, has displayed extraordinary talent and strength. Charlotte Cracker possesses formidable abilities with mastery of armament hockey, making him a rare adversary in the New World. To curtail the growth of the 4 emperors, the Navy has accelerated its recruitment of the 7 warlords of the sea. Bartholomew Kuma has successfully joined their ranks, as has Jibei. The final warlord is currently under the watchful eye of the world government, who are eager to observe the outcome of his impending clash with the 4 emperors. Indeed, Moonlight Moria is preparing to engage in battle with Kaido, one of the 4 emperors in the New World. This year, Luffy has turned 9, while Nami has reached the age of 10. Ron applied for leave to go to the East Sea. Admiral Porcelino also approved his request. Significant events are set to unfold this year. Why return to the East Sea at this moment? An inquired. Certainly, there are matters to attend to. Ron smiled and remarked, over the past 2 years, we have both grown considerably. This time, it can be regarded as an opportunity to showcase our skills in the East Sea. Why the East Sea, though? Which is considered the weakest maritime region? An inquired. In truth, I have a premonition that something may transpire in the East Sea. It is widely acknowleded that it is the least formidable sea, a fact known not only to us but also to many pirates. Consequently, some pirates might be lurking there, seeking to establish themselves, Ron explained. What do you mean? Let us proceed with our plans, I chuckled. Coincidentally, I have a friend in the East Sea who has invited me several times, and I have yet to take him up on his offer of oranges. Oh. Is it Premier? Ron inquired. How do you know? Ian was taken aback. He had never disclosed to Ron that he had become good friends with Belmare. How could Ron possibly know? Did you find Belmare exceptionally beautiful, perhaps even coveting her physique? Ian considered this possibility. Sister, do you think I am so lecherous? Moreover, she has 2 children. Why aren't you lecherous? Ron remarked, those extraordinary antics I could never fathom. Ian felt a tinge of embarrassment as he spoke. Over the past 2 years, their opportunities for profound exchanges had been plentiful. Although at the naval base, there were still chances to engage in deeper conversations. As their interactions deepened, the variety of exchanges had also expanded considerably. Ian had not anticipated that mere profound exchanges could encompass such a multitude of forms. Different modes of communication yield distinct experiences. Likewise, different individuals naturally bring unique communicative experiences. Thus, upon discovering Ron's extensive repertoire of communicative methods, Ian occasionally pondered whether Ron might wish to seek alternative conversational partners. You do realize she has 2 daughters, right? Upon hearing Ron mention Belmer's daughters, Ian was even more astonished. How could Ron be privy to such intimate details? Sister, have you forgotten that it was I who introduced you to? Belmer was once my marine. After Ron's explanation, Ian found some truth in his words. She realized that overthinking was unnecessary. It was perfectly normal to remember Belmer, which merely indicated Ron's remarkable memory. Moreover, since Belmer had already borne 2 children, it was unlikely that Ron would still harbor any desire for her. It was said that her 2 children were quite adorable. Coincidentally, I also intended to pay a visit. One is named Nami and the other Nochi. Both names are quite charming. Ian remarked with a smile, it sounds like the names of 2 little girls. Ron feigned ignorance and remarked, all right. Let us journey to the East Sea. If there are pirates, we shall eliminate them. If not, we can indulge in the delightful oranges of the region. Ian had never anticipated that Nami, merely 10 years her junior, would one day pose a considerable threat to her. Chapter 95, Arlong's Release Fisher Tiger. The first hero of the Fishman race ascended the holy land of Mariewa unarmed, liberating a multitude of slaves. However, as each slave bore the mark of the celestial dragons, Fisher Tiger altered these marks, adding a few lines to transform the original insignia into a sun-like emblem. Thus, the Sun Pirates were born. Rising against oppression in pursuit of the happiness of the fishmen, they once endeavored to trust humanity, yet the outcomes were far from satisfactory. Their faith in humans led them to escort a young girl, Carla, back to her homeland. Tragically, during this mission, Fisher Tiger fell victim to an ambush by the Marines. suffering grave injuries at the hands of Admiral Borsellino. The severe wounds deepened Fisher Tiger's distrust of humanity. At that moment, no fishman could provide him with a compatible blood type, forcing him to rely on human blood for his recovery. Yet, having been repeatedly deceived by humans, Fisher Tiger resolutely refused this aid. Ultimately, he passed away, consumed by bitterness. Following his death, the leadership of the Sun Pirates was assumed by Jinbe, who became the new captain. Jinbe's philosophy remained centered on the protection of the fishman race, and he harbored a more nuanced view towards humans, recognizing the presence of both virtuous and malevolent individuals among them. In stark contrast, Arlong harbored a belief that humanity was despicable and wholly unworthy of trust, asserting that fishmen were the most noble race in existence. Consequently, ideological rifts between Arlong and Jinbe led to their eventual separation. Due to his crimes at sea, Arlong was incarcerated in the undersea prison. Despite their diverging beliefs, both had previously traversed the world alongside Fisher Tiger as members of the Sun Pirates. Thus, upon receiving a notification from the government, Jinbe carefully considered and consented to become a warlord of the sea, believing this position would better enable him to protect Fishman Island. He also petitioned for Arlong's release, honoring their bond as brothers. Upon his release, Arlong, after much contemplation, resolved to venture to the East Sea. This region, being the weakest of the four seas, presented the maximum opportunity for piracy. He set forth with his peculiar crew of fishmen, intent on dominating the East Sea. Thus, the Arlong pirates were officially established. Upon learning of Jinbe's ascension to the warlords, Ron promptly applied for leave, fully aware that Arlong would soon be freed. The East Sea was poised to face significant peril. Although Tina was stationed there, Ron resolved to undertake the journey personally, believing it to be the safest course of action, minimizing potential casualties. After several days at sea, Ron and On finally arrived at Cocoa West Village, the very home of Belmare. Within this village resided a young girl with a passion for nautical charts, as well as a man adorned with a hat and a scarred face, whose hat bore a windmill. Of course, the man was of little consequence and could be overlooked. Ron came here with the noble intention of saving lives, not merely for the sake of the 10-year-old Nami or the 12-year-old Nojiko. As an exemplary Marine, Ron has always adhered to the principle of alleviating suffering, constantly reminding himself of his duty to aid those in distress. Therefore, his primary purpose for arriving in Cocoa West Village is to mitigate the loss of life here, particularly to prevent the fishman Arlong from wreaking havoc and inflicting harm upon humanity. Nami, Nojiko, it's time for dinner. We have guests today. Belmare prepared a sumptuous lunch, inviting Ron and I to partake. It was a family gathering, hence she also called upon the two little girls, intending to introduce them to Ron and I. Thus, Ron beheld the two charming young girls, one exuding a lively spirit and the other embodying a calm and reserved demeanor. The shorter, more spirited one was naturally Nami, while the composed and introspective one was Nojiko. Observing the seemingly ordinary Nami and the unremarkable Nojiko, Ron felt a sense of intrigue. Ron couldn't help but marvel at how, after just a few years, Nami had rapidly evolved into a formidable force. It was akin to hills rising within the plains. I find myself admiring my own sense of justice. Ron contemplated within himself, pondering the true purpose of his visit to Cocoa West Village, which was solely to address the safety concerns here. How could Nami and Nojiko, being so young, possibly be the reason for his presence? This is Uncle Ron. And this is Sister Ayn. Belmare introduced the two children. This statement abruptly snapped Ron back to reality, leaving him with a multitude of questions swirling in his mind. Why was he referred to as Uncle Ron while Ayn was called Sister? Hello, Uncle Ron. Hello, Sister Ayn. The two little ones obediently chimed in, leaving Ron feeling quite awkward. If the relationship between Ron and Nami was established on the basis of uncle and niece, then any future interactions between Ron and Nami could lead to quite undesirable implications. You need not call me uncle. Simply refer to me as brother, he insisted, feeling it necessary to rectify the situation, as calling him uncle seemed rather serious. All right, uncle, Nami responded. Nojiko, on the side, stifled a giggle. To be candid, both Nojiko and Nami were merely innocent and carefree children at this moment. From a normal person's perspective, they were simply two adorable little girls, devoid of any inappropriate thoughts. However, whenever Ron gazed at the two children, he couldn't help but envision scenes from a few years hence. In the vast world of pirates, few could rival Nami's beauty. With her slender waist, long legs, and a blend of sensuality and charm, Ron shook his head, casting aside the tumultuous thoughts that clouded his mind. Before him stood an adorable little girl with golden hair, her arms pristine and devoid of any tattoos. In that moment, she embodied pure innocence and untainted joy. Who could have imagined that the immense responsibility of saving a village would rest upon the shoulders of such a young child? And for a span of 8 long years at that, Ron once again found himself ensnared in a web of chaotic thoughts. The annals of history had been subtly altered in his mind. What are you pondering, uncle? Come, let us dine before the dishes grow cold. Nami attentively served him a morsel of food. Ron gazed at the clever and adorable little girl before him. Her image both overlapped with and diverged from his memories of Nami. Ron smiled. Regardless of the intent, providing a child with a wholesome childhood is indeed a noble endeavor. Chapter 96. Unfavorable beginnings. Haha. This time, we should be beyond the reach of that guy Jinbei in the East Sea, Along proclaimed with great pride. Brother Along. Sometimes I truly believe that Brother Jinbei does quite well, Xiaoba interjected gently from the side. Xiaoba, have you yet to recognize the vile nature of humanity? How did Brother Fisher Tiger perish? Do you not recall? Along replied, his expression turning serious as he regarded Xiaoba. It is impossible for humans and fishmen to coexist. We must leverage our strengths. The fishmen are the strongest race in this world. Though Xiaoba hesitated at Along's extremism, he nonetheless chose to accompany him. He had not been spared from the discrimination endured since childhood. Wherever he encountered humans, he was met with their disdainful expressions. The Sabaody archipelago is filled with delightful and captivating sights, and many fishmen children yearn to visit. However, when humans catch sight of merfolk, their expressions instantly contort into a visage of disgust, an image that Xiaoba would never forget. Moreover, and more importantly, many fishmen or merfolk could ignite crises in the Sabaody archipelago upon their appearance, potentially costing them their lives. Surely, all humans across the globe are the same. Except for Rayleigh? Xiaoba pondered these thoughts as he aspired to embark on a grand endeavor with Along. In Along's eyes, there were no benevolent humans in this world, save for Edward Newgate, who treated fishmen with equality. Sister Ayn, do you consider bloodline to be of significance? Ron suddenly posed a question to Ian, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Some assert that one inherits numerous talents and becomes increasingly powerful simply due to having a father of remarkable strength. Thus, is lineage truly of paramount importance? Must each of us derive our strength from such formidable genes? Ron has recently been pondering this matter, perhaps due to the impending arrival of the fishmen. He believes that extremism is misguided. However, it is also essential to foster understanding. If, at the outset, Aaron and the other pirates of the fishmen had received equitable treatment from humanity, devoid of discrimination and disdain, would the circumstances have unfolded differently? Ron contemplates that lineage holds both significance and insignificance. After a moment of reflection, Ian asserts that even if a person possesses exceptional talent, without directing it towards the appropriate avenue, they cannot realize their fullest potential. I believe that each individual harbors a unique domain of genius. By harnessing this potential effectively, one can attain greater strength. Yet, what if one fails to do so? As long as we dedicate ourselves earnestly, progress will inevitably follow. Senior sister, you possess such profound knowledge. Ron smiled and said, these are the principles imparted to me by my teacher. And chuckled in response, recalling how, in his youth, their mentor had a penchant for selecting exceptionally gifted students, believing that such individuals would cultivate a more formidable navy and enhance the pursuit of justice in our world. However, as time passed, the teacher came to realize that true talent was a rarity. The majority of people were, in fact, quite ordinary. It is we, the multitude of commonplace individuals, who constitute this world, while those endowed with extraordinary gifts are merely exceptions among the masses. Indeed, the Navy cannot function without its 3 admirals. But is it solely comprised of them? No, it is formed by the diligent efforts of countless ordinary sailors. Thus, an unwavering obsession with lineage holds little meaning. The significance of hard work cannot be overlooked, Ein asserted. But many individuals possess remarkable talent, he continued. When such people dedicate themselves to rigorous training and perseverance, does this not signify the importance of lineage? You seem quite peculiar today. Why do you pose such a question? An remarked, lightly touching Ron's forehead. You aren't feverish. So why the inquiry? Senior sister, have you ever heard of the fishmen? Ron inquired. These creatures possess strength several times that of a human and excel far beyond us in water. Of course, I have heard of them. Isn't that rather commonplace? We have fishmen within our navy as well, Ein replied. Do you believe their innate lineage makes them formidable adversaries? No. I am merely contemplating whether talent holds greater significance in this world, Ron reflected. It seems that those with gifts, in terms of training speed and various other aspects, vastly outstrip the average person. Ron remarked, do not overthink. Are you not also the one endowed with remarkable talent? Ian responded with a smile. Is it possible that the one who has come to us this time is none other than the fishman? Suddenly, Ian had a realization. Ron nodded. The overwhelming strength of such races and talents is almost unimaginable. Had we not been here, one can only wonder how much devastation the East Sea would have endured. When did you become so sentimental? Ian inquired. Indeed, I have become somewhat melancholic. Ron pondered for a moment and spoke. Recently, he had been contemplating many intricate matters. For instance, in the world of One Piece, numerous individuals possess astonishing strength. Typically, those endowed with remarkable power come from impressive backgrounds or affiliations. Take Luffy, for example. His grandfather, Garp, is a paragon of the Navy and one of its highest combatants. Zoro's master, Kushiru, is a master swordsman within the Revolutionary Army. Sanji is the prince of the Germa 66, a kingdom in the North Sea. Usopp's father is the first sharpshooter of the red-haired pirates and is destined to become the greatest sniper in the world. Frankie's mentor was responsible for constructing ships for the Pirate King, Roger. Tom crafted one of the finest vessels in existence. Thus, is lineage not of paramount importance? Charge forth and eradicate these lowly humans. We fishmen are the most illustrious race in this world. They are fit only to be our slaves. Arlong, accompanied by his comrades, stormed into a small village in the East Blue, commencing a spree of slaughter. Recently released from prison, Arlong harbored considerable animosity towards humans, prompting the group to resolve to execute their vengeance before contemplating the establishment of the Fishman Pirates in the East Blue. Soon, news of the massacre spread swiftly. Ron received news that a village in the East China Sea had suffered a massacre. Not a soul was left alive in the entire village. Ron was filled with rage. How could such an occurrence transpire before my very eyes for the second time? He sprang into action without hesitation. Sister, you stay here to protect them. I can manage alone. With that, Ron charged forth. He pondered extensively, yet ultimately realized that overthinking was futile. What mattered most was to earnestly engage in the task at hand. Chapter 97, Annihilation. During the past 2 years by Admiral Borsalino's side, Ron had acquired a wealth of knowledge and participated in numerous battles. However, the ambiguous sense of justice espoused by Admiral Borsalino had also influenced some of Ron's judgments. Before embarking on any endeavor, Ron finds himself grappling with myriad questions, contemplating the intricacies of cause and effect, and pondering the ramifications of his actions. Consequently, his thoughts drift further and further afield, expanding into a vast realm of possibilities. This divergent thinking leads him to consider various matters, including the racial disparities between fishmen and humans, which in turn prompts reflections on lineage. He recalls the members of the Straw Hat Pirates, many of whom possess formidable backgrounds, leading him to speculate on the significance of bloodlines in this world. Unarticulates a valid point, while lineage holds considerable weight. Possessing innate talent without diligent cultivation ultimately results in mediocrity. Suddenly, an image materializes in Ron's mind. We are all sons of the sea, be my son. These words, spoken by Whitebeard, resonate deeply. While lineage may be esteemed in many contexts, Whitebeard himself remains indifferent. He treated both Ace and Blackbeard with the sincerity of a father. He is recognized as the strongest man in the world, yet also the most tender-hearted. If one were to argue that One Piece is a narrative centered on bloodlines, the character who epitomizes the most exceptional anti-bloodline sentiment would undoubtedly be Edward Newgate. Many ponder whether this tale ought to revolve around ordinary children embarking on maritime adventures, rather than the exploits of second-generation heirs. Luffy boasts the lineage of the mightiest marine grandfather, a revolutionary father, a guide of Yonko caliber. In the tutelage of the former Pirate King's first mate, Rayleigh, Zoro is instructed by the finest swordsman of the Revolutionary Army and later becomes a disciple of Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Sanji, though he disavows his family, is the third son of the Vinsmoke lineage, possessing battle attire to mark his heritage. Usopp, despite his cowardice, is the progeny of the world's foremost sniper, Yasopp. Thus, Ron's inquiry arises, does this world place such a premium on bloodlines? Indeed. One Piece bears resemblance to a saga steeped in lineage. However, he ultimately grasps the crux of the matter, spurred by the Fishman's expansive thinking. The individual who planted his flag on Fishman Island, a mere banner, instilled a profound sense of trepidation in countless souls, dissuading them from the thought of hunting fishmen. That individual is none other than Edward Newgate, who famously declared, "All are sons of the sea." He disregards bloodlines, no matter who steps aboard his vessel. He vows to protect them fiercely. Even though Ace is the son of Roger, he receives meticulous guidance, ultimately becoming the commander of Whitebeard's 2nd Division. In the grand scheme of things, what is the significance of such entanglements? Ron chuckled. Why do I ponder so many matters? Numerous questions have already been resolved in the annals of history. Yet, these two elderly men, I truly do not wish for their demise. In recent years, Ron has found himself contemplative, acutely aware of the harsh realities of the world, despite his significant growth and strength. At times, he harbors concerns about whether his abilities are sufficient to protect those he holds dear. This year marks Ron's 5th year as a student of Zephyr. It is also the year when a formidable pirate, deemed exceptionally powerful by Admiral Borsalino, is set to land at Zephyr's base. Although Ron has become considerably stronger and has devoted much time to his training, he wonders if he truly possesses the capability to defeat Edward Weevil. Ultimately, the young man realizes that pondering may bear little fruit compared to taking decisive action. Ron reminisced about the words once spoken to him by Garp, who seemed to possess an in-depth understanding of Ron's circumstances. Garp was already aware of Luffy's embarkation on a path that would lead him into the clutches of the Navy, and he knew that Ron had introduced Ace to the red-haired Shanks. At times, Ron found himself overly contemplative, lacking the impulsiveness that had once characterized his actions. During that period, Garp had advised Ron, stating that no amount of contemplation could replace the value of taking action. When faced with the complexity of a situation and uncertainty about where to begin, one should start with the tasks at hand. Such profound words, emanating from Garp, had left Ron somewhat astounded. However, he now finally grasped their meaning. With that understanding, he resolved to focus on the tasks before him. The sails billowed as the ship sped toward its destination, which was not far from the village where Arlong had committed his crimes. At this moment, the village remained unscathed, for Arlong intended to establish Arlong Park here. They were in the midst of a celebration, reveling in the victory of their first battle upon arriving in the East Blue. Ah, is there any life more liberating than this? One mused. Indeed, life is comfortable under the guidance of Brother Arlong. Enough talk. Let us continue to drink. Tonight, we shall not return until we are thoroughly intoxicated. Ron had long sensed the circumstances from a distance, due to the keen instincts of animals. His perception sharpened with the development of the fruits, complemented by his mastery of observation hockey, allowing him to perceive over great distances. Regardless of any past grievances or the hardships of childhood you may have endured, they are utterly devoid of merit for sympathy. Ron spoke softly. Many people are fond of the Joker and feel sympathy for him. Indeed, after being subjected to the injustices of fate, a person's character may become somewhat distorted. However, none of this serves as justification for malevolence. Batman too endured a profoundly painful childhood. So why, upon maturing, did he become a figure capable of saving the world? While he may evoke pity, I shall not show mercy. Boom. Ron sprang up with the swiftness of lightning, swiftly transforming into a colossal titan towering at 20 meters. His form was enveloped in dark clouds, within which flickered the ominous glow of concealed lightning. Ron delivered a fierce kick to Aaron's makeshift base. Crack. In an instant, Aaron's hastily constructed stronghold lay in ruins. Before they could even comprehend the situation, their base was already charred and smoldering. Who could it be? The Aaron pirates had meticulously conducted reconnaissance prior to their feast, discovering that there were no naval bases in the vicinity. The nearest naval installation was a 3-day journey away. Thus, they believed themselves secure, reveling in their celebration. Little did they anticipate that someone would actually arrive. It was I, Ron softly echoed while delivering another punch. Boom. Those who were celebrating the victory, including Aaron and others, were sent flying by Ron's strike. Some met their demise on the spot, while others suffered severe internal injuries, their lives hanging by a thread. No matter how formidable a pirate may be, they inevitably inflict tremendous damage upon this world. Ron sighed, realizing he had considered many aspects. Indeed, some individuals deserve sympathy, yet mercy should not be extended indiscriminately. With just 2 strikes, the Arlong pirates were completely annihilated. Chapter 98. Jinbei's fury. Having recently joined the Shichibukai, Jinbei could not bear the thought of his comrades suffering in the depths of Impel Down. Thus he implored the world government to release his brother Arlong and others. This was a condition for his acceptance into the Shichibukai. And given the growing influence of the Emperor of the Sea, the world government urgently required the Shichibukai to assist in maintaining a balance of power. Therefore, they acquiesced to Jinbei's request. However, barely a month after Arlong and his crew were freed, they met their demise at the hands of a marine colonel in the East Sea. This led Jinbei to doubt the sincerity of the Navy and seek clarification. Naturally, he refrained from confronting the Marine headquarters directly, as the Navy had shown no restraint in dealing with Arlong. He feared that visiting the headquarters could lead to his own capture. Instead, he chose to question Sengoku through the transponder snail. I have become a member of the Shichibukai as I promised. Yet you have failed to uphold your end of the bargain, Jinbei exclaimed with palpable anger. Surely, you owe me an explanation regarding Arlong's untimely death shortly after his release. Was this your intent? Jinbei's suspicions were well-founded. For the Navy was generally reluctant to release prisoners from impel down. However, to facilitate Jinbei's induction into the ranks of the Shichibukai, they acquiesced. Particularly since the strength of Arlong and his crew was deemed insignificant. Had Jinbei sought the release of more formidable criminals from the 6th level of impel down, Sengoku would have categorically refused. It was not my intention. Our subordinates executed him without my orders, Sengoku replied, his demeanor somewhat indifferent. Colonel Ron had maintained a relatively stable position over the past 2 years, rarely resorting to lethal measures against pirates unless provoked by egregious acts. I harbor serious doubts regarding your stance, Sengoku. You deceived me into becoming a Shichibukai only to betray my brother. Do you truly believe you can manipulate me? Jinbei's voice resonated with fury. I shall not remain a Shichibukai any longer. For Jinbei, the choice of becoming a Shichibukai bore significant advantages, particularly in safeguarding Fishman Island. Nevertheless, he realized that even without this title, he could still protect his homeland. Currently, Fishman Island lay under the dominion of Whitebeard, and no one dared to threaten it. I hope you reconsider. Such opportunities are rare, and there are other powerful pirates besides yourself. Moreover, you are well aware of your brother's true nature, Sengoku admonished, hinting at the inherent flaws within the Shichibukai system. Recognizing the complexity of the new world, Sengoku understood that the Navy's strength was lacking, necessitating further enhancement. They aimed to bolster their technological capabilities to eventually replace the Shichibukai system with a more effective means of maintaining maritime order. Do you believe Ron acted wrongly? Crane inquired. Sengoku pondered for a moment. Eliminating pirates is the duty of every Marine. I see no fault in his actions. Rather, the timing could have been more judicious. A bit more patience could have been beneficial. Crane grasped Sengoku's implication. So, you suggest allowing Arlong to continue his misdeeds until Jinbei comprehends that he is incorrigible? When we finally act, it will seem justifiable, and Jinbei will fulfill his obligations as a Shichibukai. Sengoku nodded in resignation, aware of the sacrifices that such a strategy would entail. I understand this comes at a cost, but certain sacrifices are unavoidable in pursuit of our ultimate goals. Our aim is to protect more lives, even if it requires some to be sacrificed. After a brief silence, Sengoku added, yet, eradicating these formidable pirates is no simple task. Our forces remain limited, with only 3 admirals available. The dearth of talent is indeed a concern, but we must endure soon. We shall witness the dawn of a new era. As Crane reflected, she smiled, encouraged by the promise of the future. Ron, along with Zephyr and other promising talents, represented the hope for change. If they could hold their ground for another decade, significant transformations awaited the world. Chapter 99, The Destroyer of the Shichibukai System. Ron single-handedly obliterated the Arlong pirate crew, and such news could not possibly be concealed for long. It would soon spread like wildfire. Thus, Ron found himself awaiting a call from Sengoku. Jinbei had likely only recently joined the Shichibukai, which meant that this was a period of adjustment between the Navy and Jinbei. During this time, Ron had directly annihilated all the fishmen of the Fishman pirate crew, an act that could easily incite Jinbei's wrath. It was conceivable that he might even withdraw from the Shichibukai as a result. Hence, Ron speculated that the old man Sengoku would reach out to him in a few days. However, days passed without a word from Sengoku. Having resolved the matters concerning the pirates, it was time for departure. We should be leaving now, senior sister, Ron remarked to Aine. Thus, Ron and Aine took their leave. Goodbye, Nami and Nojiko. Farewell, Belmere. Nami and Nojiko, in their innocence and exuberance, were still at an age where they should revel in the joys of youth. Ron observed their joyful demeanor, as if he were transported back to his own childhood. Farewell, Uncle Chubby. Ron did not perceive himself as particularly overweight, however. Nami seemed to take delight in referring to him as Uncle Fat. Perhaps it was due to Ron's towering stature and robust physique. Thus, he bid farewell to the 10-year-old Nami and the 12-year-old Nojiko. At this juncture, Ron had reached the age of 20. Unbeknownst to him, he had spent many years in this world. He had now ascended to the rank of Navy Colonel, having studied under Kizaru for 2 years, which had yielded some progress. Now that he had stepped into the fray, it was time to instigate some upheaval. My apologies, Admiral Sengoku. Your 7 warlords plan may soon encounter significant peril. Ron pondered. Where shall we go next? Shall we return? Aine replied. Our next destination is a very ancient kingdom, Alabaston. Ron chuckled and remarked. It has been quite some time since I last captured a pirate. This time, I aim to capture a significant one. and replied, "You truly seem to have an uncanny awareness of where pirates are located. I can't help but feel that you possess a sort of prescient ability, always knowing their whereabouts." "In truth, it is not foresight," Ron clarified. "Sister, if you ponder carefully, you will realize the type of places that pirates are likely to favor." This question from Ron prompted Ein to ponder for a moment. Pirates, indeed, would be drawn to places abundant in treasure. They would traverse the vicinity of such riches, surveying the terrain, and then seize the opportunity to plunder. "Indeed, your response is remarkably accurate. You are truly astute, my esteemed senior." Ron chuckled and remarked, thus, "The nearest kingdom, Alabasta, is likely home to some exceptionally formidable pirates." "Well then, wherever you go, I shall follow," Ein responded. It had indeed been quite some time since Ein had ventured out to confront pirates. Over the past 2 years, he and Ron had been honing their skills under the tutelage of Admiral Kizaru, although they had not acquired an abundance of knowledge, primarily gaining insights into scientific and technological advancements. The remainder of their time was predominantly dedicated to diligent training, with occasional guidance offered. To be candid, Admiral Kizaru did not strike one as particularly industrious. "Having established that, let us set forth," Ron declared. Thanks to their naval technology, their journey was remarkably effortless and unrestrained, allowing them to traverse without adhering to the Grand Line. Another crucial point was the purpose of their expedition. The primary aim of following the Grand Line was to seek out Raftel. Consequently, everyone engaged in the pursuit of Raftel would navigate along the path delineated by their recorded pointers. The Navy, however, exhibited little interest in Raftel, leading their vessels to appear in various locations. One could assert that to uncover Raftel, one must indeed follow the course of the Grand Line. Otherwise, it would remain elusive. Nevertheless, it was entirely feasible to explore numerous islands without adhering to the Grand Line-ash trajectory. Such paths were not rigidly defined. Above, the azure sky was graced by soaring seagulls as Ron commenced engaging in meaningful activities with Ein aboard the ship. Previously, Ron had solely prepared meals for Ein, delighting her with an array of culinary specialties. Now, having acquired some cooking skills herself, Ein joined Ron in the kitchen, and together they embarked on the delightful endeavor of meal preparation. Ron specially made an apron for Ian. With the apron, cooking became a more ceremonial affair, and Ian, adorned in the apron, exuded a unique charm. During their culinary endeavors, Ron and Ian also engaged in some physical exercise. A bit of pre-meal activity enhances the enjoyment of the meal itself. Perhaps the exertion strained Ian's muscles, as he would occasionally let out involuntary sounds, echoes that drifted over the sea, adding an extra layer of sensation. As Ron quickened his pace in the exercise, Ian swiftly responded in kind. Their competitive sportsmanship embodied both rivalry and collaboration. Ron delivered Ein back. We exchanged roles in a relentless pursuit, each of us striving to outpace the other, breathless from exertion. I too let out desperate shouts. This round of competition was exceptionally intense, with both participants fervently engaging in a spirited contest, showcasing their remarkable skills and an extraordinary level of synergy. "Senior sister, have I not become significantly more formidable? Allow me to share that in our hometown. This sport is a universal pastime, and individuals from our country consistently emerge as champions. Is that not so? It is no wonder you excel so profoundly, however. I too feel I have grown immensely." Ron smiled as he gazed at Ein. "I never anticipated that my senior sister would also enjoy playing such games. This is known as ping pong. Our hometown is renowned for producing such skilled players. Is that so? I always found that name rather peculiar. But this sport indeed contributes significantly to enhancing physical fitness. Naturally, throughout our competitive exchanges, we inadvertently hone our mastery of observation hockey and armament hockey. Such a small ball demands a considerable amount of our energy, and we must earnestly seek angles that challenge our opponent's ability to respond. In this process, we not only strengthen our bodies and refine our hockey, but, more importantly, cultivate our capacity for observation. When confronting others, we become adept at identifying their weaknesses. I didn't expect your theory to be so profound. Of course, Ron patted his chest and proclaimed, "I have perused countless tomes, witnessed numerous events, and gained a wealth of knowledge that I can share with you in due time. For now, as we traverse the distance to Alabasta, let us engage in another match. Whoever strikes the ball into the sea shall be deemed the loser, left to the whims of others." Very well, who fears him? The challenge ignited a fervent desire for victory within Ein. He must triumph over Ron at least once, for he could not forever remain beneath Ron's shadow. Chapter 100, The Most Ancient Kingdom, Alabasta. Ron and Ein continued their voyage, ultimately arriving at the Kingdom of Alabasta. This kingdom is established upon a sandy isle, with vast expanses of desert permeating its landscape. Thus, the most vital resource for this realm is rainfall. Alabasta boasts a rich and ancient history, having existed long before the seeds of the all-knowing tree descended upon O'Hara Island. The exact duration of Alabasta's existence remains untraceable, though the arrival of the all-knowing tree's seeds occurred approximately 500 years ago. This kingdom is not only ancient, but also immensely vast, encompassing numerous cities, each with its unique characteristics and diverse life forms. The grandeur of a great nation is manifest in its entirety, as a desert kingdom with a long-standing history. Our journey to Albana and subsequently to Rain Base may require considerable time. It appears that my senior sister and I will soon face challenges together. Ron chuckled and remarked, I have indeed heard of the kingdom of Alabasta, yet it seems that your understanding surpasses mine. Ayn responded with evident confusion, I have diligently studied, which is why I possess a bit more knowledge. Thus, our next endeavor is to seek a means of transportation. Perhaps we might expedite our journey even further. Ron remarked, Well, since you are so familiar with this place, the next steps are in your hands. The two had just set foot on the land of the Desert Kingdom and were engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, a group of martial arts manatees surrounded them. What is this? A sea turtle? Ayn was taken aback by the sight of such extraordinary creatures approaching him, staring with human-like intensity and raising their fists, which struck him as rather peculiar. These beings, known as martial arts manatees unique to Alabasta, bore resemblance to sea turtles with their shell-like backs. Yet their limbs did not resemble those of turtles. Instead, they possessed hands capable of delivering punches, much like humans. They were known to challenge any human they encountered. And should one emerge victorious in combat, the manatees would gladly accept them as their master. Ron chuckled and said, Never underestimate the prowess of the Kung Fu manatee. Dear sister, they can even cultivate an aura of dominance. Ayn expressed his astonishment, having not anticipated that such a seemingly ordinary creature could indeed develop such formidable power. So, their strength is quite formidable? Ayn inquired, perplexed. They can certainly be considered exceptionally strong beings, and they are also quite intelligent. Upon uttering these words, Ron was immediately confronted by several Kung Fu manatees charging towards him, one delivering a punch aimed directly at his forehead. However, Ron's reflexes were remarkably swift. His observation haki had ascended to an exceptionally high level. Despite Admiral Borsellino's notorious laziness and disinclination for physical exertion, Ron had indeed gleaned much from him, achieving a commendable mastery of observation haki. Swiftly evading the attack, Ron retaliated with a punch directed at one of the Kung Fu manatees. In an effort to recruit this manatee as a subordinate and to earn its allegiance, Ron refrained from exerting excessive force or transforming. Nonetheless, the manatee was propelled a considerable distance from the impact. Subsequently, each of the approaching Kung Fu manatees was dispatched by Ron with a single punch. Before long, these manatees submitted to Ron, acknowledging him as their master. Ron's formidable combat prowess left them in awe. Their next destination was Albana, the royal capital of the Alabasta Kingdom. At this juncture, should any other creatures emerge to impede their progress, the skilled sea cow would assist Ron in overcoming them. Thus, their journey thus far had been relatively smooth, albeit the sweltering heat. Before long, both Ron and Ayn were drenched in perspiration. The pace was sluggish, and the oppressive warmth posed a significant challenge to their stamina. Ron said with a smile, finding a camel or a hermit crab might prove to be somewhat challenging. Therefore, senior sister, allow me to take you. With that, Ron swiftly transformed. His metamorphosis had undergone significant changes compared to before. His body expanded rapidly, and a dense layer of clouds formed upon his back. This thick cloud cover loomed ominously, akin to dark storm clouds encroaching upon a city, instilling a profound sense of pressure. Curious, Ayn inquired, the cloud layer on your back seems to be growing denser. What purpose does it serve? For now, Ron replied, I only know that the clouds behind me can be utilized as a form of dominance. When my own strength wanes, I can draw upon them for reinforcement. Additionally, they serve as a form of armor, enhancing my defensive capabilities as though I have invoked an additional layer of armed color dominance. Ron elucidated, truly deserving of admiration. It is indeed a creature of mythical origins. Ron took out the backpack he had crafted himself and donned it upon his back. Ayn exclaimed as he leaped into the pack on Ron's back. Ready? Ron, let's take off. Ron leaped into the sky with Ayn in tow. The backpack Ron crafted resembled a sleeping bag, offering remarkable comfort within. During its construction, Ron envisioned that if the day ever arrived when he needed to carry Ayn, this design would prove more convenient. Today, that foresight was finally put to use. Ron swiftly maneuvered through the skies with Ayn, heading towards the royal capital of Alabasta. Upon arriving in the Alabasta Kingdom, it was imperative that he meet with the king. He needed to have a brief discussion with Cobra regarding the infamous warlord, Crocodile. This was not to solicit assistance from Cobra, but rather to inform him that Ron's presence was tied to an investigation of Crocodile. After all, engaging in matters within this kingdom necessitated contact with the king, which would facilitate a more efficient course of action and allow for a well-informed judgment on the king's part, thereby aiding the Navy's efforts. Should Ron and Crocodile clash directly amidst the rain, it would cast a negative light on the situation, especially given that they were in the Alabasta Kingdom. Thus, it was essential for Ron to consult with the king. Consequently, he made his way to the capital, Alubarna. Fortunately, along the journey, he encountered a rather lustful hermit crab. This creature was known for its remarkable speed when entertained by a dancer performing before its eyes. Ron certainly would not allow Ian to perform anything for him, so he could only rely on his conqueror's haki to intimidate him. Indeed, Ron had awakened his conqueror's haki. Although it was not particularly potent, it was sufficient to instill fear in this hermit crab. Once atop the back of the hermit crab, he swiftly experienced a significant increase in speed. Ron and his companions headed directly towards Alabasta. What fate awaits the kingdom of Alabasta this time? Princess Vivi is merely 8 years old, and Koza is approximately the same age. How has Crocodile prepared for this? Regardless, let us commence from this point. The Shichibukai system has its successes, yet its failures are more pronounced. I hope that all that Ron is doing now is not too late. I wish that the man with a scar on his forehead, clad in purple and wielding a dagger, does not succumb to despair and harm himself due to the skin cancer regime. Chapter 101. The formal establishment of Baroque works. It has been quite some time since their arrival in the kingdom of Alabasta. Crocodile has gleaned much about this nation and conducted a thorough examination of its environment. His purpose for coming here is to uncover clues regarding the ancient weapon, Pluton. After his failure in challenging Whitebeard, the once-renowned youth has come to realize that personal strength may not be sufficient for his ambitions. Thus, he has shifted his focus from enhancing his individual power to procuring the ancient weapon, seeking absolute strength to ascend to the pinnacle of this world. One cannot overlook Crocodile's possession of a rare Logia-type devil fruit ability, granting him formidable power and keen intelligence. Hence, the arid kingdom of Alabasta is well suited for the realization of his ambitions. He has devised a plan for the creation of a utopia and is prepared to find the ancient weapon. To this end, he has sought out the only historian capable of deciphering ancient texts, Nico Robin. The next step is to implement his plan. For this endeavor, he is willing to wait, first needing to gather sufficient manpower to assist him in executing various tasks. To incite internal strife within this kingdom, the most critical factor is the control of rainfall. There exists a peculiar powder known as dancing powder, which, upon use, will summon rain, but simultaneously prevent any precipitation in the surrounding areas. Thus, the use of dancing powder is strictly prohibited in this nation, where water is already scarce. Should a city utilize this powder, adjacent cities may endure prolonged droughts, leading to arid lands, water shortages, and diminished crop yields, an extremely grave situation. In addition to dancing powder, Crocodile can also leverage sandstorms to diminish rainfall in the city. His strategy is clear. However, obtaining dominion over such an ancient kingdom will require considerable effort. He has already begun to lay the groundwork and has officially established Baroque works. Baroque works employs a system of gender pairing and hierarchical distribution, with each member bearing a unique epithet. For instance, Crocodile's alias is Mr. Zero, while Nico Robin is known as Miss All Sunday. Among his subordinates is a formidable swordsman who has consumed a devil fruit that allows his entire body to transform into blades. He is called Das Bones, known as Mr. 1. Mr. 1 has a partner named Miss Double Finger, originally named Polly, who wields the thorn fruit. Her principle is to strike first at the weak. This constitutes the initial roster of Baroque works. Aside from Nico Robin, none are privy to Crocodile's true identity. As Baroque works is in its infancy, they are currently in search of a candidate for Mr. 2. A fellow named Bon Clay has come into their sights, and his mimicry fruit is highly coveted. If Bon Clay can imitate Cobra, it would yield excellent results. Consequently, Baroque works is in negotiations with Bon Clay. Meanwhile, Ron is also discussing this matter with Cobra. I have never encountered a man named Bon Clay, Cobra responded earnestly. He is a dancer who enjoys wearing lipstick. He is a man, yet partakes in activities typically associated with women. Ron meticulously described the characteristics of Von Clay, yet such a person does not exist. Cobra remarked with utmost seriousness. Is this individual of significant importance? Ron nodded. This individual had consumed a devil fruit, specifically the mimic fruit, which bestowed upon him the extraordinary ability to replicate the appearance of anyone he touched with remarkable precision. Therefore, should you encounter him in the future, exercise utmost caution. Should he assume your likeness, it could potentially incite a considerable upheaval. Ron spoke earnestly, noting that Crocodile, a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, had recently eliminated numerous pirates threatening Alabasta. He expressed the belief that Crocodile is a serious and responsible individual. Cobra held a favorable impression of Crocodile, as the latter had recently assisted Alabasta in ridding the area of several waves of pirates. In this context, Cobra naturally concluded that Crocodile was a commendable pirate. Otherwise, he would not have gained the recognition of the world government and been appointed as one of the 7 warlords. Ultimately, the 7 warlords are still pirates. As to whether he is a benevolent individual, that remains difficult to ascertain. We are here to investigate this matter. If he is indeed a suitable candidate for the position of warlord and has made significant contributions to Alabasta, we shall not oppose him. Ian smiled as he explained this to Cobra. However, if he is merely feigning goodwill to gain your trust, with ulterior motives for personal gain within this nation, we will undoubtedly apprehend him. Therefore, it is crucial for you to observe and investigate discreetly. Regarding the kingdom's security, I personally recommend establishing a robust system capable of withstanding external threats. Relying on pirates is unreliable, and even depending on the Navy may not guarantee safety. Ron speaks with remarkable candor. As long as one relies on external forces or others, one inevitably places oneself in a precarious situation. Should those upon whom you depend fail to extend their assistance, how will you navigate your own existence? Consider this: if your nation becomes excessively dependent on a crocodile, what will transpire if one day he decides not to aid in ridding your country of pirates, or worse, turns his aggression towards you? What recourse will you have if you rely on the protection of the Navy, and they arrive too late? Ron's words indeed carry profound wisdom. The most trustworthy and reliable person in this world should be oneself. For the kingdom of Alabasta to achieve lasting peace and security, free from the scourge of pirates, it must establish a robust system to counter these threats. Very well, in light of this, I permit you to investigate Crocodile within my realm. Cobra has acquiesced to Ron and his companions' requests. Should you require my assistance, I shall comply. Excellent. In that case, prepare to witness the unfolding drama. Ron remarked that, in the realm of seizing a nation, Crocodile surpassed Doflamingo by a notable margin. Crocodile's ambition was to become a heroic figure within the country, gaining the unwavering support of the populace. In contrast, Doflamingo employed a more ruthless approach to dominate Dressrosa, transforming those who defied him into mere toys through Sugar-S powers. Thus, when it comes to cunning, Crocodile undoubtedly outshone Doflamingo. In terms of strength, Crocodile was arguably on par with Doflamingo. Hence, he indeed represented a formidable adversary. Taking a day off, I must confess that I am reluctant to interrupt my updates. The reason for this hiatus is due to my physical exhaustion. As a tutor, I have previously mentioned in the comments that I teach students on weekends, which renders my schedule particularly tight, especially during those days. Despite such circumstances, I have managed to maintain my updates. However, a new predicament arose this week. Due to our busy weekend schedule, I planned to take Monday as a respite to prepare updates and stockpile some manuscripts. Unfortunately, my company suddenly organized a recruitment event and invited a professional team. Consequently, on Monday evening around 5 o'clock, we gathered for a meeting to receive training from this professional team, which extended late into the night until midnight. I believe I have alluded to this issue in my previous chapter. Thus, I adopted a rather chaotic updating method, intending to rectify it after midnight. My body, however, could barely endure the strain. By 1 or 2 o'clock, I had completed the revisions, but sleep eluded me. After tossing and turning in bed, I realized that the stress from the recruitment event had deprived me of a restful night. I remained awake until 5 o'clock, as we were set to convene at 6 for the recruitment effort, requiring our presence at the school gate by 6:30 to promote our program while parents dropped off their children. Consequently, I embarked on this endeavor having scarcely slept through the night. The recruitment process extended until 8 or 9 o'clock that evening. My body could no longer withstand the fatigue. Upon returning home, I intended to update before resting, but exhaustion overtook me, and I fell asleep immediately, only just awakening now. Thus, I require a day off, as I must gather again at 6 tomorrow morning. Modifications may not be feasible, and it is likely that recruitment will extend until 8 or 9 o'clock again. Continuing my leave, my body remains in dire need of recuperation, and the duration of the recruitment has left me feeling utterly drained. Rest assured, dear readers, I anticipate a return to normalcy by tomorrow. The recruitment will not persist indefinitely, and once I am back on track, I shall endeavor to provide daily updates to make amends. I sincerely appreciate your understanding and support. Chapter 102. Rainy Land at this moment. Although the Kingdom of Alabasta is established upon the desert, it boasts a rich cultural heritage, and its citizens lead relatively content lives. Within this kingdom lies a vast oasis known as Yuba, alongside a frequently rainy city referred to as Rainy Land. This city, youthful and vibrant, is regarded as a blessed locale within the Kingdom of Alabasta, with rain gracing its inhabitants regularly. Here, Crocodile has established the Baroque Works. Today, Baroque Works welcomes a new member, and Crocodile is currently conducting an interview. What is your name? Fonkilii. From this moment forth, you shall no longer be known as Fonkilii, Crocodile smiled. If I am no longer Fonkilii, what shall my name be? Upon joining Baroque Works, each member is assigned a code name. Yours shall be Mr. 2. After addressing a few matters, Crocodile dismissed Fonkilii, preparing him for forthcoming tasks. As Baroque Works is in its nascent stage, it is imperative to establish a robust system to achieve their aspirations. Thus, he is eager to recruit talented individuals capable of fulfilling specialized roles. On this day, two remarkably intriguing individuals arrived. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed through the headquarters of Baroque Works. Perhaps more applicants were present. Crocodile had not anticipated such swift arrivals. He was in the process of selecting a candidate for Mr. 4 when unexpected applicants appeared. Come in. What is your name? Crocodile, smoking a cigarette, turned to glance at Ron as he entered. He languidly exhaled a smoke ring and inquired, What do you call yourself? I am Demir Shiri Karuin. Ron devised a name that was remarkably unique, Demir Shili Karuin. Indeed, this name is rather lengthy. Crocodile regarded Ron, who had just entered the room, and inquired, What brings you here? I am here to apply for a position, Ron replied. I can also bring unexpected results to the Baroque Works. To gain entry. Ron had put considerable effort into his appearance. He had groomed his hair, adjusted his stature, and donned a pair of black-rimmed glasses, presenting himself as an articulate gentleman. What exceptional talents can you demonstrate? Do you possess a devil fruit? Baroque Works members typically required an evaluation by Crocodile before any invitations to join were extended. Regarding the candidate for Mr. 2, Crocodile had been searching for quite some time and ultimately settled on Von Clay. Von Clay was an individual of formidable strength, excelling in both martial arts and his devil fruit abilities. Although his techniques, influenced by his personality, might appear peculiar to some, his combat prowess was undeniable. His devil fruit ability was particularly extraordinary. It allowed him to mimic anyone he touched, transforming not only his appearance but also his voice to match that of the individual. Such a capability was immensely powerful at any time, especially for an operative, aiding Crocodile in executing his future plans. Thus, Crocodile was eager to have Von Clay join their ranks. Moreover, due to Von Clay's distinctive style, Crocodile agreed not to assign him a partner, fully trusting in his ability to accomplish tasks independently. As for the candidate for Mr. 3, Crocodile had his own thoughts. The individual wielding the candle fruit ability was also quite formidable and would make a commendable subordinate. Therefore, Crocodile had been contemplating when he could invite this candle-wielding individual for an interview at his company. Once the third member was selected, Crocodile pondered how to find the fourth. He had been actively searching for a suitable candidate to become their Mr. 4. Unexpectedly, however, someone approached him. He found this somewhat peculiar, prompting him to eagerly await Demir Shili Karuin's response. The name itself sounded fabricated. In all his experiences, he had never encountered such an elongated moniker. The individual claimed to possess the Zoan-type mythical beast Devil Fruit, Titan Giant form. Ron spoke softly. As he uttered Crocodile's name in such a hushed tone, he felt an unsettling sensation. He turned to glance at Miss All Sunday, also known as Nico Robin, seeking her perspective. You must be the Navy's Ron, correct? Robin gazed at Ron, slowly articulating her thoughts, hoping to decipher a look of astonishment on his face. However, to her surprise, Ron's expression remained unchanged, maintaining an air of calmness. Crocodile had already undergone a change in color, but he quickly regained his composure. Why had Navy Ron chosen such a name? And what was his purpose in coming here? He inhaled deeply, exhaling a ring of smoke, then cast a sidelong glance at Ron. It was unexpected that merely revealing a devil fruit's ability could lead to such swift conclusions about its possessor. Ron remarked with a smile, I have come here, of course, to inquire about your plans. Crocodile, it has been quite some time since you became one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Throughout the years, you have remained relatively inactive. However, Recently, you have been engaging in activities that seemingly align with the responsibilities of a warlord. This raises considerable suspicion, prompting my investigation into your affairs. Ron candidly conveyed his intentions to Crocodile, which left the latter somewhat taken aback, yet he chuckled in response. We are in the kingdom of Alabasta. My role here involves dealing with pirates, which is precisely what a warlord of the sea ought to do. How could this be a matter of suspicion? Crocodile regarded Ron with a piercing gaze. We are now ostensibly allies. Why would you harbor doubts about me? Moreover, even if you were to uncover something amiss, what could you possibly do about it? Crocodile's words were undeniably audacious, and his formidable strength reinforced his belief that, even if Ron were to unearth any irregularities, he would be powerless to confront him. This led him to question the source of Ron's confidence. Furthermore, Crocodile was convinced that his actions were meticulously calculated, rendering the idea that a mere young soldier like Ron could decipher his plans utterly fanciful. At present, I lack any evidence, which is precisely why I am here to investigate you. Should I discover any wrongdoing on your part, rest assured, I will take appropriate action. This you need not doubt. Ron responded with an undeniable air of dominance. He was no longer the same Ron who would ponder extensively before taking action. In the past, he would have considered the futility of confronting opponents he could not defeat. Such reckless behavior would be tantamount to courting death. However, now he dismissed such concerns. Apart from a select few at the pinnacle of power, he believed he possessed the potential to vanquish most adversaries. Laughter erupted from Crocodile, who found Ron's assertions utterly absurd. Chapter 103, Weariness. Listening to Crocodile's laughter, Ron felt a tinge of irony. It was evident to anyone that the 7 warlords of the sea constituted a critical initiative launched by the Marine Admirals. At this juncture, the establishment of the 7 warlords was still in its nascent stages. Even if the warlords occasionally faltered, the Navy would turn a blind eye. Therefore, in the absence of concrete evidence, apprehending Crocodile under such circumstances was a formidable challenge. All these factors led Crocodile to perceive Ron as a rather comical individual. First and foremost, Crocodile himself maintained a meticulous approach to his affairs. He was undeniably powerful, possessing shrewdness to match, and although he had devised a plan, its execution remained pending. While Ron had made some accurate observations, they were merely conjectures regarding Crocodile's actions and could not serve as proof. Moreover, Crocodile believed his strength had reached a formidable level. Although he fell short compared to the likes of Whitebeard, he was nonetheless considered a top-tier pirate. If a mere marine could easily apprehend him, then his reputation built over the years would have been in vain. Lastly, Crocodile questioned why a mere marine would dare challenge the institution of the 7 warlords, a system established to balance the powers of pirates by the government and the Marine Admirals. How could a lowly marine oppose an order from the admirals? Thus, he laughed with abandon, confident in his intellect and strength, relishing the moment. Yet, he warned, should he uncover any incriminating evidence, he believed no one would be able to save Ron from the consequences. Ron chuckled, then glanced at Nico Robin, who stood beside Crocodile, his gaze laden with unspoken implications. Are you suggesting that for the foreseeable future, you will shadow me to scrutinize my actions for any irregularities? Crocodile replied, Indeed, I shall accompany you for a while. Should you reveal any incriminating evidence, I will apprehend you without hesitation. Crocodile, cigar in mouth, erupted into a maniacal laughter, finding the situation rather amusing. Do you, a mere marine, find yourself devoid of tasks, prompting you to seek trouble in my domain? As a warlord of the sea, isn't it expected of me to assist the world government? Do you believe my actions contravene any laws or regulations? Or perhaps you intend to undermine the recently established and significant warlord system? Crocodile's verbose discourse aimed to dissuade Ron, wishing to rid himself of this inconvenience. Having been a warlord for many years, he possessed a profound understanding of the rules and responsibilities associated with the position, as well as the acumen to leverage power for greater gain. Thus, he refrained from resorting to violence against Ron, opting instead to issue a warning. After all, they were ostensibly allies in this tumultuous world. In truth, you are correct. My purpose here is indeed to dismantle the warlord system. Ron smiled and said, Indeed. There are more pirates in this world. However, I wish for you to comprehend one crucial fact. The Navy shall forever remain the most formidable force in existence. Thus, this system will inevitably meet its demise. I am merely here to expedite the process. Crocodile observed Ron's unwavering demeanor with a sense of intrigue. Little Marine, I have already cautioned you. I sincerely hope you refrain from causing a disturbance here. The warlord system is currently a pivotal element in reshaping the world order. And under these circumstances, should I choose to eliminate you, The repercussions may not be as severe as one might anticipate. Therefore, I shall say no more. I trust you understand the course of action you ought to take and refrain from interrupting me." With a dismissive wave, Crocodile signaled for Ron to depart. Ron pondered for a moment before turning away. "In that case, let me make it abundantly clear, even after my departure, should you err, I shall return to apprehend you." With that, Ron truly walked away. As he watched Ron's retreating figure, Crocodile extinguished the cigarette in his hand. "Are you going to kill him?" asked Nico Robin. "If I had intended to kill him, I would have acted long ago. Why would I permit him to leave?" Crocodile replied. "Because you are uncertain of who stands behind him, and you question whether he is the sole individual who has come here." Robin chuckled and remarked, "So you let him go, merely to ascertain if he has any companions? To see just how many are investigating you. Is that correct?" Upon hearing this, Crocodile erupted into hearty laughter. "Indeed, you are Nico Robin, ever so thorough in your reasoning. Yes, I have long anticipated this, since this individual has come to investigate. It is likely he is not alone. Thus, there must be a team or a faction behind him. As long as I uncover the hideouts of these two individuals or their experimental records, every issue can be resolved." Crocodile spoke with unwavering confidence. P.S. It is imperative to never push oneself to the limit. The 3-day recruitment event demands 12-hour workdays, from 6 in the morning until 8 in the evenings, with only brief respites during meals. I have yet to recover from this ordeal. It has been quite challenging. I shall update today with just one entry. I feel as though my state has been affected for an entire week. Tomorrow, I shall strive to do better. Chapter 104. The Battle Against Crocodile. Crocodile sought to leverage Ron to locate his companions and eliminate them in one fell swoop. He regarded this as a pivotal matter, as he knew that no single individual could undertake such an investigation alone. Moreover, how could the young Ron possibly uncover the flaws in his operations all by himself? After meticulously reviewing his plan from start to finish, Crocodile concluded that he had left no vulnerabilities. Therefore, he suspected that Ron was backed by a formidable ally. He intended to eliminate both the ally and Ron together. No one could thwart his quest for the ancient weapon, Pluton. It is quite peculiar. Why has he yet to detect the individual who has been in contact with him? Crocodile pondered aloud. Could it be that he has come alone? Robin replied with earnestness. Robin has just arrived in the kingdom of Alabasta, where her collaboration with Crocodile is driven by a quest to uncover the truth of history. In this ancient land, even older than the Tree of Knowledge in O'Hara, the desert kingdom of Alabasta beckons her to explore its environment thoroughly. Thus, she accompanies Crocodile on this journey. At this moment, Crocodile is willing to engage Robin in various activities, as they are in the blissful phase of their partnership. A mere marine dares to confront a warlord of the sea? He scoffs, sensing a lack of audacity in such an action. I find it hard to believe he possesses that kind of courage. Crocodile expresses his disdain. I never expected you to be so self-assured, believing that a mere marine would lack the gall to challenge a formidable warlord like yourself. Yet, were you not also a remarkably powerful individual in your youth? Ron unexpectedly appeared. Despite the fact that they were still some distance away from him, they were utterly unaware of his sudden return. Perhaps Ron's swiftness was such that they could not react in time. In his youth, he dared to confront Whitebeard, and after facing defeat, he began to study ancient weapons like the Underworld King. One cannot help but wonder, Crocodile, has your personal combat prowess declined? Have you lost your courage? Upon Ron's utterance of this phrase, Crocodile's expression shifted dramatically. It was not merely because Ron had touched upon a sensitive topic, but more crucially, it was the revelation that Ron was aware of his quest for the ancient weapon, Pluto. Do you wish to inquire how I came to know of your scheme? Ron approached Crocodile step by step. Was it difficult to guess? Just this one sentence. Crocodile glanced at Ron, then at Nico Robin. So, you are an undercover agent for the Navy? He inquired. However, he quickly reconsidered. No, how could you possibly be a Navy spy? Nico Robin is the sole survivor of O'Hara. She possesses extensive knowledge about the events of O'Hara and the myriad historical truths of this world. When it comes to interpreting the blank century, only Nico Robin holds that capability. Therefore, it is unlikely that she would collaborate with the Navy, especially since they are the ones who obliterated O'Hara and destroyed her homeland. Having grasped these crucial points, Crocodile turned his gaze towards Ron. Who exactly are you? To be honest, Crocodile found himself somewhat bewildered at this moment. The description of Ron and his various abilities should indeed pertain to the Navy's newcomer, Ron. Logically, it seems unlikely that he would be involved in the design alongside Robin. However, how could he possibly be aware of the matters concerning the King of the Underworld? It is also improbable that Nico Robin would collaborate with the Navy. It appears that your hesitance in contemplating these matters only serves to validate my assertion. Ron smiled and remarked, there is no Pluto in Alabasta. Thus, your desire to seize control of this nation in pursuit of its historical secrets is utterly futile. Crocodile suddenly perceived Ron as an enigmatic figure, one that even Nico Robin could not decipher. She was entirely bewildered by his origins and perplexed as to how he had unraveled the scheme shared between them. I kindly advise you to temper your ambitions, he continued. The warlord system, in my view, is not an ideal arrangement. Many of you seek to exploit this system for personal gain, yet fail to consider whether it could aid the Navy in balancing the pirate threat. Ron chuckled and said, of course. Expecting you pirates to have a moment of conscience is as unlikely as the sun rising twice in the sky. So what is your true purpose for being here? Crocodile replied, are you here merely to issue a warning? Even if you are aware of certain matters, or rather, you seem to have an inkling of my intentions. However, since I have yet to act on this, you possess no evidence to confront me with. You are quite right. Ron spoke as he removed his military uniform, preparing to transform. As you might wish, simply kill me here. The Navy cannot touch you, for you are one of the 7 warlords of the sea. A formidable pirate capable of providing immense benefits to them. My demise, as a mere naval officer, would be inconsequential. But what if I were to slay you? Would that not demonstrate my strength and reveal my worth to the Navy? With that, Ron began his metamorphosis, towering into a colossal giant, measuring 20 meters in height. After 2 years of following Kizaru, he was ready to make his mark, starting from the realm of the 7 warlords. Yet, it was not merely his immense stature that was noteworthy. Behind him loomed a dense layer of ominous clouds, concealing something beneath their shroud. It seems you have a rather unorthodox approach to matters, Crocodile remarked. Once you have accomplished this, I shall come to settle the score with you. Perhaps I could win the favor of the people, even earn the admiration of the Alabasta royal family, who might lend me their support in a critical moment. However, such actions would inevitably cost many lives among the people of Alabasta. Thus, I have chosen to confront you directly. If you emerge victorious, take my head. Pursue any desires you wish without opposition. Should you be defeated, I do not seek your life. I merely hope that you will rise against the celestial dragon government when the time is right. Ron uttered these words, eliciting a hearty laugh from Crocodile. Ah, youth indeed has its advantages, Crocodile remarked. Do you truly believe yourself to be my adversary? At that moment, Crocodile had already transformed, showcasing his formidable powers as a user of the Sansan fruit. His strength was indisputable, and he launched an assault directly at Ron. As a user of a Logia-type devil fruit, very few could hope to land a blow on him. With a resounding thud, he struck Ron with a punch, showing no inclination to evade Ron's retaliatory strike, for he deemed Ron incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. You're exceedingly naive, Crocodile. Chapter 105. The first glimmer of brilliance. Many may fail to comprehend Ron's actions, and some might even regard him as meddlesome. However, only those who have endured profound anguish can fathom the terror of losing family and loved ones. Empathy arises from personal experience. After Ron suffered the loss of his family and friends, he resolved to join the Navy to uphold justice, striving to ensure that others could lead better lives and evade tragedies akin to his own. Such instances are plentiful. Throughout life, one often finds certain matters worth fighting for. After experiencing a degree of suffering, one is inevitably driven to protect their cherished ones from similar fates. If this individual harbors grand ideals, contemplating not just a single person or family, but an entire nation, the outcome may parallel Ron's circumstances. Beyond these considerations, there exists another exceedingly significant point. Ron has already distinguished himself as an exceptional Marine. He possesses formidable strength, so why should he start his journey from the ranks of mere pirates? The first step should be among the 7 warlords. Some may perceive that serving as a Marine merely equates to becoming a pawn for the celestial dragons. But such a view is rather myopic. The Navy represents the most promising path, endowed with unparalleled power and a noble cause to uphold justice. Furthermore, who decrees that a Marine must inevitably serve as a lackey to the celestial dragons? Ron harbors numerous smaller ambitions, primarily the desire to locate his adversary and exact vengeance upon him. After years of contemplation, Ron has deduced that his foe resides within the New World. Though the precise allegiance to which Yonko he belongs remains shrouded in uncertainty, Ron's moderate ambition is to confront the most vicious of pirates, not only to accrue military merit but also to uphold local tranquility. His lofty aspiration, however, is to eradicate the celestial dragon government and restore peace and serenity to the world, reminiscent of his past existence, which resembled a paradise untouched by turmoil. Such a life is the longing of many, a realm of verdant mountains and clear waters, where the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms abound. The air is crisp, the scenery enchanting, with delectable food and cherished companions with whom one can share heartfelt conversations. Each day begins with the sunrise and concludes with the sunset, allowing one to marvel at the blush of dawn and to catch a glimpse of a splendid red koi leaping from the water. In the fields, one might chase and frolic with a beautiful girl, presenting her with a vibrant flower, adorning her hair, or crafting a delicate crown from blossoms. Should their bond deepen, they may sit together to witness the sunset, observing the transformation of the fiery clouds as the sun descends. In this idyllic existence, there is no pressure, only tranquility and comfort. After the sun is set, one can revel in the serene beauty illuminated by the moonlight and the twinkling stars above, listening to the symphony of frogs and crickets, gently gazing at their beloved as they peacefully drift into slumber in their embrace. There is no clamor, no discord. What a splendid scene this is! How many yearn to live such a life, with a home, a loving spouse, sustenance to eat, water to drink, and a picturesque environment to admire at will, all within a serene and playful sanctuary. Ron once led a life not unlike this, where, despite the absence of a beautiful companion by his side, the simple pleasures of sustenance and pastoral tranquility bestowed upon him a profound sense of inner peace. How many souls toil in this world, striving to live better lives? Their aspirations might not revolve around the glory of an admiral or the freedom of a pirate's life. Perhaps they merely yearn for a stable existence. Yet, such a life is almost non-existent in this world, plagued as it is by ruthless pirates and a government represented by celestial dragons. This world was meant to be a place of exquisite beauty. Bang! Crocodile staggered back several steps. Even though he had achieved the status of a warlord for many years without lifting a finger, I will never permit you to harm the residents here. Nico Robin was utterly astonished. While she harbored a deep passion for history, she had little desire to collaborate with Crocodile, yet escape was not an option. As one of the warlords of the sea, Crocodile possessed formidable strength, being a user of the Sansan fruit, capable of transforming into his element. Engaging him in battle, Robin found herself unable to touch him. However, the young Navy officer before her could inflict pain upon Crocodile with each strike. What do the residents here have to do with you? Why meddle in affairs that are not yours? Crocodile retorted. Furthermore, how can you use what hasn't occurred as evidence to accuse me? He had not anticipated that this newcomer would prove to be so troublesome, especially one so young who had already mastered hockey. Thus, overconfident, he found himself momentarily unable to subdue Ron. While it may not serve as concrete evidence, your association with the Devil's Child, Nico Robin, speaks volumes. Ron chuckled and remarked, "Do you really need a reason to strike?" With that, Ron launched another punch directly at Crocodile. Crocodile immediately defended himself. Bang! However, Ron's blow caused Crocodile some discomfort. "I must admit, you possess considerable talent. But this is where it ends," Crocodile stated. "Oh, is that so?" Ron leaped into the air as dark clouds began to gather behind him, and soon, rain started to fall. Chapter 106, Why Me? This was a skill newly developed by Ron, and it made him realize how crucial innate talent is in this world. He had always felt insignificant among the Navy ranks, knowing that even with a remarkable devil fruit, he would require extensive training to achieve greater prowess. However, Ron had previously engaged with the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors, often relying on their momentum or, in other words, adopting a passive approach. Now, however, everything had changed. After 2 years with Borsellino, who was notoriously lazy, Ron had absorbed a great deal of knowledge. The key to his advancements was rather simple. As Zifa had once remarked, Borsellino, despite being one of his 3 admirals, was the weakest in physical combat due to his heavy reliance on his fruit's powers. In Borsellino's own words, if one could resolve matters using their fruit abilities, why waste time on physical training? Of course, to claim that Borsellino's physical skills were lacking would be overly naive. His abilities were merely slightly inferior to those of Akainu and Akiji, not ineffective by any means. Ron observed that, fundamentally, Borsellino's shortcomings arose from his reluctance to train diligently. He seemed to believe that his current physical capabilities were sufficient to contend with formidable adversaries, rendering extreme training unnecessary. Thus, Ron adopted some of this philosophy, striving to maximize his own fruit abilities to save considerable time and effort. As a result, dark rain clouds now formed behind Ron. Crocodile would soon find himself at a disadvantage. The combination of his massive stature and the dense clouds unleashed a torrential downpour, a tactic Crocodile despised in combat. It was astonishing that someone so young possessed such capabilities. Crocodile, however, would not surrender easily. With a swift motion, he summoned a sandstorm that enveloped Ron. The swirling sands obscured Ron's vision, providing Crocodile with an opening. Seizing the moment, Crocodile unleashed one of his signature moves, the Desert Blade, transforming his arm into a colossal razor-sharp blade aimed directly at Ron. This blade was so sharp that it could cleave the earth itself, and should it strike Ron, it could easily bisect him. Moonwalk. Fierce-eyed Diamond Fist. Ron has mastered the Navy 6 style to a remarkable degree, achieving an impressive level of proficiency. He swiftly leapt into the air, evading Crocodile's Desert Sword, while delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at Crocodile's head. His fist was infused with the might of a tempest. Coupled with his formidable haki. Bang! Ron's speed was unparalleled. Crocodile was sent flying with a single punch. Nearby, Nico Robin was utterly astonished. She had never imagined that one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the Sand Crocodile, could be so easily defeated by a mere rookie from the Navy. Ron's reputation is somewhat known. He is the esteemed disciple of Zephyr and the most outstanding young newcomer in the Navy in recent years. However, she did not anticipate that this newcomer would possess such formidable power. Coughing up blood, Crocodile returned once more, intrigued. Indeed, it had been quite some time since he encountered a newcomer of such remarkable strength. The desert sunflower, within the arid kingdom of Alabasta, serves as Crocodile's domain, allowing him to fully unleash the potential of his sand fruit. This move, the desert sunflower, utilizes the fruit's abilities to create a vortex beneath the desert, capable of devouring human beings. The principle lies in manipulating the underground water veins of the desert, thereby controlling the movement of the sand dunes, gradually consuming anything in its path, also known as the desert coffin. The scope of this technique is vast. Ron was compelled to leap into action. Regrettably, my Navy 6 technique had already reached a high level of proficiency. The moonwalk and Mount Tai meteorite crash showcased yet another innovative move developed by Ron. Previously, Ron's techniques bore impressively grandiose names, such as the Void Great Hand Seal and the Arhat Star Shattering Fist. His current techniques remained equally formidable. The last move, the Wrathful Vidra Fist, had directly caused Crocodile to spit blood. This new move, the Mount Tai meteorite crash, if executed successfully, could potentially incapacitate him. Ron's enormous form leaped into the air, as dark clouds gathered ominously behind him, unleashing a torrential downpour. Amidst the deluge, Ron's arms and legs were entirely encased in hardened haki. Under such circumstances, Crocodile's movements would be significantly constrained. Bang! Ron descended from the heavens, striking Crocodile with a force reminiscent of Luffy's first encounter with him. At that moment, Crocodile's thoughts were entirely consumed by a scheme to usurp the Alabasta Kingdom, rendering his combat prowess considerably diminished. His focus was firmly fixed on the ancient weapons, and his once indomitable courage had waned, no longer reflecting the splendor of his former self. The Crescent Dune, one of Crocodile's signature techniques, was not intended to cleave his adversary but rather to make contact, draining every ounce of moisture from his foe's body and leaving them as mere mummies. Observing Ron's circumstances, Crocodile resolved to engage him head-on, challenging whether his Crescent Dune could surpass Ron's mountain meteor strike. With a resounding crash, Crocodile was injured. To avert becoming a desiccated husk himself, Ron had meticulously prepared, summoning rain from the dark clouds behind him as a countermeasure against Crocodile's ultimate move. Although the Crescent Dune would undoubtedly affect Ron, given that Crocodile was adept in both observation and armament haki, Ron's physical resilience, bolstered by his prior defenses, ensured that his moisture was not entirely siphoned away. Before Ron could be completely drained of moisture and transformed into a lifeless corpse, Crocodile's defeat was already inevitable. He was forcefully driven into the sand pit. As a user of the sand fruit, one might assume being submerged in sand would pose little threat to him. However, Ron's overwhelming haki and colossal stature rendered Crocodile incapable of continuing the battle. He had sustained grave injuries. "You have been defeated," Ron said with a smile. "The plan has yet to be executed. Even if you possess some knowledge, those unfulfilled matters remain non-existent and cannot serve as evidence. What is your purpose in this?" Crocodile found himself perplexed. "Some matters do not require excessive inquiry. Just keep your distance from here and restore tranquility to Alabasta. I can act as if nothing has transpired." Ron's series of actions left them feeling utterly perplexed. Robin and Crocodile are both perplexed, unable to comprehend the true intentions behind Ron's actions. How could one confine the warlords of the sea to the depths of the great prison without any evidence? Furthermore, it appears that Ron has no intention of apprehending Crocodile. It is indeed curious. And truly, nothing has transpired at all? Robin expressed his confusion. Chapter 107, A Sense of Despair. Crocodile had initially prepared for a grand scheme. Now, everything had fallen apart, ending before it even began. He gazed upward, unable to comprehend where his plan had gone awry, especially since it had yet to be executed. Why had Ron suddenly appeared here? What motivated him to undertake such self-destructive actions? Did he understand the immense effort Crocodile had expended in searching for Nico Robin? Upon locating her, Crocodile believed his plan was set to unfold smoothly, initiating the recruitment for Baroque works. He had identified several candidates and established code names along with a system of combat power rankings. Crocodile intended to recruit at least Mr. 8. Each male agent bore the title Mr. followed by a number, ranging from Mr. 1 to Mr. 8, with descending strength. Should any agent fail to complete their mission, their predecessor would eliminate them. For instance, if Mr. 2 failed, Mr. 1 would terminate him. Furthermore, adhering to the principle that a mix of genders enhances productivity, Crocodile devised a pairing system for Baroque works. His code name was Mr. 0, while Robin's was Mr. All Sunday. Except for Mr. 2, Phone Cly, all agents were to be paired with female counterparts, whose names would be derived from holiday code names. Crocodile had already brainstormed numerous holiday titles. With such a comprehensive structure in place, he merely needed to gather his team and commence his plans. Throughout the execution, he would enforce his system, ensuring that each member recognized the challenges inherent in their roles, requiring full dedication, as failure could lead to dire consequences. Crucially, the unique structure ensured that no one executing missions would know Crocodile's real name or identity. This arrangement was impeccably crafted. In this desert kingdom, Crocodile excelled in manipulating sand, which provided him a significant advantage in combat. Moreover, water was the most precious resource in the desert. The absence of water would inevitably precipitate severe issues. Crocodile had devised a plan utilizing dancing powder to induce rainfall, as the kingdom's primary water source relied on precipitation. This invention aimed to facilitate rain, enabling arid plants to flourish, thus securing the nation's sustenance. However, it was later discovered that the use of dancing powder caused detrimental effects, leading to predatory rainfall patterns that deprived neighboring cities of their precipitation. As a result, Alabasta had prohibited its use. If dancing powder were to be employed in the capital, it would prevent rain from falling nationwide, thereby diminishing the kingdom's standing. In addition to dancing powder, Crocodile possessed unique methods to obstruct rainfall, using sandstorms to devastate the precipitation environment, rendering vast areas desolate. He could then incite public discontent against the monarchy, particularly with the presence of Mr. 2, to further exacerbate the rift between the royal family and the populace. All these plans seemed remarkably promising. Once the nation was embroiled in conflict and suffering, Crocodile envisioned himself concluding the war as a great hero, ultimately earning the faith of the entire country. He would then seek out the underworld king, and upon finding him, eliminate Robin, positioning himself as the strongest being in the world. He was willing to bide his time, even relishing the process. However, this flawless plan was shattered before it could unfold by Ron's intervention. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. Chapter 108, The Next Dressrosa. Although Crocodile was disheartened, he had not suffered significant losses. The premature conclusion of events might actually serve as a blessing in disguise. It was akin to halting a project midway, with Ron and Ain departing without leaving any discernible impact on the Alabasta kingdom. The nation remained unchanged, and Cobra was oblivious to the true nature of the naval officer's visit. A crucial realization dawned on Crocodile. He needed to leave Alabasta. His outlook appeared dim, and he recognized the necessity of recalibrating his mindset. Everything had been meticulously organized and planned, yet he had not anticipated such an abrupt ending. This was no longer his primary battleground. Perhaps he should explore other avenues. Personal strength was paramount. Crocodile conveyed to Robin that they were to part ways. As for those who wish to accompany me, they are welcome to join. The Baroque studio has just been established, and we are still in the nascent phase. Everyone originally intended to engage in meaningful endeavors, providing an opportunity to realize our ideals. However, we did not anticipate the sudden emergence of such events. After some contemplation, Phone Keelii resolved to navigate the vast ocean alone, while Mr. 1 chose to continue following Crocodile. Your abrupt appearance here, followed by the swift resolution of their issues, raises questions about your true intentions. I found it perplexing. She increasingly struggled to comprehend Ron's actions. This time, he claimed to investigate the matter concerning the warlords of the sea and Crocodile. Yet, upon arrival, there was no sign of inquiry. Only a direct confrontation with Crocodile ensued. Following the battle, Crocodile departed from Alabasta, and thus the matter seemed to conclude. It appears that they merely sought to address the issue of usurpation in this vicinity. However, I did not anticipate their efficiency to be somewhat lacking, falling short of my expectations, rendering this confrontation seemingly devoid of any significant merit for us. Ron found himself in a state of helplessness. He had initially believed that Ballet's studio had commenced its operations, perhaps even confining the king or engaging in actions detrimental to the Alabastan royal family, or causing certain cities within Alabasta to be deprived of rainfall. However, to his dismay, he discovered that their studio was still in its nascent stage, with no plans having been initiated. Ron's arrival here proved to be a fruitless endeavor, akin to striking a fist against cotton. With no other recourse, Ron was compelled to engage in a skirmish with Crocodile. Thus, the current situation unfolded, as if he were merely on a leisurely excursion. I find your words utterly incomprehensible. What are your plans for the future? Ein inquired with a hint of confusion. My plan is to establish military achievements beginning with the 7 warlords of the sea. I aspire to cultivate a reputation of utmost prestige within the military sphere, which would grant me sufficient status and influence. Do you wish to emulate Mr. Carp? Ein scratched his head in contemplation. Indeed, I aim to surpass even the accomplishments of that old man Carp. Ron smiled and remarked, although our visit here has yielded no results, there is one place we shall undoubtedly find success, and it promises to be an extraordinary achievement. Ein replied, I find myself increasingly perplexed by you. Your actions are perpetually enigmatic. Ron cast a glance at Ein, pondering that there was no issue if his plans remained enigmatic. After all, if he himself was unaware, the pirates would surely be oblivious as well. This visit had not been without merit, as it had at least demonstrated his burgeoning strength in confronting the 7 warlords of the sea. Unregarded Ron, acknowledging the remarkable growth he had exhibited over the past 2 years. With such talent combined with diligence, his achievements were hardly surprising. Where do you intend to venture next? I shall accompany you, Ein offered. The situation in Alabasta appears to have reached a conclusion, nipping potential troubles in the bud before they even began. Some nations share a similar history with Alabasta, such as Dressrosa. Ein observed Ron for a moment before suddenly bursting into laughter. You truly are an endearing child, always improvising. What is it about Dressrosa that concerns you? Are you unaware of the situation there? Don Quixote da Flamingo has become the king of Dressrosa. Is there an issue with that? This has been acknowledged by the world government, much like they recognize Cobra. Ron gazed intently at Ein. It is not as such. The rightful king of Dressrosa should be King Riku. Yet, the identity of the king is trivial. What truly matters is that Don Quixote da Flamingo has assumed the throne. Ein stepped forward to adjust Ron's attire, gently patting him on the back. I support whatever you wish to pursue. However, da Flamingo is not only the king of Dressrosa, but also one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Are you certain you wish to confront him? Ein fixed his gaze on Ron. Though I do not comprehend your intentions, you have already engaged